Chen acquired a system that rewards him with various incentives for gaining the affection of the opposite sex. Cash rewards and critical consumption bonuses are merely the basics. However, it soon became apparent that Chen was no longer satisfied with the mundane individuals he encountered daily. He set his sights on the exquisite and glamorous female. Celebrities instead. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System After Rebirth. Splashing cold water from the faucet onto his face, Chen was jolted awake, the icy droplets confirming that he was indeed not dreaming. As he gazed into the mirror, he was met with a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar-visaged At-21. His youthful face bore traces of boyish charm, complemented by a height of 6 feet and a well-defined physique, a result of his athletic background. His 8-pack abs stood in stark contrast to the portly figure he would later become, one that resembled a woman in her 7th month of pregnancy, exacerbated by years of late-night work and stress-induced hair loss. As he continued to examine himself, Chen broke into a silly grin in the mirror, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to live again. This time, I shall not succumb to the folly of romance. Let that Voldemort wreak havoc on others instead that I end this life." His primary focus would be on amassing wealth, steering clear of romantic entanglements. In an era abundant with golden opportunities, it seemed that a path to swift riches could be discovered with careful thought. Yet, something felt amiss. This world was known as launching, not Earth, resembling a parallel universe entirely. The more Chen pondered, the darker his expression became. He could conjure numerous ideas, yet they appeared utterly disconnected from his reality. He had never followed the stock market, and his mind was devoid of songs or novels. Furthermore, all lucrative ventures required capital, connections, and pathways he lacked. Damn it, was he destined to remain impoverished after his rebirth? Wasn't that tantamount to a feudal reincarnation? Think, you fool. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Chen's thoughts of wealth. He scratched his head in confusion, wondering who would be visiting on such a rainy night. All right, in his past life, he would have been en route to pick up Voldemort's girlfriend at this hour. As he opened the door, his gaze fell upon a stunning woman standing outside, momentarily leaving him speechless. Clad in a black dress that clung to her skin, it accentuated her alluring curves. The rain had drenched the hem, causing the fabric to become slightly translucent, hinting at the delicate sheen of her skin. Water droplets cascaded down her collarbone, enhancing her sensual allure. Time seemed to have been particularly kind to her. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes only added to her mature charm. Mature, gorgeous. These 4 words embodied her essence perfectly, reminiscent of a ripe, tempting peach that one could not resist biting into and savoring. "Hello, I accidentally dropped my bag while riding my bike, and my keys and phone are inside. May I borrow your phone to call my landlord?" Chen, remember this. Women will only hinder your ability to earn money. Beautiful women belong to the affluent. As a poor wretch, do not entertain the notion that a toad can feast upon swan meat. Chen silently chastised himself for his lack of resolve. "Come in and dry off with a towel. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold. My phone is charging. I'll fetch it for you," he said, stepping aside to let her in, leaving the door ajar for his neighbor, Chen. He recalled vividly that Chen, who had lived next door for 6 months, had lost her husband, a truck driver, in a fatal accident, incurring a hefty debt that forced them to sell their home. Her daughter was exceptionally beautiful, often referred to as the school belle, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand, as she was stricken with leukemia and, tragically, passed away due to the lack of funds for treatment. Beep. Suitable target detected. The strategy to woo beautiful women reward system is now bound. Host, Chen. This system will reward you based on the actions of all your targeted interests according to their affection levels until the affection reaches a full 100. Additionally, should you bear offspring with a target whose affection is maxed out, there shall be mysterious rewards. Detected suitable target. Chen, age 41, appearance rating 88, physique rating 93, health rating 78, personality rating 90. Comprehensive evaluation. Although age is her greatest drawback, if the host does not mind, Chen could be an exceptionally perfect partner. Chen's current affection level, 20, average. What? A system? Chen nearly gasped in surprise. He had never anticipated not only being reborn, but also awakening to a system akin to an external aid. Rewards based on the actions of targeted interests according to their affection levels. The system's capabilities appeared straightforward, yet he thought it wise to test it. "Aunt Chen, here's a towel. It's new and unused. I'll call your landlord right away." Chen's affection level. 3. You have received a cash reward of 300 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. At that moment, as Chen picked up his phone, he noticed a text message. Your account ending in 1910 received an income of 300 yuan on June 28th at 1845. Current account balance, 5,612.23 yuan. Is this the reward? Such a direct monetary transfer? Chen couldn't help but grin foolishly. A phone call and a towel had netted him 300 yuan. It was worth noting that in 2004, many earned merely 700 to 800 yuan a month, with salaries over 1,000 considered high. What if he spent money on Chen? What rewards would the system yield? The more Chen contemplated, the more eager he became, wishing he could shower Chen with billions. However, spending money required a suitable pretext. He could not afford to scare away such a promising opportunity. After briefly explaining the situation to the landlord, Chen shook his head at Chen, saying, "The landlord is away on vacation. He suggested you find a locksmith. However, if the lock is damaged, you will have to replace it yourself or wait for him to return tomorrow." The landlord was unavailable. Chen immediately grew anxious. Her daughter was in the hospital urgently awaiting funds. She needed to retrieve her savings book, yet the mere 3,000 yuan it contained was but a drop in the bucket, as her daughter's surgery would cost between 60,000 and 70,000 yuan. Having lost her husband, sold their home, and now faced with her daughter's grave illness, the resilient Chen crumbled under Chen's words, collapsing to the ground in tears. Clutching her legs as she wept, Why must I be so unfortunate? My husband is gone, my home is lost, and now my daughter is gravely ill. I even lost my bag while riding my bike. I am utterly useless." A golden opportunity. Chen's eyes lit up as he swiftly bent down and gently patted Chen's shoulder, saying, "Auntie, please do not cry that I can help you through this. I have some money that you can use to pay for the medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Chen looked up with red-rimmed eyes, tears still glistening. She wanted to refuse, but, thinking of her daughter waiting for medical funds, she reluctantly replied, "Thank you so much. I promise to repay you once the landlord returns tomorrow." Chen's affection level, 5. You have received a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. It's dark outside, and the rain is pouring. It's unsafe to travel alone. Let me accompany you to the hospital. If the funds are insufficient, I can help you find a way to raise some more. Chen's affection level, 1. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Chen did not refuse Chen's offer to accompany her to the hospital, believing he was merely concerned for her well-being. After all, several thousand yuan was not a trivial amount for residents in that area. Chen initially planned to share an umbrella, but realizing their relationship had not yet progressed to that level, he decided against it, hailing a taxi as they reached the street outside their community. While urging Chen to take the taxi quickly, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the system's rewards. You have expended 5 yuan on Chen, and in accordance with the current level of fondness, you have received a critical return reward of 20 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Spending 5 yuan to reap a reward of 20 yuan yields a magnificent profit of threefold. Chen has graciously covered all the medical expenses for her daughter. Even Jesus himself could not intervene. Chapter 2. In truth, I am fond of you. Upon arriving at the Municipal People's Hospital, the two hurried directly to the emergency payment window. Chen provided her daughter's name, while Chen used his card to settle the payment. "Doctor, please charge 5,000 yuan for the patient Xia Shihan." No, that's too much. 3,000 is sufficient," Chen quickly interjected. If Chen truly paid 5,000, how would she repay him tomorrow? Her husband was entirely responsible for the car accident, which resulted in compensation exceeding 1 million yuan for both goods and lives. Their house had been sold, and all possible loans had been exhausted. Even relatives turned a cold shoulder when it came to money. Had it not been for her daughter, this once delicate and beautiful woman would never have persevered to this day. "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry for the money. You should go see your daughter. It has been quite a while, and she surely needs you." Chen concocted an excuse to send Chen away. He absolutely could not allow her to thwart his intentions of spending money to gain wealth. At that moment, a nurse arrived as if sent by fate. "Family member of Xia Shihan, the patient has regained consciousness. Please come quickly." Chen had no choice but to express her gratitude and hurriedly follow the nurse. Once Chen confirmed that Chen had gone far enough, he promptly told the medical staff at the window, "Please change that to 6,000. Thank you. You have spent 6,000 yuan on Chen. Based on your current affinity, you have earned a critical reward of 18,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Is that so little? Could it be that this critical reward is randomly multiplied?" Chen pondered internally and decided to test it again. He turned to the medical staff who had just finished processing the payment and said, "Please charge another 18,000 yuan for Xia Shihan." The staff merely cast him a glance and said nothing. You have spent 18,000 yuan on Chenya. Based on your current affinity, you have earned a critical reward of 72,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. What a domineering system. I absolutely adore it. It was imperative to strategize and win over Chenya. She was indeed a golden goose. Nurse, could you kindly inquire how much more is needed for Xia Shihan's treatment? About another 50,000 yuan would suffice for the treatment. And then we will wait for the matching process to proceed with the bone marrow transplant. Gu Chen waved his hand grandly. I'll cover the entire amount for her. You have spent 50,000 yuan on Chenya. Based on your current affinity, you have earned a critical reward of 150,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Wow, this critical reward is incredibly erratic yet generous. 150,000 yuan in this era could barely delineate the line between poverty and comfort, and he was determined to continue winning over Chenya's affection. Just a moment ago in the taxi, it seemed her stomach had been growling. She must have been anxious about her daughter's condition and had not eaten dinner. He needed to hurry and get her some food. A few minutes later, as Chenya struggled to muster a smile to comfort her daughter, a nurse entered the room with a payment slip. You must be a family member of Xia Shihan. The young man who came with you just paid the medical fees and left in a hurry without taking the receipt. You should keep it safe, as you will need it for discharge. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Chenya took the payment slip without thinking much of it, but upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing the nurse about to leave, she quickly grabbed her arm. Nurse, is there a mistake with this payment slip? Didn't he say it was 5,000? Why does it show over 70,000? There is no mistake. This is your daughter's payment slip. For further details, please consult the young man who accompanied you. As the nurse left, Chenya's mind was a whirl of disbelief, yet she covered her mouth, her eyes misty. The joy and excitement within her felt like a ray of light piercing through her despair. Her daughter was saved. But why? Why would Gu Chen pay the entire medical fee for her daughter? They had only met a few times and exchanged pleasantries. Why did he extend such a gentle hand when she was on the brink of despair? At that moment, Chenya's affinity has reached 50. You have earned a cash reward of 5,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Gu Chen was alarmed. How could Chenya's affinity suddenly surge? It was too fast. He hoped it wouldn't be exhausted in just a couple of days. Fortunately, the system's target for strategy did not restrict him to only Chenya. As long as a suitable target was detected, it would suffice. He wondered if it was because it was late at night or due to the pouring rain that beautiful women were all hiding indoors. As not a single one who met the criteria for strategy appeared, he resolved to continue focusing on raising Chenya's affinity. He also speculated whether this golden goose had any debts. If so, he would need to find a way to help her repay them. Gu Chen had already devised reasons to ensure Chenya could not refuse him. Simply put, it was love. Everything shall be done in the name of love. He wondered what Chenya's taste in food was like and decided to casually pack 7 or 8 dishes. Of course, 7 or 8 dishes were not the limit of his wallet, but rather the limit of his ability to juggle an umbrella in one hand and a takeout bag in the other. You have spent 50 yuan on Chenya. Based on your current affinity, you have earned a critical reward of 300 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. After inquiring about Xia Shihan's hospital room, Gu Chen entered with a cheerful demeanor. Auntie, you must be busy and haven't had dinner yet. I'm not sure what you like, so I packed a variety of sweet and savory dishes for you. Please enjoy them while they're hot. As she watched Gu Chen enthusiastically unpacking the takeout boxes, Chenya said nothing and stood up, pulling him out of the hospital room to a secluded staircase. There were some words she had to express, but not in front of her daughter or outsiders. Gu Chen, could you tell me why you helped pay for so much of the medical expenses? Are you interested in my daughter? Beyond that, I can't think of any other reason. If he were indeed interested in her daughter, as a mother, she could only advocate for her daughter's sake. She would never force her daughter to repay such kindness with her body. If Gu Chen acknowledged this, she would clarify that the money would be gradually repaid, with every penny of interest duly accounted for. Chenya was quite confident in her daughter's beauty. Since middle school, Xia Shihan had received countless love letters from boys. And in high school, she had blossomed even more beautifully. Her physical development made her figure the envy of all the girls in school. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The image of Xia Shihan flashed in his mind, her purity and beauty surpassing that of the well-known milk tea sister. Once the internet fully developed, she could easily be marketed online and become a national goddess. Of course, he found her stunning. But the issue was that Xia Shihan lay in a hospital bed awaiting a bone marrow transplant. It was Chenya, this strikingly beautiful woman, who was truly his target of pursuit. He swiftly grasped Chenya's hands, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Auntie, the person I truly like is you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was enchanted. Earlier, when you were crying at my house, your helpless expression stirred my heart and made my affection for you irresistible. In this vast world, my love is for three, the sun and moon, with you as my dawn and dusk. Auntie, I genuinely like you. I wish to protect you and cherish you. Would you grant me the opportunity to care for you for a lifetime? Seeing Chunya in stunned silence, her mouth agape and unable to speak, Chen could not contain himself any longer. His feelings for Chunya were genuine. To put it plainly, he was utterly captivated by her beauty, longing for her in the most profound sense. Seizing the moment, he embraced Chunya's slender waist and pulled her into his arms, kissing her, not with a forceful, reckless kiss, but rather a gentle brush of lips that quickly parted. Chunya, coming to her senses, hurriedly pushed Chen away, asserting emphatically, "Impossible, we cannot be together. I am older than you by at least 17 or 18 years, so our relationship is simply not feasible." However, as she pondered the possibility, if Chen were in his 30s, her heart, yearning for protection and care, might have swayed her to respond positively to his words and actions. Yet, Chen was only in his early 20s. Though she still possessed a touch of beauty and her figure remained intact, what would happen in 5 or 10 years? By then, she would have aged, while Chen would still be youthful in his 30s. "Age is not a hindrance to my affection for you," Chen replied earnestly. Noticing Chunya's rejection did not diminish his affection, he boldly moved closer, intent on embracing her and savoring her lips. Alarmed, Chunya panicked and attempted to flee. But Chen swiftly grasped her hands, pinning them against the wall. Leaning in, their eyes locked, he approached slowly, testing her resolve. He would halt immediately if the system indicated a decrease in affection. Chapter 3. The school bell's self-strategy. Though Chunya verbally protested, insisting they could not proceed, her body's resistance was not particularly vigorous. Despite being in his early 20s, Chen's soul felt nearly 40. He understood that if a woman was truly resolute, her resistance would be akin to trying to restrain a pig during the new year. Chunya's resistance felt feeble, as if she had not eaten enough. Thus, Chen hesitated no longer. Deep down, Chunya longed for someone to cherish and protect her. She wished to reject him and escape. But could she truly support her sick daughter and mend her broken home? A part of her anticipated Chen's insistence, so she closed her eyes, granting herself an excuse. With debts yet unpaid and over 70,000 in medical fees looming, she considered repaying Chen in this manner. Moreover, with Chen's height of 6 feet and handsome features, she felt she would not be at a disadvantage in their union. Once she aged, Chen would likely lose interest. As their lips just grazed each other, the stairwell door suddenly swung open. A man entered, holding a lighter and smoking a cigarette. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly apologized with a grin. "Sorry to intrude. I just had a craving and was too lazy to leave. Please continue. I'll step outside for a smoke." "Scoundrel!" Chunya's cheeks flushed as she bit Chen's arm. Seizing the moment of his discomfort, she fled in a panic. Chunya affection level 6. You have received a cash reward of 600 yuan, legally deposited into your bank account. Chunya affection level 82. Intimate. You have received a special reward, basic culinary skills. Suddenly, Chen's mind brimmed with culinary knowledge, enhancing his cooking skills significantly. He grasped various techniques for preparing dishes, when to add oil, how to season, and more. The rewards from the strategy not only provided financial gain, but also bestowed skills. Chen licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste of Chunya's kiss, his emotions a blend of excitement and exhilaration. The rewards were splendid, and the allure of intimacy was enticing. If the situation were to allow, he would surely explore further. He cursed the man who interrupted him 100 times in his mind, wishing he had arrived a few minutes later to fully savor the charm of the mature woman before him. Upon returning to the hospital room, Chunya had reverted to her usual self, elegantly enjoying the home-cooked meal Chen had provided. For some reason, these simple dishes tasted exceptionally delightful. "Auntie, do the dishes suit your taste? If not, please let me know what you prefer, and I will personally cook for you tomorrow," Chen said while pulling a chair closer to the bed, noticing the pale and somewhat dejected expression of Xia Shirhan. Her beautiful face appeared particularly vulnerable, evoking a desire to protect her. He intended to enhance his affection level with Chunya, as every mother cares for her child. He believed that nurturing a good relationship with her daughter would endear him to Chunya. If she saw how well he treated her child, she might view him as a worthy partner, providing the fatherly love her daughter had lost. Understanding Xia Shirhan's worries, he gently held her small hand, patting it reassuringly. "Shirhan, I know about your illness. Rest assured, leukemia is not an incurable disease, and you can fully recover. I have already covered all your medical expenses. And if additional funds are needed, I will ensure you are supported. I have the means to hire the best medical team in the world to ensure your recovery. Thank you, Brother Gu. Once I am well, I will work hard to repay you, Xia Shirhan replied weakly, while she had heard her mother mention the medical bills. Hearing Gu Chen's promise alleviated her anxiety significantly, brightening her mood and complexion. Detected suitable target, Xia Shirhan, 18 years old, appearance score, 95, figure score, 93, health score, 36. Personality score, 88, comprehensive evaluation. Despite her serious illness, the probability of recovery is 100%. Young and vibrant. She is full of expectations and fantasies about love, making her a perfect candidate for your ideal partner. Xia Shirhan current affection level, 50, moved. Gu Chen's thoughts became complex and speechless. He had initially aimed to build rapport with Xia Shirhan to improve Chunya's affection level, only to find himself drawn into a new strategy target. Should he still pursue Xia Shirhan's affection? After some contemplation, he decided to do so, not out of any particularly daring intention, but simply for the rewards. Relationships could evolve, and he could clarify things later. Repay? We will be family, so why worry about repayment? Your mother has already agreed that as long as you are willing, I will take care of you both for a lifetime. Once you recover, we can ride horses on the grasslands, visit the flower sea in Yin City, and watch the sunrise and sunset by the sea. Our country is so prosperous, and its landscapes are breathtaking. You must get better and accompany me and your mother to enjoy life together. Gu Chen's heartfelt words left Chunya blushing. What did he mean by family? When did she agree to such things? And to say such intimate things in front of her daughter? She secretly glanced at Gu Chen, who appeared utterly sincere. And her heart fluttered. Was he truly developing feelings for her? But the age gap was significant, and he was spending so much money on her. A sum that many might take a decade to save. What should she do? Chunya affection level, 1. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, legally deposited into your bank account. Xia Shirhan affection level, 10. You have received a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, legally deposited into your bank account. With a few words, he had earned what others might make in a month. How exhilarating! Xia Shirhan felt a surge of longing and gratitude towards Gu Chen's words. Her previously pale face now flushed with a hint of color. She thought to herself, the family Gu Chen spoke of must be just the two of them. For he was so young, and she was a beauty admired by countless boys at school. Gu Chen lived next door. Perhaps he had been infatuated with her from the start, but had never found the opportunity to express it. His willingness to spend so much on her clearly indicated his deep affection. Regarding her feelings for Gu Chen, the admiration for such a commendable man blossomed within her, especially during her time of need. Xia Shirhan, filled with youthful infatuation, felt an instantaneous transformation of gratitude into affection. As she noticed Chunya rise to head towards the restroom, Xia Shirhan summoned the courage to speak. Gu Gij, do you know? I have cherished fairy tales since childhood and dreamed of my own Prince Charming. When I learned of my leukemia and the exorbitant costs of treatment, despair engulfed me. For my family could scarcely afford the medical expenses. Yet your arrival felt akin to my long-awaited Prince Charming in a moment of hopelessness. Since my mother has agreed, once I recover, I wish to become a family with you. Xia Shirhan's affection increased by 30. And a cash reward of 3,000 yuan was legally transferred to your bank account. Her affection reached 90, signifying love, granting you a special reward, Constitution 1. Along with an additional wish from Xia Shirhan, a card for a perfect rendition of the fairy tale and the corresponding song. Gu Chen was taken aback. The speed of this strategy exceeded his expectations. Could it be that such an innocent girl, untouched by the complexities of society, was indeed the easiest to win over? Chapter 4. 18-year-old Yangmi, the school beauty? Gu Chen was bewildered, not understanding how Xia Shirhan's emotions had swiftly escalated from gratitude to love, surpassing even her mother's affection. While he genuinely wanted to enhance Xia Shirhan's fondness, her feelings surged to 90 in an instant, a pace far quicker than he desired. He realized he needed to devise a plan to stabilize Chunya. Should Xia Shirhan, in her exuberance, disclose anything to her mother, it could jeopardize his subsequent endeavors to cultivate their bond. By repaying Chunya's debts, he could potentially earn a substantial sum, perhaps even a couple of 100,000, allowing him to purchase a car, a handbag, or a house, and ultimately, with some luck, accumulate a few million. Presently, the best properties in the city of Lincheng were priced at around 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter, a sum unattainable for many after years of hard work. Please, don't speak. Rest well. I will inquire with the doctor about what you can eat later, and I will prepare some rice porridge and soup for you tomorrow. Gu Chen intended to rise and seek out Chunya for a preventive measure. However, Xia Shirhan, summoning unexpected strength, grasped his arm, her tone shy yet resolute. "Gu Gij. Could you kiss me? Tomorrow, I will shave my head, and I won't be beautiful anymore. I wish to offer you my first kiss now, as a promise for our future as a family." For a frail girl lying in a hospital bed, Gu Chen, always inclined to assist others, naturally could not refuse. Stealing a glance to confirm Chunya was still in the restroom, he leaned down and swiftly pressed his lips against Xia Shirhan's, lingering for 2 seconds before gently touching her delicate face. "Be good, rest well. Believe you will recover and be discharged soon." Though Xia Shirhan felt weak and uncomfortable, she still managed to flash a sweet smile at Gu Chen, who then went to find Chunya. The hospital ward featured a private restroom on the balcony. As Gu Chen stepped out and closed the door, Chunya emerged from the restroom, visibly flustered upon seeing him. She felt moved and somewhat fond of Gu Chen, for he had unhesitatingly spent so much for her, without seeking to exploit the situation. Yet, the age difference remained an insurmountable barrier in her heart. If Gu Chen were to suddenly embrace her, she would be at a loss for how to respond. Despite the allure of Chunya before him, Gu Chen restrained his impulse to embrace her, knowing the setting was inappropriate and could be perceived as disrespectful. Instead, he simply took her hand, which she neither withdrew nor resisted. Holding hands was harmless enough. "Annie, it seems my words earlier might have led your daughter to misunderstand. She believes I am fond of her, hence my willingness to spend so much, and she mentioned that once she recovers, we could consider dating. I wanted to clarify this with you to avoid any misconceptions. Since you did not agree to my proposal, I hesitate to explain it to her, fearing that if we do end up together, she might think it was for monetary reasons, thereby affecting our family dynamics. Most importantly, she seems quite happy right now, and the doctor has indicated that a patient's emotional state can significantly impact their recovery. I am uncertain how to communicate this, so when you have the opportunity, perhaps you could guide her." Gu Chen spoke with precision and confidence, knowing that for the sake of Xia Shirhan's health, Chunya would refrain from making any rash comments. As long as he continued to cultivate positive feelings, Chunya might even assist in concealing certain details. After all, securing the rewards was paramount, the rest could wait. "Understood." Chunya nodded, realizing that nothing was more critical than her daughter's recovery. "It's getting late. I should head home. May I embrace you before I leave?" Gu Chen intended to retreat while advancing, recognizing the need to provide Chunya with personal space and time. Chunya consented, and Gu Chen enveloped her in his arms, then continued to probe. "May I kiss you? Just once. I swear I will leave right after." Chunya gazed up at Gu Chen, neither rejecting nor affirming, seemingly acquiescing to his actions. Gu Chen, not one to remain still, leaned in for a kiss lasting a brief moment, limited to the touch of their lips. Reluctantly releasing Chunya, Gu Chen prepared to depart, only to turn back with a playful grin. "Auntie, remember you owe me 2 kisses." "What 2? I kissed you twice. So you must kiss me back twice. I will visit you again tomorrow. Don't forget to think of me." With that, Gu Chen left, while a flustered Chunya remained, stamping her foot in embarrassment, revealing a youthful shyness. Chunya's affection increased by 2. "And you received a cash reward of 200 yuan, now legally transferred to your bank account." After a heavy downpour, Gu Chen returned to his rented room, embracing dreams of a bright future, sleeping soundly, while Chunya, burdened with the responsibility of caring for her daughter and the complexities of her relationship with Gu Chen, felt both anxious and uncertain, leading her to awaken the next day lacking in spirit. Upon waking, she anticipated Gu Chen's visit with a mix of excitement and nervousness. After a glance in the restroom mirror revealed her pallid complexion, she felt a twinge of concern about her appearance without any means for touch-up. Gu Chen arrived with breakfast, wholeheartedly assisting Chunya in accompanying Xia Shirhan through various examinations. They watched as Xia Shirhan smiled while having her long, dark hair shaved off. And by the time they finished, it was nearly noon. Gu Chen then left the hospital to procure lunch, along with a small surprise for Chunya. He withdrew 50,000 yuan in cash from the bank and purchased a gold necklace for Chunya for over 5,000. However, the system showed no reaction to his actions, teaching Gu Chen a valuable lesson. Money must be given to the target of his strategy and accepted by her. After completing his errands and returning to the hospital with the packed meals, he discovered a beautiful young girl by Xia Shirhan's bedside, an 18-year-old girl. In the prime of her youth, with skin as fair as snow and features as exquisite as a painting, exuded a captivating aura with every gesture. Dressed in a flowing gown that accentuated her graceful curves, she appeared even more enchanting, rendering her impossible to ignore at first glance. Gu Chen's brief moment of astonishment quickly gave way to tranquility, though he felt a sense of curiosity as the beautiful young girl visiting Xia Shirhan seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered her before. "Gugu, She is a classmate here to visit me, and one of my few good friends at school, Yangmi. She is also pursued by many admirers and is quite the beauty, not to mention a rising star. Wow. The future queen of topics, the goddess on countless screens. Demimi? She is actually Xia Shihan's high school classmate? Should I seize the moment and ask for a signed photo before she becomes a big star? Wait. This is the parallel world of launching. Who knows if the future will unfold like Earth S? Moreover, I possess the advantage of a strategy system. Should I attempt to pursue the 18-year-old Yangmi? It could present an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. The realm of entertainment is filled with beautiful women and abundant avenues for wealth. This appears to be a tailor-made path to fortune for me. The more Gu Chen contemplated this, the more promising it seemed, and he decided that he must give it a try. Starting with pursuing Yangmi to engage with the entertainment world. Chapter 5. Proposing irresistible conditions to Yangmi. Hello, I am Yangmi. I just heard from Xia Shihan that you had arrived. Mr. Gu, you are even more remarkable than I imagined. Yangmi smiled. Although internally, she thought that Gu Chen was much more ordinary than she expected. She had anticipated someone who could move Xia Shihan's heart. And even if he wasn't a handsome man, he shouldn't appear as plain as Gu Chen. However, fearing to offend, she chose to remain silent. Considering that this was Xia Shihan's matter, as a close friend, her visit was already the extent of her efforts. I have seen your work, and I believe with your talent and capabilities, you will surely become a household name in the future. Gu Chen complimented Yangmi, knowing that flattery was inexpensive as long as it could enhance his favorability with her. True to his expectations, as soon as he finished speaking, Yangmi's youthful, collagen-rich face broke into an even brighter smile. Detected suitable target. Yangmi, age 18, appearance rating 91, physique rating 93, health rating 98, personality rating 89, overall evaluation, young. Beautiful, great figure, only slight personality cultivation needed to be impeccable. Current favorability with Yangmi, 15, average. Thank you for your kind words. By the way, it's getting late, and I need to catch a flight to join the crew. Shihan, I will visit you again when I have time. You must stay strong and overcome your illness. Yangmi leaned down to give Xia Shihan a hug. Xia Shihan returned with encouragement and blessings for a bright future. Seeing Yangmi preparing to leave, Gu Chen promptly seized the opportunity. Shihan, let me see off your classmate. Yangmi intended to decline since her father was waiting downstairs. But being perceptive, she swallowed her words. Not far from the hospital room, she spoke up. Mr. Gu, if you have something to say, please do so. Rest assured. If it's inconvenient, I want to mention it to Shihan. Shihan loves fairy tales, and inspired by her. I wrote a song titled Fairy Tale. The music video needs a leading lady, and I believe you would be perfect for the role. I assure you, the compensation will be generous. Write songs? Yangmi scrutinized Gu Chen with skepticism, not out of disdain, but because he appeared devoid of any artistic inclinations. With his muscular physique suggesting he could only be a valiant warrior in ancient times. Even if he could write songs, what quality could they possess? Perhaps only something Xia Shihan would find listenable. As a former child star on the verge of joining a major production, she couldn't afford to waste time with Gu Chen. I understand your feelings for Shihan, but songwriting is not something anyone can do. 20,000 yuan for the effort. This isn't merely about money. I'm about to join a crew, do you understand? I'm on the path to debut, and your song might affect my future. 30,000 yuan. I already said it's not about the money. 50,000 yuan. I need to discuss this with my father. 100,000 yuan up front. If you're willing to sign the contract immediately, I can pay you 50,000 now. Yangmi inhaled deeply, reaching out to grasp Gu Chen's hand assertively. Boss, let us have a fruitful collaboration. Regarding your father, I can handle that. As for the crew, I will report in and after filming my crucial scenes. I can participate in your music video within a week. At that moment, Yangmi regarded Gu Chen with 4 words. Naive. Wealthy. Then let us have a pleasant cooperation. I'll go greet Shihan and her mother, and then I'll find a law firm to finalize the contract. Yangmi's favorability, 17. You have received a cash reward of 1,100 yuan, legally transferred to your bank account. Current favorability with Yangmi, 32, friendly. 100,000 yuan had earned Yangmi's friendly disposition. It was no surprise that an 18-year-old girl would be easy to please. With insufficient funds, I must urgently seek out a lucrative opportunity. Gu Chen turned back to the hospital room to call out to Chenya. Auntie, I need to talk to you. Let us discuss this in the stairwell. After a moment's silence, Chenya rose, her heart racing with nervousness. Following Gu Chen into the stairwell, before she could speak, he pulled out 50,000 yuan in cash from his backpack and placed it into her astonished arms. Auntie, this is 50,000 yuan. Please keep it. Set aside a portion for urgent needs, and use the rest to settle the family debts. In a few days, I will have another sum coming in. And I will cover all your debts then. I promise to care for you, and I will keep my word. Chen continued, taking out a necklace he had specifically chosen for her, gently placing it around her neck. At that moment, tears streamed down Chenya's face uncontrollably. Don't cry. It won't look good. Chen tenderly wiped her tears away. Chenya's favorability. 6. You have received a cash reward of 600 yuan. Legally transferred to your bank account. You have spent 50,000 yuan on Chenya, receiving a critical reward of 350,000 yuan. Legally transferred to your bank account. You have spent 8,600 yuan on Chenya, receiving a critical reward of 43,000 yuan. Legally transferred to your bank account. Chenya's favorability. 92. Love. You have received a wish reward from Chenya, Physique 1. Another physique boost? Having experienced certain noticeable changes in his body that morning, Chen welcomed the enhancement. He felt that a good sleep might be necessary to fully appreciate it. Suddenly, Chenya let the money slip from her hands and embraced Chen tightly, rising on her toes to passionately offer her lips. Chen, unable to resist her fervent kiss, reciprocated. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, his desires surged. But given the circumstances, he refrained from taking things further, knowing Chenya had to remain in the hospital to care for her daughter, Xia Shirhan. What a predicament! After seeing Chenya off, Chen wore a wry smile. His emotions were intense, yet he had no outlet for them. Suppressing them could be detrimental to his health. He resolved that once the contract with Yang Mi was signed, he would find another target for an in-depth engagement. Under the influence of money, the contract signing with Yang Mi proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Throughout the process, Yang Ba expressed great enthusiasm, repeatedly praising Chen for his youthful ambition. After promptly providing Yang Mi with 50,000 yuan, an alert appeared. Yang Mi's favorability level. 1. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. This woman is indeed rather stingy. However, wait and see. I shall eventually become the man you wish to fawn over. Glancing at my savings of over 400,000 yuan, I find that in this era, I can barely be considered affluent. It is time to indulge myself and simultaneously seek a suitable target for strategy. Chapter 6. The Art of Flirting After Bidding Farewell to Yang Mi. Chen took a vehicle to the largest shopping mall in Lincheng. This place offers everything one could desire: food, clothing, housing, and transportation, with brands ranging from ordinary to high-end. The daily foot traffic here is immense, and with the gentle rain falling outside, Chen resolved to find a fitting target within the mall. Upon entering, he encountered several attractive women, some accompanied by boyfriends or husbands, while others laughed and chatted with their friends. However, Chen refrained from approaching them, seeking someone even more beautiful, particularly with a fuller figure. After contemplating, he decided to visit a brand store, spending over 1,000 yuan to revamp his entire outfit. Unfortunately, the funds were still somewhat limited. Otherwise, acquiring a luxury watch would further enhance the image of a wealthy individual. Standing before the mirror, he felt a surge of confidence. Although he did not find a target after exploring the first floor of the mall, a young girl approached him, inquiring about his contact details. While he found her pleasant, she was rather ordinary, yet it still brought him joy as it marked the first time a girl had initiated a conversation with him. As he ascended to the next floor, Chen's steps involuntarily halted at the sight of two girls walking together. One, approximately 1.6 meters tall, was dressed in a delicate white dress, exuding a quiet charm, complete with glasses that accentuated her beauty, resembling the girl next door type. Accompanying her was a companion clad in a white blouse, black mini-skirt, and black stockings, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, which made her legs appear exceptionally long. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was voluptuous, with a graceful balance of slenderness and fullness. Although she may not be a breathtaking beauty, she was certainly a rare find, and Chen had yet to encounter anyone in the mall who surpassed her in both looks and physique. If infatuation at first sight stemmed from physical attraction, he would unreservedly admit to it. What of it? I take pride in my desires. He must devise a method to strike up a conversation and enhance her favorability towards him. Yet, how should he initiate contact? Approaching her directly for her contact information seemed an unlikely success. If he possessed a multi-million yuan sports car, a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands, and donned high-end brands, his chances of success would likely improve. Yet, he had only a strategy reward system at his disposal. If he could toss a few 100,000 yuan in front of her, the opportunity for acquaintance would be guaranteed. But should he miss this chance, where could he find her again? Chen suddenly had an epiphany, recalling a rather amusing prank method from over 20 years later on Douyin, perfectly suited for flirting. He hurriedly followed her lead. Seizing the moment when the enchanting girl headed to the restroom, Gu Chen approached her companion in the white dress. Hello. I will give you 200 yuan if you can tell me your friend's name. The girl in the white dress was momentarily taken aback, her gaze scrutinizing the unexpectedly appearing Gu Chen, and she responded with caution. What are you up to? It's a game, a prank of sorts. If you tell me your friend's name, I will pretend to be a high school classmate who coincidentally meets her and reminisce about some high school gossip. As Gu Chen explained, the girl's eyes gradually lit up with excitement, finding the idea increasingly entertaining. She anticipated her friend's reaction when Gu Chen called her name. And most importantly, the 200 yuan was equivalent to several days' worth of her salary. With a cheerful smile, the girl said, My name is Wang Jing. And my friend is Lu Mengjia. We are middle school classmates from the same village. Also, let me tell you. Observing the animated Wang Jing divulging her friend's information, Gu Chen discreetly glanced at the system's recent prompt. Detected suitable target. Wang Jing, 23 years old, appearance rating, 85. Physique rating, 78. Health rating, 91. Personality rating, 95. Overall evaluation. Except for the physique being slightly lacking, everything else is commendable, especially her personality, which is the best among the opposite sex you have encountered so far. Current favorability level of Wang Jing, 23. Average. Forget it. He had no interest in a flat-chested girl. The tactile sensation was inferior to that of his own thigh when laid flat, and besides, while enduring a bit of discomfort for himself was acceptable, he would never compromise the future of his children. Upon seeing Lu Mengjia exit the restroom, Gu Chen swiftly withdrew, while the eagerly anticipating Wang Jing deliberately led Lu Mengjia to a nearby spot to rest. Before they could settle in, Gu Chen called out Lu Mengjia's name and sat beside her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Who is this guy? How does he know my name? Do I know him? Why can't I remember? Don't tell me you don't recognize me. We were in the same class in high school. I was your English class representative, and I even copied your homework. Gu Chen exaggerated his expression. As a matter of basic courtesy, although Lu Mengjia couldn't recall him, she played along. Impossible. I remember you. You're that guy? It's just that it's been years since we last met, and you've changed quite a bit. I didn't recognize you at first, haha. She forced a smile, while her friend Wang Jing stifled her laughter, nearly bursting into a fit of giggles. Yes, I have changed quite a lot. After going to university, I grew half a head taller and built some muscle. Look at these 8-pack abs. They were all developed at school. Gu Chen casually showcased his abs, which could elicit squeals from most women, unable to resist the urge to touch them. Lu Mengjia glanced at them briefly, while Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as though she wished to ask Gu Chen to let her feel their authenticity. She had only heard of 8-pack abs, but had never seen or touched them in person, igniting her strong curiosity. Noticing Lu Mengjia's continued awkwardness and inability to find a topic, Gu Chen smoothly transitioned to his primary objective. Old classmate, did you delete me from your QQ friends? I recently went back to see our old teacher, and he mentioned you. I was planning a class reunion, but I couldn't get in touch with you, so I thought, why not add each other as friends and exchange phone numbers for easier communication? Lu Mengjia didn't think too much of it. She vaguely recalled someone resembling Gu Chen, but couldn't remember exactly who he was. His familiarity assured her that he was indeed in her high school class, and feeling a bit guilty for not recognizing him, she readily agreed to his request. Wang Jing, not revealing the truth, witnessed Gu Chen successfully fooling her friend, nearly bursting into laughter. She eagerly awaited Lu Mengjia's reaction upon discovering the truth. Detected suitable target, Lu Mengjia. 24 years old, appearance rating, 91, physique rating, 98, health rating, 89, personality rating, 89, overall evaluation, a very appealing opposite sex for you, slightly suboptimal health, but can be easily improved, excellent genetic potential for offspring. Current favorability level of Lu Mengjia, 31, friendly. It was indeed rewarding for Gu Chen to have searched diligently in the mall. Now, he was poised to begin his strategy to enhance Lu Mengjia's favorability. Both of them are beautiful. I happen to have a request and wonder if you could assist me. I have a secret admiration for a girl and wish to confess my feelings, but I am uncertain about what gift would convey my sincerity. Of course, I will not let you help me for free. Regardless of whether my confession is successful, I will present each of you with a small token of appreciation later. Chapter 7. The first step of strategy. Lu Mengjia, naturally, did not refuse this simple request. However, just as she stood up, her phone rang. Noticing the call, she quickly stepped aside to answer it. Wang Jing glanced over and then stared at Gu Chen. Hey, what's going on with you? This scenario is not at all what you described. Why are we inexplicably selecting gifts for you? In truth, I am seizing this opportunity to strike up a conversation and get to know your friend better. If you continue to assist me, I will gift you a set of Chanel cosmetics. What do you think? Gu Chen smiled confidently. The Chanel no. For is a coveted luxury for many women in this blue star, especially among the youth. Owning a set would undoubtedly evoke envy and admiration from those around, as few women could resist such an allure. Really? If you don't believe me, you can help me choose a set later. Wang Jing's affection level increased by 10. And you received a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wow, I didn't realize you were a second-generation rich kid. However, my friend is not so easy to pursue. She has a boyfriend, her childhood sweetheart. Wang Jing intentionally divulged this information, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Lu Mengjia while adopting a more amiable demeanor towards Gu Chen. The way she addressed him shifted from hey to handsome. Don't worry. As long as your approach is skillful, there are no walls that cannot be breached. By the way, tell me about Lu Mengjia and her childhood sweetheart. Gu Chen was nonchalant, as he was merely interested in the system's reward, and it did not matter to him if Lu Mengjia had a boyfriend or even a family. All right, I wish you success in advance. Wang Jing had already devised her plan. If Gu Chen succeeded, perhaps he could introduce her to some of his single friends through Lu Mengjia. If he did not succeed, she could cultivate a relationship with him, and then she might attempt to pursue him herself, confident in all aspects except for her modest chest. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Mengjia returned from her phone call, and Gu Chen led the two of them directly to the Chanel counter on the second floor. Upon entering, he immediately spoke up. Please choose a set of cosmetics each, as a small gift of gratitude. Ah, Lu Mengjia exclaimed, astonished. It was hard to believe that someone would offer a set of Chanel cosmetics as a mere token of appreciation. Although she considered Gu Chen a high school classmate, it was unreasonable to accept such an expensive gift without hesitation. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Wang Jing interjected. Hey, handsome. Please don't regret this later. Come on, Jia, let us pick out some cosmetics. I've had my eye on a particular set for a long time, but I just haven't had the money to buy it. Wang Jing forcibly pulled Lu Mengjia along, knowing exactly how to persuade her to accept the gift as her close friend. You spent 600 yuan on Wang Jing, and based on the current affection level, you received a critical reward of 600 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing's affection level increased to 25, and you received a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. You spent 200 yuan on Lu Mengjia, and based on the current affection level, you received a critical reward of 400 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Lu Mengjia's affection level increased to 5, and you received a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wow, Wang Jing. If it weren't for the 500 in affection points, this would just be a free ride for you. The two accepted the cosmetics and quickly thanked Gu Chen, while Wang Jing's gaze transformed entirely. If Gu Chen were to express his desire to pursue her now, it would take little time or effort to elevate her affection level to above 90. All right, ladies, now that you have your gifts, please assist me in selecting some clothing, and perhaps a bag as well. Your help is much appreciated, especially since the person I like has a physique similar to yours. I would be grateful if you could serve as a fitting model. Also, don't just stand there. Keep an eye on things, and if you perform well, I may treat you to a skirt. Wang Jing's eyes lit up, and she confidently assured him, don't worry, I'll take care of the bag. Wang Jing, without much thought, dragged Lu Mengjia to select several outfits. Gu Chen was so pleased that he had the staff wrap them all up, demonstrating his generosity as he spent no money of his own while earning rewards. They then selected a bag priced over 10,000 yuan, including Wang Jing's items. The total came to just under 50,000 yuan, prompting Gu Chen to add 2 lipsticks to round it up to the total. You spent 800 yuan on Wang Jing, and based on the current affection level, you received a critical reward of 600 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing was quite receptive to the skirt, which cost more than the monthly income of many individuals in the country. The two women, laden with their gifts, returned to their previous spot with Gu Chen. After giving Wang Jing a knowing glance, Gu Chen casually inquired, by the way, Lu Mengjia, how are things going with Su Zhong? Are you still in touch? We got together right after high school and maintained a long-distance relationship for 4 years during college. He has since moved here for work, and things are going quite well. How about you? Is your crush a college classmate or someone you met after graduation? Neither, actually. The person I have liked since high school is you. I have always felt this way, but back then, I was shy and you were with Su Zhong, so I never dared to express my feelings. I thought this encounter was a divine opportunity, but it seems. Forget it, saying those things is futile. The clothes and bag you chose were initially intended as compensation for my lost courage to confess to you over the years. Now, let them serve as my blessings for your future. I envy that scoundrel. I have to go now. Gu Chen intended to retreat strategically, knowing he still had Lu Mengjia's contact information. Having received such lavish gifts, combined with the fact that her friend was already on his side, he felt confident that he could continue to earn rewards from Lu Mengjia. Lu Mengjia was left stunned by Gu Chen's words, realizing that this affluent classmate from high school had secretly harbored feelings for her all along. It dawned on her why he had asked her to help him try on clothes and why the bag was chosen based on her preferences. Everything was prepared for her as gifts for this serendipitous meeting. Yet, such extravagant gifts were too much for her to accept. She hurriedly called out to Gu Chen, "Wait. I cannot accept these clothes and the bag, nor the cosmetics. Please return them, as their tags are still attached." Gu Chen took the receipt that he had prepared in his pocket, tore it into pieces, and tossed it into the trash. "The gifts I have for you were never meant to be returned, just as my feelings for you have never been about seeking anything in return. To love someone is to wish for their happiness and a better future. Please accept my affection. If you truly do not wish to accept them, then you may discard them." With that, Gu Chen turned and walked away, confident that in a country where the average salary was less than 500 yuan, no woman could bear to part with such cherished luxury items valued at nearly 50,000 yuan. As he exited the mall, he received a text from Wang Jing, who was behind her friend. Indeed, 3 minutes later, he received the message. "You have spent 400 yuan on Lu Mengjia, and based on the current level of affection, you have received a critical return reward of 165,600 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. With Lu Mengjia's affection level at 7, you have also earned a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has been duly credited to your account." Gu Chen glanced at Lu Mengjia's affection level, which had reached 43, and chuckled at the message she had just sent. It seemed that this enchanting mermaid Lu Mengjia would no longer be able to escape from his grasp. In Chapter 8, having successfully arranged a dinner with Lu Mengjia, her desire to continue shopping had evaporated after Gu Chen's words, and she returned to her residence with Wang Jing. In the bedroom, she looked at the boxes on the bed, each containing items worth more than her entire wardrobe, and felt an indescribable complexity in her heart. These were dreams she once yearned for but could not afford, yet now, thanks to a boy who had admired her since high school, her dreams were almost within reach. How surreal it felt, almost like a dream. "My beautiful lady, I find myself both envious and jealous of you. With a wealthy young man who not only possesses a chiseled physique, but has also cherished you for so many years, spending generously. If I were in your shoes, I would have invited him to dinner and a movie long ago, ensuring that my only responsibility would be to remain beautiful." Wang Jing leaned against the bedroom door, smiling, and took the opportunity to probe Lu Mengjia, who was smiling wryly. "If you truly do not like him, why not help me set up a meeting with that handsome fellow? If I succeed, a generous red envelope awaits you, along with a lifetime supply of cosmetics." "How could that be possible? If he were interested in you, he would have certainly asked for your contact information, and I currently have no idea how to reach him. It feels quite awkward." Lu Mengjia candidly confessed that her mind was a tangled mess. Not only was she unsure about initiating a call to Gu Chen, even sending a message felt daunting. As for introducing Gu Chen to Wang Jing, Lu Mengjia glanced at the clothes and bags on the bed worth over 40,000 yuan, and thought that unless Gu Chen took the initiative, she would never allow even her closest friend to pursue him. TCH, so hypocritical. I say, just arrange to meet him more often. After all, you are not married and still have the right to choose. Wang Jing silently added. When one encounters someone wealthy who treats them so well, even marriage would not prevent a swift divorce with just a word. Lu Mengjia was undoubtedly somewhat moved, but she was entangled in the feelings she had for her childhood friend. Yet in this era, what could feelings accomplish? Was it about affording a car or a house? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Wang Jing glanced at Lu Mengjia, who was tidying up her clothes, and went to open the door, finding Su Zhong standing outside, his entire outfit, including shoes, costing less than 100 yuan. She quickly informed Lu Mengjia, "Jejia, your boyfriend has arrived, and he has brought a large bag of vegetables." Upon hearing this, Lu Mengjia hurriedly emerged from the bedroom, closing the door behind her, not wanting her boyfriend to see the clothes. "Jejia, I have the day off tomorrow, so I finished work early to buy your favorite vegetables at the market," Su Zhong said as he made his way into the kitchen, skillfully tying on an apron and busily preparing a meal. Each time Lu Mengjia witnessed this familiar scene, a smile of happiness would grace her face, but today, for some reason, she felt no reaction at all. A grown man spending all his time in the kitchen, unable to even afford a car. What good was it that he could cook? Wang Jing intentionally murmured in a tone only Lu Mengjia could hear. Earlier, she had quite liked Su Zhong, as their tastes were similar, but now, having benefited from Gu Chen, her loyalty was firmly with him. Indeed, a man who should be striving for success was merely confined to the kitchen, researching how to cook. She did not demand a car, but at the very least, a home should be within reach, even if it were small and old. It was inconceivable to think of returning to the countryside, having tasted the splendor of city life. Lu Mingjia had no desire to return to a rural area where rain would turn roads to mud. Having worked so hard to emerge from the mountains, she would never go back, nor would she allow her children to spend their lives trying to escape the mountains. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Mingjia asked Su Zhong, "How is your promotion to group leader coming along? How much of a raise did you get?" Su Zhong's face lit up with excitement as he recounted, "You must believe in your boyfriend's capabilities. Becoming a group leader is a piece of cake. My salary has increased by 200 yuan each month, and our factory manager said that as long as I work diligently, I will be granted a spot for Social Security by the end of the year. With a monthly salary of 500 yuan, after deducting the most basic living expenses, he could save at most 200 yuan. The amount of money Lu Mengjia's boyfriend managed to save through hard work over 26 days, working around 10 hours a day, was barely enough to cover the price of a single piece of clothing she had casually selected from her bedroom, let alone the cosmetics that would take at least 4 months to afford. As for buying a house, that was out of the question. Would they really be renting after marriage? Lu Mingjia shook her head, unable to accept such a reality. It was crucial to work hard. A woman's youth is not abundant, and she needed to earn and save up to build a house in her hometown. The prospect of buying a house in the city seemed nearly impossible in her lifetime. Wang Jing, while mocking, sent a message to Gu Chen, "Your beloved Lu Mingjia's boyfriend has arrived and is currently cooking dinner for her. Don't worry. I will definitely chase him away soon and will not allow him to stay the night. I have noted this favor, and you will not be lacking in benefits." Gu Chen, upon receiving the message, quickly replied, initially intending to deliver dinner to Chunya and Xia Shihan. But given that Chunya's parents were at the hospital and Xia Shihan's grandparents were also unwell, it was not appropriate for him to intrude at such a time. Perhaps he could try to invite Lu Mingjia out instead? After pondering for a moment, he decided to call Lu Mingjia. At that moment, Lu Mingjia felt a sense of disappointment towards Su Zhong, who was brimming with pride. While she could endure hardships alongside him, the efforts they made fell short of her dreams, which were not what she truly desired. Wang Jing was right. A woman's youth is limited. Previously, she had turned down numerous wealthy suitors for the sake of this childhood relationship, yet none compared to Gu Chen, who made no demands and simply gifted her more than 40,000 yuan worth of presents just because he liked her. Just then, her phone rang. Noticing it was Gu Chen calling, she instinctively stepped a few paces toward the bedroom. As she answered the call, unsure of what to say, Gu Chen's voice resonated on the other end. "Is this Lu Mingjia? I just realized we have yet to share a meal together. Would you do me the honor of dining out? I've heard that a Michelin restaurant has a new French chef, and they have a genuine 1982 Lafite, which I have yet to taste. Would you consider joining me? Let us treat it as a gathering among old classmates, without any pressure. I will not compel you to do anything you do not wish. If you feel uneasy, you may bring your friend along." After all, Wang Jing could also benefit from the rewards. It remained uncertain how the strategy's expenses and returns would be calculated. A Michelin restaurant, and 1982 Lafite. As someone who works at a BMW dealership, Lu Mingjia was certainly aware of it. She had heard the sales champion boast about Michelin meals costing several thousand yuan, and how a glass of 82 Lafite was something many would never experience in their entire lives. It was merely a meal, a gathering of old classmates after many years. Gu Chen had gifted her so many valuable presents, so what significance did a simple dinner hold? Very well, I shall take a taxi there myself. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen stretched lazily, aware that women often harbor a defensive barrier in their hearts. If one were to charge in recklessly, it could easily provoke resistance, as they grapple with their own feelings. Unless they are the kind of materialistic women who only recognize money as their sole shield. Thus, Gu Chen resolved to first circumvent Lu Mengjia's defenses, crafting an excuse that would satisfy her internal reservations. Chapter 9. Watching a movie. The Michelin restaurant, at this hour, was a high-end establishment reserved for the affluent. Lu Mingjia felt that her attire was too inexpensive and retreated to her bedroom to select a black dress, finally deciding to don black stockings as well. As she emerged from her room into the living room, handbag in hand, her gaze conveyed a hint of determination. "Su Zhong, my university roommate has something to discuss with me, so I want to be dining at home tonight. You should return early. It would be inconvenient for you to stay here alone with Wang Jing." Wang Jing did not oppose. Lu Mingjia had taken the initiative to dismiss him, a decision that seemed agreeable to her. However, deep down, She felt a tinge of disdain for Lu Mingjia. Her words, thoughts, and actions were all consistent. If she were to encounter someone as young, wealthy, and exceptional as Gu Chen, she would have eagerly embraced him as a warm-hearted sister. Hearing this, Su Zhong quickly peeked his head from the kitchen, spatula in hand, his face brimming with anticipation. Darling, I've already prepared dinner. And it's been quite some time since we last met. Let us enjoy a meal together. Call your university roommate and suggest lunch tomorrow. I'll treat. I know a quaint little restaurant where the fish is delectable, the ambience pleasant, and the price is reasonable. Lu Mingjia frowned slightly, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Can you not be more mature? My work is still dependent on my roommate's assistance. How could I possibly postpone until tomorrow? Is dining really that paramount? Can't we eat together tomorrow? Also, can you stop lingering around the kitchen, endlessly researching how to cook? I'm already 24. Our combined savings wouldn't even suffice to purchase a car. Don't you possess any ambition? How will you earn more money like this? How will we buy a house and marry? A fleeting expression of embarrassment and helplessness crossed Su Zhong's face. Previously, he had received compliments on his culinary skills, and she had even declared that she would enjoy his cooking for a lifetime. What had changed today? Could it be that he was feeling disheartened at work? Su Zhong understood that his girlfriend was beautiful and often encountered frustrating situations at her job. He set down the spatula, attempting to explain. I merely thought that taking the time to prepare a meal you enjoy would bring you happiness. Moreover, I am diligently working towards our future. My parents will do everything they can to support us, and with your family's help, we can strive together to buy a house and marry in just a few years. Having grown up together, Su Zhong and Lu Mingjia's families were quite close. And with Lu Mingjia's parents also expressing their willingness to assist, he spoke without much forethought. In the past, Lu Mingjia might not have found this vexing, but now, his justifications only served to infuriate her further. Su Zhong's parents worked in a factory and tended to their fields in their spare time, even with their utmost efforts. How much could they realistically contribute? They likely could not even afford the clothes and bags in her bedroom. As for her own parents, their situation was similar, and she had a younger sister still in school, buying a house. If both families drained their savings to help them, it might barely cover a down payment. And then what? Would they still have to live? What if they fell ill after exhausting their funds? They had limited youth left, and it was time to consider the future. What she desired was not merely a dinner, but a partner brimming with ambition, capable of weathering life's storms alongside her. Having expressed her thoughts, Lu Mingjia no longer lingered, pushing the door open and stepping outside, leaving Su Zhong standing at the kitchen entrance, dumbfounded, his eyes filled with confusion and contemplation. After a few minutes, once Lu Mingjia had disappeared, Wang Jing turned to Su Zhong, who had lost his motivation to prepare dinner, and said, I have things to attend to as well. Lu Mingjia is gone. Perhaps you should leave first. After all, the door to my bedroom can only be locked from the inside, and it's inappropriate for a man to remain here. Su Zhong nodded, with his girlfriend absent. He naturally had no desire to stay. He tidied up the kitchen, placing the prepared dishes in the refrigerator before departing under Wang Jing's watchful gaze. With Lu Mingjia's boyfriend dispatched, Wang Jing felt assured that she could enjoy the evening with Lu Mingjia. She promptly messaged Gu Chen, who was pleased to receive the news. It was unfortunate that WeChat had not yet been introduced. Otherwise, he would have sent a generous red envelope to such a supportive Wang Jing. After replying to her message, Gu Chen began to ponder how to maximize his rewards with Lu Mingjia that evening. At present, Lu Mingjia was as lucrative a prospect as Chunya. If their rapport increased, he could purchase a vehicle, and even with the lowest multiplier, it could yield substantial returns on his personal savings. Not to mention that a higher affinity would increase the likelihood of greater multipliers. At the entrance of the Michelin restaurant, Gu Chen stood waiting, having secured a reservation. To enhance their connection and increase rewards, he aimed to foster as much goodwill as possible. Some might label such behavior as sycophantic. Yet Gu Chen maintained that as long as rewards were involved, even a sycophant could ultimately attain everything. A taxi pulled to a stop, and Lu Mingjia's long legs, encased in black stockings, immediately caught his eye. Upon exiting the vehicle, she appeared resplendent in a black dress, its hem swaying gently, accentuating her graceful figure. The black attire infused her with an added allure, prompting passers-by to steal glances. The dress seemed tailored to perfection, showcasing her beauty and sensuality, making it difficult for anyone to look away. She was breathtaking, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, Gu Chen mused. For Lu Mingjia's appearance and physique were precisely his taste. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Mingjia's affinity increased by 1, resulting in a cash reward of 100 yuan deposited into your bank account. Gu Chen maintained an appropriate distance from Lu Mingjia, ensuring her defenses remained relaxed. Once seated, she surveyed the dining environment. The high-rise balcony offered a view of the bustling city, while a violinist serenaded them. The attentive waiter presented the menu with gentlemanly grace. After Lu Mingjia placed her order, the French chef himself soon arrived with exquisitely presented dishes, perfectly embodying the essence of fine dining with its luxurious yet minimal portions. Sipping on a 1982 Lafite and savoring the exquisite French cuisine, Lu Mingjia relished this experience, wishing for it to last. However, she thought, if it were Su Zhong, he would likely never step foot in such a restaurant in his lifetime. She shook her head, striving to dispel such negative thoughts. For now, she simply wished to enjoy herself. As dusk fell, the flickering candlelight enveloped her in the romantic ambience she had always dreamed of. Lu Mingjia savored her meal meticulously, each bite taken with care, as though it might be her last, and the wine in her glass was treated with equal reverence. This was Gu Chen's first experience as well, and he too was cautious, keen to avoid any awkward moments. By the end of their candlelit dinner, Lu Mingjia's affinity for him had risen to 60, placing them firmly in the realm of good friends. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter respectfully addressed them. "Good evening, sir. You and this lovely lady have spent a total of 68,320 yuan. Allow me to adjust that for you to 68,000 yuan. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe." You have spent 68,000 yuan on Lu Mingjia, and based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 340,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Indeed, a single meal has brought your bank account close to 1 million. The thrill of accumulating rewards is quite delightful. Lu Mingjia was taken aback, never expecting that such an extravagant meal could cost so much. Perhaps her boyfriend could not save such an amount in 10 years? Even if he could, for the present, it was merely a meal for Gu Chen. Including the gifts he had bought for her, Gu Chen had spent nearly 120,000 yuan today, causing Lu Mingjia's heart to be in complete disarray. Consequently, when Gu Chen suggested, "Would you accompany me to a movie?" she readily agreed, feeling it would be rude to refuse after such an expensive meal. Who has decreed that a man and a woman must be in a relationship to watch a film together? Seeing Lu Mingjia's enthusiastic assent, Gu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He sought not merely to watch a movie, but to revel in the ambience of the cinema. Chapter 10. Fulfillment in the hotel at the cinema. As Gu Chen purchased tickets, Lu Mingjia received a call from Su Zhong. After exchanging a few casual words, she claimed to be watching a film with her university roommate, and promptly hung up. Back at his factory dormitory, Su Zhong gave it little thought, firmly believing in the strength of his relationship with Lu Mingjia, for he had personally witnessed her rejecting many suitors, including wealthy ones, for his sake. However, he overlooked the harsh realities of society, which gradually dull one's edges. As one matures, the pressures of life teach compromise, and an unseen future can instill despair. The film soon commenced. Although the college entrance examination had concluded, the attendance for this romantic film was sparse. Notably, Gu Chen had purchased tickets for all 6 rows surrounding them. Had there not been already 4 or 5 attendees, he would have considered renting the entire theater. Initially, Gu Chen was quite engrossed in the film, but as intimate scenes unfolded between the lead characters, he tentatively reached for Lu Mingjia's hand. Her delicate hand quivered slightly, but offered no resistance, choosing instead to acquiesce. In the dimly lit theater, the flickering lights danced across their faces. And as the film reached a romantic segment, Gu Chen's hand settled on Lu Mingjia's slender waist, gently pulling her closer while his gaze remained fixed on the screen. Lu Mingjia's body also trembled slightly. She bit her lip, seemingly at a crossroads, yet allowed Gu Chen to embrace her waist. However, when a man is faced with a woman he desires to conquer, once she consents to the first advance, he often seeks further intimacy. Thus, Gu Chen gradually pulled Lu Mingjia into his embrace, and this time, he did not hesitate, but leaned in to kiss her. "No, please don't. We shouldn't." Lu Mingjia protested weakly, pushing against him with little force, an action that only heightened Gu Chen's desire for conquest. Seizing the moment, as Lu Mingjia opened her mouth, they became entangled. A few minutes later, Lu Mingjia, flushed and breathless, fixed her gaze on Gu Chen without uttering a word, merely adjusting her disheveled clothing. Unable to contain himself, Gu Chen leaned in for another kiss. After a few more minutes, Lu Mingjia, panting, clutched Gu Chen's hand tightly and pleaded, "Please, not here. What about the hotel?" The soft whisper of her voice was barely audible, immediately drawing the eager Gu Chen to pull her out of the cinema. Of course, they would stay at the finest hotel in the city, in the most luxurious room. Upon entering, Gu Chen swiftly embraced Lu Mingjia and kissed her passionately. Both were acutely aware of the significance of this moment. "Wait, I will turn off my phone to avoid any interruptions, Lu Mingjia said, pushing Gu Chen away as she powered down her device. Knowing full well her boyfriend would call with a flurry of concerned inquiries that would bring no improvement to their lives. All right, I will turn mine off too. Gu Chen agreed, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Although he rarely received calls, it was prudent to ensure no disturbances. Once both had silenced their phones, Gu Chen could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward. Lu Mingjia's affection level rose to 13, and she earned a cash reward of 300 yuan, which was legally deposited into her bank account. Additionally, her affection level surged to 83, intimate, and she received a special reward, an increase in attractiveness. Whether it was due to the benefits of the rewards gained or his newfound vitality, Gu Chen was astonished to discover that his youthful body possessed far greater stamina and endurance than he had anticipated. Their passionate encounters lasted over 100 minutes, during which they discussed several lucrative projects, leaving Lu Mingjia breathless and on the verge of exhaustion, while Gu Chen, having entered a state of calm, continued their conversation. My dear, you were surprisingly proactive this time. If it weren't for my physical prowess, I might have succumbed to you today, Gu Chen boasted, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Despite their intimate encounters, Lu Mingjia's affection level had only reached 86. The attractiveness reward was quite pleasing. Who does not appreciate appearing more handsome or appealing? Initially, Lu Mingjia had been shy and demure, but soon she became more assertive, actively engaging and even attempting to take the lead. Had it not been for Gu Chen's enhanced stamina, he might have faltered. Lu Mingjia rolled her eyes in mock irritation, expressing her dissatisfaction. You are insatiable, treating me like an object, leaving me in disarray. I need to take a shower. A shower? Gu Chen's eyes lit up with interest. I'm also quite sweaty. Let us shower together. I can't reach my back. We can help each other scrub. Lu Mingjia attempted to protest, having never showered with her boyfriend, but upon seeing Gu Chen's eager expression, she could only warn him, just a shower. No funny business. I solemnly promise it will be a purely innocent shower. Gu Chen assured her, though within 10 minutes, he had cast that promise aside. Lu Mingjia's token resistance proved ineffective, and she ultimately chose to acquiesce, especially since Gu Chen was far superior to Su Zhong, providing her with unprecedented pleasure. Meanwhile, Su Zhong, noticing the late hour, picked up his phone to call Lu Mingjia out of concern. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later, the mechanical voice replied coldly. Furrowing his brow, Su Zhong muttered to himself, her phone is off? Could it be that the battery died? I need to call Wang Jing to inquire. Lacking Lu Mingjia's university roommate's contact information, he resorted to calling Wang Jing, aware that Lu Mingjia had likely gone to a hotel with Gu Chen. Wang Jing answered Su Zhong's call with a cover story. Mingjia has returned. She drank a bit and fell asleep during the movie. She went to watch a movie, but returned early due to dizziness from drinking. Her phone had died, but rest assured, I will take good care of her. After all, we are close friends. You need not come over this late. Mingjia is still upset with you. Having settled matters with Su Zhong, Wang Jing chose to send a text to Gu Chen instead of calling, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Lu Mingjia had already reached such a level with Gu Chen, and now she felt certain she had no chance left. She could only be a silently supportive sister and look for opportunities to gain some benefits from Gu Chen. Half an hour later, Lu Mingjia returned to her bedroom from the bathroom, feeling drained. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. When she noticed Gu Chen clinging to her, she immediately shouted, Stop! You big ox, let me rest for a moment. Just 1 hour, please. All right. Then let us watch a movie together, Gu Chen replied. This time, Gu Chen kept her promise, allowing Lu Mingjia to rest for an hour, but only for a minute before she sounded the horn of attack. Chapter 11. Encountering her boyfriend at Lu Mingjia's place the next day. When Lu Mingjia awakened from her slumber, she still felt fatigued and glanced at the time, realizing it was already close to 10 in the morning. In the disheveled bedroom, there was no sign of Gu Chen. However, she did find a note left by Gu Chen on the bedside table. I couldn't bear to disturb your sweet sleep, so I left to attend to matters. Remember to call me as soon as you wake up. Love you. Looking at the smiley face drawn on the note, Lu Mingjia chuckled and remarked, That's quite an ugly drawing. She got up to take a shower, for she had been tossed about by Gu Chen until the early hours of the morning, leaving her utterly exhausted. As she soaked in the bathtub, she suddenly remembered her phone was still off. Her expression changed. Oh no, I have to work today? This is terrible. I'm surely going to be marked absent, and my bonus will be gone. The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became, blaming Gu Chen once again. She hurriedly turned her phone back on to call the store manager. Without needing to think, the moment the call connected, the manager launched into a tirade of scolding. Lu Mingjia, feeling guilty, could only lower her head in acknowledgement of her fault. Once the scolding subsided, the manager concluded, "Consider today a leave of absence. Next time, inform me in advance. Otherwise, I shall not only deduct your bonus but also impose a fine." "Understood, manager. I assure you there will be no next time." Lu Mingjiao replied sincerely, as she valued this job and appreciated the manager, who treated her like a confidant. After hanging up, she quickly called Gu Chen, and then Su Zhong, offering a few perfunctory words before ending the call. While reclining in the bathtub with her eyes closed, Lu Mingjia found herself deeply conflicted, pondering the future of her relationship with Su Zhong. Should she break up? Their childhood bond had blossomed into their first love, and their relationship had always been harmonious. Su Zhong cherished her and had no faults to point out. He had always held her in high regard. However, the issue was that she was already 24 years old. She had devoted her prime years to Su Zhong, yet still could not secure the future she desired. With her remaining youthful days dwindling, she hesitated to gamble away any more time with Su Zhong. The phrase "strive to change one's destiny" sounds appealing, yet how many truly achieve it? She felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of ending things with Su Zhong, but last night's emotional defenses had crumbled. There was no justification. The material pleasures Gu Chen had provided in just a day had completely derailed her both physically and mentally. Should she forsake Gu Chen and return to her previous life? At that moment, her phone rang. It was her mother. During the call, her mother expressed concern for Lu Mingjia, inquiring about her recent circumstances, and praised Su Zhong for solving some family issues, mentioning that Su Zhong had deemed the problems too trivial to mention to her. The conversation then shifted to Lu Mingjia's marriage with Su Zhong. They were both at an age where marriage was expected, and with their long relationship, it was time to consider tying the knot. Su Zhong's parents were also inquiring about the matter, suggesting they should arrange to buy a house in the city. After hanging up, Lu Mingjia realized her eyes were red, and tears had flowed unknowingly. Her mother's words made her feel guilty towards Su Zhong. Although she had strayed, it was not too late. She resolved to clarify matters with Gu Chen, addressing last night's events, her feelings for Gu Chen, and the compensation of gifts. Their relationship should come to a close here. Yet, a part of her was also afraid. Gu Chen's affection for her might merely fulfill a lingering regret of unrequited love. And once they were together, it could be nothing more than a fleeting dalliance, with no intention of marriage. When Lu Mingjia finished her bath and donned a black dress, Gu Chen returned to the hotel room and immediately opened 2 gift boxes. One contained a beautifully crafted gold necklace, while the other held a diamond ring that every woman dreams of, whether for a proposal or marriage. Gu Chen, upon seeing Lu Mingjia's eyes, knew he had made the right choice. The blue diamond from 2004 was still a luxury item revered in high society, perpetuating the belief that diamonds are linked to love. "My dear, wearing this ring symbolizes a promise. Will you allow me to care for you for a lifetime?" Gu Chen gently took Lu Mingjia's left hand and slowly slipped the 5-carat diamond ring onto her ring finger. Lu Mingjia gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. As their eyes locked, she felt a surge of warmth as Gu Chen embraced her waist and pulled her close. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Gu Chen's neck, and she rose on her toes to kiss him passionately. Even after a night of fervor with Gu Chen, she had never been so forward in her affections. "Your favorability with Lu Mingjia has increased by 2. You have received a cash reward of 200 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. You have spent 80,000 yuan on Lu Mingjia, and due to your current favorability, you have received a critical reward of 540,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. Lu Mingjia's favorability is now 91. Love, you have received a wish fulfillment reward from Lu Mingjia. Appearance 1. Another increase in appearance? Well, looking handsome is certainly a plus. Moreover, Lu Mingjia's favorability has finally surpassed 90, which is no small feat initially. Gu Chen believed that physical intimacy was a swift path to a woman's heart, but he discovered that despite his fervent efforts last night, Lu Mingjia's favorability had remained stagnant at 89. As they continued to kiss, Lu Mingjia's emotions shifted subtly. Her eyes glazed over as she whispered, "Love me. Perhaps you should rest a bit. Last night was quite a workout for you. Take a good rest, and we can continue this evening." Lu Mingjia nodded, casting aside the difficult decision she had just made, leaning against Gu Chen contentedly as she admired the ring on her left hand. After lunch, Gu Chen had intended to spend some tender moments with Lu Mingjia at the hotel, but Lu Mingjia felt her clothes had become a bit odorous from sweat and decided to change. Gu Chen found this troublesome and insisted on accompanying her, primarily because he wished to personally select an outfit that he most desired to see Lu Mingjia wear. Furthermore, visiting Lu Mingjia's residence would provide an opportunity to change their surroundings. Lu Mingjia, without much thought, took a taxi back to her residence with Gu Chen. Passing by a pharmacy, she purchased some anti-inflammatory medication, initially intending to buy emergency contraception as a precaution even during the safe period. However, another thought crossed her mind, prompting her to abandon that idea. That evening, she planned to test Gu Chen. If Gu Chen were unfazed by her potential pregnancy, it would indicate that he was not merely playing with her emotions, which would lead her to break up with Su Zhong without hesitation. As Lu Mingjia and Gu Chen ascended the stairs, laughing and chatting, they unexpectedly encountered Su Zhong, who stood at her door with a bag of fruit, poised to knock. Before he could speak, having heard the footsteps, Su Zhong turned around, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked, "Jia, why are you home so early today? Is this your friend?" The moment was disconcerting for Lu Mingjia, who felt as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Gu Chen, however, remained calm and introduced himself, saying, "I am Gu Chen, Wang Jing's boyfriend, right, Jia?" Gu Chen provided Lu Mingjia an escape route. Since she had not decided to break up, he would grant her the time to think. He believed it was easier to transition from simplicity to luxury than the reverse. "Yes, he is indeed Wang Jing's boyfriend," Lu Mingjia confirmed, seizing the opportunity to discreetly remove her diamond ring from her left hand. Unlocking the door, she called out, "Jingjing, your boyfriend is here." Boyfriend? Wang Jing, upon stepping out of the bedroom, quickly understood the situation. With a bright smile, she approached Gu Chen and embraced him, playfully saying, "Darling, why the sudden visit? You didn't even give me a heads up. Were you planning to surprise me?" She then kissed Gu Chen on the cheek in front of Lu Mingjia and Su Zhong. Su Zhong, oblivious to the dynamics, merely focused on Lu Mingjia, yearning for intimacy that had been lacking in their relationship, while Lu Mingjia felt a pang of discomfort at Wang Jing's actions, as if something that belonged to her was being taken away. Chapter 12. The sofa awaits. Wang Jing's heart raced slightly. After all, this was her first experience with such intimacy. Had it not been for the fear of causing Gu Chen any displeasure, she might have boldly kissed him. Her envy towards Lu Mingjia grew, especially knowing that Gu Chen had treated her to a lavish candlelit dinner worth over 60 to 70,000 yuan. Although he promised to take her on a similar outing if she helped him, it was clear that Gu Chen's generosity would never match what he bestowed upon Lu Mingjia. While Wang Jing was certainly attractive, her beauty paled in comparison to Lu Mingjia's, and her figure was hardly comparable. "I need to change my clothes. They are a bit dirty." Lu Mingjia, still feeling flustered, sought an excuse to retreat to her bedroom and collect her thoughts. Faced with a boyfriend she had not fully resolved to break up with and Gu Chen, who had just accompanied her from the hotel, she was uncertain about how to navigate the ensuing moments. Su Zhong, eager to be affectionate with his girlfriend, naturally wanted to follow her into the bedroom. Yet Lu Mingjia would not permit it, even if Gu Chen were not present. "What do you mean? Aren't you fond of cooking? You bought so many groceries yesterday and haven't cooked yet. Hurry up, I was looking forward to your meals," Lu Mingjia urged. Su Zhong, delighted by her words, quickly donned an apron and dashed into the kitchen, thinking that as long as Lu Mingjia was happy, he would surely have an opportunity for intimacy that evening. Once in her bedroom, Lu Mingjia locked the door, while Wang Jing pulled Gu Chen into her own room and shut the door. Blushing, she let go of his hand and said, "Handsome, I just sacrificed my first kiss to cover for you. Given my considerable sacrifice, you mustn't be stingy later." Gu Chen produced a small gift box he had prepared, revealing a golden necklace worth over 5,000 yuan. Wang Jing's heart swelled with joy. This necklace was something she would have to save up for an entire year to afford, considering her modest salary and expenses on makeup and clothing. Wang Jing's affection level, 11. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. You have spent 300 yuan on Wang Jing, and due to your current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 900 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing's affection was rising rapidly. Merely sending a few messages and making promises had pushed her affection level past 60. Gu Chen understood that Wang Jing's enthusiastic flattery stemmed from the significant amount he had spent on Lu Mingjia. This demure woman, akin to a neighborly sister, was rather materialistic. However, Gu Chen was unconcerned, as he had a system that ensured he would never lack for money. As Gu Chen and Wang Jing engaged in light conversation, it was mostly Wang Jing who drove the dialogue. Before long, the door opened, and Lu Mingjia emerged, clad in a blue dress that accentuated her fair shoulders and long legs, tightly hugging her alluring figure. Wang Jing, filled with envy, cast a glance at Gu Chen, who could not help but reach out to appreciate Lu Mingjia's form. Wang Jing said nothing, merely shifted slightly towards the door to keep watch, while Lu Mingjia held Gu Chen's hand, feeling both flattered and vulnerable under Wang Jing's watchful gaze. her cheeks flushed with warmth. It was only when Wang Jing coughed that Lu Mingjia managed to escape Gu Chen's grasp, hurriedly straightening her disheveled dress and pulling Wang Jing back into her bedroom. Meanwhile, Gu Chen relished the experience. Although he had thoroughly explored Lu Mengjia's body the previous night, the sensations he had just felt were particularly exhilarating. Reflecting on this, he stepped out of the bedroom to engage Su Zhong in conversation about Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing. Su Zhong, in high spirits, chatted amicably with Gu Chen. It was only around 5 in the evening that Lu Mengjia finally emerged from her room. Having forced Wang Jing to rest inside to avoid giving the two of them an opportunity to be alone. The closer their friendship, the more they understood each other's nature. And Lu Mengjia was fearful that Wang Jing might disregard their sisterly bond and betray her. As for Wang Jing, upon exiting Lu Mengjia's room, she noticed Gu Chen's vibrant demeanor and felt puzzled. What had transpired between them the previous night? One appeared exhausted, while the other seemed unfazed. After dinner, with the evening still young, Gu Chen suggested that the four of them play cards to pass the time. They played until after 9. And noticing that Su Zhong had no intention of leaving, Gu Chen devised a plan. Feigning an intention to leave, he suggested to Wang Jing that it was too dark for her to walk to the store alone and that Su Zhong should accompany her, thus luring him out of the room. Meanwhile, Lu Mengjia, who was tidying up in the living room, heard the door open and mistakenly thought Wang Jing had forgotten something. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Chen, akin to a sly wolf, pounced upon her. After a brief struggle, she could only plead, "No, not here. Let's go to my room and lock the door." Wang Jing did not deliberately delay, knowing that a round trip to the store would take half an hour, and figured that would be enough time for Gu Chen to accomplish his goal with Lu Mengjia. Upon returning, however, she found herself knocking for a long time without any response. Seeing Su Zhong's puzzled expression, she hastily explained, "Jia drank quite a bit last night and was upset, so she didn't sleep well. She even went to work early today and probably fell asleep because she wasn't feeling well. It's my fault. I left the keys at home. You should head back. I'll find a hotel nearby for the night. Jia is so tired. It wouldn't be good to wake her forcefully." Wang Jing fabricated this story, uncertain if it would convince Su Zhong to leave. It is quite evident that Su Zhong is reluctant to leave, as he takes out his phone to call Lu Mengjia. The call connects, yet no one answers. Wang Jing, witnessing this, merely purses her lips, choosing silence instead of departing. After all, she might need to step in if the situation demands her intervention. When Su Zhong attempts to call for the 4th time, the door finally opens. Lu Mengjia, her face slightly flushed, glares at Su Zhong with irritation. "What on earth do you want? Must you keep calling until you wake me up?" Su Zhong, seeing her displeasure, immediately panics and rushes to explain. "I heard from Wang Jing that you didn't sleep well last night and had to go to work early this morning. I was worried you might be unwell, especially since your face is red. Are you running a fever?" As he speaks, he reaches out to touch Lu Mengjia's forehead, but she, feeling guilty, instinctively pulls away. "I'm just a bit feverish. I've already taken medicine. I'm really tired and want to sleep now. You should go home and rest early. We have work tomorrow. It's so late. How can I leave? I want to stay and take care of you," Su Zhong pleads, adopting a pitiful expression in an attempt to gain permission to remain. Lu Mengjia's expression shifts as she contemplates his request. Although anger initially rises within her, Su Zhong's woeful demeanor gradually dissipates her ire. With a sigh, she concedes, "You can stay, but you must sleep on the sofa. I wish to be alone tonight, since I'm not feeling well. And please think carefully about what I said. We are adults now and must take responsibility for our futures. All right, just remember to call me if you need anything," Su Zhong replies, reluctantly acquiescing. Lu Mengjia walks into her bedroom, tossing a blanket onto the sofa before closing the door behind her. Wang Jing bids Su Zhong goodnight and secures the door with a lock. Su Zhong lies on the sofa, clutching the blanket tightly, inhaling the lingering scent of his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Lu Mengjia finds herself in a different predicament, lying beneath Gu Chen, her hands putting up a final resistance. "Can you use that? You promised last night, and now you're still inside. Aren't you worried about what might happen?" She questions. "What is there to fear? I'll buy you a house and a car, even hire a nanny and a professional postpartum caregiver. You can focus on giving birth to our child without a care. And don't think I can't take care of 3 or even 5 children. I can support you all your life," Gu Chen assures her. "Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Mengjia retorts, laughter escaping her lips as she finally relinquishes her last bits of resistance and concern. Lu Mengjia's affection level is now 3. And you have received a cash reward of 300 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. With a 95 affection level, only 5 points remain until it reaches the maximum, and Gu Chen feels a surge of excitement, eager to discover what the 100 affection level will yield in terms of strategy updates. Chapter 13. A friend's intrusion. Lu Mengjia has yet to fully recover from last night's exertions. The second round has reached her limits. Gu Chen, feeling unfulfilled, has no choice but to accept this, knowing Lu Mengjia will need at least a day or two to recuperate fully. He feels elated and satisfied with the system's reward of increased stamina. What man wouldn't desire to be stronger? However, his pent-up frustration remains. And knowing it could harm his health, he whispers a small request in Lu Mengjia's ear. Lu Mengjia, taken aback with disbelief, initially merely caught a glimpse of his intentions, but now stares wide-eyed. Is he not a bit too energetic? Gu Chen, noticing her reaction, remains silent and does not disturb her. After some time, Lu Mengjia comes to her senses, pondering the situation and deciding that it doesn't matter anymore. An hour passes, which feels both long and torturous. Lu Mengjia touches her face in astonishment, taking a full minute to process her thoughts, her expression of calm turning into one of frustration. He is doing this on purpose. He must be. Gu Chen, of course, offers no explanation, feeling no need to clarify given the circumstances. All right, I'm going to sleep now. It's already quite late, past midnight. Lu Mengjia huffs, lying in bed with her back to Gu Chen, intentionally leaving space for him to embrace her, hoping to smooth things over. Gu Chen, however, shifts uncomfortably. What should I do? I suddenly need to use the restroom. Is it a big one or a small one? Lu Mengjia, momentarily setting aside her anger, grows anxious. A big one, Gu Chen replies with a grimace, wishing it were not the case. If it were a small one, he could manage with a cup, but for the larger matter, he would have to go outside. Lu Mengjia feels a pang of regret for allowing Su Zhong to stay, but considering the situation, she decides to be straightforward. Gu Chen has already expressed his willingness to have children with her. Breaking up with Su Zhong is inevitable and must be faced sooner or later. Go ahead. We crossed that line, and there is no future with him anyway. I'll make sure to clarify things with him. Yes, you handle your matters with him. Just keep your voice down. It's late, and waking the neighbors could lead to trouble. I wouldn't mind. But I worry about you being scolded for your lack of decency. His sincere concern for Lu Mengjia warms her heart, prompting her to give Gu Chen a tender kiss. Cautiously, he opens the door and tiptoes out of Lu Mengjia's room, gently closing the door behind him. However, just as Gu Chen reaches the entrance to the kitchen restroom, the lights in the living room suddenly illuminate. Su Zhong stretches and, upon seeing Gu Chen, instantly becomes alert. What are you doing here? Didn't you leave for something? Well, I just stepped out for a bit after receiving a call saying the client canceled for tomorrow. I came back, but you were with my girlfriend Wang Jing, so I stayed in her room. I just came out to use the restroom and didn't mean to wake you. Oh, no worries. I was just thirsty, Su Zhong replies, pouring himself a glass of water. Lu Mengjia, hearing the commotion from her bedroom, grows anxious and hastily puts on her pajamas, standing behind the door. She breathes a sigh of relief when she confirms that Su Zhong hasn't noticed her. At that moment, Lu Mengjia notices her phone screen lighting up. Thinking it's a message from Gu Chen, she quickly picks it up, only to find a text from Wang Jing. Jejia, I'm still in bed playing on my phone. I'll ask Gu Chen to hide in my room until Su Zhong falls asleep, then he can return to yours. Lu Mengjia contemplates and replies, sorry for the trouble. Thank you. She wishes to avoid confronting Su Zhong about their situation right now. As Gu Chen has pointed out, escalating the matter would have significant repercussions for her, as her actions technically constitute infidelity. While using the restroom, Gu Chen also receives messages from Wang Jing and Lu Mengjia. He remains unfazed, knowing how much effort it took to build Lu Mengjia's affection level. He cannot let a minor issue jeopardize future strategies. After 6 or 7 minutes, Gu Chen enters Wang Jing's room. The lights are on, and she lies languidly on the bed, clad in lace sleepwear, her snow-white legs swaying enticingly. Don't just stand there. Come sit on the bed and chat. You can't go back right away. If Su Zhong sees you entering Jejia's room in the middle of the night, he'll storm into the kitchen with a knife. Wang Jing smiles, beckoning him. You're right. Thank goodness you're a night owl and still awake. Otherwise, I'd have to buy you some gifts tomorrow to express my gratitude, Gu Chen replies, smiling as he confidently takes a seat on Wang Jing's bed. At that moment, Wang Jing feigns surprise, throwing herself at him and giving him an enthusiastic kiss. Thank you, handsome. I must choose some nice gifts for tomorrow. Yet, she does not let go, instead deliberately brushing against him, their positions undeniably intimate. My dear, are you playing with fire? You must be aware that all my efforts have been directed towards Lu Mengjia from the very beginning. While you are indeed quite beautiful, your physique does not align with my preferences, and I must speak candidly on this matter. Gu Chen fully comprehended the implications of Wang Jing's words, yet chose to remain indifferent. There is a saying that while men may indulge in lust, they must also remember that lust is fraught with peril. One must think with their intellect rather than be guided by primal instincts. I understand that, but I am obedient and well-behaved, acutely aware of what I desire. Therefore, I shall not interfere with your relationship with Lu Mingjia. Furthermore, I have always believed that a wealthy man can easily fall into temptation. I do not believe you will only have Lu Mingjia by your side in the future. When temptation arises, I shall assist you in managing Lu Mingjia. I have also heard that Lu Mingjia remarked on your prowess, claiming you exerted yourself for 4 to 5 hours last night. It seems you were not fully invested today, as evidenced by the ease with which you brushed my hand aside. Since Lu Mingjia did not require your utmost effort, I, as her confidant, must lend her my support. Wang Jing leaned in closer, and despite a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen did not push her away. This woman was testing him, and he was uncertain if he could withstand such a trial. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, Wang Jing's sudden boldness was fueled by her desire for the 5-carat diamond ring. Such a generous and affluent man inspired her to take a gamble. Wang Jing had long dreamed of a life filled with wealth and luxury, enviously coveting Lu Mengjia's position. However, upon encountering Gu Chen's affluence and generosity, along with his infatuation for Lu Mengjia, she devised another plan. She believed that with her beauty and a compliant demeanor, she could surely succeed. What man does not yearn for the blessings of multiple partners? Chapter 14. Wang Jing's initiative. Wang Jing was keenly aware that she could not compete with Lu Mengjia, so as long as she maintained her position, she possessed a distinct advantage over her rival. Should a day come when turmoil erupted, Lu Mengjia might find herself at odds with Gu Chen, and Wang Jing would remain the obedient and understanding sister by his side. Gu Chen, youthful and wealthy, with a physique that she adored, was the epitome of her ideal partner. Even without a formal title, as long as her material desires were met, she would be content. Gu Chen had initially intended to refuse her advances with righteous indignation, but Wang Jing was quick and relentless. With no means to resist, he could only acquiesce. As Gu Chen did not reject her, Wang Jing knew she had succeeded, and soon she would have the right to enjoy the lifestyle of the affluent. To be precise, this initial success would not be sufficient to fully win over Gu Chen. Thus, she resolved to meticulously prepare for the next steps. As time drew near, she positioned herself atop Gu Chen. Wang Jing's favorability. 23. You have received a cash reward of 2,300 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing's favorability. 82. Intimacy. You have received a special reward. Organ enhancement. You may choose any organ to enhance with your mind. Organ enhancement? This reward is quite appealing. Should I enhance my heart, brain, or perhaps my kidneys? After much contemplation, Gu Chen decided to focus on his kidneys, as no man wishes to confront issues pertaining to that particular organ. More than 30 minutes later, Gu Chen exited Wang Jing's room, and, upon confirming that Su Zhong was sound asleep on the sofa, he quietly slipped into Lu Mengjia's bedroom. At that moment, Lu Mengjia lay in slumber, clad in her sleepwear. Exhausted, she emitted soft snores, and Gu Chen, feeling utterly relaxed, did not awaken her, but instead carefully laid down beside her to rest. The following morning, shortly after 7 o'clock, Lu Mengjia awoke to the sound of her phone alarm. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Gu Chen, also roused by the alarm, nearby. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, saying, "Darling, I apologize for waking you. It's all right. I usually wake around this time as well. How is your body feeling?" Gu Chen replied with a smile, his hands wandering playfully. "Stop it. I still have to go to work," Lu Mengjia chided, shooting a puzzled glance at Gu Chen. She found herself increasingly bewildered by his prowess. It was commonly said that there were no fields untended, only exhausted oxen, yet here he was, seemingly as vigorous as ever. She felt utterly drained and unsure if she could endure another bout. If this continued, she did not know how she would cope. Her eyes fixed on Gu Chen, she grew more astonished. "Darling, why do I feel like you've become more handsome?" Indeed, she felt as if she were hallucinating. Lu Mengjia reached out to touch and pinch Gu Chen's face, taking some time to confirm that he had indeed become considerably more attractive. Men do tend to appear more handsome under the nurturing effects of love, do they not? Look at you. You, too, are glowing, radiating vitality from my affection. You are so mischievous. Lu Mengjia playfully protested, realizing time was slipping away. She hastily retrieved her work attire, preparing to shower before her shift. Having perspired quite a bit the previous evening without time to wash, Gu Chen then suggested, "Why don't you take a break from work? I can support you. You can focus on being beautiful and taking care of the home, and eventually, bear me a few children." Lu Mengjia's face flushed as she shook her head. Regardless of the circumstances, a woman must maintain her own career. At least until we marry and have children, I cannot depend solely on you. Gu Chen did not press the issue. Instead, while Lu Mingjia was in the shower, he pondered thoughtfully over the potted plants on her balcony. When Lu Mingjia hurriedly returned after her shower to change clothes, she casually remarked, "I see you have quite a collection of potted plants on your balcony. Do you have a fondness for flowers?" "Yes, I adore flowers. My biggest dream is to open my own flower shop, spending my days surrounded by various blooms." Lu Mingjia replied as she dressed, not thinking much of it. Little did she know, Gu Chen seized upon her words and said, "Since you love flowers so much, why not forego working? I will finance your flower shop. I do not expect you to make a profit. Just be happy. You can hire a couple of employees to help, or even ask your close friend to assist you. I would feel more at ease knowing she is with you while I am busy." Pairing Wang Jing and Lu Mingjia was a strategic move to prevent potential infidelity in Gu Chen's absence, as he sought rewards far exceeding mere monetary gain. Lu Mingjia did not perceive Gu Chen's offer as a lack of trust. Rather, she was deeply enamored with him and found everything he said to be agreeable, especially his proposal to fund her flower shop while ensuring her best friend remained by her side. Such a wonderful man, if not for her limitations. She would have eagerly leaped into his arms to receive his affections immediately. Instead, she offered a passionate kiss and apologetically said, "I love you. Once I recover in a couple of days, I will certainly fulfill some of your little requests. However, my manager is quite kind to me, like an understanding older sister. So I should clarify things in person before resigning." "Very well, I have some free time today. I will have Wang Jing accompany you to find a suitable location for your flower shop. You can confidently resign." Lu Mingjia nodded, realizing time was of the essence, and rushed to leave for work. However, just as Lu Mingjia departed, her close friend Wang Jing entered the bedroom clad in her sleepwear, playfully curling up against Gu Chen, who was contemplating returning to slumber. "Lazybones, my best friend has gone to work, and you still refuse to rise?" Wang Jing's teasing only intensified Gu Chen's irritation. Given what had transpired the previous night, it was clear he would not play the role of a virtuous gentleman with Wang Jing's boldness. However, Wang Jing did not agree. Instead, she playfully protested, "No, you smell of sweat. Let us wash up first, and I'll join you." Gu Chen's eyes brightened at her words, and he promptly picked up Wang Jing and headed towards the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. After 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of the water was deliberately overshadowed by Wang Jing's voice, a sound she had discovered online using her work laptop after Gu Chen left last night. The internet claimed that such words would ignite passion in 9 out of 10 men. Half an hour later, Wang Jing returned to her room clad in a short black skirt and a pink top. With a lingering smile, she approached Gu Chen from behind, embracing him and whispering 13 words in his ear. Those very words incited Gu Chen's fury, leading him to pin Wang Jing onto Lu Mingjia's bed. Chapter 15. An absurd idea. As Wang Jing exited her residence, her gait was noticeably off-kilter, relying heavily on Gu Chen for support while waiting for a taxi. "Darling, don't you have a driver's license? How convenient it would be to have a car, especially in this blazing sun." Her voice was sweet and soft, capable of melting one's bones. With July approaching, the heat was becoming increasingly oppressive, and outdoor temperatures were nearing 30 degrees. Her words prompted Gu Chen to nod in agreement. "Indeed, I should take the time to get a driver's license. While obtaining a license could be a gradual process, acquiring a car could be done sooner." Both he and Wang Jing possessed licenses and could take turns as drivers. Despite the 30-degree heat, the mention of female drivers sent a chill down Gu Chen's spine. The idea of 2 female drivers without a car was somewhat terrifying, especially in an era where one could purchase a driver's license with a bit of influence, rendering the test unnecessary. Gu Chen's evident apprehension stirred Wang Jing's ire, though she dared not express it openly, masking her frustration with a smile. "My father is a taxi driver, and I often drive his car during holidays. I'm an experienced driver, you need not worry. As for Jiajiao, she works at a BMW dealership and drives just as well as I do. Impressive. If you behave and make me happy, I might just gift you a BMW." In rural areas, even a Santana was considered a good car, while BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis were symbols of wealth, costing hundreds of thousands. Gu Chen was motivated by the promise of rewards, as venturing into the entertainment industry required substantial funds. Wang Jing nearly squealed at this prospect. Had the taxi not stopped, she would have leaped to kiss Gu Chen passionately. Once inside the car, the cool air from the air conditioning made her feel significantly more comfortable. "Let us go to a Michelin restaurant." This was a promise made to Wang Jing that he intended to fulfill. However, truth be told, while Michelin French cuisine was quite delectable, Gu Chen felt it paled in comparison to authentic Chinese cuisine. Regrettably, he lacked connections and was unaware of where one might find genuine Chinese food in Linqing. He resolved to seek out authentic 8 great cuisines in Yanjing or Modu at the first opportunity. Wang Jing, entwining her arm around Gu Chen's, contemplated how to make him happy enough to buy her a BMW. Upon arriving at the Michelin restaurant, her attention was suddenly captured by a greasy middle-aged man with a substantial belly, flanked by 2 beautiful young women who were both affectionate and flattering. As they dined, savoring the exquisite French cuisine and wine, Wang Jing leaned in and whispered to Gu Chen, "Darling, wouldn't you like to enjoy the pleasures of having 2 women by your side?" Gu Chen paused mid-cut of his steak, responding candidly, "What man wouldn't he want such a thing? Every man dreams of being an emperor, indulging in the joys of a harem. With your charm, I am confident you can win Jia Jiao over. Perhaps if you create a sense of urgency for her, she might even seek your assistance. In that case, you could relish the company of both of us." Wang Jing shot Gu Chen a disapproving glance, internally chastising him for his lewd thoughts, while simultaneously recognizing the thrill and excitement men often sought in such affairs. Should she comply and assist, the promise of a BMW would surely be within her grasp. A BMW, a symbol of affluence, could equate to the price of a modest home in Linqing. Furthermore, Gu Chen had also promised to take her shopping for clothes, and she was envious of Lu Mengjia's diamond ring. However, even if Gu Chen bought her such luxuries, she could not wear expensive clothes or flaunt the coveted ring in front of Lu Mengjia. Yet, if she could manage to win over Lu Mengjia, she would be free to revel in her newfound status and flaunt it before her friends. Just as Wang Jing was strategizing how to persuade Gu Chen to embrace such indulgent pleasures, Gu Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Xia Shihan, the mother of the campus belle, Chenya. Gu Chen did not hesitate to answer the call in front of Wang Jing. "Annie, do you need something? How is your daughter's condition? Has the matching been successful?" "It has been successful. Her grandfather matched, and all the paperwork is nearly complete. She will be taken into surgery tomorrow morning at 9. I plan to return home tonight to rest, and wanted to see if you would be free to come over. I'll cook for you, as I'll be at the hospital for the next few days." Chenya's implication was unmistakable. Should Gu Chen express his availability, he could fulfill his desires that very night. Chenya had come to terms with their age difference, realizing that she could only repay Gu Chen's kindness in this manner. Moreover, she had developed feelings for him. Gu Chen did not hesitate to reply, "I am busy with business. While I will be free later, I likely won't be home until after 9. As for dinner, we can arrange that for another time." "All right, I will wait at home for you after I shower." Chenya's words made Gu Chen wish he could return home immediately to embrace her, while ensuring that Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing would have a restful evening. After ending the call, Wang Jing did not pry for details. She was still somewhat uncomfortable walking and needed to buy medicine to prevent Lu Mengjia from noticing anything. Tonight, Gu Chen would surely be exhausted, and since he had plans to return home, it was the perfect opportunity to set her plan in motion. Half an hour later, a notification chimed. "You have spent 45,000 yuan on Wang Jing. Based on the current affection level, you receive a critical reward of 135,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account." After leaving the restaurant, Gu Chen first took Wang Jing to buy medicine. While purchasing anti-inflammatory medication, Wang Jing directly asked Gu Chen, "Should we buy the postcoital pill? After all, you left something inside me this morning." "No need for that. If you're willing to bear my child, I'll buy you a house and provide a substantial monthly allowance for you and the child. If you behave well, I will ensure that you and the child inherit no less than 5 million in assets." Gu Chen painted a picture so appealing that Wang Jing almost felt compelled to devour it, even rubbing her belly in excitement. "Oh, belly, you must be diligent. Whether I become a wealthy woman depends on you." Wang Jing was elated. If her body permitted, she would seek a hotel with Gu Chen to conceive a child right away. After leaving the pharmacy, Gu Chen naturally took Wang Jing to purchase a magnificent diamond ring and several outfits, before hailing a taxi to explore suitable locations for opening a flower shop in the city. After a prolonged search for Lu Mengjia after work, no suitable opportunity presented itself. Additionally, Gu Chen's reluctance to seek alternatives played a significant role in this outcome. He intended to allocate time for Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing to explore options, thus granting himself some leisure. By the end of the day, the most noteworthy achievement was that Wang Jing's fondness for him reached a commendable 93, and he had successfully assisted Gu Chen in acquiring a strategy for a physical constitution level 1. After dining together, the trio returned to the residence shared by the 2 women. Wang Jing discreetly signaled to Gu Chen, indicating that their plan to indulge in mutual enjoyment could commence. Chapter 16. The alluring ant. Upon returning to the abode of Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing, Gu Chen made no utterance as he swept Lu Mengjia into his arms and headed towards the bedroom. Lu Mengjia's face paled in alarm. Having spent most of the day seated due to Gu Chen's influence, she was unconcerned about her supervisor's demeanor, considering it her final day at work. Though she had rested throughout the day, the pain had subsided, yet the swelling had not completely dissipated. A further day of rest might not suffice for her recovery, and she certainly could not withstand Gu Chen's relentless advances. Otherwise, hospitalization might be inevitable. As soon as the bedroom door closed, she immediately pleaded for mercy. Her pitiful demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. However, in pursuit of mutual gratification, Gu Chen feigned distress. "My dear, what am I to do with you? Your beauty and physique utterly captivate me, and your attire ignites a fervor within me. If I do not resolve this, it may lead to significant complications. My dear, please spare me. I simply cannot endure this. How could you be so oblivious to the fragility of women? You are as relentless as a bull, and how can a body be so insatiable? Today, I intentionally inquired with several individuals. Some husbands only indulge once a month, and for just a few fleeting minutes. Do you grasp the concept of innate talent?" Gu Chen felt a swell of pride, for without the system, his youthful vigor would likely have been completely exhausted by Lu Mingjia. Yet now, she had unequivocally become his subjugated opponent, nearly reduced to begging. "Husband, perhaps allow me to rest for another night. Tomorrow evening, I shall do my utmost to satisfy you, but you must be gentle." "Very well," Gu Chen replied, feigning disappointment as he turned to leave. "I shall take my leave tonight. I fear that remaining here will be too tempting. Please rest well." Declining Lu Mengjia's attempts to retain him, he departed, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil upon the sofa. Wang Jing seized the opportunity to emerge and feign concern. "Jejia, what transpired?" Gu Chen appeared so cheerful upon returning. Why did he leave so abruptly, and seemingly in low spirits? "It is due to..." Lu Mengjia's tone faltered, her cheeks flushing. However, considering their close friendship, she felt no harm in sharing her grievances and helplessness, her words tinged with a hint of reproach. Wang Jing took advantage of this moment. "Jejia, you cannot entirely blame Gu Chen. After all, how many men are not driven by their baser instincts? Especially someone as youthful and vigorous as Gu Chen. Upon seeing a stunning beauty such as yourself, exquisitely adorned, it is only natural for him to be unable to resist." She then shifted the conversation. "However, if he is so formidable, what will you do if you cannot meet his needs? Perhaps he might endure once or twice for your sake, but with repetition, his patience may wane. After all, he is young, tall, athletic, and affluent. Once a man like that sets his sights on a woman, there will be many others." While speaking, she drew Lu Mingjia into her bedroom. Opening her laptop to display various online resources she had deliberately gathered, alongside stories commissioned to bolster Lu Mengjia's belief in her words, gradually instilling a sense of urgency. Wang Jing aimed to cultivate a sense of crisis within Lu Mingjia. Additionally, Gu Chen was to continue showering Lu Mingjia with kindness, ensuring she felt unable to live without him, reluctant to part with the quality of life she longed for, thereby gradually dismantling her internal defenses. That night, Wang Jing engaged Lu Mingjia in extensive conversation. Lu Mingjia had initially intended to call Gu Chen to inquire about his safe return home and express her affection, but alas. Gu Chen had powered down his phone prior to arriving home to avoid disturbances, particularly fearing a late-night call from Lu Mingjia, who might be unable to sleep after Wang Jing's brainwashing. Despite the comfort offered by Wang Jing, Lu Mingjia found herself unable to rest well throughout the night. As for Gu Chen, upon returning to his rented accommodation and knocking on the neighbor's door, Lu Mingjia was temporarily cast aside from his thoughts. The door was opened by Chen, who wore a nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, prompting Gu Chen to impulsively close the door behind him and embrace her passionately. Chen, having awaited his return, eagerly reciprocated. Soon after, Gu Chen lifted Chen, taking her towards the bedroom, where he experienced pleasures unattainable with either Lu Mingjia or Wang Jing, a delightful indulgence. For Chen, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, leaving her enraptured. That night, her fondness for Gu Chen soared to 95, only to plateau without explanation. Further investigation was warranted. The following day, Chen, radiating happiness, walked hand in hand with Gu Chen out of the community to procure breakfast. After a night of fervent encounters, Gu Chen felt invigorated, while Chenya's gait reflected a newfound confidence. During breakfast, Gu Chen articulated his intentions. "I shall find time to purchase a vehicle for you. It will facilitate our outings. Once Shirhan recovers, we shall ensure she obtains her driver's license. Moreover, the current surroundings are not ideal. I will take you to acquire a property. Having a home of your own signifies establishing a true residence in this city. Do not refuse or feel indebted. You are already my woman, and it is my duty to provide for you. Chenya's fondness level. 3. You have received a cash reward of 300 yuan. Now legally deposited into your bank account. Just 2 points shy. How frustrating. Gu Chen's thoughts raced as he lamented the 2-point increase. Was it necessary to fulfill all his promises before achieving full affection? He yearned to whisk Chenya away to purchase both a car and a home immediately. Alas. Chenya was soon to visit the hospital, with little time remaining before summer Shirhan's surgery. After packing some breakfast, Gu Chen accompanied Chenya to the hospital to visit the soon-to-be operated Shirhan. Upon arriving, at Chenya's request, they released their intertwined hands. Today, Gu Chen would assume the role of a junior and a friend of Shirhan in the presence of Chenya's relatives. Chenya had no choice. Her daughter had insisted on meeting Gu Chen before the surgery, desiring his presence as she entered the operating room. For he represented the beacon of hope that had pulled her from despair. To honor this, Gu Chen promised to fulfill his role well, entering the ward and warmly greeting Chenya's relatives before taking Shirhan's hand to apologize for his absence over the past few days. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Shirhan beamed with joy, maintaining a firm grip on his hand until she was ushered into the operating room. Gu Chen offered her an encouraging embrace. Stay strong, trust in yourself and the doctors, and you will surely recover. I have prepared a unique gift for you. Yes, I will be well, for you, for my mother, and for everyone who cares about me. I will conquer this illness and return victorious. Shirhan exuded confidence. Upon entering the operating room, Gu Chen remained by the side of the patient until mealtime, only departing then. During this period, he received a somewhat anxious call from Lu Mingjia. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, he deftly delivered a few well-prepared words, successfully soothing her concerns. After receiving a message from Wang Jing, Gu Chen exited the hospital and made his way to the dining venue where Wang Jing and Lu Mingjia were to gather. However, his intent was not to partake in the meal, but rather to stage a performance designed to heighten Lu Mingjia's sense of urgency and jealousy. Chapter 17. The formerly beautiful teacher. Upon alighting at the location provided by Wang Jing, Gu Chen observed that although there were numerous women in the vicinity, their beauty was rather commonplace, lacking any striking features. Even those who had donned makeup could hardly be deemed attractive, and in comparison to Wang Jing's natural visage, they fell slightly short. Such women would fail to evoke any feelings of insecurity in Lu Mingjia. Thus, he needed to search further. As there was no firm arrangement with Wang Jing to perform during the meal, he had ample time throughout the afternoon. After a thorough search, Gu Chen finally stumbled upon an enchanting woman at a high-end boutique. Clad in denim shorts and a pink camisole, her fair skin and delicate features were captivating. Her figure rivaled that of Lu Mingjia, and her beauty surpassed it. She was akin to a goddess emerging from a contemporary Douyin video. Standing there, she was a striking sight, attracting numerous suitors, all of whom were met with her gracious refusals, leaving Gu Chen hesitant to approach. Nevertheless, he was determined not to let such a rare beauty slip away and resolved to take a chance, willing to expend his considerable savings if necessary. Hello, beautiful. I would like to ask for your assistance in staging a scene to evoke jealousy in my girlfriend. She is no less attractive than you, and you need not worry that I am merely attempting to flirt. I am prepared to offer you 500 yuan per hour for your assistance, and I assure you that you will not be taken advantage of throughout the process. Gu Chen's demeanor was earnest, intentionally mentioning Lu Mingjia to pique the curiosity of the exquisite woman before him and to instill a sense of competition. Typically, when beautiful women hear that someone possesses comparable looks and physique, particularly those who are confident in their allure, they often feel compelled to compare themselves. This was also a tactic to dispel any misconceptions the stunning beauty might have regarding his intentions. Upon receiving a system notification regarding the target, Wang Gang, who was 25 years old and scored a remarkable 96 in appearance, 97 in physique, and 88 in health, with a personality rating of 90. Gu Chen felt his heart sink. To think such a breathtaking beauty was a product of cosmetic surgery and gender reassignment. Apologies, I beg your pardon, he stammered, turning on his heel and hastily departing, leaving the initially intrigued Wang Gang in a state of bewilderment. After sprinting over 100 meters, Gu Chen finally realized that cold sweat had broken out on his back. A trans woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. He reprimanded himself for such inappropriate thoughts. Surely, Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing were far more appealing. Several minutes later, he encountered another attractive woman with a commendable figure who was out shopping with a friend. Gu Chen hoped that perhaps one of them would be willing to assist him. However, they were quite direct in their pricing, 500 yuan each. And they offered more than just a performance, suggesting a hotel rendezvous for some intimate role-playing. The system's notification was alarming. Both women met his criteria for appearance and physique. but their health ratings were subpar, both having endured serious illnesses. Terrified, he once again uttered apologies and fled the scene. He began to question whether he was suffering from an unusual streak of bad luck, encountering one unsuitable woman after another. As Gu Chun passed a women's clothing store with a sign indicating a clearance sale, he was drawn to the beautiful owner, who wore a frown. Initially intending to peruse the quality garments, he was instead met with the unexpected sight of his former music teacher, the one who had inspired many of his youthful dreams. Li Yunting, who was not only beautiful but also stylish, had a figure that would have captivated any adolescent male. It was rumored that she had resigned after 3 years of teaching due to the harassment from male colleagues and the advances of a balding principal. She had since found success as a businesswoman. At that moment, Gu Chun felt a surge of nostalgia and was irresistibly drawn into the store. This enchanting teacher had, more than once, occupied the role of his youthful muse, and he had often fantasized about reconnecting with her once he attained financial success. Now, fate had granted him this opportunity, and he was determined to secure her contact information. After dismissing 2 female customers, Li Yunting regarded Gu Chun with curiosity. Bemused by the presence of a young man in her shop. "Are you here to help your girlfriend choose some clothes?" she inquired warmly. "Li Laosher, you truly do not remember me, do you?" "But then, I was hardly noticeable in class," Gu Chun replied with a smile. Li Yunting covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes scanning Gu Chun with surprise. She had only taught for 3 years and had not anticipated crossing paths with one of her former students again. What a strange twist of fate. After resigning and marrying, have you settled here in Lincheng, or are you merely conducting business? Gu Chun sought to gather information about the beautiful teacher's current circumstances, particularly since the store was up for transfer. Should she choose to leave the city, his chances of pursuing her would diminish greatly. He silently wished that her decision to relocate stemmed solely from rising rents and not from a desire to depart altogether. "I'm married and settled here with my husband, but it seems I may soon have to return to my hometown," Li Yunting replied, her demeanor turning somber. Her gaze tinged with resignation. "Is there a troubling matter at hand?" "Ah, yes." In Gu Chen's view, many of life's difficulties boil down to a single issue: money. With sufficient funds, numerous burdens can be alleviated, and he happened to be in a position of financial security. Just then, several burly men entered the store, each adorned with tattoos, and the leader sported a thick gold chain around his neck. Casting a fleeting glance at Gu Chun, they promptly ignored him. Upon seeing these individuals, Li Yunting's face fell, and she appeared visibly anxious. "Madam, how are you progressing with the funds? Today marks the final deadline. You must either repay the money or sell the store. Alternatively, if you are willing to entertain us for a few days, we can extend your repayment deadline and waive the interest," the man with the gold chain suggested, his gaze lecherous, as if he were eager to strip Li Yunting of her clothing right then and there. "It's still midday. Today isn't over yet. My husband and I will surely repay you," she insisted. Li Yunting, feeling anxious, endeavored to maintain her composure. She had initially believed that marrying a wealthy husband would grant her the luxurious life of a prosperous wife. However, she was taken aback to discover that her husband's factory had been struggling increasingly over the past few years. Recently, due to substandard products, they were required to compensate a substantial sum, leading to the factory's immediate bankruptcy. Their home and car had been mortgaged to the bank, and they had reached a point of utter desperation. To her astonishment, she also learned that her husband had taken out a high-interest loan, which he was unable to repay, leaving them to scrape together interest payments while he assured her that the money would eventually be settled. Chapter 18. A request to the beautiful teacher. Gu Chun had anticipated that the burly men would resort to verbal intimidation and possibly physical coercion, providing him an opportunity for a heroic rescue. To his surprise, upon hearing Li Yunting's words, the men departed without hesitation. However, they left behind a chilling remark: "Rest assured, we conduct our affairs by the book. We are merely here to offer a polite reminder. As long as you repay as promised, you will be like a sister to us. If not, we will have to follow proper procedures to collect the debt. Do not think of fleeing or hiding. We are well aware of your family situation, including your retired parents back home." Once the men left, Li Yunting neglected to greet Gu Chun and hurriedly dialed her husband's number, only to receive the disheartening message that the number was out of service. Her anxiety escalated as her calls went unanswered. When she attempted to reach her in-laws, the elderly couple had no knowledge of their son's whereabouts, only that he had left early in the morning. Li Yunting slumped onto a chair, feeling utterly lost. Observing her distress, Gu Chun finally spoke. "Teacher Li, is there anything I can assist you with? I have earned some money over the years, and if it can be resolved with financial aid, I am willing to help." "You?" Li Yunting exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, She noticed that Gu Chen was dressed in expensive clothing, indicating that he had indeed made a fortune. However, the sum she required was quite substantial. Could he lend her such a large amount? And why would he? Although I may not be immensely wealthy, I could manage to lend you 1 or 2 million. It is getting late. Shall we discuss this over lunch? It's my treat. Very well. Li Yunting agreed without hesitation. After all, it was a scorching afternoon with little business, and since Gu Chen was a student she had taught, sharing a meal seemed appropriate. Moreover, perhaps Gu Chen could indeed offer a solution to her predicament. As Li Yunting closed her shop and walked alongside Gu Chen with an umbrella, her fragrance captivated him. At 31, she maintained herself remarkably well, resembling Lu Mengjia in her youthfulness. Her fair skin and long legs moved with a certain alluring grace. The two engaged in conversation, and soon Gu Chen led Li Yunting to the restaurant where Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing were dining. The alluring and seductive Li Yunting instantly became the center of attention upon entering, effortlessly catching the eye of many patrons. Lu Mengjia, noticing her beauty, felt a twinge of envy, especially as she observed Gu Chen and Li Yunting laughing together, appearing quite familiar. Lu Mengjia's initial reaction was one of betrayal, as Gu Chen had previously claimed to be too busy to join her for lunch. Just as she was about to confront them, Wang Jing quickly interjected, "Jia, remain calm. What if Gu Chen is merely discussing work with that woman, or perhaps they are just longtime friends having a meal together?" After Wang Jing's persuasion, Lu Mengjia managed to compose herself, realizing the wisdom in her friend's words. If she confronted them without understanding the situation, it could lead to misunderstandings and jeopardize her relationship with Gu Chen. Meanwhile, after placing their orders, Gu Chen poured Li Yunting a cup of tea and posed a direct question. With a high-interest loan of 500,000 and a bank loan totaling 1,500,000. Considering the average salary across the nation is only a few hundred yuan, and in Lincheng, it is merely over 1,000, I can lend you this amount. However, may I ask, teacher Li, how do you and your bankrupt husband intend to repay this sum? We can strive to earn and repay you over 5 or 10 years. But do you truly believe that is feasible? Even at the lowest interest rate, it will accumulate significantly over time. Though you taught me music for 3 years, it is unrealistic to expect me to assist you without any form of compensation. Li Yunting fell silent, fully aware that Gu Chen's words were rooted in reality. While owing a few tens of thousands might be reasonable in terms of favors, 1,500,000 was an entirely different matter. Today marked their first reunion, and their relationship remained that of a teacher and student. She understood that Gu Chen had ulterior motives for his generous offer. What would you require from me in exchange for the 1,500,000? Li Yunting inquired, her tone shifting as she realized the gravity of the situation. Gu Chen, taken aback by her change in demeanor, decided to be forthright. Teacher, you were the dream goddess of many boys during our adolescence, myself included. How about I consider you my lover for 5 years in exchange for the 1,500,000? You scoundrel. Gu Chen, I never imagined you could be so despicable. Li Yunting was furious and prepared to storm out. After all, her husband had promised to repay the money, and Gu Chen's proposition felt like an affront to her dignity. That she refrained from splashing tea in his face was a testament to her restraint. Gu Chen was momentarily bewildered by Li Yunting's reaction. Wasn't the debt of 1,500,000 an enticing offer? Perhaps the price was too low? It was improbable, as even in 10 years, many women would agree to such terms. It seemed that this beautiful teacher was not driven to despair by her financial troubles, which was unexpected. However, having broached the subject of money, he could not simply lend her the amount without expecting something in return. Just then, Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing approached, with Lu Mengjia looking curious. Darling, who was that friend of yours? Why did they leave without even eating? Just someone from my past at the same school. Now that I've found success, they invited me to lunch, but left unexpectedly upon learning I have a girlfriend. Gu Chen fabricated a story, and Lu Mengjia believed him without hesitation, excitedly wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Wang Jing, observing the scene, shook her head in annoyance. Frustrated that Gu Chen had failed to handle the situation effectively and resolved to take matters into her own hands. Within 5 minutes, a flamboyantly dressed woman, exuding confidence, entered the restaurant and approached Gu Chen directly. Handsome, we meet again. Last time, you promised to exchange contact information if we ran into each other again. Gu Chen glanced at Wang Jing and immediately understood that she must have arranged this surprise. He mentally commended her for her cleverness. He embraced Lu Mengjia, expressing his apologies. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. That's all right. I don't mind being just one of the fish in your pond. I only hope that when you break up, you'll consider giving me a chance. Lu Mengjia, infuriated by the woman's boldness, was ready to confront her. You shameless hussy. Have you no sense of decency? Leave at once, or I'll make you regret it. Wang Jing joined in, urging the woman to exit the premises. Whatever. If we meet again, you must treat me to a meal, okay? Love you. Gave Gu Chen a flying kiss and quickly slipped away. A few minutes later, another woman, elegantly made up and rather attractive, approached with a different tactic, flirting. Wang Jing had arranged 5 such encounters, each paying 200, and then sought an opportunity to subtly instill a sense of crisis in Lu Mingjia. Meanwhile, Li Yunting, who had been driven away by Gu Chen's words, had just settled into a small restaurant to order a meal. However, she barely took a few bites before receiving a call from the hospital. Her husband had lost control of his vehicle, crashing through a guardrail and plunging into a river. Fortunately, a passing fire truck rescued him, and he was now awake with only minor injuries. The hospital called to inform Li Yunting that she needed to settle the medical fees. Her husband had only a handful of cash on him. When Li Yunting arrived at the hospital and saw her distraught husband, who was sobbing and lamenting his helplessness, she discovered that he had taken out a substantial accident insurance policy, intending to orchestrate a fatal car accident to collect the insurance money to repay his debts. Furious, Li Yunting shouted and struck her husband. After regaining her composure and realizing the only way her husband had to repay the debts, she resolutely took out her phone, entering the contact information for Gu Chen, which she had previously blocked. Chapter 19. Taking the initiative to book a room. When you invited me to dinner, you mentioned the sum of 1.5 million as my compensation for being your lover for 5 years. Is that still valid? At that moment, Gu Chen had just finished a meal and was planning to rest briefly before heading to the mall to accompany Lu Mingjia on a shopping trip. Wang Jing's scheme had sparked an idea in him. While shopping, he could discreetly give attractive waitstaff tips in red envelopes, aiding in the act, such as leaving a small note for Lu Mingjia to discover or requesting contact information to draw Wang Jing's attention. Just as he was about to leave, he received a message from Li Yunting, which filled him with joy. It was a delightful turn of events. Of course, as long as you are willing, the offer stands. For you have always been the unattainable white moonlight in my dreams. Call me. Li Yunting had already deleted Gu Chen's number, leaving it to him to call her. The conversation was straightforward. Gu Chen needed to prove to Li Yunting that he could produce 1.5 million. After some thought, he arranged to meet Li Yunting at a nearby bank, while finding an excuse to slip away from Lu Mingjia. After more than half an hour, Gu Chen met the hurried Li Yunting and took her into the bank, where he opened 2 accounts, transferring 1,500,000 from his account. To save face for Li Yunting, he spoke softly as they exited the bank. How about this? I have proven my capability. There is a law firm nearby. Shall we sign an agreement? Seeing the money with her own eyes, Li Yunting readily agreed. The agreement was not for being lovers, as such arrangements lack legal protection. However, the lawyer had devised an excellent solution, drafting a 5-year work agreement instead. Upon leaving the law firm, Gu Chen eagerly embraced Li Yunting's slender waist. Had it not been for the bustling crowd, he would have longed to savor the red lips he had yearned for since adolescence. Noticing that Gu Chen had not handed her the bank cards, Li Yunting boldly suggested, since there is still time, shall we book a hotel room? Given the circumstances, she felt no need to be shy. She was no naive young girl. Let's go to your place first. Although your outfit is nice, I would prefer you change into something else. I may not have done well in school and never attended university, but I want to learn from my professor. Li Yunting rolled her eyes at Gu Chen, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon entering the store, Li Yunting pulled down the roller shutter, closed the shop, and turned on the air conditioning. Following his request, she changed clothes before Gu Chen's eyes. There is a small bed here that I use for napping. We can use it right here instead of going to a hotel. Li Yunting wished to get the money quickly, and she worried that if they went to a hotel, Gu Chen might insist on keeping her there. Here, she thought, she could leave once Gu Chen was satisfied. He surely wouldn't want to spend the night. Moreover, she believed that despite Gu Chen's youth, he could only manage once or twice, with a bit of time. They could easily finish within a couple of hours. An afternoon would suffice. Gu Chen sat back in a chair, his gaze fervently admiring Li Yunting. Such a life was a dream for every man. Watching her don a fitted short skirt, a white blouse, and black stockings, he was instantly transported back to his youthful encounters with this beautiful teacher. Pulling Li Yunting closer, he spoke. As a good teacher, you must earnestly educate me, your unlearned student, maintaining your current demeanor to uphold the authority and essence of a teacher. Li Yunting understood Gu Chen's words and promptly began her lesson while seated on the chair. After approximately 40 minutes, Li Yunting blushed as she adjusted her clothing, saying, "Is that enough?" Gu Chen looked at her, astonished to find her favorability rating barely at 60. He could hardly believe it was so low. Unable to contain himself any longer, he insisted, "This is just the beginning. You've worked hard as the teacher. Now let me give you a massage to help you experience something different. Gu Chen embraced Li Yunting from behind, pressing her against the cash register desk. After another 40 minutes, Gu Chen was dissatisfied with the mere increase of 2 points in her favorability and felt it was necessary to provide further education. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Li Yunting finally opened the roller shutter that had been closed all afternoon. Gu Chen, still yearning for more, left the store after embracing Li Yunting and handed her the 2 bank cards as promised. You have spent 1,500,000 yuan on Li Yunting. Based on the current favorability, you have received a critical reward of 7,500,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Fantastic. Not only had he obtained the white moonlight of his youth, but his personal wealth had also exceeded 8 million. With a bit more effort, he could reach over 10 million. However, 10 million was still far from entering the entertainment industry. He needed to continue accumulating rewards. Had it not been for Li Yunting's plea and his remaining energy to deal with Lu Mingjia later, Gu Chen would have considered finding a hotel after dinner to continue with the teacher he had long desired. After parting ways with Li Yunting, he hurried to find Lu Mingjia. The plan for the evening was crucial. When Li Yunting reluctantly returned home, her husband, Chen, who had suffered no serious injuries and had already been given medication, was back. Although the doctor had advised him to stay in observation for a day, he was not inclined to spend another moment in the hospital. Her parents and children had already been sent to Li Yunting's hometown. As Li Yunting opened the door, she saw the same group of men who had come earlier to demand repayment, now menacingly surrounding her husband, Chen. Upon seeing Li Yunting return, the debt collectors wasted no time. The time for repayment has arrived. How do you two plan to settle this? Before they could finish, Li Yunting slammed a bank card onto the table. This card contains the promised 500,000 yuan, not a penny less. Hand over the IOU and the contract, and get out of my house immediately, or I will call the police. Sister, rest assured, those of us in this line of work value rules and credibility. Once the money is in, we will never return. The burly man with the golden necklace laughed, pulling out a POS machine for Li Yunting to enter the payment password. Although Li Yunting was beautiful and well endowed, they were only interested in money. Any woman could be had for the right price, and there was no need to compromise herself for a few moments of pleasure. Once she confirmed the full 500,000 had entered her account, the man with the golden necklace promptly placed the IOU and the contract signed by Chen on the table. He casually gave Chen a thumbs up, saying, "Boss Chen, you're a person of integrity. If you ever need our services again, feel free to contact us, and I'll give you a discount as a returning customer." A group of men departed, ready for an evening of indulgent services. The robust man adorned with a golden necklace laughed heartily, having recouped 500,000 from an initial investment of 200,000 within just over 2 months. Naturally, he treated his loyal brothers with generosity. The door was closed politely behind Li Yunting. There remained 1 million on this card. She would repay the bank loan tomorrow, reclaiming the mortgaged house and car. I shall take a shower now. Li Yunting hurriedly entered the bathroom with a change of clothes and sleepwear, and the moment the shower started, her tears mingled with the cold water, unable to be contained any longer. She understood that the instant the money was revealed, the situation between her and Gu Chen could no longer be concealed. This was 150,000, a sum her husband, who knew her intimately, would undoubtedly recognize she could neither produce nor borrow. Without this 150,000, their home would cease to exist, yet with it, their home might also be at risk. The latter at least alleviated their debts, ensuring her husband and child would not be crushed under financial burdens in the future. Chen Kai's gaze fixated on the burning hot bank card, clutched tightly in his hand, as he observed his wife, Li Yunting, exit the bathroom and retreat to the bedroom, wordlessly collapsing into bed, neglecting even dinner preparations. He rose to glance at the clothes Li Yunting had carelessly tossed into the washing machine. He comprehended the origins of this money and felt a pang of sorrow for Li Yunting while also resenting his own impotence. Chapter 20. The confession of the beautiful teacher. Chen Kai entered the bedroom, embracing Li Yunting tightly. "My dear wife, I am truly sorry. It is my inadequacy that has subjected you to such great distress. Your sacrifices for me and our family are the greatest fortune of my life." His words of comfort brought forth fresh tears of grievance from Li Yunting. "I'm sorry, my husband. I truly had no choice. The moment I learned you contemplated suicide to repay debts, I panicked completely. I cannot lose this family or you." Coincidentally, I encountered a former student who offered me 150,000 to be his mistress for 5 years. As she uttered these words, biting her lip, she revealed her deepest reluctance. "My husband, let us divorce." "No, I cannot agree. I will never divorce you, not in this lifetime." Chen Xiongkai declared fervently. It was not Li Yunting's infidelity that betrayed him, but rather his failure to appreciate such a devoted wife. Had it not been for him, how could Li Yunting have consented to such a preposterous arrangement? But it's only 5 years, it will pass quickly. Besides, for you, it might be beneficial. After all, the medication I've taken has shown little effect. Chen Xiongkai's complexion fell into despair. Over 3 years ago, he had suffered a nerve injury at work and could only rely on traditional medicine for recovery. Although he had made some progress, the prospect of restoring intimacy remained distant. He felt immense guilt for Li Yunting, who, at not yet 30, had to endure a life akin to widowhood. He feared that his inadequacy would drive her to seek solace outside their marriage. Now, as circumstances had unfolded, Li Yunting would undoubtedly feel guilt over this matter, and would henceforth love him and their family even more, even if he could not recover in 5 years. He need not worry about her straying due to his physical limitations. Moreover, he was unwilling to concede defeat. If Li Yunting's student could present 150,000 to clear their debts, perhaps she could charm him into providing more, enabling a resurgence for Chen Xiongkai. He needed to cultivate Li Yunting's feelings of guilt and affection towards him. His words served as a gentle nudge for her to confront reality. Touched, Li Yunting embraced Chen Xiongkai and kissed him. Alas, the affection was limited to mere kisses and embraces. As they lay together, they began discussing Gu Chen. Initially, Chen Xiongkai intended to learn more about Gu Chen, but as the conversation progressed, he inquired about Li Yunting's relationship with him. Realizing there was little left to conceal, she recounted events from the store. Suddenly, Chen Xiongkai interrupted. Wait, can you elaborate? Li Yunting widened her eyes in disbelief. How could she provide further details about such matters, especially in front of her husband? Chen Xiongkai hastily clarified. I felt a reaction just now. Hearing your words conjured certain images in my mind, and I couldn't help but respond. Please, tell me more. His excitement clouded the realization that he was asking Li Yunting to elaborate on a delicate subject. After 3 years and numerous failed attempts, he finally felt some semblance of vitality. How could he not be exhilarated? This was crucial for his return to normalcy as a man. Li Yunting, blushing, had no choice but to share the details as thoroughly as possible, her gaze cautiously monitoring Chen Xiongkai's reactions. Noticing his intense focus and apparent excitement, she tentatively reached out. Indeed, there was a slight reaction, though still far from normal, yet it was a promising sign. Li Yunting felt a glimmer of hope, speaking freely as she aimed to assist her husband. Regrettably, in mere moments, Chen Xiongkai reverted to his previous state, lifeless as a bird. Nevertheless, both were elated. For the first time in 3 years, Li Yunting had something tangible in her hands. My love, shall we take a break before trying again? Let us have dinner first. Then we can try. Chen Xiongkai was buoyed by this prospect. Li Yunting, rejuvenated, rose to prepare dinner. Their relationship remained as steadfast as ever, even more intimate than before. However, after a hearty meal, Li Yunting noted that Chen Xiongkai still showed no response, leaving him restless in bed, pondering the situation. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that merely hearing Li Yunting describe her encounters with Gu Chen was insufficient stimulation? No, that was unacceptable. He could not entertain such notions. How could he even voice this to Li Yunting? Yet, the reality remained. Her relationship with Gu Chen would not be a solitary occurrence. 150,000 for 5 years? With Li Yunting's beauty and allure, the youthful Gu Chen would likely desire her multiple times a day, at least until the novelty wore off. Since avoiding the inevitable seemed futile, what if he were to experiment? Perhaps there was no need to consult Li Yunting. After all, he was a man too, understanding the desires of another man like Gu Chen. With similar opportunities before him, he could not resist. We should properly thank Gu Chen. Let us invite him over for dinner tomorrow. This statement caused Li Yunting to sit up, astonished, staring at her husband. What did you say? Invite him over for dinner? What is there to thank him for? Our relationship is merely transactional. Why the reaction over a simple meal? I'm aware of your situation with him. What are you afraid of? There are things I wish to discuss with him that are unsuitable to address outside. Ultimately, Chen Xiongkai persuaded Li Yunting. In her heart, she agreed to let Gu Chen dine with them, realizing that disagreeing would only reveal her own insecurities. Meanwhile, late into the night, around 11 o'clock, Gu Chen was contentedly gazing at Lu Mingjia in his arms. In contrast, Lu Mingjia, who had been brainwashed by Wang Jing throughout the day, wore an apologetic expression, her heart tinged with anxiety. She could only express her regrets. I'm sorry, my husband. I feel so inadequate. You once abandoned me. Will you? So many women approached you today for your contact information. Will you be tempted by them? Regrettably, one can only attribute this to my exceptional talent. Perhaps with more practice in the future, you might also become formidable. Gu Chun spoke these words, yet the evident disappointment on her face told a different story. Continuing to manage the situation, she reassured Lu Mingjia, who was feeling anxious after being influenced by Wang Jing, to rest early. Lu Mingjia closed her eyes, feeling exhausted. Yet her mind was in disarray, making it impossible for her to sleep. After about half an hour of lying with her eyes shut, Gu Chun cautiously rose to open the bedroom door. Initially, Lu Mingjia thought Gu Chun was merely going to the bathroom and paid no heed. However, moments later, a startled exclamation from Wang Jing echoed from outside the bedroom. Lu Mingjia immediately opened her eyes, furrowing her brows as she awkwardly made her way to the bedroom door. She intended to open it, but hesitated at the moment her hand grasped the handle, pressing her ear against the door to listen closely. But there was not a whisper to be heard. After deliberating, she cautiously opened the door a crack, only to notice that the lights in the kitchen and bathroom were on, and the door to Wang Jing's room was ajar, with illumination spilling out, indicating that Wang Jing was not in her room. She must have gotten up to use the restroom. Therefore, both Gu Chun and Wang Jing were likely in the bathroom together. What could they be doing? Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Mingjia quietly approached the bathroom. Chapter 21. The legendary number 8 Gugu. Is this how you sneak into the bathroom without Jia Jia knowing? She is already so exhausted that she has fallen asleep. With such exceptional talent, it seems unlikely she can fully recover even with a day of rest tomorrow. Alas, it is quite distressing. And I must find a way to resolve this myself. You plan to handle it yourself? I've heard that it's quite detrimental to one's health, Gu Chun responded. But I can't avoid it, can I? Perhaps you could assist me. What would you like me to buy for you tomorrow? That's simply one tea do. Jia Jia is my close friend, and such matters are not to be trifled with. The two spoke in hushed tones, yet Lu Mingjia heard them distinctly. She feared Wang Jing might agree, yet felt at a loss on how to handle this situation. To her, Gu Chun, being both young and affluent, was bound to attract beautiful women, should he desire. It was impossible to expect a spirited Gu Chun to remain restrained, but what was she to do? Over time, he would inevitably seek companionship outside. How could she possibly prevent this? It was unfeasible to shadow Gu Chun every hour of the day, as that would surely irritate him. And he might even propose a breakup. For Lu Mingjia, breaking up was utterly inconceivable. Her heart was set on being with Gu Chun, who not only fulfilled her material needs, but also provided an unparalleled sense of joy and comfort through their intimacy. Were it not for her physical limitations, she would yearn to cling to Gu Chun. Upon hearing Wang Jing preparing to exit the bathroom, Lu Mingjia hurriedly furrowed her brows and returned to the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Lying in bed, she continued to fret over the situation. As she pondered, she noticed Gu Chun stealthily opening the door and quickly shut her eyes to feign sleep. Expecting Gu Chun to come to bed, she was surprised to find him dressing instead, prompting her to wonder what he was up to at such an hour. Was he concerned that she might awaken and discover him gone, thus dressing to feign urgency while slipping away to Wang Jing's room? Lu Mingjia dared not interrupt, eager to ascertain Gu Chun's intentions. When Gu Chun finished dressing and exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him, she quietly got up, only to hear the sound of the security door opening and then closing. Gu Chun had left? Unable to contain her anxiety, Lu Mingjia quickly turned on the light and opened the bedroom door, discovering that Gu Chun's shoes were indeed missing from the entrance. Panic set in. She contemplated calling Gu Chun but feared that if he had just left, her call might be misconstrued. In her desperation, she knocked on Wang Jing's bedroom door, summoning the drowsy Wang Jing. Wang Jing, Gu Chun has left. What could compel him to leave at this hour? Lu Mingjia fretted, pacing anxiously. Did you two have a quarrel? Wang Jing feigned concern, her expression rivaling that of a seasoned actress. No, I fell asleep after our intimate moment, only to realize he was gone when I woke up to use the restroom. His clothes and shoes are also absent. Wang Jing pretended to ponder, her expression one of deep contemplation, before recounting the earlier events in the bathroom. Then, combining it with the indoctrination she had imparted to Lu Mingjia earlier that day, she suggested, do you think Gu Chun couldn't resist running out in the dead of night to seek some company? I've heard women in that line of work often have issues. You should subtly inquire tomorrow. If it turns out to be the case, avoid confronting him harshly, as this would be your dilemma, right? Perhaps he should check his health to prevent any transmission. Upon hearing these words, Lu Mingjia sank onto the sofa, her eyes welling with tears. Wang Jing hastily handed her a tissue, simultaneously comforting her while continuing her subtle manipulation. As Lu Mingjia's emotion stabilized, Wang Jing sensed that her psychological influence was nearing its culmination, needing just one final push. She urged Lu Mingjia not to call Gu Chun, suggesting that if he indeed had an urgent matter, she could accompany Lu Mingjia under the pretense of retrieving her phone from her bedroom. Once inside, she quickly sent a message to Gu Chun, taking a crucial step in executing her plan. Upon receiving the message, Gu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Should this endeavor be successful, he would undoubtedly reward Wang Jing handsomely. Meanwhile, he had already settled into a taxi waiting downstairs. The driver, whom he had prearranged for 200, was familiar with Lincheng, particularly during the night. The Pink Foot Spa is a sizable and well-known bathing center in Lincheng. As Gu Chen entered, a young woman in professional attire greeted him with a warm smile. "Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation, or are you merely passing by for a foot massage and relaxation? I'm a regular customer. Recommended here to experience the special pink massage service. Is number 8 available? If not, I can settle for number 12, Lily. I've heard they are the youngest and most exquisite." These words were inspired by the taxi driver's earlier boastfulness, who had described the Pink Foot Spa as if it were his own home. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, the taxi driver entered the establishment. "This is my referred guest here for an experience," he said, grinning. By introducing a new customer, he could enjoy a discount service. Soon, the staff led Gu Chen and the taxi driver upstairs. After confirming that this was indeed the venue he sought, Gu Chen feigned a need to use the restroom and discreetly reported the ongoing illegal transactions at the Pink Foot Spa using a pre-prepared new SIM card. Before long, No. 8 arrived, a strikingly young and beautiful girl with flawless skin and an enviable figure, who sweetly inquired, "Hello, sir. Would you like to enjoy some services first, or would you prefer to get straight to the point? Let us start with the service. By the way, with your youth and beauty, why not seek a legitimate job or a wealthy boyfriend instead of engaging in such activities?" Number 8 sighed. "Finding a wealthy partner isn't so easy. My father gambled away our entire fortune. My mother is bedridden and unable to work while needing medication. And I have a younger brother waiting for money to attend school." It seemed that asking was futile. A gambling father, a sick mother, and a brother dependent on her strength. The police arrived much faster than Gu Chen had anticipated. Before he could fully enjoy the massage, several uniformed officers burst in, making swift arrests without uttering a word. Over half an hour later, a bail notification reached Lu Mingjia, the girlfriend Gu Chen had mentioned. Confused, she dragged Wang Jing out in the middle of the night to post bail, ultimately securing Gu Chen's release. After all, it was his first offense and not severe, resulting in only a verbal admonition and an 800 yuan fine. Lu Mingjia returned to her residence with a cold expression, while Wang Jing spoke words of comfort and praised Gu Chen. Upon arriving home, seeing Lu Mingjia sitting on the sofa with a frosty demeanor, Gu Chen quickly approached her. Offering soothing words, Wang Jing continued her persuasion, saying, "Jia, you cannot place all the blame on Gugu. Men often think with their lower bodies. It's quite normal for them to lose control occasionally. It was merely a bit of fun, not an affair with a mistress. Besides, Gugu didn't even have the chance to err." With Gu Chen's cajoling and Wang Jing's reasoning, Lu Mengjia's anger finally subsided. She decided to punish Gu Chen by making him sleep on the sofa that night, while she took Wang Jing into her bedroom. Naturally, she found it hard to sleep after such an incident, so she clung to Wang Jing, playfully seeking comfort. "Jing, what should we do from now on? What else can we do? We must find a way to resolve this. Otherwise, this situation will likely repeat itself. If it gets serious, he might not be able to resist the temptations from other women. He is young and wealthy. Few can withstand his allure. If you cannot satisfy him, he will surely be drawn to those women. If the issue remains unresolved, Gu Chen will continue to find himself in similar situations, or worse, he might be seduced by another woman." Yet, she could not bear to lose Gu Chen's exceptional talents. Under Wang Jing's influence, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Lu Mengjia's mind, and she hesitantly gazed at Wang Jing, who was so close. An unprecedented thought took root in her mind, rapidly growing uncontrollably. Chapter 22, Wang Jing's plan succeeds. After much internal conflict, Lu Mingjia finally spoke. Jing, are we not the best of sisters?" In that moment, Wang Jing's heart leaped with joy. She recognized her brainwashing had succeeded. Henceforth, she could openly relish the financial pleasures Gu Chen provided. And perhaps this incident would even strengthen their bond. However, the situation had yet to reach its final stage, and she must not reveal her inner thoughts. "Of course, we are the best of sisters, lifelong friends," Wang Jing declared, pulling Lu Mingjia into a display of sisterly affection. "As good sisters, could I ask a favor from you? I can handle 10 tasks, as long as it is within my means. Help me manage Gu Chen. Do not let him repeat today's mistake, and prevent him from being tempted by other women. Just the two of us can remain lifelong good sisters, and you can enjoy the financial joys Gu Chen brings. Just like I do. Have you not always wanted to find a wealthy partner? If you are willing to make a small sacrifice, it can be realized. I will speak to Gu Chen, and I will ensure you receive extra compensation. Yay! Wang Jing was tempted to embrace Lu Mengjia and shower her with kisses. But she maintained a facade of hesitation, saying, "This is too much. I admit I also desire a wealthy boyfriend, but Gu Chen is your boyfriend. Please allow me some time to think about it." Wang Jing understood Lu Mengjia well, and Lu Mengjia was equally aware of her friend's character. The absence of a clear rejection indicated that Lu Mengjia was intrigued. Being intrigued suggested that she was almost convinced. Wang Jing decided it was better to pull her friend into the fray than risk losing Gu Chen to another woman. This was also tied to Lu Mengjia's high regard for Gu Chen. Originally, it was Wang Jing influencing Lu Mengjia. Now, the roles had reversed, with Lu Mengjia attempting to persuade Wang Jing. Eventually, Wang Jing reluctantly agreed and suggested, "Shall we let Gu go in? He is feeling miserable tonight. And since I have finally made up my mind, I fear I might change it if we wait too long." This was actually Wang Jing speaking to Lu Mengjia, hoping to prevent any change of heart. "You go ahead. I am tired and wish to sleep." Wang Jing hesitated to move, but Lu Mengjia encouraged her. Ultimately, Wang Jing slowly walked out of Lu Mengjia's bedroom. As soon as the door closed, a triumphant smile appeared on Wang Jing's face. It was a success. Now only the final step remained. Wang Jing approached the sleeping Gu Chen and woke him, kissing him passionately as he opened his eyes. "It's done. From now on, I shall be your openly cherished mistress. Be good to me, your benefactor, and hurry to my room. Do not give Lu Mengjia the chance to change her mind." Upon awakening, Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leaped up, scooping Wang Jing into his arms, and hurriedly entered her bedroom. The following morning, Wang Jing blushed as she sipped congee and savored dumplings, while Lu Mengjia playfully pinched Gu Chen's waist, who was calmly eating breakfast. "Now that things have come to this, will you not express your stance? Do not worry. I promise to treat both of you well. And what happened last night will not occur again. By the way, it's inconvenient to go out without a car in this heat. After breakfast, I will take you both to buy cars, one for each of you, a BMW." "Really?" Wang Jing was elated. Although Gu Chen had promised before, now it was genuinely happening. "Is there any need to deceive you about buying cars? Given my kindness, should you not also show your gratitude?" Gu Chen smiled mischievously. While the plan for a harmonious trio was successful, much effort remained for it to be fully realized. Daily nurturing and helping Lu Mengjia adapt were crucial. As for Wang Jing, Gu Chen believed that such an obedient and understanding sister would undoubtedly support his vision. Spending a bit more on gifts would ensure that Wang Jing continued to actively assist him in achieving his harmonious dream. After feigning hesitation and glancing at Lu Mengjia, Wang Jing stood up and kissed Gu Chen on the cheek. Gu Chen pointed to his other cheek for Lu Mengjia to kiss. "Humph." Lu Mengjia lightly kicked Gu Chen under the table, indicating she would not comply. "If you want tea, then I shall take the initiative." Gu Chen embraced Lu Mengjia and kissed her, while she playfully thumped his back, ultimately granting him his wish. After all, they were merely good sisters. What was the harm in a kiss? If there was any embarrassment, it would surely fall on Wang Jing. After breakfast, the trio took a taxi to the BMW dealership where Lu Mengjia had previously worked. To save face for Lu Mengjia, Wang Jing pretended to be Gu Chen's sister, while Lu Mengjia naturally assumed the role of his girlfriend. Upon entering, many of Lu Mengjia's colleagues greeted her warmly. Lu Mengjia directly sought out the store manager, who had been kind to her, saying, "This is my boyfriend, and this is his sister. We are here to buy cars today, and Huanjia, you must give us the biggest discount." Lu Mengjia held up 2 fingers to signify her intention to purchase 2 vehicles. The manager, Huanjia, in her 40s but well-preserved, extended her hand towards Gu Chen as he politely responded while surveying the sales staff. Both male and female salespeople were present, and he couldn't help but notice the high quality among them. Unfortunately, Lu Mengjia's presence made him feel that several of them could potentially earn rewards, but only time would tell if they were genuine or merely false representations. "Mr. Gu, may I inquire what price range you intend to consider for Jia and your sister's vehicles?" Gu Chen waved his hand generously. "Let them choose for themselves. Whatever style they like, purchase it, no limit on the price. Jia, take my sister to pick out the cars." Gu Chen settled into a lounge area, signaling his desire not to move. Upon hearing this, Manager Huan Jia beamed even brighter, feeling that her previous kindness to Lu Mengjia was well rewarded. And she was delighted that Lu Mengjia had found such a generous and affluent boyfriend. Meanwhile, the surrounding employees who recognized Lu Mengjia cast envious glances at her. Perhaps it was due to Lu Mengjia's influence that a male staff member brought tea, fruits, and snacks, addressing Gu Chen as brother-in-law with great familiarity. "You have expended 680,000 yuan on Lu Mengjia, and based on the current level of affection, you have received a critical reward of 3,400 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. You have spent 590,000 yuan on Wang Jing, and according to the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 360,000 yuan, which has also been legally transferred to your bank account. After signing the contract for payment, Gu Chen's account has surged past 10 million, marking a significant entry into the realm of the affluent in the year 2004 on Blue Star. With Lu Mingjia's affection level at 1, you have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been duly transferred to your bank account. With Wang Jing's affection level at 5, you have received a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has also been transferred to your bank account. To Gu Chen's astonishment, Wang Jing's affection level has also reached 98, akin to Chunya, just 2 points shy of total affection. However, the prospect of purchasing a house raises concerns about potential financial losses. After much contemplation, Gu Chen plans to attempt a breakthrough with Chunya under the pretext of needing assistance, intending to leave early. The insurance license will be handled entirely by the store, and both women can simply follow along. Once the vehicle is secured, he will seek an appropriate venue, as they all have tasks to occupy them. He finds himself yearning for the allure of the older woman, and with Xia Shihan likely having awakened from surgery, he can use the excuse of visiting her to meet Chunya. In Chapter 23, the first objective of the strategy is accomplished. Before leaving the BMW dealership, Gu Chen asks the manager for assistance in obtaining a driver's license. Such a minor favor is easily assured by the manager, who confidently guarantees that it will be ready within a week, without mentioning any cost. A person who has spent over $1 million on a car would not be overly concerned about such trivial expenses. After purchasing some fruits and flowers for the hospital visit, the frail Xia Shihan's face lights up with a radiant smile upon Gu Chen's arrival. He spends half an hour with her, and her spirits visibly lift. Turning to Chunya, he says, "Auntie, there is something I would like your help with. Please let Shihan's grandparents take care of her for now. The caregiver can assist with meals later." Seeking her assistance, and not returning before dinner? A thought immediately crosses Chunya's mind. Gu Chen must be longing for her. In truth, she too has been yearning for him. That night had provided her with an unparalleled joy that she had never experienced before. Moreover, she is currently in her prime, and once tasted, the memory lingers. Had it not been for her daughter's surgery requiring supervision, she would have sought Gu Chen out last night. Since Gu Chen has come to the hospital to see her, she is inclined to accept this fate. After all, her daughter's grandparents are watching over her during the day, and with the medical staff present and her daughter having passed the critical period post-surgery, she can return to keep watch at night. After exchanging pleasantries, Chunya gathers her belongings and departs the hospital with Gu Chen, cuddling up to him like a young woman in a taxi. "Xiao Chen, I miss you so much. Are we heading home or to a nearby hotel?" The mere thought of what awaits excites her, causing her hormones to surge. "First, let me take you to buy a car. It will make your outings more convenient. You do have a driver's license, don't you?" Gu Chen simply holds Chunya without any inappropriate advances, as it would be somewhat disrespectful in a taxi. Even if Chunya were willing, he refrains. The thought of being exposed is too risky. He yearns to possess this stunning woman entirely. Chunya is momentarily stunned by his words, her mind racing with the two words, "buy a car?" Realizing the implication, she nods. Her heart swelling with sweetness at the thought of her young man wanting to buy her a car, she feels utterly blissful, kissing Gu Chen tenderly, her eyes brimming with affection. Were it not for being in the car in the presence of others, she would have eagerly merged with Gu Chen, allowing him to fully experience her love and happiness. Gu Chen takes Chunya to an Audi dealership, purchasing a white Audi A6 for 310,000 yuan, with a return reward of 550,000 yuan. The fivefold critical reward is neither excessive nor insufficient. Gu Chen feels indifferent, while Chunya beams with joy throughout the process. Regrettably, her affection level has not changed, which leaves Gu Chen slightly perplexed. After some deliberation, he decides to continue spending with Chunya, temporarily setting aside the affection issue as a means of accumulating wealth. As lunchtime approaches, upon exiting the Chanel store, Chunya, now clad in a form-fitting dress, perfectly showcases the sensual allure of a mature woman, particularly with her tantalizing neckline, capturing Gu Chen's complete attention. Once in the car, having placed their purchases, Gu Chen cannot resist slipping a hand beneath Chunya's skirt, and she does not deter him, her gaze fiery as she suggests, "Shall we rent a room? We can eat later, and have the hotel deliver the food to our room." "That won't do. Since we have some free time today, I still want to take you to buy a house. You should terminate your current rental. Once Shirhan is discharged, we can move straight into the new home." "Oh, buy a house? That's not acceptable. I've already spent enough of your money. I didn't even want to buy such an expensive car." A vehicle costing around 100,000 would suffice. A house will cost at least over 1 million. It's too expensive. You should save that money. Chen hurriedly declines, genuinely reluctant for Chen to buy her a house. Where will you live if we don't buy a house? After spending so much on me and treating me so well, how can I ever repay you? At this moment, Chen speaks with a slight breathlessness. As Chen's hand continues its playful exploration beneath her skirt, Chen finds a secluded parking spot, deftly maneuvering the car in before turning off the engine. He looks at Chen and says, "You can repay me with your entire life, and then give me a child. Auntie, I want to test the car's performance and see if it's as good as they say." As he speaks, he leans in for a kiss. The passenger seat reclines slowly. And although Chen feels shy, she does not resist. Instead, she chooses to respond with enthusiasm, for her affection level rises to 2, yielding a cash reward of 200 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. With Chunya's affection level reaching 100, she becomes entirely devoted to Chen, prioritizing him above all else. Being with him becomes the most significant aspect of her life. As the first objective of the strategy has been successfully accomplished, a friendly reminder is issued. Do not harm the targets you have successfully courted, as even superficial affection can lead to deep-seated emotions. Should the target fall into an extreme state, they may either sacrifice themselves for you or drag you down with them. You have received the achievement reward for completing your first strategic objective, an increase in physical constitution, aesthetic appeal, and a comprehensive enhancement of all bodily organs. Your culinary skill has advanced from basic to advanced. The next achievement requires the successful courting of 10 targets. At this moment, Chen is entirely engrossed in the enchanting presence of the older woman. The car sways for a prolonged period before finally exiting the serene underground parking lot. Chen, adjusting her dress, gazes dreamily at Chen, growing increasingly fond of him, her heart whispering that this man is indeed the finest gift bestowed upon her by fate. The earlier expression of affection was insufficient. "Darling, shall we get a room? We can have the hotel deliver our meals. We can always look at the house another day, right?" Chen coos playfully, her seductive tone igniting Chen's lingering desires. However, he still declines. "Let's have our meal first, and then look for a house. In a few days, I may not have the time to accompany you." Before he can finish, his phone rings. Glancing at the caller ID, he swallows the words he was about to speak. It is the beautiful teacher, Li Yunting, who had just fulfilled her wish the previous afternoon. "Hello, Teacher Li. Is there something you need? In the evening, my husband insisted that we invite you over for dinner at our home as a gesture of gratitude. By the way, once you arrive, please refrain from speaking indiscriminately." Li Yunting has been unable to fathom this situation since yesterday. Her husband, Chen Xiongkai, already aware of the circumstances, pressured her to elaborate on the details. He had just made a call to remind her not to forget to invite Chen for dinner at their home. Overwhelmed by guilt towards her husband and reluctant to go against his wishes, she reluctantly made the call. Chen readily accepted the invitation, initially planning to have lunch with Chunya and then return to the hospital after purchasing a property. He intended to hire a caregiver for the night, using the excuse of feeling unwell. Now, however, he could only proceed to the residence of the beautiful teacher for dinner. After hanging up with the beautiful teacher, Chen's mind suddenly conjured up a well-known film, Husband's Affair. Instinctively, he licked his lips, his eager heart contemplating whether there might be an opportunity to explore further. Chapter 24. Trying the new house with Auntie Jingxiu Huayuan. The location Chen had scouted in advance features fully renovated apartments ready for immediate occupancy. The development, which opened approximately 6 months ago, has yet to sell out due to its price range of 2 to 3 million, which is somewhat steep. Naturally, some speculators are holding onto multiple units, anticipating a price increase for profit, but this does not concern Chen. As long as he finds the property he needs, that is sufficient. Though Chunya has reached a perfect score of 100 in terms of affection, some matters cannot be too overtly displayed in her presence. Therefore, upon arriving at the sales office, he excused himself to the restroom to call Lu Mingjia, explaining that he would be dining with the beautiful teacher that evening. After dinner, he would surely find a way to engage with her, even if it meant luring her out of her home. As for the next day, Chen plans to establish his entertainment company and begin hiring. Upon learning that Chen would be busy with business, Lu Mingjia expressed a few words of concern, along with sentiments of missing him, but had little else to say. In her view, Chen's hard work to earn money was ultimately for her benefit. Moreover, there was now the added responsibility of supporting Wang Jing. It was she who had brought Wang Jing into the fray to share the burden. So it was only natural for Chen to earn money to support Wang Jing as well. Before ending the call, she encouraged him to earn more. When Chen re-emerged from the restroom, he found Chunya accompanied by a young girl who was enthusiastically attending to her, calling her sister and showering her with compliments about her beauty and skin, leaving Chunya grinning from ear to ear. Upon seeing Guchen, Chunya immediately clung to him, exclaiming, "Darling, this spot is perfect, though the price is a bit high. Are you certain you want to buy a house here?" The young saleswoman couldn't help but glance back and forth between Guchen and Chunya. Although Chunya appeared well-preserved, she still seemed significantly older than Guchen. Initially assuming that the elegantly dressed Chunya was a wealthy woman, she was surprised to discover that the financial backer was a young man. Was this a rich second-generation individual with a penchant for mature, beautiful women? The wealthy certainly have their own way of playing the game. Buying a house. It's only 2 to 3 million, nothing too extravagant. By the way, should the house be registered in your name alone, or should we include your daughter, Shirhan? The saleswoman's calculations fell short. With Chunya reaching a full affection score of 100, it meant there would be no further rewards for affection. If only he had purchased the house first. Now Guchen could only contemplate whether he could leverage Xia Shirhan to recover the funds for the property. His goal was not to profit excessively, but simply to avoid a loss. Whatever you decide is fine. Chinya's thoughts were solely focused on Guchen. To her, as long as he maintained this attitude, it would suffice whether the house was in her name or her daughter's. Even temporarily registering it under Guchen's name was acceptable since they were not yet married. The names on the property deed could always be amended later. Let us buy 2 units. After all, you brought your household registration book. Guchen softly whispered in Chunya's ear, include Shirhan's name, as it would be unfair to her once you conceive. All right. Chunya, seeing Guchen's resolute attitude, had no reason to refuse. They selected 2 units on the same floor of the same building, which could easily be combined into a spacious flat by knocking down the walls. The building, situated on the 16th floor, was equipped with 2 elevators, and the units Guchen purchased were on the 9th floor, totaling over 5 million. You have spent 2,600,000 yuan on Xia Shirhan, and based on your current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 20,800,000 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. The 8-fold reward for spending brought Guchen immense satisfaction. Ecstatic, Guchen embraced Chunya and kissed her passionately. After the saleswoman finalized the contract and went to prepare the home-buying gifts, Chunya immediately closed and locked the door, gazing at Guchen with fiery eyes, simply stating, "Darling loves me. Here, express your affection in whatever manner you desire." Although the house was fully renovated and furnished with some basic items, essential daily necessities like bedding and mattresses were still lacking. However, the sofa was quite spacious, and there was a large hanging chair. Since this was to be their future home, with Chunya's profound affection, Guchen was eager to leave traces of love throughout every corner of the new abode. Upon the return of the saleswoman, she discreetly observed that the door was locked from the inside and quietly returned to the sales office to wait, choosing not to gossip. With the presence of wealth, it was understood that affluent clients would not settle for the ordinary furnishings selected during construction. As the afternoon approached 4 o'clock, a rosy-cheeked Chunya finally emerged, wrapping her arms around Guchen's, and after a kiss, he watched her drive away. He then prepared to purchase some items for the beautiful teacher's home, as it would not be appropriate to arrive empty-handed on his first visit. Chunya did not return immediately to the hospital. She felt a bit fatigued from the excitement and sought a place to rest before having dinner and bringing her daughter's meal along. Li Yunting, anticipating Guchen's visit, had to close her clothing store early to prepare dinner. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. Her husband, Chen Xiongkai, was already simmering meat soup in a clay pot over low heat. "Dear, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful," Li Yunting remarked. Her appetite piqued as she picked up chopsticks to taste. "It's some beef testicles a friend sent me. He said it's good for my health. So I thought I'd give it a try," Chen Xiongkai explained. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yunting spat out a piece of meat she had just put in her mouth, her face contorted in disgust. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, her husband needed nourishment and traditional medicine to recover, including tiger testicle liquor. As Li Yunting exited the kitchen, she spotted Chen Xiongkai preparing his liquor, pouring the soaked brew into an empty mineral water bottle. "What are you doing, dear?" "Pouring liquor. It's the only decent thing we have to offer. Since Guchen is visiting for the first time, we must treat him well, especially since he lent us 1.5 million to get through our crisis." This statement made Li Yunting frown. With both the soup and the liquor being served, what effect would it have on Guchen, a young and vigorous man? One could easily deduce the implications. Moreover, what was the nature of Guchen's relationship with her husband? Did Chen Xiongkai not understand? What if Guchen consumed both and then sought her out afterward? "Chen Xiongkai, what exactly are you planning?" Li Yunting's cold demeanor startled him. He realized she was angry and quickly tried to placate her. This is about what you heard last night regarding Gu Chen. For the first time in 3 years. I felt something, and I just wanted to try again. We can't possibly repay that one. 5 million, and you can't rescind the 5-year agreement with him. I was hoping that last night's feeling might help me fully recover. Slap. Li Yunting delivered a sharp slap to Qian Xiongkai, scolding him. What do you take me for? After receiving a slap, Qian Xiongkai did not display any signs of anger, having mentally prepared himself for such an encounter. He quickly embraced Li Yunting, showering her with sweet words and expressions of remorse, promising to treat her better in the future. After considerable effort, he finally managed to calm Li Yunting down. Her husband's words resonated with her. What had happened was irreversible, and she felt compelled by his assurances and guilt, as well as her own feelings for him. With a resigned sigh, she neither rejected nor openly opposed him. As evening approached around 6 o'clock, Gu Chen arrived for the first time, bearing gifts. Qian Xiongkai, who had prepared a feast, welcomed him warmly at the door, while Li Yunting offered Gu Chen little more than a frosty demeanor. Inviting Gu Chen to sit, Qian Xiongkai poured some medicinal wine, saying, Xiao Chen, do taste this wine that I have infused myself. It is a rare treasure that even wealth cannot easily procure. I was fortunate to acquire it. Gu Chen glanced at the drink, but did not partake, as he was not fond of alcohol and only indulged in Lafite as a form of reward. Thank you for your kindness, Qian Gu, but I must admit I don't particularly enjoy drinking. This is Hu Bian medicinal wine. While the wine may be declined, as Li Laosher's husband, I must show you due respect. Gu Chen raised his glass, and Qian Xiongkai, without a hint of a smile, clinked glasses with him before taking a hearty gulp. He hoped that the medicinal properties might restore him to a better state. Observing Qian Xiongkai relishing his meal and drink, Gu Chen felt encouraged to join in. After a couple of glasses, the two conversed animatedly, as if they were long-lost friends. However, after sharing drinks and camaraderie, Qian Xiongkai succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table without any reaction. Gu Chen, noticing this, shook him and called out a few times. When there was still no response, he shouted towards Li Yunting, who had retreated to her room after hastily finishing her meal. Li Laosher, your husband is drunk. Could you come out and help him to bed? Li Yunting emerged, dressed in a creamy white leather skirt and a pink top adorned with exquisite embroidery. The deep V neckline revealed part of her collarbone and accentuated her curves. Earlier, while Qian Xiongkai had monopolized the conversation and drink, Li Yunting had hurriedly eaten and gone to her room, so Gu Chen had not observed her closely. Now, however, his attention was captured, and he recalled their intimate moments from the previous evening. He impulsively embraced Li Yunting, exclaiming, You are truly beautiful. Naturally, Li Yunting would not acquiesce. Struggling, she retorted, Have you lost your mind? Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll bite you. She lightly nipped at Gu Chen's arm as a warning. Teacher, do you not remember your promise? Are you now reneging? Gu Chen, having grown more subdued, continued to hold her tightly. I have not reneged, but do not forget the agreement we made. This is my home. You cannot act recklessly here. What is there to fear? He is drunk and will remember nothing. We can simply wait until he wakes up and clean up afterward. I have already concocted an excuse. Just say your husband drank too much and made a mess. That is not acceptable. If you wish to proceed, help me get him to the room, and I will accompany you to a hotel. Li Yunting, biting her lip, found herself torn between her pride and her shame, ultimately lacking the courage to act within the confines of her home. Even though Qian Xiongkai had assured her it was for his treatment, the mental hurdle remained insurmountable for her. With Li Yunting's decisive words, Gu Chen complied, assisting the inebriated Qian Xiongkai to bed before eagerly taking Li Yunting out the door and hailing a taxi to the nearest hotel. The ordinary inns were too shabby, with poor sound insulation. Unbeknownst to them, as Gu Chen led Li Yunting out, Qian Xiongkai, now awake, climbed out of bed and sighed at the empty living room. He refrained from calling Li Yunting, fully aware of their destination and feeling powerless to intervene. After all, a sum of 150,000 was beyond his means, and trading Li Yunting for that amount seemed a worthy exchange, liberating him from an insurmountable debt. He pondered that if he were absent from home, perhaps persuading Li Yunting to invite Gu Chen over would eliminate her hesitations. If he secretly installed hidden cameras beforehand, he could capture any indiscretions between them, potentially using the footage to negotiate a substantial sum from Gu Chen at a critical moment. Of course, he would only resort to this as a last resort, for he still harbored genuine feelings for Li Yunting, intertwined with love, familial affection, and guilt over his promises to provide her with a better life. In a rush, Qian Xiongkai opened the computer to search for information regarding hidden cameras and surveillance equipment, eager to discover where to procure them and which brands offered the clearest quality. Soon, however, the effects of alcohol took their toll, and he shut the computer, falling asleep wrapped in the fragrant pajamas of his wife. Meanwhile, Li Yunting, the former music teacher, was lost in her thoughts, her perfect voice echoing the most enchanting melodies. The morning sun bathed the world in light, and the concrete jungle began to feel the heat by 7 o'clock, contrasting sharply with the refreshing coolness of the air-conditioned room. Awakened by the urge to relieve herself, Li Yunting opened her eyes to the disarray of the room following last night's revelries. Clutching her forehead, she swung her legs over the side of the bed, nearly losing her balance. Upon returning from the restroom, she found Gu Chen still sound asleep, which ignited her annoyance. She reached over and pinched his waist, only to discover his taut muscles were impervious to her grasp. Frustrated, she bit down hard on his arm, waking him with a yelp. "What on earth are you doing so early?" Gu Chen exclaimed, irritated as he slapped her playfully on the backside. Li Yunting glared at him, fuming. "What do you think? You promised me you wouldn't go inside, yet here we are. Hurry up and get out of bed to buy some medicine. Is it my fault? Initially, I followed the rules strictly, but you were more proactive than I was, clinging to me like an octopus." Li Yunting, with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment, bit him again, leaving another mark. This time, Gu Chen did not protest and quickly got up to fetch the medicine, realizing that she was unlike Lu Mingjia, Wang Jing, or Chunya. Sometimes, concessions were necessary. As Gu Chen departed, Li Yunting remained lost in thought, her mind swirling with memories of the previous night's escapades. The unprecedented pleasure and joy had captivated her entirely. She reflected on her feelings. The allure of Gu Chen's smile, which seemed quite handsome, and the memory of his sculpted abs that she had touched. With every recollection, her fondness for him deepened. Indeed, the body is the swiftest route to the heart. The sensations experienced physically could ensnare one's emotions, leading to an irresistible infatuation. This was only their second encounter. Yet they had agreed to a 5-year pact. At that moment, Li Yunting felt a pang of regret and fear, apprehensive about losing control and becoming enamored with the joy Gu Chen brought her. As she was lost in thought, Gu Chen suddenly embraced her and gently planted a kiss on her lips, saying, "What are you thinking about? Hurry and take your medicine, then put on some clothes. I will take you to buy some gifts later. I noticed that your vanity table is lacking in cosmetics and skincare products. I will get you some quality ones. We can also pick up a Chanel bag, or whatever brand you prefer." Li Yunting did not refuse, but when she finally pushed Gu Chen away, she realized that she had instinctively responded to his kiss with a familiarity akin to that of a couple in love. Even after leaving the hotel, despite her initial desire to resist, she found herself allowing Gu Chen to hold her waist affectionately as they drove and strolled through the mall. Chapter 26. The first step into the entertainment industry. After Gu Chen showered Li Yunting with gifts, he held her in a long kiss for 3 minutes, nearly causing her lips to swell, leaving her breathless and her eyes slightly dazed. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to take Li Yunting back to the hotel and passionately embrace her. Perhaps it was the allure of youthful dreams. Li Yunting evoked feelings in him that were unlike any other, leaving him perpetually wanting more. With over 30 million in his pocket, Gu Chen felt emboldened to take his first step into the entertainment industry. Wealth liberated him from mundane concerns, and soon, a suitable office building was found for him. After a personal inspection, he was satisfied and rented 2 floors of a building in the city center, where transportation was convenient and surrounding facilities were complete, making it ideal for the future growth of his company. Upon signing the lease, he promptly contacted several reputable renovation companies. After thorough comparisons, he selected a well-regarded team to design the office space. The renovation plan needed to embody the stylishness of the entertainment industry while ensuring practicality and comfort for the employees. Gu Chen personally participated in outlining the renovation requirements, particularly for his own office. Its spaciousness would allow for a comfortable lounge equipped with a bed and a bathroom, utilizing the finest soundproof materials to ensure that not a whisper of noise could escape, even during spirited activities. The primary intention was to create a space where the company's secretaries and artists could rest well after tiring training sessions, without any particular embellishment. Gu Chen also specified unique requirements for the glass. The outside world should not be able to see inside the office, while those within could enjoy a clear view of the outside. With the location secured, Gu Chen understood that talent was the key to the company's success. His future plan was to assume a hands-off managerial role, yet ultimate authority would rest solely with him. He engaged a renowned headhunting firm to seek experienced agents and general managers, and the firm promptly began their search based on his criteria. With renovations expected to conclude in about half a month, He registered an entertainment company with a capital of 20 million, naming it Shenyang Xinu Company, Limited. His aim was naturally directed towards the 18-year-old Yang Mi, who represented his first target in the entertainment realm. In his previous life, as an ordinary person, Yang Mi had been one of his screen goddesses, and during intimate moments with his former partner, he often fantasized about her as a star. In this life, equipped with a system, he desired not only Yang Mi but also Tian Xian, Shuang Bing, Yuan Yuan, and Riba Na Jia, among others. He embraced the philosophy that children make choices. He wanted them all. At the moment he received the business license, Gu Chun took a deep breath, knowing that his dream of establishing an entertainment company had finally taken a solid first step. Although the road ahead might be fraught with challenges, he was fully prepared to give it his all. He made a quick call to Yang Mi, who would be available in 2 days to collaborate with Gu Chun on filming a music video. As the sun set, and Li Yunting returned home from the store, she found her husband had prepared a steaming dinner composed entirely of her favorite dishes. As she opened the door, Chen Xiongkai greeted her with a smile, pulling out a chair for her. "Dear, sit down. You've worked hard. By the way, you wouldn't still be with Gu Chun, would you?" In his heart, Chen Xiongkai cursed Gu Chun, feeling that he was inconsiderate for keeping his wife out so late. All day, he battled with the urge to confront Gu Chun, his mind plagued with images of Gu Chun and Li Yunting's intimacy, leaving him both excited and frustrated. As he served her food and waited for her to finish eating and shower before lying down in bed, Chen Xiongkai embraced Li Yunting from behind, employing both persistence and sweet words to coax her. Li Yunting sighed in resignation, recounting the details of her time with Gu Chun at the hotel. Chen Xiongkai found it hard to believe that Gu Chun was capable of such prowess, attributing it to youth and perhaps some form of enhancement. As the conversation heated up, he could not resist kissing Li Yunting, his hands exploring familiar territory. Li Yunting, intrigued by his advances, responded with enthusiasm. After several minutes, she sighed, "Honey, perhaps we should stop." "I'm sorry, dear. I thought I was ready." Chen Xiongkai lamented, feeling frustrated and pained. He had seemed to recover significantly, yet it was not enough to sustain their intimacy for long. Li Yunting, excited and eager, removed her pants, but he faltered again. After several attempts, he found himself impotent once more. With no other options, Chen Xiongkai turned his attention to Li Yunting, suggesting she invite Gu Chun over, believing it would heighten his arousal and ultimately lead to a more normal marital intimacy. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was wrapped in an embrace with Wang Jing after dinner. He had hurriedly pulled Lu Mingjia into the room, where they spent around 40 minutes in playful chaos. Initially, he intended to shower with Lu Mingjia, but due to Wang Jing's presence, she adamantly refused, leaving him with no choice but to wait for her to finish. Just as Lu Mingjia closed the bathroom door, Wang Jing emerged from the bedroom, clad in alluring attire, playfully teasing Gu Chun and boldly challenging him. In response, Gu Chun felt compelled to teach Wang Jing a lesson for her audacity. Though Wang Jing seemed insatiable, she still understood the importance of Gu Chun's time with Lu Mingjia. "Hurry and go spend time with Jia Jia, lest she grow jealous of me. And wear her out, leaving her too exhausted to care about you coming here," she said with a playful tone. "I'll make it up to you tomorrow with a surprise." The situation with Chunya prompted Gu Chun to finalize the most significant expense of his current endeavors to prevent any sudden surge in their mutual affection that could disrupt his plans. Seizing the opportunity to maximize his benefits while rewards were still available, Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of rewards. Seeing Gu Chun rise, she quickly held him back, playfully suggesting, "Don't you find it troublesome to run back and forth? Wouldn't it be splendid to embrace both by day and night?" Such a notion seemed self-evident. Any man capable of such a feat would undoubtedly desire it. "What are you scheming?" Although Wang Jing lacked Lu Mingjia's beauty and her figure paled in comparison, Gu Chun found himself increasingly drawn to her. Her warmth and understanding of his thoughts endeared her to him. In the future, she might be labeled as a green tea, but what of it? She simply cared for him. "When Jia Jia is at her most excited, let us bring her over. If that doesn't work, we can drink a bit tomorrow night." And then, Gu Chun licked his lips, contemplating that if things didn't go well tonight, he wouldn't want to push them too hard. A gentler approach might yield better results with Lu Mingjia, allowing him to savor the true joys of companionship. Chapter 27. Wang Jing's affection reaches new heights. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing have successfully secured a location for their flower shop. Initially, they intended to visit with Gu Chun that morning, but Gu Chun proposed instead to take them house hunting, postponing the flower shop plans. The prospect of Gu Chun purchasing a home for them filled both women with joy, and they embraced him as they exited. Lu Mingjia also suggested terminating their rental agreement and relocating. The reason being that she had been ignoring her ex-boyfriend Su Zhong over the past few days, who had been persistently apologizing. With Su Zhong's upcoming days off, he would likely seek her out, which Lu Mingjiao wished to avoid, fearing that Gu Chun might misunderstand. Additionally, she was concerned that a sudden phone call from Su Zhong could lead him to her doorstep. Thus, seeking a new residence closer to the flower shop, while blocking all means of contacting Su Zhong seemed prudent, ensuring that in this vast city, she would not encounter him. Lu Mingjia had already intended to find a flower shop and then formally end her relationship with Su Zhong. Naturally, she would leave the matters of securing a new rental and the flower shop to Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing, giving them something to occupy their time. Each would receive a card loaded with 300,000 yuan, ample for both establishing the flower shop and meeting daily expenses. When it came to purchasing homes, it was essential to steer clear of Jingxiu Huayuan, a developing property projected for completion in a year, valued at approximately 1.5 million yuan, which is considered a mid to upper tier price in the temporary urban area. Gu Chun was well aware that property values were on the rise and that they would continue to climb until many single men in the country succumbed to pressure and began to give up, leading to a subsequent decline due to economic downturns. You have spent 1,400,000 yuan on Lu Mingjia, and based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 5,600,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Lu Mingjia's affection level is 3, and you have received a cash reward of 300 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Lu Mingjia's affection was on the verge of reaching its peak, signifying the completion of her quest. As for Wang Jing, the moment the contract was signed, she publicly embraced Gu Chun and kissed him passionately. You have spent 1,400,000 yuan on Wang Jing, and based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 8,400,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing's affection level is 2, and you have received a cash reward of 200 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Wang Jing's affection level reaches 100. Devoted sister, as long as you treat her well and provide for her, she will remain devoted to you for life, ensuring your needs are met and alleviating any troubles arising from women. Strive to maintain your wealth, and she will be your ever-reliable sister. There are different effects. It feels somewhat similar to Chun Ye's romantic mindset. After all, with the system, his wealth would only continue to grow. With money, he could cultivate his network, ensuring that women would never be in short supply. He recalled a news piece from his previous life about a disgraced official who kept over 100 mistresses in the same neighborhood, a fact that had sparked a mix of envy and awe in him. However, in this lifetime, it would be those men who would envy him, and women who would adore him. You have spent 300,000 yuan on Lu Mingjia, and based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 1,500,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Regrettably, Wang Jing no longer had any quest rewards to offer, but she was fairly compensated with the 30,000 yuan. After exiting the sales office, Gu Chun kissed each woman and said, I have some matters to attend to. You ladies can discuss the flower shop amongst yourselves. However, the most pressing matter is for both of you to get pregnant. Each of you should aim to bear at least 2 children for me. This statement reddened the cheeks of both women. Lu Mingjia gently caressed her belly, contemplating her recent intimacy with Gu Chun and whether it might lead to pregnancy. Thankfully, Wang Jing had helped to share the vitality, and Gu Chun had been more gentle than usual. She still had energy for further efforts that evening. Wang Jing, on the other hand, was quite straightforward. The land is here. To cultivate crops, it requires your diligent sowing. Let us have dinner at home tonight. We will prepare something substantial to replenish your strength. Gu Chun smiled, delighted by this prospect, as he was more than willing to put in the effort, especially with the enticing rewards in mind. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, Gu Chun took a taxi to meet the beautiful teacher, not out of mere desire for her, but for a pressing matter. Upon arriving at the beautiful teacher's clothing store, Li Yunting was just finishing up with a client. Although her smile faded upon seeing Gu Chun, her demeanor was considerably friendlier than the previous day. She playfully remarked, Can you not come during the day? I have business to attend to. Was this a different kind of invitation? Considering your store doesn't seem particularly busy, I thought I'd come by for dinner and discuss an important matter with you. I am planning to start a company and need a secretary. I would like you to fill that role with a monthly salary of 5,000, full benefits, and a salary increase every 6 months, plus a year-end bonus starting at 10,000, with no cap based on your performance. The position of secretary is highly significant. They handle various tasks and support the boss. Gu Chun had no intention of hiring someone whose background he was unaware of, and Li Yunting's identity as a beautiful teacher was perfectly suitable. Moreover, in his company, he called the shots. Should Li Yunting fail to fulfill her role adequately, he could replace her without issue. And there was no rule stating that only one secretary was permitted. Li Yunting rolled her eyes at Gu Chen, yet she was undeniably intrigued by his offer. Her clothing store was struggling, generating a mere 1,500 to 2,000 yuan monthly after expenses, and even in the best of times, her annual income barely reached 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Being Gu Chen's secretary would yield a monthly salary of 5,000, alongside benefits and bonuses, summing to nearly 100,000 yuan annually, a sum many in Linqing could only dream of. As for the secretary role, it simply entailed managing daily tasks and supporting the boss. Even if she did not officially accept the position, Gu Chen would still summon her whenever he needed company. Unable to refuse, she decided to adopt a positive mindset and enjoy the high salary. All right, when do I start working? Once you've taken care of your store, you can begin. However, remember that as a secretary, your duties include managing my daily needs without allowing personal emotions to interfere. I will stipulate this in the contract, and violations will incur severe penalties. Wasn't this just about not affecting his romantic pursuits? Besides that, what else was there? Li Yunting smirked. From the moment Gu Chen approached her, she realized he was quite the lecher, but that didn't concern her. As long as he upheld his promises, she would be satisfied. After closing the store, they found a nearby restaurant for dinner. After a satisfying meal, they linked arms to head to a hotel. Once inside the room, Li Yunting was significantly more passionate and proactive than the previous night. There was no denying that the previous night had ignited her interest, which remained unfulfilled. While her fingers could provide some satisfaction, it paled in comparison to the joy Gu Chen brought her. When they became one without reservation, Li Yunting recognized that she had become enamored with this feeling. As they departed from the hotel and said their goodbyes, rather than feeling relieved to have survived another day, she found herself a bit reluctant to part ways, even pondering whether Gu Chen would seek her out again the next day. Chapter 28. The beautiful teacher's affection breaks through that evening. Once her husband Chen Xiongqi lay down to sleep, Li Yunting recounted Gu Chen's daytime visit, but she refrained from divulging her growing fondness for the joy and pleasure she found in being with him. She knew that if she continued to speak, she might soon find herself ensnared. Lacking financial means renders words futile. As she meticulously recounted the details once more, Chen Xiongqi remained unchanged from the previous evening. This time, she refrained from offering comfort or pushing him away. She yearned for her husband to regain his normalcy, believing that perhaps her infatuation with Gu Chen would dissipate. Yet, Chen Xiongqi brought her yet another wave of disappointment, coupled with the emptiness that arises from unfulfilled desires. An unsettling thought suddenly crossed Li Yunting's mind. Even when Chen Xiongqi was at his best, he paled in comparison to Gu Chen, who outshone him in every aspect. Just as she began to feel a flicker of intimacy, Chen Xiongqi would surrender, often after mere days or even weeks. A stark contrast to the consistency she experienced with Gu Chen. At 30, a woman is often at her most passionate, and Li Yunting found herself facing a silent, slumbering Chen Xiongqi. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was in high spirits, sharing laughter with Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing at their newly rented abode. In a calculated scheme orchestrated with Wang Jing, he deliberately poured Lu Mingjia a substantial amount of alcohol. Under the influence, a rosy-cheeked Lu Mingjia soon fell into their trap. Gu Chen embraced the emotionally charged Lu Mingjia and led her to the bedroom, while Wang Jing tidied up the table before joining them with a smile. That night, their duet, under Gu Chen's guidance, was both enchanting and harmonious. The following morning, Lu Mingjia awoke with a throbbing headache. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, she had regained her senses by the end of the night, the wild events vividly replaying in her mind. Infuriated, she kicked Gu Chen. Realizing he had been reminded of the previous night, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "You scoundrel! You pervert! Weren't you quite pleased last night? This way, your sisterly bond is even stronger, isn't it? You still seem to have plenty of energy, which suggests last night was not enough for you. Come on, morning exercise is beneficial for both body and mind." Lu Mingjia's expression shifted, but it was too late to plead for mercy. The commotion soon roused the slumbering Wang Jing, who, upon opening her eyes and recognizing the scene, embraced Lu Mingjia with a grin and kissed her. Around 9 in the morning, Wang Jing, still holding a fuming Lu Mingjia, headed out. They planned to visit a flower shop before reaching out to their suppliers. As for Gu Chen, he was meeting with a headhunting firm regarding a candidate. A woman in her 30s, of average appearance and build, yet with a commendable resume that included a 3-year gap and a marital status of divorce with a child. Ms. Wu, your work history is impressive, but it appears there is no mention of why you left your previous company. Would you mind sharing? For the sake of a love that was utterly nonsensical and a marriage filled with trivialities, I was replaced during my pregnancy. My rival in the workplace made it impossible for me to stay. With a young child who often fell ill, I decided to resign and become a full-time housewife. However, I was blindsided by infidelity, leading to divorce. But fear not. During those 3 years as a housewife, I diligently enriched my knowledge. Here is my analysis for the entertainment industry's development in Huagua, along with some strategic plans for your esteemed company. Having come to seek the general manager position, Ms. Wu was well prepared upon receiving the headhunter's notification. She had gathered a wealth of information in advance and tailored it to align with Gu Chen's vision for Chunyang New Entertainment. After thoroughly reviewing the materials, Gu Chen's impression of Wu Shanshan improved. Although her plans for the company's future were not as grand as he had envisioned, they indeed contained unique insights. Ms. Wu, I am willing to grant you a 3-month opportunity to showcase your abilities. If you perform well, you may be formally appointed as the general manager of Chunyang New Entertainment. You will be responsible for personnel recruitment and management, but hiring artists must receive my approval, primarily focusing on female talent of notable beauty. By the way, I will be recording a song tomorrow and shooting an MV. I have already contacted most of the personnel, so you will handle the specifics. The female lead for the MV should arrive tomorrow, and we must begin filming by the day after at the latest, aiming to complete it within a day. Wu Shanshan furrowed her brow. Registering an entertainment company for 20 million was originally thought to be an endeavor by a wealthy investor seeking a slice of the entertainment pie. Instead, it turned out that the primary focus would be on recruiting beautiful female artists. This led her to suspect that Gu Chen might have ulterior motives in the industry, perhaps luring young girls into the spotlight under the guise of helping them achieve their dreams. After contemplating, she agreed to accept the position, recognizing her need for financial stability. Other companies did not offer the same benefits as Gu Chen's, not to mention the opportunity to work closely with him in a position just below his. Additionally, the proximity to home would allow her to care for her child and parents, enabling her to see her son every day after work. Boss, I hope we can collaborate fruitfully in our future endeavors, Wu Shanshan said with a smile. However, upon following Gu Chen to the Chunyang New Entertainment office, she was met with a construction site, realizing that she was essentially tasked with helping Gu Chen build the company from the ground up. Glancing at the company account with a budget of 20 million, Wu Shanshan felt slightly relieved. Having funds alleviated the fear of being unable to recruit staff. Her immediate priority was to establish the personnel and financial departments, particularly ensuring the financial candidate was meticulous, as any misstep could implicate her. After sharing a meal and bidding farewell to Wu Shanshan, Gu Chen suddenly found himself without immediate plans. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing were occupied with the flower shop, and since they had only parted that morning, he thought of the alluring Aunt Chenya. He was confident he could arrange a meeting with her, though he knew he wouldn't have much time, as he had already won her over. A call would suffice. As for pursuing his dream of the beautiful teacher from his youth, he felt today was the day to elevate Li Yunting's affections to over 80. The rewards from his conquest were of utmost importance. Entering Li Yunting's clothing store, he noticed that due to clearance sales, most items had been sold. Upon seeing him enter, Li Yunting instinctively settled onto his lap, suggesting, "It's a hot afternoon, and with few customers, should I close the door?" Li Yunting understood Gu Chen's youthful vigor and that their recent intimacy would undoubtedly lead him to seek her out for more. This midday visit was intended solely for their affectionate rendezvous. "Let us head to a hotel. You can find an excuse to tell your husband that you want to be home tonight," Gu Chen suggested. Li Yunting hesitated but ultimately agreed, knowing that Qian Xiongkai was fully aware of their encounters, eliminating the need for excuses. This time, Gu Chen had purposely booked a romantic suite, causing Li Yunting's cheeks to flush as she entered the room. After more than 2 hours, Gu Chen, noticing that Li Yunting's enthusiasm remained unchanged, decided to embrace her tenderly, kissing her before locking eyes. "Let us get a divorce. Stay with me, and I will care for you for the rest of your life. If unrequited love counts, then you are my first love, which is why I seized the opportunity, willing to invest 150,000 to have you. However, what I desire goes beyond your physical form. I seek you as a person, and I promise to make you eternally happy." Li Yunting's affection level has reached 4. And you have received a cash reward of 400 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. With Li Yunting's affection level now at 83, intimate. You have also earned a special reward, basic singing skills. The breakthrough in Li Yunting's affection level has brought immense joy to Gu Chen, who has also noticed a subtle transformation in her demeanor. While she had previously displayed enthusiasm and initiative, there is now a tender, flowing quality that enhances his happiness. As for Li Yunting, due to Gu Chen's heartfelt expression of emotions, her infatuation has gradually deepened into a profound attachment. She has willingly embraced the feeling of being with Gu Chen, and over time, even if he does not seek her out, she may take the initiative to invite him for intimate conversations. Chapter 29. Lu Yan's interview. After a long and exhausting day, Lu Yan returned to her cramped rental apartment, which contained only a single bed and a simple wardrobe. She tossed her bag onto the bed and slumped down beside it, staring blankly at the mottled ceiling. The work at the television station was far from easy, with long hours that barely compensated for her living expenses. Rubbing her sore shoulders, she recalled being reprimanded by the director earlier in the day, and a bitter feeling welled up inside her. She took out her phone and glanced at her bank account balance, which was just shy of 4 digits, and the thought of resigning crossed her mind once more. Should I consider a job change? She quietly asked herself. But then she reconsidered. Lacking connections and solid skills, where could she go if she quit? Although the television station was demanding, at least it provided stability. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, her phone suddenly rang. Lu Yan? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Yan quickly responded. Who is this? I am Wu Shanshan, the general manager of Chunyang New Entertainment Company. We are a newly established company with substantial backing of 20 million yuan and currently no signed artists. On my first day of employment, I thought of you right away. You want to be an actress, don't you? Our company is preparing to invest in a film. And if you are willing to sign, I cannot guarantee the leading role, but I assure you there will be an important female character for you. In order to sign the yet unknown Yang Mi, Gu Chen naturally had to offer something enticing. He remembered several films he had seen and planned to use the leading role to entice Yang Mi into the company, presenting terms that would be impossible for her to refuse. The film project had not been disclosed to Wu Shanshan, but Gu Chen had mentioned his intention to invest around 10 million yuan in a film, with the possibility of additional funding later. Lu Yan was taken aback, her fingers instinctively tightening around her phone. Chunyang New Entertainment? She searched her mind for any recollection of the name, but found none. Could it be that this was a new company? A glimmer of hope sparked within her. Being part of a new company would likely mean access to resources, and she believed in her abilities, confident that with effort, she could become a favored talent within this nascent enterprise. Indeed, we are a newly established entertainment company. Wu Shanshan continued over the phone. Although our scale is modest, we possess ample funds. Once you join as one of our initial artists, we will nurture your talent with care, and our benefits are quite attractive. As long as you sign the contract, even if you do nothing for a year, you will still earn at least 200,000 yuan. Please provide me with an address, and I will come for the interview tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Yan's heart raced. She approached the window and gazed at the distant flickering neon lights. This unexpected opportunity shone like a beacon in the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps this was the turning point of her destiny? She retrieved her resignation letter, resolved to submit it first thing in the morning, as she planned to head to Linqing. To Chunyang New Entertainment, the place where her dreams could come to fruition. Standing before the mirror, she admired her youthful and beautiful face, along with her figure that had undoubtedly captured the attention of many men. She yearned for fame, to become a dazzling star and earn substantial wealth. Yet reality reminded her that mere effort was insufficient. Therefore, if the conditions were enticing enough, perhaps this time she would not refuse the entertainment industry's unspoken rules. Meanwhile, Wu Shanshan continued her phone calls, intending to recruit a few reliable female artists through her connections. Considering the company's current financial constraints, she planned to start with 3 to 5 individuals and nurture them gradually. Unfortunately, Gu Chen had set the welfare benefits for female artists joining the company rather high. As dawn broke, Gu Chen awoke feeling refreshed and kissed Li Yunting, who had showered before bed and smelled delightful. He was thrilled with the reward Li Yunting had brought him. Although he had previously been quite skilled at singing as a KTV enthusiast, mastering basic singing techniques revealed numerous flaws in his past performances. He initially intended to rely on tuning to perfect the song Fairy Tale, but now, while he would still need to refine it, his genuine vocal prowess had undeniably elevated his performance to a higher tier. Singing was not merely for fame or to become a star, but rather to authentically portray the male lead in the music video. This was a music video featuring a kiss between the male and female leads, and he speculated that the 18-year-old Yang Mi's first on-screen kiss was still intact. Perhaps even her true first kiss remained unclaimed. Gu Chen envisioned Yang Mi's youthful and stunning visage at 18, and the anticipation of her first kiss grew stronger in his mind. He leaned down to kiss the slumbering Li Yunting, rousing her gently. "No, let me rest. I can't handle this, really can't," she pleaded. "If you desire, go seek out other women. I cannot believe someone like you would have no other women." Li Yunting had been completely conquered by Gu Chun the previous day. Her affection level had soared to 89, reaching the pinnacle of intimacy. Then tell me, dear husband, that you love me, and give me a kiss, and I shall let you go, Gu Chun teased with a mischievous smile. He had no intention of continuing their intimate interaction. He merely wished to awaken her to bid farewell. Husband, I love you. Li Yunting promptly complied, calling out with practiced ease, having been made to call him husband countless times the night before. Seeing Gu Chun dress and leave as promised, Li Yunting rolled over and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lacking a driver's license, Gu Chun had to take a taxi to the airport to pick up Yangmi. The flight was slightly delayed, and after about an hour, Gu Chun, holding a sign, spotted Yangmi approaching, adorned in a baseball cap, denim shorts, and a white t-shirt, exuding youthful beauty and striking features. Welcome. Why didn't your father accompany you this time? Gu Chun shook hands with Yangmi, refraining from taking advantage of the moment, lest he tarnish her impression of him. He's busy. I came alone. I've heard that Shirhan's surgery was a success, and she can walk now. Shall we go see her first? Yangmi's role in the crew was a minor one with only a few lines, and she was nearing the completion of her scenes. So even if they delayed for a day, it wouldn't pose a problem. Let's head to my company first. Everyone is waiting for you, the leading lady. We can visit Shirhan after the music video is completed. Your company? Yangmi paused in her actions of pulling her suitcase, astonished and bewildered. You have a company at such a young age? Yes, it's called Chunyang New Entertainment, Chen for my name, and I initially intended to use Yang for sunlight. But then I thought Chen represents dawn, so I changed it to Yang, symbolizing a tree flourishing under the morning sun. By the way, your Yang seems to be the same character. Gu Chun deliberately alluded to something, casting a meaningful glance at Yangmi, while Yangmi merely repeated the names Gu Chun and Yang Xinyu, seemingly not absorbing the information. Observing this, Gu Chun decided to make an enticing offer to win Yangmi over. Would you consider signing with my company? I already have a film with an investment of at least 10 million, and you could be the female lead. Additionally, there will be a television drama where you can also take the lead role. Every year, there will be at least one film and one drama for you, with resources amounting to no less than 30 million annually. After joining the company for 5 years, I will grant you 5 of the shares. After 10 years, 10. If the company profits, you will receive your share, and if it incurs losses or collapses, it will not affect you in the slightest. Consider this partnership. Together, we can usher in a new era in the entertainment industry, where you will ascend to become the queen of the silver screen. This grandiose vision was designed to entice Yangmi further, as the more lavish the promise, the more likely she would succumb to it. As for the shares, they were merely a gesture, for soon enough, Yangmi would belong entirely to him, rendering the shares inconsequential. Chapter 30. Yangmi became anxious though merely 18. Yangmi had already navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry. As an unknown, she questioned the credibility of Gu Chen's generous offer. Such terms were rare even for second-tier actresses, and only top-tier stars were granted shares, typically no more than 1 or 2% as a token. Yet, her own projects had been modest, with roles that hardly left a lasting impression. Hence, one possibility remained. He was interested in her as a person. You wish to court me? Yangmi asked directly, her gaze fixed on Gu Chun, scrutinizing any shift in his expression. Everyone has a desire for beauty. It is only natural for a young, attractive person like you to attract attention. This does not detract from my genuine interest in promoting your talent. I see your potential, and you will undoubtedly become a sought-after star in the future. Yangmi relished these words, her appreciation for Gu Chun growing, as she assessed him. He was indeed youthful and handsome, the white-fitted shirt subtly revealing his abdominal muscles, fitting her ideal type. However, a nagging question lingered. Had not Xia Shirhan claimed he favored her, even going so far as to cover her medical expenses without hesitation? That money was a charitable donation on my part. Xia misunderstood the situation. Given her circumstances, a positive disposition was crucial for her surgery's success. Her mother approached me for help, and I chose not to burden her with explanations, wishing to alleviate any pressure during the operation. If you doubt my words, I can summon Xiao's mother to clarify my relationship with her. Chinya, now fully enamored with him, would surely fabricate a reason that would convince Yangmi of his sincerity. Even if his story seemed dubious to an average person, an infatuated mind would easily rationalize it. Gu Chun waved dismissively. A few tens of thousands is merely the cost of a meal for me, yet it can save the life of an 18-year-old girl. Consider it a virtue for my family. I invite you to a Michelin star restaurant. Would you care for a taste of the 1982 Lafite? Yangmi's heart raced at the thought of him being a wealthy heir. Her own family background, while better than most, was not extraordinary. Through her years in the entertainment industry, she had learned that to become a star and earn a fortune, one needed connections and support. If Gu Chen's claims were true, and he was willing to invest so heavily in her success, she would not mind pursuing a romantic relationship with him, as she found him appealing. The idea of marrying into wealth was enticing. Yet even if that did not materialize, leveraging Gu Chen's affection could facilitate her rise in the industry. Love may not sustain one, but material benefits could easily prompt declarations of affection. Contemplating this, Yang Mi's fondness for Gu Chen increased significantly, and she ceased to question his earlier comments about songwriting. After all, creativity was often sparked by inspiration. Of course, this affection was tinged with practical motives. Should Gu Chen's promises prove false, her admiration would swiftly turn to disdain. However, Gu Chen, now aware of her fondness, would not engage in deceit to manipulate her feelings. Upon arriving at Gu Chen's company, Yang Mi found herself believing him more than before. Once arrangements were finalized, Lu Yin, freshly adorned, entered the makeshift office on the 7th floor that Wu Shanshan had planned. Once the 8th floor was completed, they would move everything upstairs to commence renovations, ensuring there would be no delays in the company's recruitment process. Wu Shanshan introduced Lu Yin to Gu Chen, explaining, "Mr. Gu, this is the first artist I obtained through my connections. She has experience as a host at a television station, and her qualifications align perfectly with your requirements. Here is the contract I prepared for her review." Gu Chen regarded Lu Yin, who donned a flowing gown, and his immediate reaction was one of astonishment at her beauty and elegance. Lu Yin, radiant in her blue dress, was strikingly attractive, and her poised demeanor showcased her most alluring features. Unlike Yang Mi, she was acutely aware of her advantages, knowing that offending Gu Chen, the handsome boss of Yang Xinu, could be detrimental. She had put considerable thought into her attire. "Let us finalize the contract. She will be our first artist. We can dine together later. I'll treat you at a Michelin restaurant. Starting tomorrow, I'll have Manager Wu arrange for you to enhance your acting skills. Once the team is fully assembled, we will commence filming for a movie with an investment of no less than 10 million. Thank you, Mr. Gu." Lu Yin bowed, the angle of her gesture allowing Gu Chen to catch a glimpse of her alluring curves. At 21, single, and standing at 6 feet tall, she considered it a modest investment to establish a company, especially when she had heard from Manager Wu that further investments would follow as the company developed. Lu Yin thought to herself, quickly rising from her bow. She did not want Gu Chen to perceive her as a woman willing to sell her body for fame and fortune. She merely sought to leverage her advantages to garner his interest. At just 3 years her junior, Gu Chen's exceptional qualities were worth the risk. What if she succeeded? As Marx noted, when profits reach 10%, individuals become restless. At 50%, they dare to take risks. At 100%, they trample upon all laws. And at 300%, they fear nothing, even the gallows. For Lu Yin, the young, handsome, and wealthy Gu Chen represented a venture of over 300% profit. Regardless of the outcome, if she could pique his interest, it would be a guaranteed success. Initially, Yang Mi had contemplated her options, but Lu Yin's arrival ignited a sense of urgency within her. With her makeup meticulously applied, Lu Yin was not inferior in appearance to Yang Mi. And upon comparing their figures, Yang Mi reluctantly acknowledged that she was outmatched by this newly arrived temptress. No, the role of the female lead in the film could not be stolen by this vixen. "Gu Chen, I find your company quite impressive, and I am willing to sign a contract with you. However, the promises you made to me must be included in the contract. Additionally, I have already signed with another company, and terminating that contract would incur a penalty of at least 5 million. You will need to cover this amount, as I do not possess such a sum." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen immediately grew excited, grasping Yang Mi's hand with a mischievous grin, declaring, "It's a deal, a double delight. 5 million, after all, could easily multiply into tens of millions." Not only had he secured the long-desired Yang Mi, but he had also inadvertently signed the alluring goddess Lu Yin. Yang Mi blushed at the public display of affection. Seeing Gu Chen so jubilant upon her agreement further confirmed her belief that he was indeed pursuing her. The lavish expenditure he was willing to undertake to win her over filled her with joy and pride. Yang Mi's affection level, 11. You have earned a cash reward of 300 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Gu Chen noticed Yang Mi's affection level rising, and his excitement intensified as it reached 60. It appeared that filming the music video, which involved kissing Yang Mi, would not meet with significant resistance. Should he intentionally make a few mistakes to seize extra opportunities to kiss her? Being the first time filming a music video would naturally come with its share of nerves, and a few errors would not be unexpected. Chapter 31. The Allure of Wealth detected suitable target. Lu Yin, 23 years old, appearance rating 92, physique rating 98, health rating 89, Personality rating 91. Overall evaluation, possesses looks and a physique you admire. Though she suffers from mild health issues due to prolonged work, she can easily recover with some care. Most importantly, you are young, handsome, and wealthy, which makes her slightly tempted by you. Lu Yan's current affection level, 63, admiration mixed with a hint of infatuation. Lu Yan's figure is on par with Lu Mingjia, and her beauty seems enhanced by her budding stardom. Although the system's evaluation may seem somewhat frivolous, Lu Yan's unprecedented initial affection level suggests that winning her over may not be overly challenging. However, even if she is relatively easy to approach, Chen hesitated to make a move. The entertainment industry is fraught with complexities, and women within it often prioritize their interests. He was particularly cautious of becoming too close to Lu Yan, fearing it might jeopardize his pursuit of Yangmi. His strategy was to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, neither initiating nor denying any advances, while subtly providing Lu Yan with the benefits she sought. Coupled with his system-enhanced physique, he believed that with time, she might be drawn to him, much like Li Yunting, who had been captivated through physical proximity, resulting in a nearly 90-level affection rating. With a little more effort, Li Yunting would surely fall for him. As soon as Yang Mi signed the contract, Chen promptly instructed Wu Shanshan, manager Wu, immediately connect with the company Yang Mi has signed with. We want to negotiate the penalty. Whatever they demand, we will pay. I will cover the costs outside of the company account. Arrange for managers for both Yang Mi and Lu Yan, as well as acting coaches for them. Let us head to a Michelin restaurant for dinner. It's on me, and feel free to order whatever you like. Chen clapped his hands, summoning the 13 employees of the company, 3 men and 10 women. Among them, only 2 receptionists met the system standards in terms of appearance, both in their early 20s and resembling Wang Jing, albeit with better backgrounds. Then there were Yang Mi and Lu Yan. The receptionists had already been marked as targets by the system, though Chen had no intention of pursuing them. After all, one must not indulge in local affairs, as it could lead to complications. He preferred to engage with the aspiring, beautiful women with dreams of stardom, ensuring a fair exchange of needs. With 4 targets to pursue, Chen calculated that the dinner would not result in a loss. Even if it did, he was determined to go, fully intending to treat Yang Mi and Lu Yan lavishly over the coming days, showcasing his youthful wealth and charm. Approximately 2 hours later. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 173,650 yuan. As you are our premium member, we offer a 10 discount, and we shall waive the remaining change. You only need to pay 156,000 yuan. Please proceed with your card. Chen, without a hint of hesitation, pulled out his wallet to pay, causing Lu Yan's heart to race. She had encountered wealthy individuals before, but she had never seen anyone spend such a staggering sum on a meal for a dozen employees. She typically spent mere coins on her meals, calculating the average cost per person to be around 12,000 yuan, more than her half-year's salary. Such lavishness could only belong to either a fool or someone with an abundance of wealth who simply did not care. Even if one had billions, it would be hard to squander money so recklessly. Lu Yan took a deep breath, unable to fathom the extent of Chen's wealth. If she were to forge a connection with him, would her dreams of becoming a star still be a source of worry? Perhaps with a little charm, she could extract enough funds from Chen to ensure her financial security for life. Lu Yan, driven by ambition, glanced at her own figure, contemplating her youth and beauty, convinced that there was no reason she could not attract Chen's attention. She believed her allure was irresistible to any man. Lu Yan's affection level, 8. You have earned a cash reward of 800 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. You have spent 12,000 yuan on Lu Yan. Based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 48,000 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Yang Mi's affection level, 2. You have earned a cash reward of 200 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. You have spent 12,000 yuan on Yang Mi. Based on the current affection level, you have received a critical reward of 72,000 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Zheng Yan's affection level, 29. You have earned a cash reward of 2,900 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Zhang Yu's affection level, 31. You have earned a cash reward of 3,100 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. In the end, he had not only treated them to a meal, but also earned over 50,000 yuan in the process. This relentless allure of wealth, coupled with his youthful charm and handsome stature, made him an irresistible figure. The 2 receptionists gazed at him with starry eyes. Chen estimated that by simply beckoning, both would eagerly vie for his attention later that night. Today I am in high spirits. We shall continue tonight. Furthermore, as long as you all remain diligent, I promise that the benefits and treatment you receive will be the best in the country. This proclamation elicited applause from the 13 employees, all eager to flatter Gu Chen. Upon returning to the company to commence preparations for the music video shoot, Gu Chen pulled Wu Shanshan aside to establish a vision for the company's future. In due course, I intend to purchase the 2-story office building we are currently in. Moving forward, let us aim to recruit beautiful women into the company with generous benefits. As long as they pass health checks, it will suffice. Boss, are you hiring employees or holding a beauty pageant? Gu Chen shot Wu Shanshan a glare. Mind your own business. Just confirm if it's feasible. I'm not short on funds, understood? Understood. By the way, boss, how about I undergo some cosmetic procedures? What kind of facial features and characteristics do you prefer? Should I model myself after those well-known beauties from Hong Kong? Wu Shanshan attempted to joke, having gained a bit of insight into Gu Chen's temperament from their earlier dinner. Enough of that. Focus on your work. If you execute my vision properly, I assure you can retire as a billionaire. Gu Chen's plan was simple. Bring in a plethora of beauties, treat them generously as a young and wealthy boss, and occasionally present them with small gifts. Once their affection levels reached the required thresholds, the rewards from the system would surely exceed millions. It was worth trying. And if it didn't work out, he could always let them go. If successful, this could be a path to wealth that would never cause worry. Suddenly, Gu Chen had another thought. It would be wise to sign some promising new artists, offering them better benefits. Upon signing, they should be gifted tailored items from Chanel, Dior, Hermes, and other prestigious international brands, ensuring they also received adequate skincare products, ideally through a reputable beauty salon. Gu Chen spoke at length with a singular purpose: to secure rewards. Artists who could be signed would undoubtedly meet the system's standards. They were walking rewards in themselves. This could also inspire those ambitious young women with dreams. Wu Shanshan nodded meaningfully. Since her boss had painted such a beautiful future for her, she must work diligently to live up to the trust placed in her. Gu Chen then took Yangmi to shoot the music video, beginning with scenes of her playing the piano, followed by a romantic scene where the male and female leads watch a movie in bed. The female lead, moved by the film, kisses the male lead. Gu Chen handed Yangmi a piece of chewing gum, saying, "Here, you'll need this for the kissing scene. As a professional actress aspiring to be an award-winning woman, you're up for the challenge, right?" Yangmi widened her eyes, thinking only 2 words. Oh no. Chapter 32. A kissing scene. Yangmi was anxious. A music video with a kissing scene? Gu Chen was clearly targeting her. This kiss was surely a deliberate design to take advantage of her. Had this been before she got off the plane, Yangmi would have been furious and reconsidered whether to accept the music video shoot. Now, she was merely slightly annoyed. This was not only her on-screen first kiss, but also her first kiss in real life. Although Gu Chen was young, wealthy, and somewhat handsome, discussing a kiss during their second meeting felt too rushed. Are you deliberately trying to take advantage of me? Yangmi glared at Gu Chen, eager to see if he would show any sign of guilt. Gu Chen maintained his composure, claiming he had no ulterior motives. The filming required that the song Fairy Tale represented a tragic love story, where a boy and girl fall in love, yet the girl ultimately succumbs to leukemia. Gu Chen briefly outlined the MVS storyline, stating that Fairy Tale had become a sensation, not merely for its melody, but for the story portrayed in the MV. Under Gu Chen's persuasive eloquence, Yangmi, who had already signed the contract and received payment, could only threaten him fiercely. Let us be clear, this is just acting. When we kiss, you must not go overboard, or I'll bite you. She opened her mouth to reveal her teeth, attempting to appear fierce. Gu Chen shrugged, inwardly amused. As the scene required Yangmi to initiate the kiss, and it wasn't merely a peck on the lips. The first scene involved Gu Chen playing the piano in dim lighting while Yangmi stood in the shadows. It took over half an hour, but went smoothly. Next came the scene of them lying on the bed, but Yangmi requested to take a moment to gather herself. Instead, they filmed Gu Chen playing the piano while Yangmi playfully reclined on the sofa. Although brief, it consumed considerable time. After moving around and sweating, they needed to ensure Gu Chen's scene of discreetly glancing at Yangmi's figure was captured later, to avoid the hassle of changing clothes if he got too sweaty. During the first attempt, when Yangmi clumsily leaned in, their teeth clashed, causing her pain for quite a while. The second attempt was equally awkward and was deemed unusable. The atmosphere on set grew tense. When the director called for the third take, Yangmi's ears were so red they seemed to bleed. She averted her gaze, nervously gripping the props on the bed, unable to meet Gu Chen's eyes. She had expected a gentle kiss, only to realize it required a more passionate embrace. 34 honey. This shot needs to feel more natural. 34 The director approached, gesturing. You are a couple in love. The kiss should be sweet and engaging, understood? The 18-year-old girl bit her lip and nodded, casting shadows with her eyelashes under the lights. This was her first time shooting a kissing scene. She never imagined her first kiss would be for work. As the makeup artist touched her up, she secretly glanced at the composed Chen, thinking he must be thrilled. With the payment received and the MV well underway, Yangmi gritted her teeth and encouraged herself to succeed in the next attempt. Noticing her tension, Chen softly advised her before they began filming, "Don't be nervous. Trust your professional abilities. Imagine me as your favorite idol or the object of your school crush." The clapperboard snapped again. When Chen embraced her, Yangmi instinctively recoiled, and the camera captured this flaw, eliciting a sigh from the director behind the monitor. "How about this?" The director suddenly suggested. "Why not watch a few clips of passionate kisses between couples to find the right feeling?" Chen appeared unfazed, but Yangmi struggled to loosen up. The director understood her predicament. Knowing she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had never experienced romance and lacked formal acting training for such scenes, Yangmi nodded after an hour of watching. She felt ready. She turned to the director, declaring, "Director, let us start shooting. I believe I can do it this time." However, a minute later, the director shook his head in frustration, calling cut. "This won't work. We need the feeling of love, not just a mechanical peck." Frustrated, Yangmi pushed Chen away, clenching her fists in despair. Nothing seemed to work. She felt as if her tongue would burst from the pressure of the kiss. She was unsure whether to commend Chen on his acting or to lament that this kissing scene, rather than being a mere act, seemed driven by instinct. Seeing Yangmi in distress, Chen suggested, "What if I kiss you impulsively? Since you like me too, you wouldn't pull away. Just follow my lead. Being a bit awkward is fine, don't be too stiff. If all else fails, we can capture a candid moment, and I'll lean in and kiss you on the bed, no need to focus on my back. It's best if we both end up with a bit of blood on our lips." The director nodded. "That's all we can do." With Chen taking the initiative to kiss Yangmi, combined with the previous setup, they managed to film the scene. They continued shooting until nearly 7 o'clock, finishing all interior scenes. The outdoor shots were minimal and straightforward. For Chen, the greatest reward was successfully capturing a kissing scene with Yangmi, unexpectedly. Her fondness for him had unknowingly reached 70, and after filming, her gaze frequently wandered to Chen. Whenever she caught him looking at her, she would blush and quickly turn away, letting out a small huff. For dinner, Chen continued to treat everyone to a Michelin experience, with a reservation for the finest Chinese cuisine in the city for the following day, which, along with Mao Tai, was quite reasonable. That evening, with the filming crew included, Chen made his first foray into Michelin dining, only to be seen as a naive customer by the restaurant manager. Without employee accommodations, he booked hotel rooms for Yangmi and Lu Yin, while the others rented apartments in the city, having refrained from seeking out Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing, as both have yet to regain their strength. I found myself pondering the enchanting teacher, Li Yunting, who had kept me company in my hotel room from yesterday afternoon until this morning. It seemed only fair to allow her some respite. Moreover, my heart bore no inclination towards seeking her out. Should I perhaps summon Auntie? As Chen contemplated, the 4 women surrounding him shared an intimate bond, and it seemed rather implausible that he would spend the night alone, clutching a pillow. Just then, a knock resounded at his hotel room door, piquing his curiosity as to who might be visiting at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Lu Yin clad in her pajamas, and he couldn't help but wonder if she had been captivated by his financial allure, willingly presenting herself for clandestine favors. However, he keenly observed that her smile bore an unsettling hint of mischief. "Guzong, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. May I come in?" she inquired. Noting the potential for scandal should they be seen together, Chen suggested, "If you have something to say, you may do so here. Or we can arrange to speak privately tomorrow." An instinctual sixth sense warned him that allowing Lu Yin inside could lead to complications, as her smile, although sweet, carried an undertone of playful trickery. "This Guzong, I find myself lacking in acting skills and would like to seek your guidance. It is rather inconvenient to demonstrate in the corridor," she remarked, casting a knowing glance at Chen, who promptly understood her implication. Chapter 33. Yangmi departs. Lu Yin knocks on the door. "Apologies, but I am no expert in acting either. Should you wish to improve, I can refer you to a professional instructor. Rest assured, now that you are signed with our company, I shall devote myself to nurturing your talent, but it is late. You should return to your room. I too need my rest." With that, Chen closed the door, peering through the peephole to observe the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, the door across the hall creaked open, revealing Yangmi, who whispered something to Lu Yin before she retreated into her own quarters. Yangmi approached her door with a smile, hesitated momentarily as if wrestling with indecision, and ultimately bounded back into her room. Gu Chen quickly requested Lu Yan's number from Wu Shanshan and, after clarifying the situation, found himself bemused. The thoughts of an 18-year-old girl could indeed be perplexing. However, analyzing Lu Yan's words suggested that Yang Mi's persistent entanglement, coupled with her threats and lofty aspirations for Lu Yan, could ultimately prove beneficial. His display of wealth today, combined with the prolonged kisses during the MV shoot and his financial backing of Yang Mi, had likely ignited romantic feelings within her. Securing her affection should not pose a significant challenge. After all, Yang Mi, despite her maturity, was still an inexperienced 18-year-old girl, fervently dreaming of success. It remained uncertain whether she would fall for the charms of a domineering CEO. If she were indeed smitten, it would simplify matters considerably. Thus, he resolved to remain at the hotel for the evening, granting himself a brief respite. The MV for Tunghua was poised for completion, and following that, it would be time to record the song and seek distribution channels. He pondered whether the entire expenditure could be counted as part of his strategy to win Yang Mi's favor. Considering the effort he had invested in flawlessly recreating Tunghua to enhance their rapport, even if no rewards came from his efforts, he was confident that with sufficient investment in promotion, the song would yield considerable returns. After all, a viral hit in his past life, Iwan Guli Yu, had reportedly earned its original artist nearly 100 million from ringtones alone. Lost in such thoughts, Gu Chun gradually succumbed to slumber after a long day. The following morning, in order to avoid the peak traffic during filming, all personnel rose early. Time was of the essence. Too early, and the sparse traffic would render the scenes desolate. Too late, and the morning rush would hinder shooting and increase the risk of accidents. If they could dodge the early rush, the July sun would be less merciful, and it was best to avoid it altogether. With only 2 shots required and little need for nuanced performances, they anticipated a swift shoot. After filming, Yang Mi took her suitcase and prepared to head to the airport, not to return to the set, but to accompany Wu Shanshan to her contracted company to finalize her termination. Wu Shanshan also planned to explore the local talent market in search of attractive candidates. Before her departure, Yang Mi embraced Gu Chun, a hint of pride in her demeanor as she remarked, "Don't overthink it. This is merely a customary farewell hug between friends. After I finalize my contract, I'll return to the set, and it will only be a matter of 4 days before I'm back. If you wish to chat, feel free to call. What is this about friendship?" It was clearly a distinction between employer and employee. Gu Chun, unwilling to dismantle the underlying implications of her words, had no intention of letting Yang Mi slip away so easily. "I've prepared a unique gift for you upon your return. As for what it is, you may guess. You are allowed 3 guesses each day, and if you succeed, I shall present you with a sports car." Still holding on to Yang Mi as they embraced, Gu Chun whispered softly in her ear, "If you were to call me good brother 3 times and act a little spoiled, I might just offer you a hint." This was his way of teasing Yang Mi's youthful heart, while also providing a suitable excuse to spend money on a car for her. Imagining a luxurious sports car worth millions, accompanied by 999 roses and an exquisitely romantic setting, Gu Chun found the notion amusing. Of course, should the opportunity arise to win Yang Mi's affection, he would not shy away from declaring his feelings. He aimed to position himself strategically, able to advance or retreat as necessary. Watching Yang Mi wave as she boarded her vehicle, Gu Chun sighed, reflecting, 18-year-old Yang Mi is delightful. In a few years, with more experiences and insights, she may prove far more challenging to charm. The phrase "young girls in bloom," crafted by our ancestors, resonated profoundly. Once Yang Mi departed, Gu Chun redirected his focus to recording the song. With his rudimentary singing skills and the relatively simple nature of Tunghua, he opted to utilize a perfect rendition card for convenience, as retaining it for public performances would be a waste. Following that, the only task remaining was to integrate it into the edited MV. Lunch consisted of the Chinese takeout ordered the previous day, accompanied by a few bottles of Matai, costing less than 20,000. The absence of Yang Mi was certainly felt. After the meal, Gu Chun busied himself preparing a surprise for Yang Mi, a song. As his on-screen goddess and the star he had adored in his past life, Yang Mi was the sole one worthy of his affection. The lyrics were simple and easy to memorize, one of the few songs he could entirely recall, and he silently hummed and wrote them down. Composing the music would necessitate hiring a professional. Meanwhile, Lu Yan, who had yet to finalize her guidance teacher and was devoid of obligations, found herself pondering Yang Mi yesterday. Yang Mi had claimed that Gu Chun's establishment of Chunyang Xinu was to elevate her career, suggesting that his affections for her were the driving force behind this initiative. The upcoming high-budget film was merely a means to pave her path and test the waters. Lu Yan understood that Yang Mi's revelations were not meant to boast, but served as a warning. one must discern the hierarchy within the company. As a mere stepping stone, she needed to align herself with Yang Mi to seize opportunities. Otherwise, Yang Mi's charm and flattery towards Gu Chen would undoubtedly make her own life difficult. If Yang Mi remained steadfast, why not take a chance? She aspired to portray the leading lady, yearning to star in at least one film and one television drama each year, with her company investing tens of millions to promote her. Although Yang Mi was undeniably beautiful, she believed her own figure surpassed Yang Mi's. At 24, she possessed a mature allure that contrasted with Yang Mi's youthful charm at 18. Gu Chen's hotel room was always at her disposal, and she intended to seize the opportunity while he was alone there. However, what excuse could she concoct? Lu Yan feared that presenting herself too directly might render her appear cheap and easily available, as if Gu Chen would perceive her as a woman willing to engage in bed for mere benefits. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea struck Lu Yan. She promptly rummaged through her belongings and discovered the dress that perfectly showcased her enviably alluring figure. She seldom wore it, but whenever she donned it for significant events, she invariably became the object of desire for many men. Numerous individuals had attempted to exploit her, but either the offers were inadequate or they were mere empty promises. A wealthy and generous man like Gu Chen was a rarity. She felt compelled to take the initiative and charm him. After dressing, she stood before the mirror, full of confidence, believing she could attract Gu Chen just as Yang Mi did. Chapter 34. Two choices. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Gu Chen opened it to find Lu Yan, who had made a special effort to adorn herself. Despite being accompanied by beautiful women daily, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Yan, slightly nervous, immediately noticed Gu Chen's gaze. Her smile became more confident and radiant, dispelling her earlier apprehension and replacing it with delight. Indeed, her charm could captivate the young Gu Chen. "Gu Zong, may we have a word, just the two of us?" Lu Yan smiled, having deliberately adjusted her collar beforehand. Of course. Gu Chen stepped aside, allowing Lu Yan to enter before closing the door, his gaze openly admiring her figure, which could evoke envy in many women and stir desire in men. Lu Yan dressed so alluringly, after all, to captivate him. Gu Chen once again marveled at the allure of wealth. "Speak your mind. What do you desire from me? We are both adults, and there are no outsiders here. So let us clarify our intentions to avoid future complications." Taken aback by Gu Chen's directness, Lu Yan realized that now was not the time for modesty. Regardless of the outcome, she had nothing to lose, so she decided to be forthright. "I wish to become famous, a great star who earns vast sums of money. Beyond that, I will not intrude upon your life. However, if the day comes when I wish to depart, you must not use that against me. After all, a woman's youth is fleeting, and I cannot remain by your side indefinitely without purpose. I must find a man with whom to share my life and secure my future." Gu Chen regarded Lu Yan, aware that she was currently a struggling, relatively unknown figure. He understood that her aspirations would grow once she gained fame. Nevertheless, his system alleviated any fears. Even if Lu Yan desired more in the future, he would not lose financially. Until the quest was fulfilled, he would receive rewards. And once completed, she would be wholly devoted to him. Leaning back on the sofa, Gu Chen gently tapped his fingers on its surface toward Lu Yan. Noticing her slight tension, he beckoned her closer. "Come, sit beside me. I have two options for you." Lu Yan rose, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and settled into Gu Chen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his. With a flirtatious gaze, she murmured, "Gu Zong, I have only had one boyfriend in my youth, and I have maintained my integrity over the years. Given your youth and charm, along with that impressive physique, I couldn't resist approaching you. If I were a wealthy woman, I would certainly spoil you. What man does not appreciate the sweet allure of a beautiful woman?" Lu Yan aimed to convey that she was not merely a casual woman, but rather someone captivated by Gu Chen's magnetism. Gu Chen chuckled at her remarks, fully aware that the most significant motivator was money. Unapologetically, he caressed her smooth, long leg with one hand while the other encircled her slender waist. "The first option, I will financially support you, and you will accompany me when needed. For 5 years. You are prohibited from dating or marrying, as that would hinder your career growth. After 5 years, you are free to come and go as you please. At 24, by the time your career flourishes, you will be around 30. If you choose to retire then, it would render your prior efforts meaningless. By 35 or even 40, you may still find yourself unmarried and childless, which poses health risks associated with advanced maternal age. Thus, the second option, while you are still young, bear me a child. And if you wish to enter the entertainment industry, I will invest in your career. Should you aspire to be a television host, I will facilitate that as well. I will ensure you become a household name. Wait, don't rush. There is more to the second option. I will provide you with a luxury car worth at least 5 million, and when pregnancy makes mobility challenging, I will arrange for a chauffeur-driven vehicle. You will have dedicated caretakers at home and a personal driver for outings. Furthermore, I will purchase a lavish residence in Mo worth no less than 10 million, along with an annual living stipend of 1 million, which can be paid in a lump sum for 20 years. Naturally, to prevent any possibility of you absconding with the funds, we will draft a formal agreement. Having seen the world, Liu Yin understood that Gu Chen was offering a substantial sum. At 24, she was momentarily speechless. 10 years later, she would have laughed at such a proposition, uttering polite refusals while distancing herself from Gu Chen. However, her current circumstances, lacking money, a home, or a vehicle, were dire. As a television host with a meager salary, she was on the brink of being demoted to a lowly position. Previously, an older supervisor had hinted at inappropriate advances, which she had rebuffed. Now, Gu Chen was proposing a lucrative arrangement? No, this was not merely an offer. It resembled a form of patronage. Her breath quickened at the thought. With only 1,000 or so left after supporting her family, simply agreeing would grant her 2 million. Depending on her spending habits, that could sustain her for a lifetime. Observing her reaction, Gu Chen smiled, relishing the prospect of easily winning over the young future star. His hand, already exploring her thigh, began to venture further beneath her dress. I am single. My parents perished in an accident, leaving me alone. I must quickly establish my own lineage. If you can bear me a son, I cannot guarantee more. But I will ensure you inherit a portion of my assets worth billions, and a daughter would still inherit at least 1 billion. With the system at his disposal and 2 decades of rebirth experience ahead, he believed he could forge his own illustrious dynasty. Gu Chen's words struck Liu Yin like a thunderbolt, leaving her weak in his embrace. Her mind racing with thoughts of a son worth billions and a daughter with 1 billion. Suddenly, her body trembled, yet she did not resist. Instead, she acquiesced, emboldening Gu Chen further. He leaned in to kiss her lips, gentle yet deliberate, holding her for a while before releasing her with a mischievous smile. You haven't yet revealed your choice. Liu Yan's face had taken on a slight flush. Could you carry me to the bed? I happen to be in a delicate period. For the next while, you'll need to exert yourself. Should we sign the agreement first? Perhaps buy a sports car as a token of sincerity? You're quite the tease. Stirring my emotions without a thought for responsibility. They say a man must be a bit wicked for a woman to fall in love. So do you love me? Love. Liu Yan's favorability level. 14. You have received a cash reward of 1,400 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Liu Yan's favorability level. 85. Intimacy. You have received a special reward, an investment document. There was no time to peruse such documents. The affection mentioned by some seemed shallow, and one needed to unlock the physical pathways to the heart. No, today he sought to conquer completely. Chapter 35. An exceptional opportunity to invest in Jinggo. Liu Yan's favorability level. 90. Romantic interest. You have received a wish fulfillment from Liu Yan, a safety talisman. Safety talisman protects you from harm, can mitigate 1 fatal injury. Astonishing. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary reward from the system ever. He hadn't anticipated that the alluring goddess Liu Yan could bestow such a delightful surprise. Gu Chen felt a surge of excitement and redoubled his efforts with Liu Yan. Around 4 o'clock, the hotel room where Gu Chen was staying finally settled into a brief tranquility. Liu Yan had stuffed the comforter beneath her, propping herself up. Gu Chen, seeing her for the first time, was somewhat curious. What are you doing? I just checked Baidu. It says this position can make it easier to conceive. Exhausted, Liu Yan felt as if her entire body might collapse. Had it not been for Wu Shanshan's phone call, the energetic Gu Chen would have surely continued to wear her out. She was already feeling overwhelmed, caught between love and fear for Gu Chen. Let's rest well. Tomorrow I'll take you to Mo to buy a house and a car. Why go all the way to Mo? Although this is a second-tier city, its future development shouldn't be too shabby. But Mo is an international metropolis. Future development will either head towards Mo or Yanjing. However, there are too many big shots in Yanjing, so I choose to develop in Mo. Gu Chen had long mapped out his future plans. This place was merely a temporary base. Of course, venturing to Mo didn't mean abandoning this place. Rather, it provided access to a broader network. I love you. Before leaving, Gu Chen kissed Liu Yan, then retreated to the bathroom to retrieve the system reward, the safety talisman. He had expected it to be a piece of talisman paper, but instead found a jade pendant engraved with the characters for safety and adorned with various runes, accompanied by a red cord for wearing. Once in the taxi, he began to examine the system's investment materials, which contained a single piece of information. This year, a man named Liu Changdong founded Jinggo, which suffered significant losses due to the pandemic, compelling the founder to pivot towards online e-commerce. Currently, He was seeking angel investors to finance the venture due to a shortage of funds. The document also included Lu Qiangdong's contact information. Such a considerate and detailed reward. Gu Chen quickly dialed Lu Qiangdong's personal phone number. In Yanjing, the early summer sun filtered through the glass windows of the office building, casting light on Lu Qiangdong's weary face. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt as if it could be wrung out for moisture. With several partners seated around the long table, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. "Brother Dong, we really have no choice left." One partner, Lao Li, extinguished his cigarette. His voice hoarse. "If this drags on, we won't even be able to pay next month's salaries." Lu Qiangdong clasped his head in his hands, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His physical stores had been losing money due to the pandemic, depleting more than half of his previous earnings, forcing him to resolutely decide to transition to an online e-commerce platform. However, the plan to pivot to e-commerce was stymied by a lack of funds. In recent days, he had met with no fewer than 10 investment firms, all either deeming his physical store too burdensome or presenting conditions so harsh they were suffocating. In short, they offered little but demanded much. That Huaying Capital is willing to invest 5 million, but they want 40 equity, along with a seat on the board and financial oversight. Lu Qiangdong raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. That's equivalent to selling the company. But without that 5 million, we won't even survive this quarter. Another partner, Zhang Ming, sighed. "Brother Dong, I know you're reluctant, but right now, survival is paramount." The conference room fell into silence, save for the hum of the air conditioning. Lu Qiangdong stood and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling Zhongguancun street. For years prior, he had rented a booth here with 12,000 yuan in savings, starting his entrepreneurial journey by selling CDs. Now, the company employed over 100 staff, yet it teetered on the brink of collapse. "I'll make another call." Lu Qiangdong suddenly turned and grabbed the phone from the table. Maybe there's still a chance. He hurried out of the conference room and stood by the window at the end of the hallway, scrolling through the list of investors he had called countless times. Just as he was about to dial Wang from Huaying Capital, his phone vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, good day." Lu Qiangdong answered habitually. "Is this Mr. Lu Qiangdong from Jinggo?" A young yet composed voice came through the line. "My surname is Gu. I've heard you're seeking funding to establish your online e-commerce platform. Have you found any investors?" Lu Qiangdong hesitated for a moment, unable to recall contacting this investment firm, yet he responded politely. "Hello, Mr. Gu. We have been in discussions with several firms. They all show interest in investing, but some of the terms are not satisfactory. Even if he were so impoverished he couldn't afford instant noodles for dinner, he couldn't easily reveal his hand. Capital is akin to hungry wolves, eager to feast on every last morsel of flesh. Just right. I'm very interested in your situation and have a clear vision for the future of your e-commerce platform. If you still require investment, we can discuss it further." Lu Qiangdong's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. "Mr. Gu, are you aware of Jinggo's current situation? We are indeed seeking funding, but I know your physical stores are losing money, and I understand you wish to transition to e-commerce." Gu Chen interrupted, his tone assured. "I believe in this direction and am willing to invest the full amount you need." Lu Qiangdong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leaning against the wall to steady himself. "Mr. Gu, you must be joking. We need at least 15 million. I can invest 20 million. Gu Chen replied decisively. "As long as the valuation is reasonable, I can cover the entire amount. I have to visit Mo Du tomorrow and will arrive in Yanjing at the earliest the day after tomorrow. Can we arrange a meeting then?" Lu Qiangdong's throat tightened, his eyes suddenly moistening. He took a deep breath. "Mr. Gu, if it's convenient, I could fly to Mo Du to meet you." Having finally caught a glimmer of hope, Lu Qiangdong was eager to finalize the contract without delay. "Okay, see you in Mo Du." After hanging up, Lu Qiangdong stood in place for a full half-minute, then abruptly dashed back to the conference room, nearly tripping over his own feet as he pushed the door open. "Brother Dong, what's wrong?" Lao Li looked at him in astonishment. Lu Qiangdong's lips trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Someone is willing to invest in us. The full amount. No need to accept those ridiculous conditions." His voice was choked, nearly inaudible. Lao Li and Zhang Ming stood up simultaneously, embracing tightly. Lu Qiangdong, resembling a child, wept uncontrollably. The relentless pressure, despair, and the sudden hope that had emerged all transformed into scorching tears. "Who possesses such foresight?" Zhang Ming inquired, gently patting Lu Qiangdong's back. "It's Gu Chen," Lu Qiangdong replied, wiping his face and suddenly breaking into a smile. "He said he can invest 20 million. With this declaration, the conference room erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Gu Chen found himself chuckling. The big shot who had once been unworthy of even a brief conversation now rushed to Shanghai to meet him, all because of a single phone call. The prospect of a future billion-dollar conglomerate made it clear that securing this investment would ensure a lifetime of comfort, even in a state of repose. Furthermore, with future platforms like Douyin and WeChat, he would be entitled to partake in the spoils. Gazing out of the taxi window at the setting sun, he felt assured that tomorrow would be even brighter. Chapter 36. The beautiful teacher initiates a call. You have spent 5,000,000 yuan on Yangmi. Based on your current favorability, you have received a critical reward of 30,000,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Such extraordinary fortune. Just by facilitating a contract for Brother Dong's investment, the funds materialized. Should I call Brother Dong? No need to fly to Shanghai. I could personally visit Yanjing instead. The thought of meeting this future magnate stirred excitement within him, yet he soon regained his composure. Indeed, Brother Dong is destined for greatness. But I am currently his angel investor. In my previous life, I called him Brother Dong, and he paid me no heed. However, in this rebirth where luck smiles upon me, him calling me brother is only fitting. Alas, it seems that the penguin has already embarked on the path of future magnates, leaving scant opportunity to even taste the broth, as investors with billions may not even acknowledge you. As for the other gentleman, Ma Gu, who is indifferent to wealth, I wonder if he would allow me to partake in a bowl of soup? Upon arriving in Shanghai, I should consult a professional firm to explore whether I could secure a few million to acquire even a spoonful of broth. I would not mind a modest offering, as long as I have a seat at the table. Lost in thought, his phone rang. It was Lu Qiandong calling. A pang of anxiety gripped him as he wondered if the investment had fallen through. Heaven forbid, he was calling to rescind the investment. General Lu, did you call to discuss a change in tomorrow's itinerary, or is there another matter? No. I called to inform you, Guzong, that I have booked my flight. I should arrive in Shanghai around 8 a.m. What time will you arrive so that I can pick you up at the airport? I expect to arrive around 9. That works, as I don't have much to do in Shanghai. I just plan to buy a couple of cars and a house for my girlfriend to settle in the city. We have a car service. So if you're not in a rush, you can join me. If all goes smoothly, we can discuss matters in the afternoon. Feel free to attend to your affairs first. No worries. I have nothing pressing. Let us meet in Shanghai tomorrow. After ending the call, Lu Qiandong thought about how he had traveled all this way for the sake of Gu Chen's investment, neglecting other concerns. It seemed that this affluent magnate prioritized the investment over accompanying his girlfriend to Shanghai, which indicated he ought to select a gift for Gu Zong's girlfriend. At that moment, Lu Qiandong was already en route to Yanjing Airport, having booked a flight to Shanghai for the night. He called Gu Chen, hoping for a chance to personally greet him at the airport, thus fostering their relationship. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Lu Qiandong, the beautiful teacher Li Yunting proactively called Gu Chen. Teacher, are you calling at this hour to invite me to dinner or simply because you miss me? Gu Chen, recognizing the enthusiastic initiative from the beautiful teacher, was aware that his formidable charm had conquered her body, and inevitably, her heart would follow suit. Oh, who would think of you? I merely wanted to inform you that the clothing store is ready, and you can start working as my secretary. Her tone initially bore a hint of playful affection, which delighted Gu Chen. I'll be heading to Shanghai tomorrow. I'll provide you with the contact details of the general manager and the company address. You can start working there. I'll ensure everything is arranged for you. Gu Chen contemplated bringing the beautiful teacher, his soon-to-be alluring secretary, along to Shanghai, but with Lu Yin also accompanying him, it could lead to a chaotic situation. Better to avoid that. Their mutual affections were still in a delicate stage, and out of respect for one another, it was prudent not to rush matters, as they were both considered his women. Is it unnecessary for me to accompany you to Shanghai? Li Yunting asked instinctively, immediately regretting it, and covering her mouth. Why would she pose such a question? Accompanying Gu Chen to Shanghai would certainly lead to him teasing her daily. Staying in Lingcheng was far more comfortable. It must have been a mere slip of the tongue, a subconscious roleplay as a secretary. Yes, that must be it. Li Yunting repeatedly reassured herself, while Gu Chen, not dwelling on it, casually explained, you still need to handle your onboarding tomorrow. I have everything arranged. Besides, my company operates uniquely. I don't always require a secretary for external affairs. Often, it's more beneficial for the secretary to stay at the office to manage tasks. Just then, it was mealtime. Shall we have dinner together? They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's been over a day since I last saw you. I almost miss you to death. Send me the address. Let us meet at the same hotel as last time. The rooms and food are excellent. All right. Reserve a room and wait for me. Li Yunting spoke as if accompanying Gu Chen had become a casual routine, showing no signs of reluctance as she picked up her makeup kit to touch up her appearance. ensuring she looked splendid before the mirror. She called her husband, Chen Kai, and opened with, "I want to be home for dinner tonight. I might not return to sleep either, so rest early." "No problem, dear. You've worked hard. Just be sure to stay safe. Don't get pregnant," were Chen Kai's final words. "Understood," Li Yunting acknowledged. This was also her bottom line, which is why she consistently urged Gu Chen not to linger inside, even if it meant resorting to alternative methods. However, the joy and pleasure Gu Chen brought her sometimes compelled her to embrace him like an octopus, and by the time she regained her senses from the blissful experience, it would be too late. Consequently, Li Yunting contemplated whether to have an IUD fitted. After all, what if she inadvertently became pregnant? Yet, she felt it necessary to inform Gu Chen, as the recovery from the procedure would take half a month. For safety's sake, Gu Chen would need to wait at least 20 days before they could share intimacy. She feared Gu Chen might be unwilling, especially since this was the period when he was most interested in her. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Yunting found a splendid dinner prepared in the room, accompanied by a glass of red wine, as she was not fond of white. She took a seat across from Gu Chen, delicately picking up her chopsticks and elegantly consuming her meal before tentatively suggesting, "I'm considering getting an IUD, just in case of an unexpected pregnancy." Gu Chen paused mid-bite, glancing at Li Yunting. "Are you certain you do not wish to divorce and stay with me? The child is still young, and my husband is aware of my relationship with you. He treats me well, so divorce is not an option." Li Yunting's attitude was resolute, prompting Gu Chen to reluctantly take a step back. "What if you truly conceive? Just say it's your husband's child. If it's mine, the child can stay with me. I can offer you a substantial sum as compensation. How does $1 million sound?" He reasoned. "He can't do it. Ever since the accident 3 years ago, he hasn't been intimate with me. Do you think he could really tolerate my affair with you? Even for that $1,500,000, he would still divorce me. No man can endure such a situation, no matter how much he loves, unless he harbors a particular perversion within. Once or twice he might manage. But our affair with Gu Chen has persisted for 5 years." This left Gu Chen somewhat bewildered. His intention in advising Li Yunting to divorce was to possess the beautiful teacher solely for himself. He had not anticipated that her husband would be a mere shadow of a man, incapable of fulfilling his marital duties. After some reflection, he realized that he did not particularly need Li Yunting at this moment. Besides, with the IUD in place, he could freely leave his seed within her. "Very well. You will start work tomorrow, and I will cover all expenses. I will arrange for you to visit a private hospital with a specialized surgeon for the procedure, and I will also hire a professional caregiver to ensure you can focus on your recovery." Li Yunting nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed Gu Chen's responsibility to finance this. After 5 or 6 minutes, seeing that Gu Chen had nearly finished eating, Li Yunting spoke up. "I am going to the restroom to rinse my mouth. I'll join you," Gu Chen replied with a mischievous grin. An hour later, neither of them had finished washing up. Chapter 37. The first meeting between Mo Du and Lu Qiangdong, perhaps due to the anticipation of a longer separation or the warmth of their conversation. That night Li Yunting was particularly enthusiastic and proactive, even igniting the flames of passion several times. Especially in the morning, when she used a unique method to awaken Gu Chen as he went to the bathroom. He opened his eyes to find Li Yunting transformed into a knight. Had it not been for the fear of missing his flight, Gu Chen might have lingered, yet he reluctantly departed the hotel for the airport before 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, Li Yunting remained in the hotel room to recuperate, planning to report to the company in the afternoon and prepare for her IUD surgery the following day. Weary, Gu Chen boarded the plane and promptly fell asleep. After an hour, the flight landed smoothly at the airport in Mo Du Lu Yin, like a smitten young woman. Linked arms with Gu Chen as they exited the check-in area, the tall Gu Chen quickly spotted Lu Qiangdong among the crowd, holding a sign that read General Manager Gu Chen from Lincheng. Lu Qiangdong appeared younger and slimmer than Gu Chen remembered from his previous life, when he became a magnate, accompanied by 2 individuals of similar age. "Hello. You must be General Manager Lu Qiangdong from Jinggo. I am Gu Chen, the one who spoke with you on the phone yesterday." Initially, Lu Qiangdong was taken aback, pondering the sight of a young man accompanied by a stunningly attractive woman striding towards him. However, upon hearing Gu Chen's self-introduction, his eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, a person of such caliber would typically require a minimum investment of 20 million and would likely be over 30. Good heavens, how could he be so young? He must be a second-generation heir from a wealthy family, perhaps a low-profile young master unknown in the circles. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly extended a warm handshake to Gu Chen, sporting a somewhat obsequious smile. "General Manager, you are truly impressive for your age. Allow me to introduce my partners, Zhang Ming, and this is Lawyer Xiao from the legal department." Gu Chen merely nodded, In Lu Qiangdong's eyes, he was now a magnate, and he needed to embody the demeanor of a powerful figure. It was a privilege for a lesser person to even nod in respect, let alone initiate a handshake. I am only accompanying my girlfriend to purchase a car and a house. There is no need for so many of you to follow. Please have them prepare the location for our investment discussion and arrange a place for dining. Understood, General Manager. Lu Qiangdong and his companions maintained their cheerful demeanor in response to Gu Chen's somewhat aloof attitude. Lu Qiangdong had already put considerable effort into securing a restaurant for their meal through friends and MOD, but chose not to mention it. Sometimes, saying less made it easier to curry favor with influential figures. Throughout, Lu Yin refrained from interjecting, responding politely to greetings, but knowing well that such matters were beyond her purview. Her current task was to ensure Gu Chun would plant his seeds in her, hastening the possibility of conceiving a child. If she succeeded this month, by this time next year, she could leverage Gu Chen's connections to attempt a comeback in the entertainment industry and realize her dream of stardom. Upon exiting the airport, a designated vehicle awaited them. A man in his 30s warmly smiled and respectfully opened the door for Gu Chen. This was the car arranged by the 4S dealership, while the property sales vehicle would meet them at the dealership. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the 4S dealership, where Lu Yin selected a striking red supercar with upward-opening scissor doors, adorned with a wealthy emblem. The car was priced at over $5 million, and with taxes and insurance, the total reached nearly $680,000. Gu Chen simply swiped his card for $700,000. Handle all the paperwork for me. Once I finalize the house purchase, I will let you know where to deliver the car. The remaining funds are your commission. Upon hearing this, those nearby cast envious glances at him. The considerable commission. Though they had encountered many wealthy individuals, they had never seen such generosity before. You have spent 6,800,000 yuan on Lu Yin, and based on the current favorability, you have received a critical reward of 27,200,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. You have spent 200,000 yuan on Tong Wanwen, and based on the current favorability, you have received a critical reward of 600,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Tong Wanwen, a stunningly beautiful and young woman of 22, gazed at Gu Chun with sparkling eyes. After he departed, she discreetly sent a text message and soon received a reply from Gu Chen. Congratulations. You just started and already landed a deal with a 20,000 expenditure. This boss is truly young and generous. Remember to treat everyone to dinner tonight. The store manager promptly approached Tong Wanwen, sharing some workplace wisdom, emphasizing that a meal could foster goodwill and alleviate jealousy. Of course, I will treat everyone. I also want to thank you, manager, for your guidance. Later, I will give you a personal red envelope. By the way, I might need to take a few days off after work today. The manager scrutinized Tong Wanwen with a knowing smile. Does this boss have his eyes on you? Yes. He mentioned he would send me the address of the hotel where I will be staying tonight. Tong Wanwen blushed, feeling shy yet compelled to share. For many topics had already been covered on her first day. Your beauty and physique are your only assets. Using them to secure sales is unfortunate, but often necessary. This is why luxury car dealerships frequently recruit staff. Handsome young men must also be muscular, and the store will arrange fitness training. Women must also be beautiful, with an emphasis on cultivating their poise. The rationale was simple. Many employees, regardless of gender, did not last long in such roles. Remember my words. To gain, one must give. If the boss wishes to keep you, you should be obedient and considerate, avoiding conflict while winning his favor. Beyond skincare and maintenance, learn massage techniques and read more. If you decide not to return, that's fine. Maintain a good relationship with the boss and send messages when you can. The manager imparted her wisdom, aware that few among the 10 would express gratitude. Her extensive network was built through such gradual accumulations. She frequently reminded the young women in the store that being a mistress and being kept was not shameful. Lacking money rendered dignity and worth indistinguishable from garbage. Tong Wanwen nodded, already contemplating how to adorn herself for the evening meeting with Gu Chun, the young and affluent magnate. She was determined to captivate her employer, hoping he would be inclined to spend lavishly to keep her by his side. On another front, Gu Chun, after spending a brief interval purchasing a luxury Mercedes-Benz for over $1 million, took the astonished Lu Qiangdong on a 40-minute drive to the residential complex, Tangchini Pin, where he intended to procure a home for Lu Yin. After nearly an hour, as the clock approached midnight and hunger gnawed at him, Gu Chen decisively selected a lavishly decorated apartment exceeding 300 square meters for the indecisive Lu Yin. Without a hint of hesitation or remorse, he swiped his card to complete the transaction. It was evident that even Lu Qiangdong felt compelled to cling to Gu Chen's leg, humorously exclaiming, "Brother, Can we not be so rigid about gender roles? Meanwhile, Lu Yan's favorability score had astonishingly reached a perfect 100, marking her as Gu Chen's third successful conquest. Gu Chen was hardly surprised, as Lu Yan's favorability had already surpassed 90. Today alone, he had spent over 20 million on her, a sum substantial enough to ensnare any woman lacking financial means in unwavering devotion. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret, as he still had 20 million left undisbursed towards Lu Yan, and he vowed to recoup this feeling of loss through her later that evening. Chapter 38. Embracing Lu Yan and Flirting with Yangmi. After Lu Yan's favorability reached 100, her effect on Gu Chen was akin to that of Wang Jing. As long as he remained wealthy and treated her with a modicum of kindness, Lu Yan would follow him devotedly, even going so far as to assist him in courting other women. As Lu Qiangdong led Gu Chen and Lu Yan to the prearranged restaurant, Gu Chen suddenly recalled someone. Yangmi seizing the moment, he swiftly dialed her number. Eager to flirt with the 18-year-old who had yet to experience romance, but was currently in the throes of youthful infatuation. To be honest, despite the presence of numerous women drawn to him through the system, he had yet to experience a love that could evoke jealousy in others. At that moment, Yangmi was crouched in a corner of the film set, mechanically consuming a subpar boxed meal. Today's meal was particularly unpalatable, yet her hunger left her no room for complaints. As the least conspicuous supporting actress, her limited screen time often meant receiving lukewarm meals. Additionally, this was a small production, and she was on the verge of being overlooked as her role neared its conclusion. With the wrap-up approaching, she had declined the offer for a manager and makeup artist to accompany her, not wishing to appear as someone easily swayed by fame or money, nor extravagant with Gu Chen's finances. After all, she had managed quite well on her own until now, and with only one more scene to shoot, she would soon depart. However, she grumbled softly, "Damn Gu Chen," as rice clung to the corner of her mouth, forgotten in her irritation. Since their separation yesterday, the very person who promised her a surprise had yet to even call. The phone screen flickered on and off again, and she had lost count of how many times she had checked for missed calls. After a few more bites, she discarded the remaining unappetizing meal into the trash. Just as she stood up, her phone vibrated in her pocket. In haste, she retrieved it, her heart racing at the sight of Gu Chen flashing on the screen. "Hello?" she answered, deliberately elongating her tone while holding the phone at a distance, as if this could mask the warmth creeping to her ears. Some people still remember to call. "Huh." On the other end, Gu Chen's voice, laced with humor, replied, "Oh dear, why is my little Mimi so fiery? Who upset you? Tell me, and I shall take care of them." "Ugh, who is your little Mimi? Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. And you are the little one. I'm quite grown, thank you very much," she retorted, kicking a small stone on the ground, her nails absent-mindedly tracing the phone case. Yangmi's favorability score is at 1. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. All right, from now on, I shall call you to Mimi, since you are destined to be mine. You've signed the contract of servitude. You will never escape my grasp. The playful tone made Yangmi's heart flutter. Encountering such a young, wealthy, and dashing individual who was so willing to spend time and money on her, what young girl wouldn't relish such attention? "I don't want that." Yangmi's tone now carried a hint of pride. "Oh, you don't want the surprise?" His statement acted like a hook, ensnaring Yangmi's full attention. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, before succumbing. "What is it? You've kept me in suspense all day. Guess. A new lipstick set?" She recalled glancing at a counter while passing by a mall yesterday. Incorrect. Gu Chen silently noted that he had planned to buy it for Yangmi as a surprise while shopping with Lu Yan later that afternoon. Tickets to Hua Zia's concert? Her voice involuntarily rose an octave, prompting her to quickly glance around, feeling a rush of anxiety. "Guess again." Yangmi stomped her foot in frustration. "Gu Chen, you're so annoying. Don't tell me it's related to the movie you're working on?" Laughter bubbled from the other end of the line, and Yangmi could easily imagine Gu Chen suppressing his amusement, his shoulders shaking with mirth. "Stop laughing. If you want to tell me, I'm hanging up." Wait. Gu Chen quickly pleaded. "If you call me good brother, I'll tell you." "You." Yangmi nearly dropped her phone, heat rising from her neck to her forehead. "In your dreams." Yet, despite her defiance, her finger lingered above the hang-up button, hesitant. She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and quickly whispered into the receiver, "Good brother." Instantly, she pulled the phone away, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She couldn't comprehend why she acquiesced, considering she typically despised such cheesy endearments. "I didn't hear you clearly. Gu Chen, go to hell." Yangmi finally snapped, her cheeks flushed as she hung up. Yet within 3 seconds, regret washed over her, and she bit her lip, staring at her phone screen. Damn Gu Chen, just you wait. I'll make you pay when I get back. Soon after, Gu Chen sent her a message via QQ, sharing a photo of him dining with Lu Qiangdong, with Lu Yin conspicuously absent from the frame. The accompanying text read, "On a business trip, too busy to give you a proper apology. My understanding to me shouldn't be upset with me, right?" The message included a flying kiss emoji. Yang Mi, blushing, responded with a hammer emoji, quickly following up with, "You're busy. Business is important. Don't drink too much. Take care of yourself, and rest early. Understood, housekeeper." Yang Mi felt her face flush even deeper upon reading his reply. Clutching her phone, she refrained from responding further. Yet she suddenly perceived an air of sweetness enveloping her surroundings, making everything seem delightful as she hummed a cheerful tune. Gu Chen, having abstained from alcohol, candidly expressed his desire to have children with his girlfriend. Lu Qiangdong immediately raised his thumb and downed a drink, exclaiming, "How impressive. Here you are, with a stunning beauty by your side, while simultaneously charming another woman over the phone. I truly envy you, Gu Chen, wealthy, youthful, and handsome. You are the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of women. Why is it that I have no attractive relatives or friends around me?" After some brief pleasantries at the dining table, Gu Chen swiftly got to the point. "I have reviewed the financial report of Jinggo. The brick-and-mortar stores are indeed at a loss, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your e-commerce platform is fully established. It merely requires promotional funding. Correct?" Lu Qiangdong nodded and promptly retrieved a document from his briefcase, presenting it. "This is our transformation plan, and we anticipate achieving a balance between income and expenditure in our e-commerce operations by next year." Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to peruse these details. As you have seen today, I spent over 20 million on purchasing homes and cars for this lovely girlfriend of mine. Hence, your investment of 20 million is trivial to me." He locked eyes with Lu Qiangdong. "I have but one question. If the funds are secured, how do you intend to develop and seize your market share from competitors?" This question struck at the core, and Lu Qiangdong's eyes brightened. "By establishing our own warehousing and logistics. Currently, e-commerce is all about competing on price, but with slow delivery and poor service. I aim to win with faster delivery and superior service." Gu Chen smiled with satisfaction. "That aligns perfectly with my vision, Mr. Lu. I am prepared to invest 50 million and promise not to interfere with management. The decision-making power of Jinggo will rest entirely with you, provided you ensure the quality of the brand's products. There is just one condition I require from you. I want 15 equity in Jinggo. Regardless of its future development or financing, my shares must not be diluted. Should you seek financing, the remaining shares must be used. The future development will demand substantial funds, and Gu Chen is reluctant to pour all his resources into Jinggo. Moreover, Lu Qiangdong is an ambitious entrepreneur who, once financially secure, will likely buy back shares to solidify his absolute position within Jinggo." The room fell silent, as this condition was exceedingly generous, far surpassing the offers made by other investment institutions in the market. "Mr. Gu, why such terms?" Lu Qiangdong asked incredulously. "Because I believe e-commerce is the future," Gu Chen replied, his gaze suddenly distant, as if he could see a far-off horizon. "In 10 years, people will purchase books, appliances, and even groceries online, and Jinggo will emerge as a titan in this domain." Lu Qiangdong felt a shiver run through him. Gu Chen's vision mirrored his own aspirations, but was even grander than he had imagined. "Do you truly believe this?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, we would not be sitting here today." Gu Chen smiled. "I can also offer you a promise. My 15 stake will be represented by you in future board meetings, and should you decide to sell, you will have the first right of purchase. How does that sound?" Had it not been for the incredibly alluring beauty accompanying Gu Chen, Lu Qiangdong might have thought that Gu Chen had taken a particular interest in him, given his generous support for Jinggo. Lu Qiangdong felt a peculiar resonance, as if he had met a kindred spirit. He stood up and solemnly extended his hand to Gu Chen. "Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Gu. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Lu." Chapter 39. The headache of relationships. After dining and signing the contract, Lu Qiangdong returned to Yanjing with renewed vigor. With Gu Chen's 50 million, Jinggo's online e-commerce platform could be established more swiftly, and Gu Chen's endorsement provided him with the greatest confidence. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, initially accompanied by Lu Yan for shopping, considered that with 20 million already committed, a little extra spending was inconsequential. After all, Lu Yan was entirely his, and with a 100 approval rating, it was likely she would willingly support him financially when the need arose. However, considering the system in place, how could he possibly lack this 2 million? By around 2 p.m., Gu Chen lost interest in shopping. Despite significant enhancements to his physical condition, he truly admired the stamina of women when it came to shopping. He had the mall deliver items to the hotel. The reason he did not check into the recently purchased Tang Cheney pin was that he had an appointment with the car saleswoman, Tong Wenwen. Although the entire dealership was filled with attractive individuals, Tong Wenwen immediately caught Gu Chen's eye, describing her as possessing a youthful visage and ample bosom. It was also related to his desire for a capable female secretary. Given that Tong Wenwen had shown interest in this regard, and the system's comprehensive evaluation of her was quite high, there was no need to pretend to be a paragon of virtue. Arriving at the hotel with Lu Yan also had ulterior motives. After closing the hotel room door, Lu Yan wasted no time in pushing Gu Chun onto the sofa and began kissing him passionately. By around 6 p.m., Lu Yan lay on the bed, exhausted and unwilling to move. Shall we go for a walk? The riverside night view is quite lovely. I don't want to move. I want to rest and recover. Otherwise, I won't be able to endure your antics tonight. Hearing this, Gu Chun chuckled knowingly. What he desired was exactly this. Lu Yan lying on the bed, unwilling to stir. He gently reminded her, rest well. I'll take a little stroll nearby. If you get hungry, just call the hotel front desk. It's a rare opportunity to be in MO, so I might not return early. Go on and enjoy yourself, but be cautious of unsavory women. Some may seem glamorous on the surface, but are worse than a toilet. Lu Yan waved her hand dismissively. Let me play as I wish. As long as I don't catch anything. Gu Chen's vitality was so robust that she worried he might end up with a woman who could entice him into risky escapades. Unable to resist, Gu Chen fell into her trap. Gu Chen smiled. A score of 90 indicates good health. The higher the score, the better the physical condition. A score below 85 is deemed unfit, and below 80 is considered toxic. I generally avoid those below 85, so there's no need to worry about such issues. Stepping out of the room, Gu Chen knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Tong Wenwen had already retrieved the room card from the hotel front desk, as per his instructions, and was waiting for him inside around 5:40 p.m. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the delightful fragrance emanating from Tong Wenwen, which he could not resist inhaling deeply. It was intoxicating. Tong Wenwen was dressed in a JK uniform, with a black top and white bottom, complemented by white stockings. Mr. Gu, have you eaten dinner? I just ordered some food that I can't finish. Her voice was soft and slightly sweet, her exquisite features enhanced by makeup, rendering her both beautiful and endearing. Reminiscent of the alluring female characters from Japanese anime, such as Akiyama Marina from Oni Father. If she dyed her hair blonde, she would resemble a younger sister. Perfect. Let us eat together. Gu Chun nodded as he entered the room. Noticing that the food on the table had barely been touched, he realized that Tong Wenwen had indeed been waiting for him to join her. Half an hour later, as Tong Wenwen lay in Gu Chen's embrace, she gasped, Mr. Gu, wait a moment. I brought a special outfit to show you. I think you will love it. Gu Chun immediately released Tong Wenwen, brimming with anticipation. After 6 or 7 minutes, Tong Wenwen emerged from the bedroom in an almost transparent pink sailor uniform, causing Gu Chen's blood to rush with excitement. He swiftly picked her up and carried her back to the bedroom. This is my first time. I've heard it can be painful. Please be gentle, Mr. Gu. Gu Chan was taken aback, his movements coming to an immediate halt as he gently embraced Tong Wenwen. A wave of excitement and joy surged within him. Although surrounded by 5 close confidants, Tong Wenwen was the first woman who wholly belonged to him. Stay by my side, and I shall not treat you poorly. Just like the woman I took to buy a car today, if you are willing to bear my children. The wealth of luxury cars and mansions that she possesses will be yours as well. These words startled Tong Wenwen. Is the woman you took today similar to me? If you nod, then it is indeed the same. I am single and the only child in my family, with no plans for marriage in this lifetime. It is perfectly normal to have multiple girlfriends, and when the time comes, all assets will naturally be distributed among you and the children you bear for me. This revelation thrilled Tong Wenwen even more, as what she could gain from Gu Chun was far beyond her expectations. Tong Wenwen's affection level, 23. You have received a cash reward of 300 yuan, legally deposited into your bank account. Tong Wenwen's affection level, 86, intimacy. You have received a special reward, 1 to attractiveness. The reward was indeed commendable. The more handsome one becomes, the quicker one attracts romantic interests. Gu Chun envisioned himself surpassing Wu Yinzu in allure, leading to a throng of women yearning for him. However, Tong Wenwen's affection level surged too rapidly, leaving Gu Chun concerned that the rewards might not outweigh the investments. Perhaps he should purchase the house and car tomorrow, but for now, he decided to relish the moment, as a fleeting night was worth its weight in gold. After more than half an hour, Gu Chun, weary yet content, held the blissful Tong Wenwen close. Tong Wenwen's affection level, 95, love. You have received a wish reward from Tong Wenwen, 1 to attractiveness. Indeed, a woman's first experience was unparalleled. catapulting her affection level to 95. Gu Chen felt he was already quite handsome, yet both rewards from Tong Wenwen had been enhancements to his attractiveness. She was truly a beauty obsessed with looks. The reason was clear. Tong Wenwen was currently embracing him, her hands caressing his abdominal muscles, leaving Gu Chen tempted, yet ultimately resistant. But Tong Wenwen was not one to relent easily. Let us do it again. I practice yoga often. I can handle it. Seeing Gu Chen hesitating, she took the initiative, leaning in closer. 40 minutes later, Tong Wenwen finally settled down, no longer daring to provoke Gu Chen. After spending some time with her, Gu Chen sought out Lu Yin next door. Due to Lu Yin, Gu Chen did not rush back to Linqing, making it a point to call Yang Mi, Lu Mengjia, and Wang Jing daily, ensuring that the beautiful teacher and Aunt Chunyu were not neglected. After all, aside from keeping Lu Yin company, making these calls did not consume much time and could either stabilize or enhance their relationships. Oh, and he also kept in touch with the recovering Xia Shihan. For instance, Yang Mi, emboldened by their conversations, would often initiate chats with Gu Chen, leading to an endless stream of topics, ultimately culminating in a day full of trivialities. 5 days later, Chenya informed Gu Chen over the phone that Xia Shihan would be discharged the following day. Xia Shihan personally called, expressing her desire for Gu Chen to pick her up, boldly confessing her longing for him and her wish to share meals, shopping, and movies together. In essence, she wanted to experience everything a couple might do. Rather than feeling pleased, Gu Chen was troubled. His relationships with Chunya and Xia Shihan had become rather complex. For many men, the notion of Chunya and Xia Shihan was undoubtedly an enticing fantasy, yet he had never considered it. He could swear that he initially found Chunya physically appealing, but with Xia Shihan, his intentions were purely for the sake of system rewards. Now that he understood the benefits of reaching an affection level of 100, there was no need to pursue it further. Although Xia Shihan was extraordinarily beautiful, more so than Yang Mi, inheriting her mother Chenya's exquisite figure and skin, Gu Chen felt he could not cross that moral threshold. Chapter 40. Pregnancy System Upgrade Tomorrow. I have matters in Linqing, so I am preparing to return, Gu Chen stated. In the hotel room, he found himself flanked by two stunning beauties, Lu Yin on his left and Tong Wenwen on his right, a sight that could evoke envy in many. Of course, this was also a testament to Gu Chen's own efforts. With Lu Yan's affection level reaching 100 and Tong Wenwen's nearly there, Gu Chen had brought Lu Yin into Tong Wenwen's room on their first night, and the two had quickly become close friends. Originally, Gu Chen intended to take both women back to Linqing, not knowing if Lu Yin was indeed pregnant. However, before he could finish his thought, he received a system notification. Detection indicates that the target of strategy, Lu Yin, is pregnant. You have received your first offspring gift pack. 1 lifespan, 1 pregnancy preservation pill. 100 million yuan for offspring cultivation. Having an heir necessitates leaving behind a legacy capable of sustaining your family and facilitating your own growth. Reward includes groundbreaking scientific and commercial research materials. System upgrade complete. The system mall is now accessible. For further details, please enter the mall. Detection indicates that the host may have engaged in money farming activities. Rewards are limited to 20 million for reaching an affection level of 80, 30 million for 90, and 50 million upon completion of the strategy, along with 100 strategy points. All items in the system mall require strategy points for purchase. Completing a strategy for a target rewards 100 strategy points, and each additional offspring yields 500 strategy points. Future strategies will not possess special rewards. The host must select according to personal needs within the system mall. Pregnant? He had a child? Gu Chen's excitement prevented him from immediately exploring the system mall. Instead, he instinctively placed his hand on Lu Yan's smooth abdomen, a gesture that led Lu Yin to mistakenly believe he desired her again. She hurriedly interjected, "Let me rest for a moment. You should find one." She seemed quite eager earlier. "What nonsense. I have a sixth sense that tells me there is already a child within you," Gu Chen claimed, pressing his ear against Lu Yan's belly. Lu Yan paused, gently stroking Gu Chen's head. "What are you rambling about? A sixth sense? If I were pregnant, I would certainly feel some reaction. Besides, even if I were indeed pregnant, you wouldn't be able to hear it." Nonetheless, a smile of joy graced Lu Yan's face, as she now longed to be the first to carry Gu Chen's child. "This ability runs in our family. Rest assured, you are undoubtedly pregnant. Moving forward, be cautious. You should stay in MO due to nurture the child. Tomorrow, I will give you a traditional pregnancy preservation pill, and I will arrange for the best private hospital for all subsequent care. Let Wenwen stay with you in MO due for a few days. Once the nanny and driver are all set, you can come to Linqing to assist me as a secretary." Gu Chen's excitement soared, his movements exuberant like a child. Observing this, Lu Yin began to believe in her pregnancy, cautiously caressing her abdomen, her eyes sparkling with the innate maternal affection of a woman. Tong Wenwen was also smiling, though her gaze scrutinized Gu Chen. Over the past few days, he had gifted her a car and a house, all under a signed agreement, prompting her to desire to bear Gu Chen's child as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. After a dozen minutes had passed, Tong Wenwen began to press Gu Chen for a child. Not wanting to disturb Lu Yin, Gu Chen led Tong Wenwen to the adjacent room. Once he had satisfied Tong Wenwen, he glanced at the exhausted woman by his side, now asleep, before turning his attention to the system mall. The system mall was divided into 4 sections: technology, entertainment, comprehensive, and locked. Entertainment encompasses numerous exceptional works, films, songs, and more that have yet to emerge in the previous lives but have not yet been birthed on launching. The value of the strategy points ranges from dozens to hundreds. In addition to this, there are various skills such as culinary arts, driving, goldsmithing, and charms for protection, luck, and romance, among others. The technological advancements are what astonished Gu Chen the most, as their minimum value begins at several hundred, with many reaching into the thousands. And they are the only category with items labeled as awaiting unlock. A glance at his strategy points revealed 500. The combined objectives for Chunya, Wang Jing, and Lu Yin amounted to 300, alongside a progeny reward of 200, leaving a remaining 300 which depended on Lu Yin safely delivering the child. The 500 strategy points must be utilized judiciously. Moreover, the system's evident intention to expedite Gu Chen's conquest of more objectives, or perhaps to encourage procreation, raise questions. Is this what they call more children, more blessings? Contemplating the items available in the system's marketplace, particularly within the technological sector, these were resources vital for a prosperous and powerful nation. Gu Chen felt compelled to strive harder, not only for himself, but for the future strength of his homeland. He had successfully crafted a commendable excuse and rationale for his future endeavors. In the stillness of the night, he claimed the system rewards he had just received. The lifespan increase of one felt negligible, at merely 21 years of age. It was likely too early to notice any significant change. The anodyne pill was contained within a porcelain vial, releasing a faint medicinal aroma upon opening. He set it aside to administer to Lu Yin the following day. As for the research materials, he received 5 portable USB drives, each labeled with various specifications of carbon fiber: T300, T500, T600, T800, T900, T1000, T1200, and T1400, accompanied by a cautionary note suggesting gradual utilization to avoid unnecessary complications. In 2004, launching Huahua had no capacity for self-produced carbon fiber, as the West maintained stringent control, often wielding carbon fiber as a means of sanctioning Huahua, compelling it to concede in the face of legitimate national interests. Presently, the self-proclaimed best carbon fiber from the West had reached the T900 standard, while the most common in circulation was T500, with Huahua being offered only T400, and that in scant quantities. Introducing anything above T900 would undoubtedly invite trouble. Thus, investing in a factory and initially focusing on T300 and T500 carbon fiber research seemed prudent. Collaborating directly with the military was unnecessary. Sometimes, private enterprises offered distinct advantages. Moreover, Huahua had many fishing enthusiasts in the Air Force, purchasing a plethora of fishing rods despite catching only a few fish yearly. Consequently, the domestic fishing gear market, devoid of carbon fiber, presented tremendous commercial potential. Once the fishing rods were produced and launched, there would surely be ways to attract military interest, allowing Gu Chen to leverage the materials at hand for personal gain. By proudly waving the banner of patriotism and generously donating a portion of advanced research materials in carbon fiber as a patriotic businessman, perhaps he could negotiate lower interest rates on investment loans or secure preferential treatment post-construction. Furthermore, turning a blind eye to the domestic fishing gear monopoly could open many beneficial connections, easing his path within the entertainment industry. It would also afford Gu Chen ample time to accumulate strategy points, enabling future access to drones, radar-evading paint, aircraft carrier-arresting wires, and more. With the simple act of branding himself as a patriot, he envisioned a future where he could navigate the domestic landscape with ease. The more he pondered, the more promising the future appeared, leading Gu Chen into a lengthy yet delightful reverie. Chapter 41. Chen Yu's absurd notion at 9:10 a.m. The plane landed steadily at Linqing Airport. Upon exiting, Gu Chen hailed a taxi to the hospital to pick up Xia Shirhan, who was being discharged after her final checkup scheduled for 10 a.m. As he settled into the cab, a familiar melody reached his ears. The lyrics resonated. "You cried to me. saying fairy tales are all lies. I cannot be your prince. Perhaps you will never understand. Realizing it was a radio broadcast, Chen recalled that Fairy Tale had officially been released 2 days prior, with over $1 million spent on promotional efforts. This marked the first time he heard his own song on air. The taxi driver, a man in his 40s with a slight paunch and a ring adorning his ring finger, had a family photo displayed prominently on the dashboard. Upon hearing Chen's surprised remark, he spoke eagerly. This song is called Fairy Tale. Many radio stations are playing it. Since yesterday. I've heard it at least 6 or 7 times a day. It's everywhere in the streets, and even my wife and daughter love it. I think it's quite good. After hearing it so much, I can almost sing along. The driver continued to chatter, transitioning from the song to matters of life, advising Chen to work diligently while young, to save money, and to find a woman who knows how to live well, emphasizing that beauty alone was insufficient. They arrived at the hospital, where the melody of Fairy Tale wafted from a nearby mobile phone store. Noticing the time was still quite early, Chen ambled towards Xia Shihan's room while dialing Wu Shanshan to inquire about the song's performance. At that moment, Qinyang Xinyu was experiencing a surge of success due to Fairy Tale. Wu Shanshan had initially planned a celebration for the previous day, but upon learning of Chen's return today, she postponed it for a more personal touch, to be hosted by both the boss and the performer. As for the song's performance, Chen had refrained from asking, intending to preserve the surprise. Boss, you're back in Linqing? Just arrived. I'm heading to the hospital to pick up a friend, and I will return to the company this afternoon. By the way, everywhere I go, I hear Fairy Tale. It seems the song has performed exceptionally well. Indeed, in just 2 days, it has soared to the top of both the newcomer and new song charts, dominating all music platforms. Major radio stations have been relentlessly promoting it, and even the telecom companies have contacted us regarding ringtone collaborations. Congratulations, your song is a hit. You might just be on your way to becoming a big star. All I want to say is, impressive. Big star? That's not something I'm contemplating right now. I simply wish for the song to succeed without drawing too much attention to myself. However, it would be wise to maintain a low profile when going out. Spend a little to minimize my visibility, and please recruit a few artists with singing talent or innate capabilities. Formal training or graduation from an institution is not crucial. As long as they possess talent, they can be nurtured. Are you considering cultivating singers? That's a brilliant idea, low investment, quick returns, especially since one song can catapult an artist to fame. Of course, let us prioritize those who are aesthetically pleasing, who would want to see an unattractive performer on stage. Just like Zhu Beiji, even with the identity of Tian Peng Yuan Shui, he is still despised for his looks. By the way, how is the training for Mimi progressing? Chen kept a close eye on Yang Mi's situation, primarily to charm her. Currently, her favorability had surpassed 83. And although she still feigned indifference, he suspected she would not resist some intimate gestures in private. The song Love Sustenance had already been given to Yang Mi, and it was this very song that had significantly boosted her favorability, earning Chen a charm reward of 1, valued at 500 strategy points in the system marketplace. She's working hard. Had she not strained her voice yesterday, she would still be practicing today. Wu Shanshan's pause conveyed understanding, and Chen recognized the importance of talent. We can adjust her vocal training later. I want her to focus on her acting skills. I'll return this afternoon to finalize the film project and initiate shooting as soon as possible. I'll need your supervision, as I will be heading to Hangqing shortly to manage an investment personally. Rest assured regarding the matters of the company. Recently, the newly hired young ladies are quite stunning. Their fair skin and long legs are sure to brighten your spirits. Chen nodded and hastened to the hospital room, hanging up the phone. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Xia Shihan, already dressed in a floral long dress and wearing a wig, her radiant smile illuminating her rosy face. Seeing her longed for Chen, she instantly threw herself into his embrace. Brother Gu, each day you were absent from the hospital, I thought of you. I message you daily, and it takes ages for you to reply. With your busy work schedule, you must be exhausted. Have you missed me? Xia Shihan, emboldened by her affection for Chen, which had reached a staggering 98, boldly expressed her feelings. Although Chen had not visited her often, she took the initiative to reach out through QQ messages, and their phone conversations were merely concerned inquiries. However, Chen had informed her that Chen had purchased a home for her as a new abode. The car Chen bought for Chen was also framed in a way that suggested it was a gift for Xia Shihan. Chen was preoccupied, striving to earn money to secure a carefree future for Xia Shihan, having done so much for her. I certainly thought of you, but I have something to discuss with you, Xia Shihan, after your examination. A nurse interrupted Chen, prompting Xia Shihan to peck him on the cheek before excitedly following the nurse for her checkup. The examination lasted only a few minutes, and with no issues. She could be discharged, as yesterday's tests had been promising. Xia Shihan's grandparents and her maternal grandparents regarded Gu Chen with warmth and affection, treating him as a prospective son-in-law. Had Xia Shihan been of age to obtain a marriage certificate, they would likely have been eager for the couple to expedite the process, hoping for great-grandchildren while her health allowed. Gu Chen, I need to speak with you. Let's go to the stairwell for a private conversation. Chen pulled Gu Chen swiftly to an unoccupied staircase, where she confronted him with a serious demeanor, attempting to embrace him but holding back. There is something important I must clarify. I have contemplated this for a long time. I am 20 years your senior, and there is no way we could ever be together. Shihan has deep feelings for you, speaking of you repeatedly and cherishing your conversations. I do not want her to be heartbroken. She is younger and more suited to a lifelong companion like you. Gu Chen was momentarily speechless, his mind racing as he attempted to articulate his relationship with Xia Shihan. He had only intended to clarify that his feelings for Chen were merely an extension of his affection for Xia Shihan. Despite having reached a 100 affinity with Chen, he believed mutual respect was paramount. To his astonishment, Chen suggested he accept Xia Shihan's affections. And what about you? What does this mean for us? He yearned to understand Chen's thoughts, but her subsequent words left him stunned, igniting a thrill many men fantasize about. Chapter 42. A breakthrough in relationship with Yang Mi. After hearing Chen's remarks, Gu Chen's mind buzzed. What did it mean to be available to accompany her? With the caveat that Xia Shihan must remain unaware to avoid causing her distress, Gu Chen had intended to respond. But the sounds of footsteps and conversation echoed from below the staircase, forcing him to swallow his words and follow Chen, observing her graceful silhouette with a sigh of resignation. What a predicament! If she were merely a friend, he might have acted differently. But Chen's unique bond with Xia Shihan complicated matters. Was this the consequence of romantic infatuation? She was considering his feelings while encouraging him to pursue a relationship with the younger Xia Shihan, all while maintaining their current arrangement in the shadows. At that moment, Gu Chen felt torn between two inner voices, an angel urging him to uphold moral integrity, and a devil encouraging him to seize an opportunity that others might only dream of. After all, Chen had broached the subject herself. If he could successfully win over Xia Shihan, there might be a chance to embrace both women without consequence. Neither the angel nor the devil emerged victorious in his mind, leaving Gu Chen uncertain about his future path, fearing impulsive decisions. Xia Shihan's examination concluded swiftly, and under Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Chen steeled himself to accompany Xia Shihan in leaving the hospital. A restaurant had been reserved, not one of high luxury, yet the ambience and cuisine were agreeable. Gu Chen, having business matters to attend to in the afternoon, bid farewell after a satisfying meal. Just before departing, Xia Shihan embraced him at the restaurant entrance. Standing on tiptoe to bestow a kiss upon him, her cheeks flushed as she declared, "Today, I officially give you my first kiss. I like you, Gu Chen." With that, she turned and dashed back to the private room. Upon getting into the car, Gu Chen received a message from Chen. "Good luck. Please remember not to let Shihan be sad." The message was accompanied by a playful kiss emoji. He touched his lips where Xia Shihan had kissed him, gazing out at the swiftly retreating streets with a complex expression. Arriving at the company, he set aside thoughts of Chen and Xia Shihan, determined not to reveal any signs of distress to Yang Mi. All right. Gu Chen smiled at his reflection, acknowledging his own moral shortcomings while grappling with the desire to uphold some semblance of ethical standards. Chen, Lu Mingjia, Wang Jing, the beautiful teacher Li Yunting, the pregnant Lu Yan and Modu, and Yang Mi, who was on the cusp of a romantic relationship, all occupied his thoughts. It seemed he had relinquished any moral compass. With clarity came a sense of liberation, and he noticed Yang Mi peeking from inside the company entrance. "Mimi, were you waiting for me at the door?" Gu Chen approached with a smile, and a fanfare of applause erupted as Yang Mi, composed and beaming, presented him with flowers. "Congratulations, boss. Your new song Fairy Tale has become an instant hit. You're on the verge of becoming our company's first major star. Stardom is not for me. I aspire to transition behind the scenes and become a mogul. The spotlight is yours," Gu Chen mused, yearning to tease Yang Mi with a playful pinch on her cheek. But the presence of others restrained him. As the applause subsided, Wu Shanshan led Gu Chen into a newly renovated meeting room, accompanied by Yang Mi and two young, beautiful girls. One, with a cherubic face resembling that of a minor, captivated Gu Chen's attention for a considerable time. "Are you even of legal age?" Gu Chen inquired, incredulous. The girl with the youthful visage promptly bowed. "Hello, boss. My name is Mao Xiaotong. I am 18 and legally an adult, with some acting experience. I have been accepted into Yanjing Arts Academy." Gu Chen remained skeptical, for before him stood a girl who seemed an embodiment of innocence, lovely and adorable. If she were indeed 18, would that not classify her as a legal young woman? His gaze shifted to another attractive girl, who immediately bowed as well. Hello, boss. My name is Yuan Shan, and I am 21, a third-year student in the Performing Arts Department at Modu Arts Academy. Both girls were drawn to the enticing opportunities offered by Chunyang Xinu, alongside with Shanshan's promise of a role in this year's production. A director, though not widely known, had previously worked on several film projects and was on his way to join them shortly. Once the director arrived, Manager Wu would oversee the assembly of the crew. Most of the cast had already been selected, and the film, focusing on youthful romance in a school setting, was titled The Girls We Pursued Together in Those Years. Yangmi was cast as the lead, a role crafted specifically for her, while the girls, being students, would essentially be playing themselves, assuming their acting skills were not utterly lacking. Mao Xiaodong and Yuan Shan. Your supporting character is Yangmi's close friend, with whom she shares a strong bond. The role has considerable dialogue and significance, so it is essential to train alongside Yangmi and engage in mutual discussions. If everything goes smoothly, filming can commence by the end of the month. Gu Chun turned to Wu Shanshan and said, Manager Wu, I will provide the script shortly. You will be responsible for oversight. I can only stay for 2 or 3 days before flying to Hangqing for a significant investment discussion. This statement was also meant for Yangmi, in case he needed an excuse if he couldn't call her later. His assistant, Tong Wenwen, would certainly accompany him to Hangqing, and Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing also planned to join, primarily to encourage Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing to conceive sooner. With Wang Jing providing cover, there was no need to worry about Lu Mingjia discovering his relationship with Tong Wenwen. At worst, he would focus on Lu Mingjia, exhausting her to the point where she wouldn't notice. He had expended a total of 50 strategy points to exchange for the script of Those Years We Pursued Together from the system store, and another 10 points for the accompanying song. Finding someone to perform the song was another troublesome task, which he would delegate to Wu Shanshan, while he, as the boss, would leisurely sip tea in his office. Gu Chen's office was the first to be renovated, completed 2 days prior. Sitting comfortably in a plush armchair, he was contemplating what to place in the office when Yangmi entered without knocking, her curiosity evident as she glanced around. Quite impressive, you are indeed keeping your word. I expected you might renege, Gu Chen remarked with a teasing smile, which made Yangmi blush immediately, her feet shifting nervously on the floor. I, Yangmi, have always been a person of my word. I would never go back on it, she replied, tilting her head with a huff. Yet her gaze was secretly assessing Gu Chen. Despite her outward calmness, her heart raced like a startled deer. Gu Chen's smile widened mischievously. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to take the initiative? Or perhaps you would prefer I close my eyes? It's not our first time. This remark caused Yangmi to flush even more. That was for shooting a music video, a performance. This was different. She was supposed to initiate a kiss after losing a bet. Internally cursing Gu Chen for being a scoundrel, she fantasized about taking out her frustrations on him. As she crept closer, intending to peck him and flee, she found herself increasingly entranced by his looks, her desire to kiss him growing stronger, unrelated to the wager. Chapter 43. Lu Mingjia's trouble standing before the closed-eyed Gu Chen. Yangmi felt an inexplicable fondness growing, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in and gently brushed her lips against his, as fleeting as a dragonfly touching water. Just as she was about to straighten up, she unexpectedly met his smiling gaze. Planning to steal a kiss and run? Gu Chen said with a playful smile, pulling her into his embrace. Yangmi gasped and fell against his sturdy chest, her cheeks burning crimson. I didn't steal a kiss. It was merely the consequence of our bet, she stammered. But Gu Chen silenced her with a finger pressed against her lips. Betting is not so simple, he whispered, his warm breath tickling her ear. Now that's what I call a wager. He leaned down and captured her slightly parted lips, this kiss far more compelling than her earlier timid touch. Imbued with an irresistible tenderness, Yangmi's eyes widened, her hands instinctively clutching at Gu Chen's shirt. Although they had shared multiple kisses during the music video shoot, that was merely acting. Now, she was at his mercy. Yet, this torment brought an unexpected sweetness to her heart. Gu Chen tightened his embrace, drawing her deeper into his arms, the lingering kiss rendering her utterly pliable to his rhythm. Yangmi's affection level increased by 5. You have received a cash reward of 500 yuan, legally transferred to your bank account. As the lengthy kiss concluded, Gu Chen gently nipped at her glistening lips. That was merely a wager. As for your little theft, consider it a debt. Next time, I shall reclaim my kiss. Yangmi was about to respond when a knock at the door interrupted them. Mr. Gu, the head of mobile telecom from Lincheng has arrived. Manager Wu is already in attendance and requires your signature. Yangmi sprang up from Gu Chen's embrace, her face flushed, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Filled with anxiety, yet unwilling to step outside, fearful that it was her first romance, and if the company staff discovered her kissing Chen in his office, she would surely be mortified. You should leave quickly. If anyone finds out about earlier, you'll be in big trouble, she threatened, raising her fist. Chen chuckled as he stood, playfully smacking her backside. You are quite the temptation. The more I see you, the more I desire you. I will savor you whole one day. You rogue, Yang Mi exclaimed, feigning annoyance. Yang Mi's affection level increased by 1. You have received a cash reward of 500 yuan, legally transferred to your bank account. With a grin, Chen noted that he was close to reaching an affection level of 90, soon ready to claim Yang Mi and enjoy the delights of her youthful beauty. He was in no rush regarding Yang Mi. Nurturing her affection would suffice. Once she became a star, adored as a goddess on screen, winning her over would bring even greater satisfaction. After adjusting his attire, he went to meet the head of mobile telecom, a vital connection and a potential financial benefactor. Naturally approaching with courtesy, after about an hour of discussion, they finalized the collaboration and signed the contract. For dinner, since the system had canceled his consumption rebate, Chen could only treat Yang Mi, along with the newly arrived Mao Xiaotong and Yuan Shan. As for the other eligible girls in the company, they would have to wait for another occasion, as this setting was not suitable for them. He had initially intended to bring in a host of beautiful women to boost company funds, but following a system upgrade, that plan had been derailed. He would now have to pursue them one by one. However, with the system store at his disposal, financial concerns were alleviated. Yet the challenge remained. He needed to complete the objectives and start a family. Pondering this, he realized that the allure of the entertainment industry's beauties might only be fleeting. After a satisfying dinner, Chen skillfully concocted an excuse to visit Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing, whom he had missed over the past few days. Aware of his impending arrival, both Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing had dressed to impress. Lu Mingjia had chosen an outfit that Chen particularly adored, a short skirt paired with a white shirt and black stockings, topped off with frameless glasses, making her resemble a stunningly alluring teacher. Wang Jing showcased her demure, neighborly charm to its fullest, having not seen Chen for several days. Both of them were eager to share the joy of his company. From around 7 p.m. until nearly midnight, they expressed their longing for him, but eventually, the two girls found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by Chen and insisted on a break. Lu Mingjia also had something important to discuss with Chen regarding her family situation. After unilaterally announcing her breakup with Su Zhong and blocking him in every way possible, he had resorted to calling her home, infuriating her parents and prompting several scolding phone calls. Today he had called again, expressing that her father had been unwell due to anger lately and urging her to return home, suggesting she bring her new boyfriend along for a visit. Upon hearing Lu Mingjia's words, Chen furrowed his brows. He was aware that Lu Mingjia's family resided in a rather remote area, where the roads had yet to reach their village. In the village, one could either ride a motorcycle, but most opted for bicycles or simply walked. Recently, the nearest road accessible by vehicles was over 10 miles away, and it consisted of mountainous terrain, making it impossible for cars to navigate. A journey to her home would require at least a week's time and would be quite troublesome. I am on the verge of traveling to Hangqing to negotiate a significant project. Afterward, there are other endeavors that require my presence. It would truly be inconvenient to visit your family. How about I bring your parents to the city to reside? I could also arrange for your sister to attend school here. I will take care of the housing and education, and I can ensure your father obtains his driver's license and even buy him a car. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingjia was naturally delighted, yet she appeared to ponder something, a hint of hesitation clouding her expression. Noticing this, Chen encouraged Lu Mingjia to voice her concerns, assuring her that there was no need for formality among family. My uncles are also in the village, and our family is regarded as having a betrothal with the Su family in the eyes of the villagers. My parents' anger stems not only from your breakup with Su Zhong, but also from the gossips circulating in the village, which has caused my uncles to lose face. In a tight-knit community, it is inevitable that many rumors arise from envy. Everyone is equally impoverished, so why should your daughter find a wealthy partner in the city? Moreover, Su Zhong's parents labeled Lu Mingjia as a shameless woman who acted as a mistress to a married man. To them, Lu Mingjia had already crossed a line, and marrying such a daughter-in-law was out of the question. They were initially against their son being with Lu Mingjia, fearing her beauty would lead him astray. Yet they ultimately succumbed to their son's affection. After the couple began their relationship, Lu Mingjia's conduct gradually shifted their perspective. Now, they do not believe that Lu Mingjia, having turned her back on them, would ever return, especially after the fallout with the Lu family, which became common knowledge in the village, further tarnishing Lu Mingjia's reputation. Considering Lu Mingjia's troubles, Gu Chen contemplated a suitable solution, recognizing that few could escape the clutches of self-interest. With a mischievous grin directed at Lu Mengjia, he remarked, I have a way to resolve this issue for you. However, it will depend on your performance. I am entirely yours. My best friend is also in on this, allowing you to revel in shared pleasures. What more do you require from me? Lu Mengjia inquired with curiosity. Gu Chen, unabashed, replied, I have recently developed an affinity for a musical instrument called the xiao. Lu Mengjia shot him a disapproving glance. You ought to freshen up. You are rather unkempt. Gu Chen then excused himself to the bathroom and returned 2 minutes later, fully satisfied. The following day, after a tender exchange, Gu Chen swiftly leveraged his newly established connections to locate a professional. This expert was not in Linqing, but rather in Lu Mengjia's hometown county, serving as a minor leader. Upon confirmation, Gu Chen instructed Wang Jing to accompany Lu Mengjia back to her hometown to resolve the matter and simultaneously arrange for the wedding banquet. Of course, this was a facade of a marriage intended to uphold the dignity of Lu Mengjia and her family. Fortunately, Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing harbored no grievances about joining him in enjoying shared pleasures, thus eliminating the need to persuade Lu Mengjia regarding this sham marriage. At noon, Gu Chen dined with Yang Mi and even assisted her in recording a song, ensuring he did not miss any opportunity to benefit from the situation. For dinner, Chunya invited Gu Chen to her home, as the relatives had already departed, leaving only herself, Xia Shihan, and him to partake in a simple home-cooked meal. Gu Chen recalled that since acquiring advanced culinary skills, he had yet to test them out, as he had been dining at hotels or restaurants daily. Today presented the perfect opportunity, so he specifically instructed Chunya over the phone that he would cook for dinner before heading to the market. Before 5 in the afternoon, he knocked on the door, which was opened by Xia Shihan. Gu Chen had anticipated a warm embrace, yet to his surprise, she blushed and hurriedly retreated to her room. What was the meaning of this? Gu Chen was perplexed, while Chunya busily washed the vegetables in the kitchen, preparing everything to ease Gu Chen's burden. Although she yearned to cook herself, she was also eager to taste Gu Chen's culinary creations. As Chunya turned to acknowledge Gu Chen's presence in the kitchen, he suddenly embraced her, tossing the vegetables onto the countertop as he passionately kissed her. Chunya was startled and exclaimed, Please, not like this. What if Shihan sees us? She glanced anxiously toward the door. Gu Chen pressed her against the refrigerator door, his fingers gently caressing the nape of her neck, and with a playful smile, he replied, She just saw me enter and blushed before running back to her room. She won't catch us. My ears are quite perceptive. I will hear her if she opens the door. As he spoke, he was unable to resist the allure of the beautiful Chunya, leaning in for another kiss. Please, not like this. Let us wait until tonight, after Shihan is asleep, she urged, turning her head away, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed at the presence of an additional person in the house. However, Gu Chen continued to draw closer, displaying no intention of relenting. Though she pressed her palm against Gu Chen's chest, she lacked the strength to deter him. His warmth radiated through his cotton shirt, igniting a long-buried yearning within her. As Gu Chen nibbled on her earlobe, she gasped, her nails instinctively digging into his shoulder. Suddenly, the oven timer emitted a beeping sound, startling Chunya and causing her to lean back, her head colliding with the refrigerator door frame. Gu Chen stifled a laugh, supporting her head with his palm while his other hand encircled her trembling waist. Your heart is racing, he teased. With a swift motion, he closed the kitchen door. Now, may I kiss you? He murmured, savoring the minty flavor of her lip balm. Chunya was momentarily transported back to the moment her daughter had personally chosen it for her after her discharge from the hospital. Yet, she could not withstand Gu Chen's advances, slowly yielding and becoming increasingly proactive, torn between guilt and sweetness on their intertwined tongues. Eventually, Gu Chen reluctantly released the entranced Chunya, who appeared dazed. If not for the presence of a glaringly large third wheel in the house, he would have eagerly merged their beings in that very kitchen. Make sure to be fragrant and await my return tonight, wearing that alluring nightgown I specifically selected for you. All right, as long as Shihan doesn't find out, you can do as you please, Chunya replied, her legs feeling slightly unsteady as she straightened her disheveled clothing and attempted to calm her racing heart. She longed to experience the joy and pleasure Gu Chen promised to bring, but alas, the possibility of her daughter, Xia Shihan, emerging from her room at any moment loomed large. Gu Chen, well aware of this, refrained from further teasing Chunya, deftly preparing the dishes. Within 10 minutes, the kitchen was filled with the tantalizing aroma of the meal, which made Chunya desperately eager to taste even a morsel. When Gu Chen personally fed her a bite, the exquisite flavor nearly brought her to tears. A young, handsome, wealthy man who treated her so well and could create such delightful dishes. She wondered what merit from her past life had led her to encounter Gu Chen during her most desperate times. Her desire to keep Gu Chen by her side for a lifetime intensified. Yet, she was acutely aware that in 10 years, she would be aging and fading. While the affluent Gu Chen would remain youthful and handsome, she knew she could not retain him. Her only hope lay in her daughter, Xia Shihan, who also harbored feelings for Gu Chen. Gu Chen prepared a grand feast, an array of delectable dishes that even astounded himself, rivaling any culinary experience he had encountered in hotels or restaurants. Despite facing bankruptcy, he held a steadfast belief that he could establish a modest eatery, gradually expanding it, and eventually secure a home and a vehicle in this city. Once the meal was ready, Chen knocked on the door, and the blushing Xia Shihan emerged to dine, her eyes occasionally stealing glances at Gu Chen, only to lower her head in embarrassment when he noticed her. Ultimately, however, Xia Shihan's attention was captured by the sumptuous spread before her, and she eagerly devoured the food like a little hamster, relishing the flavors crafted by Gu Chen himself. She savored the tender and crispy braised ribs and the tangy, sweet and sour fish, each dish compelling her to continue eating. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." Chenya's teasing voice suddenly broke the moment. Xia Shihan became acutely aware of her voracious appetite, hastily setting down her chopsticks, only to nearly choke on her mouthful. Flustered, she covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears turning a delicate shade of pink. "I am not usually like this," Xia Shihan mumbled, her words muffled by the food, making her appear even more endearing. Gu Chen chuckled as he poured her a glass of water, thinking to himself that her dining demeanor was far more delightful than her usual ladylike poise. "It's perfectly fine. One should enjoy food wholeheartedly. Your adorable expression is a testament to my culinary skills. Eat up. You need to regain your strength after your discharge from the hospital. You look too thin." "I'm not thin. I weigh 91 pounds, and I have a physique that doesn't gain weight easily. No matter how much I eat, I won't put on pounds." Xia Shihan replied with a hint of pride, attributing her slenderness to her regular exercise. Seeing Gu Chen's cheerful expression as he watched her eat made her feel completely at ease, allowing her to relish the delightful meal. After finishing and clearing away the dishes, Chenya presented the sleepwear she had purchased for Gu Chen. "This was chosen by Shihan for you. After you shower, put it on. There are only 2 beds in the house. You'll be sharing with Shihan tonight. Remember, she just got out of the hospital yesterday. Be mindful." These words sent Xia Shihan's face into a deep blush, and she buried her head into the sofa, sneaking glances at Gu Chen's reaction. She felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, not out of fear of Gu Chen taking advantage of the situation. She was mentally prepared for that, but rather concerned about her hair, which had only just started to grow back after surgery. She feared that without her wig, Gu Chen might find her unattractive. Perhaps she could sleep with the lights off tonight and rise early to avoid him seeing her without the wig. In 3 months, she could finally be rid of it. And in about half a year, her hair would return to its pre-surgery state. Initially, she had not planned to share a room with Gu Chen so soon, intending to present her most perfect self to him once her hair was fully restored. However, her mother Chenya's words compelled her to shyly agree to let Gu Chen stay in her room that night. Chapter 45. The sound outside the door. Gu Chen understood that Chenya was resolute in her intentions, fearing that she might not be able to accompany him as he aged, and thus sought to facilitate a bond between him and Xia Shihan. After grabbing the sleepwear, he headed to the shower, having spent considerable time in the kitchen amidst the lingering scent of oil and smoke. "Mom." Xia Shihan stared at Chenya, her anxiety mounting. "Don't be nervous, just do as I say. Besides, Gu Chen has seen you without hair before, so what is there to fear? Regardless of your hair, you remain a beauty," Chenya reassured her, instilling confidence in Xia Shihan. When Gu Chen emerged from the shower, Xia Shihan, still blushing, hurried into the bathroom, taking deep breaths as she recalled the lingering scent of Gu Chen. After a while, she began to hum a tune while bathing, a silly smile adorning her face. In the living room, Gu Chen and Chenya exchanged glances. Gu Chen intended to embrace Chenya, but she skillfully evaded him, fearing that proximity might lead to uncontainable urges, opting instead to maintain a distance for clarity. With no other options, Gu Chen turned on the television. When Xia Shihan finished her shower, Gu Chen realized, to his surprise, that their sleepwear matched, resembling a couple-less outfit. After her bath, Xia Shihan took the initiative to sit beside Gu Chen, leaning against him as they watched television, her face still flushed, her heart racing. Despite her attempts to focus on the screen, her gaze frequently wandered to Gu Chen, increasingly captivated by his charm. Were it not for her shyness and the presence of the living room, she would have longed to kiss him. Gu Chen neither rejected nor initiated any advances towards Xia Shihan. He simply conversed with her about the program they were watching. Chen, content with this interaction, decided to bathe and retreat to the bedroom, allowing her daughter and Gu Chun some private time together. Without Chen around, while Xia Shirhan remained cautious, she naturally leaned into Gu Chun more comfortably. After a while, as Chen prepared to return to her room, Gu Chun suddenly spoke up. Auntie, I would like to discuss something with you regarding Shirhan's schooling. What about her schooling? Chen asked, naturally concerned about her daughter's education. Didn't you mention before that the school Shirhan was considering is too far north, and that you were worried about her enduring the cold during winter? I plan to visit Hangzhou in the next couple of days for an investment discussion. The universities there are also prestigious institutions. How about we consider having Shirhan study there? Her college entrance exam results are quite good, and she could help manage some aspects of the company after graduation. You could also accompany her to Hangzhou, making it easier to return home. Chen Ya's interest peaked. Her hometown was just a 2-hour drive from Hangzhou, whereas returning from Linxiang would take more than 5 hours. Following her husband's tragic accident, her focus had shifted entirely to Gu Chun and her daughter. As her late husband's relatives gradually distanced themselves, moving to Hangzhou would be quite fitting. The environment in Hangzhou was excellent. As the saying goes, up in heaven there is paradise. Down here we have Suzhou and Hangzhou. Being able to study in Hangzhou was undoubtedly a great opportunity, but the issue remained that the registration for college entrance exams had long passed, making it impossible for Shirhan to enroll there. I wouldn't have suggested it if I didn't have a solution. Sometimes money can facilitate many things. So leave it to me. You can treat it as a trip when you come to Hangzhou with me. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Chen happily agreed, as this would provide ample opportunity for her and Xia Shirhan to bond. Xia Shirhan shared in her mother's delight. After exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Chun, Chen excused herself, citing fatigue, leaving the living room for Gu Chun and Xia Shirhan to enjoy some time together. While Xia Shirhan gazed at the television, her thoughts were solely on Gu Chun, torn between the desire to kiss him and her shyness. Each passing second felt like an eternity until it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Seeing Gu Chun still engrossed in the television, she could barely contain herself. Finally speaking up, "It's getting late. Let us head to the bedroom and sleep." After uttering those words, Xia Shirhan dared not to meet Gu Chun's gaze. She was unsure how she made her way back to her bedroom, only recalling that Gu Chun had given a soft acknowledgement before he took her hand and led her into the room. Once the door was closed, the first thing Xia Shirhan did was turn off the light. Perhaps the darkness bestowed her with courage, as she boldly nestled into Gu Chun's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his chest, the sound of his heartbeat resonating distinctly in the tranquil room, she tilted her face upwards, illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, and softly inquired, "Gu Chun, do you like me?" Gu Chun lowered his head to meet her expectant gaze, his fingers gently caressing her soft hair. He had pondered this question countless times, yet being asked so directly by the girl left him momentarily taken aback. "What do you think?" he replied, his voice low and tender. Xia Shirhan was dissatisfied with this answer. She squirmed slightly in his embrace, insisting, "What kind of answer is that? I want to hear you say it." The silence in the room was thick enough to allow them to hear each other's breaths. Gu Chun, feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms, reminisced about their shared moments, from their initial encounter in the hospital to her clumsy attempts to approach him after her discharge. This innocent and persistent girl left him at a loss for words. Reflecting on his previous resolution, he chose to embrace his flaws. "I like you," he finally whispered, a hint of resigned amusement in his tone. "I like you very much." Xia Shirhan's eyes sparkled in the dark. She burrowed further into Gu Chun's embrace, burying her face against his chest, her voice muffled, yet brimming with joy. "Really? You're not just saying that to placate me?" Gu Chun tightened his arms around her, pulling her closer. "When have I ever lied to you?" He paused before adding, "But right now, your priority is to rest well. Your body has just begun to recover." "I know," Xia Shirhan replied, her voice drawn out, yet her lips could not suppress a smile. She nuzzled against Gu Chun's chest like a contented kitten. Although she felt a tinge of regret for not receiving a more intimate response, hearing him confess his feelings filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. At that moment, Gu Chun initiated a kiss, lingering for quite some time before saying, "Don't overthink it. Get some rest. Good night." "Good night," she whispered, her voice tinged with an unmistakable delight and satisfaction. "Good night," Gu Chun replied, listening to the gradual steadiness of her breathing as he slowly released his hold, observing the smile that had unconsciously graced her lips, seemingly dreaming of something beautiful as she drifted off to sleep. After waiting for an entire hour to ensure Xia Shirhan was soundly asleep, Gu Chun quietly rose and exited the room. The door to Chunya's bedroom was left unlocked, and she, clad in alluring sleepwear, was not asleep, but rather waiting for Gu Chun. The moment Gu Chun embraced her, Chunya exhibited even more enthusiasm than he did. This continued until around 2 in the morning, when a weary Chunya, still yearning for more, was suddenly startled by a loud crash outside the bedroom door. In that instant, her drowsy state vanished, and her gaze fixated on the door. In that moment, Chunya's entire being became tense, and Gu Chun felt the shift in her demeanor, quickly attempting to reassure her. It's nothing to worry about. Let's just lay everything out in the open. Besides, I'm quite capable. Shirhan can't handle it all alone, and neither can you. She should understand. As he spoke, Gu Chun kept an ear on the sounds outside. Suddenly hearing a meow. Is that a cat? Let me check. He hurriedly donned his sleepwear and opened the bedroom door, turning on the living room lights. The door to Xia Shirhan's room was firmly shut, and in the living room, a tabby cat was cautiously observing him before swiftly darting towards the kitchen. Once Gu Chun followed, he discovered that the kitchen window had been left ajar, with traces of the tabby searching for food. He promptly closed the window and turned around to find Chunya had also emerged from her bedroom. Noticing that Gu Chun was alone in the living room, she finally exhaled in relief. Was that really just a cat? A tabby cat? Impressive. I have no idea how it managed to climb in. It must have entered through the open window and, finding no food in the kitchen, bumped into something in the living room. Rest assured, Shirhan must still be asleep. Young people can sleep like logs. Even if you carried them to the bathroom, some wouldn't wake up. Back then, smartphones were not yet prevalent, and many young people did not have the habit of staying up late. Once they fell asleep, it was typically until the next morning, perhaps roused by a full bladder in the early hours, which was often due to excessive drinking. Let's head back and continue. I wasn't finished yet. Gu Chun was eager to resume their previous intimacy, but Chunya, now devoid of such thoughts, promptly declined. Let it go. Next time. You should hurry back to Shirhan's room and sleep. No way. Given your current state, you can still go for another round. Once we're done, I'll head back. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. How about you find Shirhan? It's been long enough. She should be feeling better by now. If you're gentle, it should be fine. I didn't touch her. I used her need for rest as an excuse to help her sleep. You, Chunya, are a bit upset, aren't you? All that effort for nothing? She questioned, puzzled. Shirhan has always been a beauty, receiving countless love letters since middle school. There must have been at least 50 boys who pursued her in high school. Are you really not even slightly tempted? Shirhan is beautiful. But if she had no ties to you, I would have acted long ago. However, I still need a little more time. Gu Chun himself was unsure why. Despite having convinced himself, he still found it difficult to take action when the moment arrived. His earlier admission of liking her, as a flawed man, was merely a way to delay the inevitable. He was acutely aware of Xia Shirhan's signals of interest. Should he choose to reciprocate, she would undoubtedly respond in kind. Yet, once they crossed that threshold, there would be no turning back. If Chunya had a sister of comparable beauty, he would have surely seized the opportunity. You must understand that from the start, I did all this for you. I love you, and only you. However, I failed to clarify things when Shirhan was gravely ill, leading to her misunderstanding. I know, I love you too, but the more I feel this way, the more I must consider your future. I am 20 years older than you, and while I still possess some attractiveness now, what will happen in 10 or 20 years? Have you thought about it? By the time I'm 60, you'll be 40, and with sufficient resources, you'll still appear youthful. Shirhan is far more suited to accompany you for a lifetime. Moreover, are you truly willing to swear you have no feelings for Shirhan whatsoever? Can you honestly vow that you have no thoughts or desires towards her? Whoa, such a sinister oath. I truly can't bring myself to swear it. Moral boundaries aside, it's not unusual for a man to harbor such thoughts. Not wanting to is simply unmanly. He chose to nod. Let's wait a bit longer. Grant me some time, and besides, Shirhan genuinely needs to recuperate. You know me. If I were to pursue her, it wouldn't benefit her recovery at all. Fine, but if you don't agree, don't touch me again. This threat was rather daunting. The effects of a love-struck mind were indeed alarming. This compelled Gu Chun to reconsider a plan he had previously devised, to soothe Xia Shirhan to sleep in Hangzhou while enjoying the company of Chunya and the new secretary. Tong Wenwen, in another form of bliss. Chunya's infatuation, coupled with her physical capabilities, would certainly not pose a problem, as she would blame herself for not being able to satisfy him, thus necessitating the assistance of another woman to alleviate her burdens. Upon noticing Chunya's lack of initiative, Gu Chun promptly approached and embraced her, confident that her feeble resistance would be utterly futile against his advances. Just as he was about to carry Chunya into the bedroom and close the door to delve deeper, she suddenly posed a question. Given your prowess and fervent desires, do you have other women outside? Do not think of deceiving me. It is entirely normal. It would be strange otherwise, for once such matters commence. They can be quite captivating, especially at your youthful age, filled with various fantasies about women. Seeing Gu Chun momentarily stunned, Chunya realized she had struck a chord. If Gu Chun had no other women, how could he possibly endure such a lengthy period without seeking her? During her time in the hospital, her longing for Gu Chun had nearly driven her to madness. Confronted with Gu Chun's silence, Chunya articulated her deepest fears. The reason I had Shirhan accompany you is not only because she harbors feelings for you, but also due to our age difference. Most importantly, I fear that once you encounter those young and beautiful women, your interest in me may wane. All I desire is to keep you close and continue to bask in your love and everything about you. Burying her head in Gu Chen's embrace, her voice tinged with pleading, she implored, promise me, regardless of how many women you may have in the future, to reserve a portion of your love for me. With Chunya's heartfelt words laid bare, Gu Chun could only hold her tightly, allowing her to feel his affection as he reassured her, you are the first woman in my life, my most cherished and unique Ai. While Gu Chun had bestowed his first kiss upon Chunya, he deemed it accurate to refer to her as his inaugural woman. After uttering such tender sentiments, Gu Chun lay back and reveled in Chunya's fervent affection. Over an hour later, after Chunya unceremoniously ushered him out of the bedroom, he stealthily returned to Xia Shirhan's room, lying on the bed with lingering desire, having restrained himself for quite some time before relinquishing the remaining tension to her. He closed his eyes, counting sheep, and after a considerable time, finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, Gu Chun was roused by Xia Shirhan, to be precise, by her kiss that stirred him from sleep. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely 6 o'clock, and he had barely slept for 3 hours. Feeling fatigued, he muttered, why are you awake so early? I'm exhausted, let me sleep a bit longer. It's because of you that I'm feeling uncomfortable, Xia Shirhan replied. Her cheeks flushed as she seemed to ponder something, biting her lip for a moment before continuing. My mother mentioned that boys can feel quite uncomfortable in situations like this, which is not good for your health. I was taught how to assist with this. Shall I help you? Although aware of his concern for her well-being and his desire for her to recover swiftly, she added, I have other ways to make you comfortable. Though I lack experience on the first attempt, please bear with me. Gu Chun, however, was too fatigued to indulge her, his mind solely focused on the thought of sleep. With one hand, he gently pulled Xia Shirhan closer, effectively keeping her still on the bed. Her eyes remained fixed on him, and she stealthily planted a few kisses on his cheek, but upon sensing his lack of response, she refrained from pursuing further. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Despite sharing a bed, how was it that she awakened while Gu Chun remained so drowsy? Had he perhaps been up to mischief the previous night? Eventually, she dozed off once more. By 10 o'clock, Gu Chun, accompanied by Xia Shirhan and Chunya, boarded a flight to Hangzhou. Tong 11, having traveled directly from the bustling metropolis, was set to meet Gu Chun in Hangzhou, eliminating the need for unnecessary travel. Today marked the online release of Yang Mi's first song, AI de Gong Yang, and Gu Chun believed its promotion, leveraging Tong Wenwen's influence, would undoubtedly lead to its success. However, Yang Mi felt quite anxious, having sent her several messages early that morning. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, it was past 11:30, and lunchtime was still within reasonable bounds. Gu Chun inquired, is there anything in particular you wish to eat? Not particularly picky. He sought to respect the preferences of Xia Shirhan and Chunya on their first outing together. I would like to try Westlake vinegar fish. I've heard it's a must-try dish in Hangzhou. The city's unique culinary representative, Xia Shirhan, eagerly suggested, having done considerable research along the way, especially inquiring about local delicacies. Everyone had unanimously recommended she sample the Westlake vinegar fish and even advised her on the most authentic establishments. Chunya had no objections, and Gu Chun, having heard of the dish's reputation, nodded in agreement, eager to taste it as well. Dressed in her professional attire, Tong Wenwen became a striking sight at the boarding gate, prompting several individuals to muster the courage to approach her for contact information. Had it not been for the presence of nearby police, many might have pressed their luck further. Upon spotting Gu Chun with two lovely ladies, she approached with a bright smile. Hello, Guzong. Miss Chun and Sister Shirhan, I am Guzong's secretary. The hotel for your stay has been booked, and the car and driver are waiting outside for you. As she spoke, she took the briefcase from Gu Chun's hand. He said nothing, and after polite exchanges between Chunya, Xia Shirhan, and Tong Wenwen, the mother and daughter quickly became fast friends under Tong Wenwen's amiable guidance, showcasing her adeptness in engaging conversations. Especially for Xia Shirhan, an 18-year-old girl on the verge of entering university, her eyes radiated the naive wonder characteristic of new students. After a little over half an hour, the car delivered the four of them to their destination, a renowned old establishment beside Westlake. It was said that their Westlake vinegar fish was quite famous, though online reviews were mixed, Some found it unpalatable, while others praised it highly. Gu Chen chuckled and declared, "Let us verify today whether this Westlake vinegar fish lives up to its reputation." Xia Shihan responded with enthusiasm, "It must be delicious." I even joined a group chat where everyone unanimously praised the Westlake vinegar fish. Moments later, the server presented a beautifully glistening vinegar fish, its sweet and sour aroma wafting through the air. Eager to savor the delicacy, Xia Shihan promptly took a piece, but upon tasting it, her expression twisted in discomfort, and she immediately spat it out. "This is far too sour. Those scoundrels, they said it was delicious." She swiftly snapped a photo and sent it to the group chat, voicing her discontent. In that moment, she understood the treachery of those who had led her astray, and she resolved to share the experience with her friends so they would not be deceived. Chen sampled a bite, managing to swallow it with difficulty, remarking, "The vinegar flavor is indeed overwhelming." Tong Wenwen, after a delicate taste, diplomatically suggested, "Perhaps one needs some time to adjust to this flavor." After considerable effort, she finally gulped down a mouthful and quickly downed a glass of orange juice, her previously furrowed brow now easing. Observing the expressions around him, Gu Chen burst into laughter, quickly retracting his chopsticks from the dish he had intended to sample. However, Xia Shihan was determined not to let him off the hook. She cheerfully attempted to feed him a piece. Unexpectedly, the two women who shared a close bond with Gu Chen did not come to his aid. Instead, they watched eagerly, anticipating his reaction. With everyone having tasted it, Gu Chen had no choice but to accept Xia Shihan's offering, savoring it slowly and expressing his surprise. "This is quite delightful. One must chew slowly to appreciate the true essence of this fish. It truly deserves its title as the top dish in Hangzhou." As Gu Chen spoke, he eagerly stuffed several pieces of fish into his mouth with his chopsticks. Upon witnessing this, Chen, Tong Wenwen, and Xia Shihan couldn't help but question if they had indeed misjudged the dish. Was the fish truly delectable after resisting the initial taste? Observing Gu Chen's relish, the three of them took another generous bite with great anticipation. However, Gu Chen promptly spat the fish into a designated empty plate, his face alight with joy. At that moment, the three women, who had donned expressions of suffering once more, finally comprehended that they had been deceived by Gu Chen. Chen and Tong Wenwen were not overly bothered. One was infatuated and the other a devoted secretary, merely cursing Gu Chen silently in their minds. Xia Shihan, on the other hand, playfully hit and pouted, which made Tong Wenwen feel a tinge of envy. She placed a hand on her belly, contemplating that only when she had something growing inside would she truly possess the confidence to speak boldly in front of Gu Chen. After their meal, adhering to the principle of making the most of their time, the group decided to stroll around Shihu. The impending typhoon had begun to cast a gloomy shadow over the afternoon, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that kept the heat at bay. The trio wandered along the banks of Shihu, where willow branches brushed against the water's surface and schools of fish frolicked nearby. Suddenly, a faint azure figure caught Gu Chen's eye. A 16-year-old girl, holding an oiled paper umbrella, ambled gracefully across the broken bridge. She was clad in a simple yet elegant hanfu, her garments dancing in the wind. Beneath the umbrella, a strikingly beautiful face emerged, her brows resembling distant mountains and her eyes like autumn waters. The girl seemed to sense the gaze upon her, slightly turning her head and offering a gentle smile in Gu Chen's direction. In that fleeting moment, Gu Chen felt as though he had encountered a lady stepping out from a painting, or perhaps a classical beauty traversing time itself. Accompanying the girl were a man and a woman, presumably her parents, as they passed by Gu Chen without any intention of recognition, for he was already surrounded by three enchanting women. Sure, let us stroll for a little longer before we head back. The typhoon is approaching, and we have an afternoon flight to catch. If we don't leave soon, we might face delays of several days before we can return to Yanjing," one of her parents remarked. Gu Chen instinctively interjected, "Sure, Lu Sure? Surely, she cannot be the Lu Sure I remember." "Young man, how do you know my daughter's name is Lu Sure? Do you know her?" The father, protective, eyed Gu Chen warily. After learning that his daughter had received bold love letters from suitors at school, he had adopted a strict and vigilant approach to her safety. "Is her surname truly Lu Sure?" Gu Chen's gaze inadvertently lingered on the girl in the hanfu, who increasingly resembled the famed star Lu Sure from his memories. Realizing Gu Chen was staring at her, the 16-year-old Lu Sure quickly hid behind her father, clutching her mother's arm. Upon noticing Gu Chen's gaze, her father erupted with the ferocity of an angry lion. "Boy, why are you staring at my daughter? I warn you not to have any designs on her, or I shall not be kind." "Who is staring at your little bean sprout?" "My brother Gu has me and the beautiful Wenwen as his secretary by his side." Your little bean sprout lacks both bosom and legs, and there is nothing about her that could captivate my brother Gu. Xia Shihan quickly defended Gu Chen, asserting that the 16-year-old Lu Shishir was indeed less attractive than either Wenwen or herself, particularly in terms of her still-developing physique. This comment nearly infuriated Lu Shishir's family. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Gu Chen quickly interjected, "I apologize for staring at your daughter. It was merely because I perceived her potential to become a star. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Chen, the owner of Chunyang Xinu, a newly established entertainment company. While we may be nascent, our financial backing is robust, and our first release, Fairy Tale, has garnered considerable popularity across the internet." Initially, Lu's father regarded Gu Chen with suspicion, scrutinizing him for any signs of impropriety. However, upon learning that Gu Chen was the owner of an entertainment company and praising Lu Shishir's star potential, his demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from guarded to enthusiastic, his previous gloom replaced by a warm smile, and his tone became noticeably more polite. "Are you suggesting my daughter has the potential to become a star?" Lu's father asked, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he leaned forward, filled with anticipation. Gu Chen gently nodded, but before he could elaborate, Lu's mother suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, did you just say Fairy Tale is produced by your company?" Lu's mother, though not a fan, found the song quite enjoyable and was aware of its immense popularity. "Indeed, not only is Fairy Tale produced by my company, but I also performed the song and starred in its music video. This was merely to fulfill a personal dream. As my primary focus is to cultivate a roster of stars," Gu Chen candidly admitted. This revelation struck Lu's parents like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fairy Tale had recently become an overwhelming success, with nearly every household singing its praises. The realization that this young, accomplished man before them was the very artist behind the song filled them with astonishment. Lu's father, now visibly excited, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "So, you are Boss Gu. It is an honor. I never anticipated such talent at such a young age." Standing behind her parents, Lu Shishir, who had just turned 16, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was a devoted fan of Fairy Tale, with the song firmly placed in her music collection and the music video viewed countless times. Seeing her idol in person, and finding him even more handsome than on screen, left her feeling as though she were in a dream, having already considered Gu Chen as a half-idol. Detected suitable target. Lu Shishir, 16 years old, appearance rating, 92, physique rating, 87, health rating, 97, personality rating, 94, comprehensive evaluation, a budding flower. Her youthful heart is just beginning to awaken with longing. With proper guidance, she could become an exceptional partner. Reminder, while the girl is beautiful, one must be wary of the laws of Huagua. It is advisable for her to first cultivate herself for a few years. Lu Shishir current affection level, 61, admiration. Gu Chen gazed at the clear-eyed, graceful girl before him and smiled. Shishir indeed has great potential. If she is willing, she can join my company. I assure you, I will do everything in my power to help her debut and become a true star. Lu Shishir affection level increases by 3. You have received a cash reward of 300 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Aside from her inexperience, Shishir possesses many admirable qualities. Yangmi has already become a certainty. Recalling the 4 legendary beauties of the entertainment industry, I should at least be able to gather 3. While I may not expect to reach the celestial beauty, I still wish to explore the possibilities should the opportunity arise. This declaration filled Lu's parents with elation, and they readily consented. As for any potential deception, they would be closely accompanying Gu Chen, ensuring that any contract would require their approval, leaving them unafraid of being misled. Lu Shishir was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could not articulate her thoughts, merely nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkling with aspirations for the future. Thus, an encounter that began as a simple chance meeting inadvertently set forth a young girl's journey towards stardom. Her gaze towards Gu Chen now held an added depth, infused with admiration and longing previously absent. After exchanging contact information, Gu Chen informed Lu's father that he had an important investment to discuss in Hangqing. He instructed Lu's father to take Lu Shishir to Linqing, assuring him that manager Wu would get in touch to arrange transportation to the company for contract signing. Followed immediately by training for the teachers, with plans to finish filming the drama before the school year began. Gu Chen intended to launch Lu Shishir in an idol drama, as such productions were the most likely to achieve popularity. He also thought that young girls, who were experiencing the stirrings of first love, were easily deceived. Frankly, if it weren't for the hassle of fans, he could easily charm female admirers with his current charisma, likening himself to a veritable harvesting machine. Lu's father agreed eagerly. his heart racing with the desire to fly to Linqing immediately. Gu Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Wenwen, who promptly retrieved a stack of cash from her bag, approximately 5 or 6,000, and handed it to Lu's father. This was an advance to cover their airfare, hotel accommodations, and transportation costs. Any excess could be considered meal expenses, and any shortfall could be reimbursed with a receipt. Lu's father, now even more convinced by Gu Chen's words, beamed with delight and invited him to stroll around West Lake. Thanks to Tong Wenwen's exceptional social skills, Lu Shishir and her mother quickly became friends with Gu Chen. Xia Shirhan, of a similar age to Lu Shishir, also became close friends with her after Xia Shirhan initiated an apology. After bidding farewell to Lu Shishir's family, Gu Chen checked into the hotel with 3 beautiful women, initially planning for each to have their own room. However, Xia Shirhan insisted on sleeping with Gu Chen, and under Chen Ye's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed, as he intended to use this situation to negotiate a favor from Chen Ye. After dinner, Gu Chen stealthily crushed a sleeping pill into powder and mixed it with 1/3 of a glass of warm water, personally serving it to Xia Shirhan. Completely unsuspecting, she happily drank the water he offered, feeling sweetly content. By 8 o'clock, Xia Shirhan was eager to sleep, prompting Gu Chen to coax her into the bedroom. Once he confirmed she was sound asleep, a satisfied smile spread across his face. What followed was a delightful escapade shared among him, Chen Ye, and Tong Wenwen, his beautiful secretary. In the meantime, Tong Wenwen dutifully waited in the room for Gu Chen, but soon found herself taken aback when Gu Chen entered the room with Chen Ye, whose clothes were disheveled and eyes glazed over. However, she quickly composed herself and offered assistance. Having spent considerable time with Lu Yin in the bustling metropolis, Gu Chen maintained daily contact with her. He also made an effort to call Yang Mi regularly to strengthen their relationship. Lu Mingjia, who had returned home, was doing well and would soon become a source of pride for her parents and relatives, eliciting envy from many in the village. However, Gu Chen was indifferent to such trivial matters, knowing he would likely never cross paths with Lu Mingjia again, who planned to bring her family to Linqing. The next day, Gu Chen had to handle investment matters alone, as both Chen Ye and Tong Wenwen needed rest after last night's revelry. He was greeted by a director from the Investment Promotion Bureau, Wang Yongfeng, a formally dressed man in his 40s, accompanied by several leaders from the industrial park management. The 5 of them attended to Gu Chen, who drove the hotel-provided vehicle himself, a car worth several $100,000. Mr. Gu, I had heard about your youth over the phone, but you surpassed my expectations, Wang Yongfeng remarked. We are eager for young entrepreneurs like you to invest and start businesses here. By the way, did you graduate from university to embark on this entrepreneurial journey? If you graduated from a prestigious university, we have some support funds available. Though they are modest, they can still assist you significantly. Wang Yongfeng did not underestimate Gu Chen due to his age. The higher-ups had mandated that everyone in their positions must be diligent and prioritize serving the public. They aimed to make Hangqing the most favorable city in the country for investment and entrepreneurship. Director Wang, could you please inform me about the current size of the industrial park? Gu Chen inquired. Wang Yongfeng maintained his smile, responding, Our goal is to establish an integrated modern industrial park. Currently, we have plans to develop approximately 50,000 acres of land, with a selling price of 10,000 per acre. Depending on the nature of the investing enterprises, we have several attractive policy incentives, such as tax reductions. 10,000 per acre? Is land in Hangqing's industrial zone really that inexpensive in 2004? Gu Chen pondered, realizing that many places were willing to incur losses to attract investment and create job opportunities in the city and even the province. Industrial parks never expected to profit from land sales, but sought investment instead. Once you purchase the land, you will need to construct factories, and the costs for labor and materials are substantial, along with equipment and the subsequent returns once the factory is established. These are the true objectives. Currently, Gu Chen's account balance stood at over 230 million. Although next month's venture would likely yield over 10 million in profits, that would belong to Qinyang Xinu. While it was all his enterprise, he could not mix the finances. Why not consider a loan? Gu Chen suggested. May I ask if there are discounts for purchasing larger parcels of land? What kind of benefits can I expect for bank loans? How much land are you considering buying? What loan amount do you need? We do not have a uniform standard here, Wang Yongfeng replied. I wish to invest 2 billion to purchase land, promising that none of it will be sold, but used entirely for factory construction. My first entrepreneurial direction is fishing gear. Would you be interested in signing a wager agreement based on this 2 billion investment in land? Gu Chen's mention of 2 billion astounded Wang Yongfeng and his colleagues, who had assumed he would only invest a few $100,000 at most. Such a substantial investment was rare in Hangqing. And considering the area of land Gu Chen intended to buy, the subsequent factory and equipment investments would surely exceed several billion. Wang Yongfeng became increasingly interested in Gu Chen's wager agreement, recognizing its significance, and prepared to find a suitable venue for detailed discussions. During lunch, Gu Chen was encouraged to drink a considerable amount of alcohol, but unfortunately, against his enhanced constitution, the others at the table succumbed to the effects and fell over. However, they had made substantial progress in discussing the investment. Due to the need to develop a comprehensive industrial park, they could not sell too much land to Gu Chen at once. The maximum would be 10,000 acres, with the stipulation that he must utilize all of it within 5 years, or that his investments in Hangqing must reach no less than 5 billion. If his operational revenue exceeded 50 billion, he could also qualify for the maximum benefits regarding tax, loans, and factory approvals. For the 10,000 acres, no loan would be necessary, as the funds in his account were entirely sufficient. With the Investment Promotion Bureau's assistance, Gu Chen secured a contract with Hangqing's 7th Bureau for the construction of the factory, which promised to operate continuously and complete the construction within 3 months. The latter half of the year was expected to feature predominantly clear weather, particularly during the months of July to October, ensuring that Gu Chen would witness the impressive speed of infrastructure development. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the professionals Gu Chen had recommended, Lu Mingjia received significant attention from the county, with the county mayor personally welcoming her homecoming. In the impoverished Qingshanxiang, many rural roads remain unpaved. In 2003, the total income of Qingshanxiang was less than 20 million yuan, while the entire county, home to over 400,000 residents, saw its able-bodied youth flocking to the big cities, leaving behind a county predominantly characterized by mountainous terrain, struggling to attract investment. Recently, someone returned home in splendid attire, promising to allocate 20 million yuan for the development of Qingshan County. This led to the emergence of several leaders who, having resorted to begging, now sought to accompany the benefactor, all too eager to prevent Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing from absconding with the funds. A group of county leaders warmly inquired about Lu Mengjia's well-being, igniting a sense of pride and excitement within her, as she realized that their personal attendance was a testament to her village's esteem. Otherwise, they would not have possessed the standing to converse with her. All of this, however, stemmed from Gu Chen. Her heart swelled with affection for him, wishing she could fly to his side at that very moment. She instinctively touched her abdomen, contemplating that since Gu Chen desired children, she would strive to bear him several in the future. Lu Jinu, the village elections are approaching. I wonder if your father has any thoughts on this matter. Given your father's capabilities, I believe he would be more than qualified to serve as the village head, remarked County Head Lei, addressing Lu Mingjia as his niece. This was indeed a whopping 20 million yuan, something to be cherished in the palm of one's hand. After all, if his niece could return and contribute 20 million yuan to alleviate poverty and repair roads, establishing a connection with her would undoubtedly enhance Lei's political standing within the county. As the county sought investment, could he not seek assistance from his niece? This line of thought even led Lei Yun to contemplate a brotherhood bond with Lu Mengjia's father. That decision rests with my father. My boyfriend initially intended for me to take them to the city to enjoy a better life. As for the matters you've inquired about, I cannot make a decision without consulting my boyfriend, Lu Mengjia responded, dialing Gu Chen. The phone rang for 4 or 5 seconds before it was answered. Honey, are you busy? She asked. I'm dining with Director Wang from the Investment Promotion Bureau of Hangqing and several other leaders. If you have something to say, just go ahead, came Gu Chen's response. Lu Mingjia switched to speakerphone, and not only did Gu Chen's voice resonate, but also that of Wang Yongfeng. Gu, you were the first person to earn my admiration at such a young age. At your age, I couldn't even muster 500 yuan. Yet, you effortlessly secure investment contracts worth billions. You're handsome, a skilled drinker, and truly remarkable. I toast to you. Lu Mingjia activated the speakerphone to ensure that the leaders present would understand her lack of authority in decision-making, as she was accustomed to following Gu Chen's lead at home. However, the voices emanating from the speaker left Lei Yun and the 7 or 8 county leaders present utterly astounded. Hangqing, the provincial capital, was a place where even a brief meeting with the Investment Bureau's director required scheduling due to their busy agendas and the necessity of maintaining decorum. Now, they had heard the lofty leader proclaim that Lu Mingjia's boyfriend was associated with investments in the billions. How on earth did I not produce such an accomplished daughter? Lei Yun's mind raced with thoughts of how vital it was to foster a good relationship with Lu Mingjia and her father, considering them potential allies for future endeavors. He swiftly excused himself to make a call, instructing the village to prepare the highest standard of reception for the returning benefactor, warning that any misstep would not be taken lightly by the entire Qingshan County. Chapter 50. Wang Jing sets her sights on Lu Mingjia's sister Shangwu Village is an ordinary mountain village within Tonglu Xiong, comprising nearly 200 households and approximately 1,000 inhabitants. The sole road is a narrow, stone and earth path, barely wide enough for agricultural tractors and tricycles. A stream meanders along the steep mountain path. This area was once a haven during wartime and a favored destination for intellectual youths before the Reform era, but now it epitomizes poverty and backwardness. Upon learning of her daughter's return, Lu Mingjia's mother, Wu Lanxian, promptly summoned relatives to their home, both to persuade her daughter and to prevent her obstinate husband from potentially harming her, which could lead to a rift between father and daughter. Lu Mingjia's father, Lu Jiangwo, sat with a grim expression, smoking. Although impoverished, he had always held a strong sense of pride and valued his reputation. His daughter's decision to abandon her wealthy suitor, Su Zhong, nearly drove him to despair. Rumors circulated in the village that his daughter had become a mistress for money, leading to whispers of disgrace and shaming him as a parent. The situation nearly sent him to the hospital. Some relatives, with whom he had strained relations, openly criticized his daughter. Despite the 6 or 7 people gathered in the hall, the atmosphere was eerily silent, with everyone smoking. While Lu Mingjia's aunts huddled to discuss how to persuade her upon her return, only Lu Mingjia's 18-year-old sister awaited her sister's arrival, worried for her. Dressed in slightly faded jeans and a white t-shirt adorned with a pattern, she bore a striking resemblance to Lu Mingjia, albeit with a slightly less graceful figure. Her features were even more delicate than those of her sister, yet her natural beauty was unadorned, lacking makeup and stylish attire, still making her the village belle. Regrettably, she struggled academically, achieving mediocre results in her college entrance examination, and was contemplating seeking work to join her sister, although she had yet to voice this intention, having only just heard of her sister's breakup with Su Zhong. In truth, she had quite liked Su Zhong, envisioning herself persuading her sister not to discard such a fine potential brother-in-law for the sake of money, as wealthy individuals were often not to be trusted. In a few years, once the novelty wore off or her sister aged, they would likely find an excuse to part ways. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a flurry of activity as a group rushed towards her home, led by the village head and secretary, followed by several village officials. Lu Jiangwo and the others seated in the hall turned their attention, puzzled by the commotion. As the leaders approached the entrance, the village secretary eagerly grasped Lu Jiangwo's hand. "Lu Gu, your daughter has achieved remarkable success. I just received a call from the township. County Head Lei will personally accompany your daughter back to her roots. And since we are about to elect village officials, you must consider taking on the role of village secretary. The future of over 500 people in Shangwu village depends on your leadership to lift us out of poverty. Quickly, we must ensure that the home of the future Secretary Lu is spotless before County Head Lei arrives. Let us clean up the chicken and dog droppings along the way." A flurry of village officials warmly inquired about Lu Mingjia, actively cleaning her humble abode, while the women's director immediately joined hands with Wu Lanxian to strengthen their connection. Lu Mingjia's parents, along with the gathered relatives and neighboring residents, found themselves utterly bewildered. When had the village officials become so enthusiastic? Typically, seeking their assistance led to bureaucratic delays or dismissive shrugs, yet now they were eager to welcome Lu Mingjia home. "Old Zheng, what on earth is going on?" Lu Jiangwo questioned, utterly confused and desperate for clarity regarding the unfolding events. The village secretary shrugged his hands and said, "I am not certain. I merely received a call from the township, informing me that our county's county chief Lei will accompany your daughter home for a visit. You should inquire directly with her." Lu Jiangwo hurriedly climbed up the hillside, where the signal was weak, as he was using the most inexpensive Nokia phone. Half an hour later, Lu Jiangwo returned home, his face flushed with excitement. His first words were, "Quickly, dear wife, fetch the incense and the unused firecrackers from Qingming Festival. I will slaughter a chicken and go pay respects at the ancestral grave. May our ancestors bless us. Our daughter has achieved great success, bringing honor to our family." Lu Jiangwo's 3 brothers and Lu Mingjia's 2 uncles immediately gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Upon learning that Lu Mingjia's new boyfriend had generously donated 20 million to ensure her grand return home, specifically funding the road construction that led to their village, everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. After the initial shock, they began to calculate how they might benefit from this windfall for themselves. Meanwhile, Lei Yun was personally accompanying Lu Mingjia on her journey back to her hometown. Wang Jing, holding the excited Lu Mingjia's hand, quietly reminded her, "Jia, when we get home, Do not be too soft-hearted. Do not cause trouble for Gugu. Remember, everything we possess is thanks to him. Without him, we would scarcely even meet the enthusiastic county chief Lei. Sometimes, one must be resolute, or you could feign vulnerability. Playing the role of a young bride enduring hardships while seeking her husband's favor, Wang Jing was offering Lu Mingjia strategic advice, some of which was relayed to her by Gu Chen. He could provide the money, but she must not accept it. Lu Mingjia nodded. Her fondness for Gu Chen had reached a staggering 99. If not for her parents, when Lei Yun personally welcomed her, she might have become one of Gu Chen's conquests. A goal she had never considered before. More than an hour later, accompanied by Lei Yun and other county and township leaders, Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing rode a specially designated tricycle back to Shangwu village, where the pre-prepared firecrackers were already crackling in celebration. Having visited the graves, Lu Jiangwo and Wu Lanxian stood at the forefront of the crowd, adorned in their best clothes, which they usually refrained from wearing. Lu Mingjia's younger sister, Lu Mingyao, donned her favorite dress. The moment Wang Jing accompanied Lu Mingjia down from the tricycle, her eyes were drawn to the graceful Lu Mingyao. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her light steps, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring. The sunlight illuminated her youthful radiance. The color of her dress complemented her fair skin, enhancing her vivaciousness and sweetness. Her bright and pure smile made her stand out in the crowd, and she hurriedly rushed into her sister Lu Mingjia's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister!" The enchanting voice snapped Wang Jing back to reality. Though Lu Mingyao, without makeup, was not as beautiful as her sister Lu Mingjia, Wang Jing envisioned how this village girl, once she stepped into the city, would transform into an even more stunning beauty with expensive clothing and cosmetics. Jingjing, this is my sister Mingyao. This is my best friend Wang Jing. You can call her Sister Jingjing. Sister Jingjing, nice to meet you. Mingyao is wonderful. Not only is she prettier than her sister, but her skin is so tender it could almost yield water. She hardly seems like she grew up in a village. Wang Jing greeted warmly. And amidst the enthusiastic reception from everyone, they arrived at Lu Mingjia's home. Wang Jing, needing to make a phone call, followed Lu Mingyao up the small hill where the signal was better. Wang Jing dialed Gu Chen's number, and as soon as the call connected, she said, "I have accompanied Jejia back to her hometown. She has now become a celebrity in the village, with the county chief personally accompanying her due to the 2 million donation. Are you envious? If you desire, I can arrange a grand return for you too, as long as you don't cause me any trouble. Moi? You are simply the best, dear. I have a surprise for you too. Jejia has a sister who is even more beautiful than Jejia, just 18. Shall I bring her back with me? I believe with your charm, you could easily win her over." In Chapter 51, Gu Chen found himself underestimated for the first time. Naturally, Gu Chen trusted Wang Jing's words. A sister more beautiful than Lu Mingjia was not something he could easily dismiss. What man would not desire the fortune of having two beautiful sisters? Though Gu Chen hesitated, he suddenly received a system notification. Lu Mingjia's affection level, 1. You have received a cash reward of 100 yuan, now legally deposited into your bank account. Lu Mingjia's affection level, 100. Infatuated, you have allowed her to enjoy unprecedented splendor, and as long as you do not abandon her, she will forever follow your footsteps. Providing silent companionship. You have received a completion reward of 50,000,000, now legally deposited into your bank account. You have gained 100 points of Gongmid. Lu Mingjia's conquest was complete. Now, the only task remaining was to ensure her pregnancy and childbirth, a matter he could attend to once Lu Mingjia returned. Truly, she was my dear little heart. Only you understand my preferences. When you return, I will cherish you dearly. This sentiment caused Wang Jing to pinch her thigh. The joy and delight were overwhelming. If Gu Chen were not more gentle, both she and Lu Mingjia would struggle against his advances. Nevertheless, her attitude toward Gu Chen remained consistent. To please him, she endeavored to ensure Gu Chen could enjoy the fortune of two beautiful women while making Lu Mingjia feel guilty, thus strengthening their bond as sisters. Now, Wang Jing had turned her attention to Lu Mingjia's sister, Lu Mingyao. Lacking the advantages of exquisite food and physique, she resolved to become the chief steward of Gu Chen's harem, ensuring that even over time, Gu Chen would not grow weary of her. Gu Chen instructed Wang Jing to assist Lu Mingjia in handling affairs related to her hometown, advising her not to bring back any troubles before ending the call. At that moment, he was on his way to meet someone, a man from his memories who claimed to despise money. A man whose appearance was difficult to describe, yet managed to drive countless young, beautiful women into a frenzy, seeking to marry him. His visit to Hangsheng was not solely due to it being one of the best cities for business in Huaguo, but also to seize the opportunity to meet the legendary figure behind the creation of the company. Wang Jing vowed earnestly as she hung up, then sought out Lu Mingyao, intending to establish a rapport with her in her capacity as an older sister to understand her dreams, interests, and character, and subsequently devise a perfect plan to win Lu Mingyao over. Shanwu village was bustling like never before at Lu Mingjiao's home. Meanwhile, in the distant Hangqing, the scenery outside the window rushed by as he traveled, having decided to let his secretary, Tong Wenwen, rest at the hotel since it was not a particularly crucial matter. After all, the primary duty of a secretary was to ensure his comfort. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen found himself missing the enchanting teacher, Li Yunting, longing for her fiery presence and the unique feeling of being with her. Considering the time, it was likely that she had recovered. Although they did not speak every day, they maintained contact every few days. Presently, she was at her hometown with her parents, caring for the children. When he returned to Linqing, she could come and assist him as his secretary. However, for any intimate moments, he would have to wait a few more days. As he pondered, Gu Chen found himself at the headquarters in Hangzhou before he realized it. Facing the young and rather attractive receptionist, he politely introduced himself. "Hello, my surname is Gu. I made an appointment not long ago. Could you please notify someone?" "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." The receptionist was very courteous, making a phone call while another colleague immediately prepared tea for Gu Chen. After checking the appointment, she quickly contacted the deputy manager responsible for the reception. "Hello, Manager Lin. There is a young man in his 20s, surnamed Gu, who has an appointment to meet with General Manager Ma. But he is not here and asked you to take care of it." "Understood," Manager Lin replied, frowning. He was aware of Gu Chen's visit, but was taken aback to learn he was merely a young man in his 20s. His first reaction was, a second-generation rich kid. Someone with little capability, relying on family wealth to venture into business. Typically, individuals at that age with true talent would still be pursuing further education or gaining experience in companies, rather than spending a fortune to acquire land in a new industrial park in Hangzhou. Who would undertake such an endeavor without foresight or a strategic plan? Developing 1,000 acres would require a substantial investment. A family capable of such expenditure would not allow a young man like Gu Chen to come to Hangzhou recklessly. He held a prejudice against individuals like this, and if it weren't for General Manager Ma's instructions, he would not have considered wasting his time. Just as he was about to respond and invite Gu Chen to meet him, a phone call interrupted him. It was a significant partner who had unexpectedly come to Hangzhou on a business trip and wanted to see him. They were already downstairs. Manager Lin quickly made a decision in his mind to first meet the partner, as Taobao, having been established for just over a year, desperately needed support from many partners to achieve rapid growth and profitability. Meanwhile, Gu Chen stood in the lobby of the headquarters, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa, glancing at the time with a furrowed brow. He could not comprehend why, having made an appointment, there was still no response after such a long wait. Perhaps General Manager Ma had an urgent matter to attend to? He decided to wait, as he had no other commitments that afternoon. However, as time ticked by, his patience began to wear thin, yet he remained resolute in his wait. After 2 hours, someone finally came to inform him that he could meet. However, upon entering the conference room, Gu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Seated across from him was not the senior executive he had envisioned, but an unfamiliar face who introduced himself as the deputy manager of a certain department. Gu Chen could not recall such a figure within the founding team of Taobao. "Why isn't General Manager Ma here to discuss?" Gu Chen asked directly, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. The deputy manager seemed caught off guard by Gu Chen's forthrightness, hesitating momentarily before revealing a somewhat mocking smile. "Mr. Gu, you may not be fully acquainted with our procedures at Taobao. Typically, young investors like yourself are first approached by us." He deliberately emphasized the phrase young investors, his gaze laced with blatant disdain. Moreover, General Manager Ma received an urgent call and is currently en route to Yinghua, expected to arrive in a few hours in the most prosperous and coveted city in all of Asia. Gu Chen frowned, lightly tapping the table twice with his fingers, then suddenly laughed. "So I've been stood up? Why wasn't I informed about General Manager Ma's unavailability? I can understand." As he spoke, Gu Chen's expression turned icy, his tone edged with cold fury. "But why should I be left sitting idly in the lobby for 2 hours like a fool?" The deputy manager's smile faltered but quickly reverted to a professional demeanor. "Mr. Gu, you've misunderstood. A very important client arrived unexpectedly, and I had to attend to them. I came to you as soon as I finished." "Huh." Gu Chen chuckled, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. The dismissive look on Manager Lin's face and in his eyes was unmistakable, his tone dripping with indifference. Perhaps it was Gu Chen's youth that led him to be underestimated. Or perhaps they viewed him as merely another second-generation rich kid reliant on family wealth. Or perhaps Taobao, thriving as it was, felt no need for individuals like him. especially with the backing of some super consortium from Inghua. The moment Gu Chen stepped out of the Taobao headquarters, he cast a cold glance back with a smirk. If he lacked the ability, perhaps he could achieve nothing, but with the system at his disposal, he was eager to try something. He recalled that Taobao had soared thanks to its reliance on the wealth generated by Yanhuang Zisen. Yet a considerable portion of that wealth was siphoned away by a consortium from Inghua. Why should a nation that had once inflicted deep wounds upon their people continue to profit at their expense? He suddenly felt compelled to challenge Taobao with the system's aid, ensuring that those from Inghua could not continue to profit from their efforts while deriding them as foolish and provocatively testing the limits of their nation and people. Chapter 52, A Serendipitous Encounter at the Airport. General Manager Ma, en route to Inghua, remained oblivious to the significant troubles and adversaries his unintentional actions would provoke. In his mind, he regarded the young Gu Chen as a mere second-generation rich kid with little skill, relying on family wealth. His intention was to avoid conflict and perhaps forge a friendship, but unforeseen developments from the consortium supporting him in Inghua compelled him to hasten his journey. Moreover, General Manager Ma was confident in his vision for the future of Huagua, believing that with his strategic planning and the financial backing of the Inghua consortium, he could ascend to the most dazzling stage of Huagua, where he would be revered and admired by many. On the other hand, Gu Chen, having departed from Taobao, thought of Lu Qiangdong in distant Yinjing. Lu Qiangdong possessed extensive experience in e-commerce, along with valuable connections, and could be a suitable collaborator. Gu Chen envisioned building a shopping platform akin to Taobao on the Jingdo platform, complemented by a rapid home delivery service to gradually establish a competitive edge. Currently, Huagua primarily relied on postal services, while private express delivery was still nascent and lacked a comprehensive structure. The express delivery market presented a vast opportunity. And as Jingdo developed its e-commerce platform and established large logistics warehouses, it could also initiate its express delivery service. Gu Chen considered the possibility of integrating a shopping and delivery system within Lu Qiangdong's future plans. Although he initially thought of making a phone call, Gu Chen decided it more prudent to visit Yinjing in person for a face-to-face discussion, recognizing that some matters could not be effectively conveyed over the phone. Ideally, he would prepare a detailed proposal. Unfortunately, lacking a professional team, he would need to rely on Lu Qiangdong's expertise for the proposal, as collaborating with him would save time and effort compared to assembling a team independently. However, before departing, he needed to finalize matters concerning Xia Shirhan's enrollment at Hangzhou University. He had scheduled a dinner for that evening, facilitated by Director Wang Yongfeng. Upon learning that Gu Chen had invested a substantial sum in the industrial park, Principal Lu, recognizing Gu Chen's financial prowess as a young, affluent individual, expressed an eagerness to meet him. Given the school's dire financial situation, some teachers' dormitories lacked air conditioning, and funding for a new teaching building was still pending approval. During the dinner at the hotel, Gu Chen personally poured wine for Principal Lu while presenting Xia Shirhan's college entrance exam results. Principal Lu, here are my sister's college entrance examination results, which surpassed the admission score of your esteemed Hangqing University by over 10 points. Given the harsh northern climate, I fear she may suffer if she relocates there. Henceforth, my tangible investments will focus on Hangqing, making it more convenient to care for her. Therefore, I seek your assistance, Principal Lu, in securing a spot for her. Naturally, I am not requesting this favor without recompense. I am committed to fulfilling any conditions you might propose. As we are all aware, the financial constraints of Hangqing University are a well-known fact. Many faculty accommodations lack basic amenities such as air conditioning, and there is insufficient funding to construct a new teaching building. If you, Mr. Gu, could lend a hand in this regard, I could easily persuade the faculty to be amenable. Principal Lu raised a finger, making it clear that securing a spot for Xia Shirhan based on her impressive examination scores would not be difficult, provided a donation of 1 million yuan is made to the university for the benefit of all faculty and students. Mr. Gu, understanding the situation, raised his glass and boisterously proclaimed, "Not a problem. I will donate 10 million yuan in my sister's name as a welfare and educational fund for the entire university." 10 million? My goodness. That amount exceeds the university's annual funding by a small margin. This young man, Mr. Gu, is far wealthier than I had anticipated. Principal Lu's face broke into a smile so wide that it could crush a mosquito, his heart brimming with joy. Initially seeking 1 million, he found himself unexpectedly gaining an additional 9 million, which could address numerous financial shortfalls within the university. Mr. Gu was equally elated, having expected a host of complicated demands from Principal Lu, only to find that resolving the matter required merely 10 million. This was far simpler than he had imagined, and he felt he had made a favorable deal. Thus, both parties felt they had triumphed, and the matter of Xia Shihan's admission to Hangqing University was swiftly settled. Upon returning to the hotel, Mr. Gu shared the news with Xia Shihan, providing her with Principal Lu's contact information as well as that of her assigned mentor. Overjoyed by the successful outcome, Xia Shihan embraced Mr. Gu and showered him with kisses. She nestled close to him while watching television, feeding him grapes. Her form-fitting attire left little to the imagination, prompting Mr. Gu to discreetly add a portion of last night's sleeping medication to her water. After coaxing Xia Shihan to sleep, he sought to compensate Chunya, while Tong Wanwen, who had been observing, was not overlooked either. Although he intended to be gentle, Xia Shihan's provocations, coupled with the trio's merriment, led to Chunya and Tong Wanwen once again struggling to rise the next morning, and even more so than the previous day. As for how to conceal their unusual behavior from Xia Shihan, Mr. Gu believed that Chunya and Tong Wanwen, still unscathed by the harsh realities of life, would find a way, while Xia Shihan remained blissfully naive. At the airport's waiting hall, after concluding a call with Wu Shanshan, Mr. Gu learned that the 16-year-old Lu Shishir had successfully signed a contract for 7 years. He instructed Wu Shanshan to arrange a tutor for her and to coordinate with the director to ensure the production was ready to commence by the end of the month. While walking, Mr. Gu's attention was drawn to a young girl, whose youthful yet mature appearance was captivating despite her rather unflattering attire. Sensing his gaze, she quickly lowered her cap and adjusted her mask. However, Mr. Gu recognized her immediately, the enchanting Lu Yifei, a dream goddess for countless men. He pondered whether to invest time and effort into pursuing Lu Yifei, the nation's foremost goddess. However, he knew that her protective mother would likely complicate matters. Deciding to take a chance, he approached her, saying, "Hello, you are Lu Yifei, correct? I've only ever seen you on screen, and I never expected to encounter you in person at the airport. May I request a photo with you? I am quite fond of your work." "Hello. While a photo may not be feasible here, I can offer you an autograph as a substitute," Lu Yifei replied, somewhat hesitant, fearing that removing her mask for a photo would attract unwanted attention. "Qian, do you know this person?" A woman's voice suddenly interrupted, and Mr. Gu turned to see a beautiful woman, dressed elegantly, capturing his attention. Her figure was alluring, evoking a desire to explore further, but her mask concealed an equally stunning face. It was evident that she was Lu Yifei's mother, who had undoubtedly garnered the attention of many aspiring suitors. "I don't know him. He is a fan who recognized me and asked for a photo, which I said was inconvenient, but I offered an autograph instead," Lu Yifei quickly clarified. Aware of her mother's sensitivity regarding male attention. A fan. Lu Yifei's mother eyed Mr. Gu with suspicion, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through him. "Hello. May I ask your name? Would you like a specific message with the autograph?" Lu Yifei inquired, retrieving a pen for signing. "I'm Gu Chen. And as for the autograph, feel free to write whatever you like," Mr. Gu responded. Lu Yifei swiftly signed, and Mr. Gu chose not to prolong the conversation, confident that their next encounter would yield a more favorable impression from her mother. "Qian, be cautious around male fans in the future and try to maintain some distance. Some may take advantage of the situation. We are about to board, and I want you to rest for a few days in Yanjing. We will refine your acting skills and aim to secure another production before school starts," her mother advised, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to Lu Yifei's success. Nodding in understanding, Lu Yifei appreciated her mother's intentions. Thus, she adhered to her guidance. However, as they approached the gate, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the young man who had just signed her autograph. It dawned on her that he was none other than the male lead from the fairy tale music video. Had she not heard the song, she might not have recognized him, as the song predominantly highlighted the female lead, Yangmi, overshadowing the male lead, Mr. Gu. The overwhelming popularity of fairy tale had not significantly impacted Mr. Gu, aligning with his desire for a low profile. As Lu Yifei stepped into first class, preparing to take her seat according to her ticket number, she was astonished to discover that the person beside her was none other than Gu Chen, whom she had just encountered at the airport and who had graciously given her an autograph. This time, Lu Yifei took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Hello, Gu Chen, the one from the Tonghua music video. You know me?" Gu Chen replied, his surprise evident. "Of course, I quite like that song. Do you know who the singer is?" Chen Yang is likely not the artist's real name, right? Since you starred in the Tonghua MV, you must know him. Could you pass me his contact information? I would like to get acquainted, as I have a friend who is a fan of the song and has been longing for an autograph. Is it a mere fabrication, or is there another explanation? Regardless of which, for Gu Chen, who harbored feelings for the celestial beauty, it was certainly a delightful occurrence. He never expected that the renowned Tian Xianmei Mei would have a friend who was his admirer. "Hello, let us reintroduce ourselves." Gu Chen extended his hand towards Lu Yifei with a smile, I am Gu Chen, the lyricist, composer, and performer of Tonghua, as well as the founder of Chunyang Xinu. You sang Tonghua? Lu Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment, and she promptly shook hands with Gu Chen, smiling as enchanting as a blooming spring flower. Detected target: Lu Yifei, age 17, appearance score, 98, physique score, 94, health score, 97, personality score, 95. Overall evaluation: a stunning beauty that has captivated an era. Are you not moved? Strive to win her heart and become the envy of countless men. Only 17 years old, a minor. With the system's capabilities, it was the first time Gu Chen encountered someone with such a high appearance score. No wonder she was renowned as Lu Yifei, the celestial beauty. Chen, what are you doing? Upon returning from the restroom, Lu's mother noticed her daughter shaking hands with a young man, standing uncomfortably close, which caused her expression to change. She hurried over to her daughter, and upon recognizing Gu Chen, her surprise deepened. Isn't this the young man who just signed an autograph for you at the airport? Could it be that you know him? Were you deceiving me earlier? Alarm bells rang in Lu's mother's mind, and her gaze shifted from mere caution to vigilant scrutiny, as if erecting a thorny barrier to keep Gu Chen at bay. Mom, he is the performer of Tonghua. His name is Gu Chen. Chunyang is his stage name and the name of his own company. He also personally starred in the Tonghua MV, and I only recognized him now, Lu Yifei hurriedly explained. The more she understood her mother's temperament, the more she feared that Lu's mother would misunderstand Gu Chen. Of course, Lu's mother had heard of Tonghua, a currently popular song. This young man named Gu Chen, having invested 5 million, should not have financial worries if he continues to work hard and produces a few decent songs. However, her daughter Chen was pursuing a career in film, which had no connection to music. If he were a top-tier singer, it would indeed be impressive to know him. But a young man with just one hit song might already be getting carried away. As for Lu's mother's perception of Gu Chen's company, she regarded it as merely a small studio, similar to many others in Yanjing. Chen, switch seats with your mother. Lu's mother, like an imposing mountain, positioned herself between Gu Chen and her daughter, oblivious to the fact that in Gu Chen's eyes, the 17-year-old beauty, while stunning, could not compare to the mature allure of Lu's mother. One could only comprehend why many would go from ridiculing Cao Cao to envying him, eventually becoming like him. Truly, one could question the character of the formidable Chancellor Cao, yet one must believe in his tastes. While Lu's mother maintained a cordial demeanor, Gu Chen could distinctly sense her underestimation of him. Her words and expressions were laden with wariness. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he feigned fatigue from lack of sleep the previous night and closed his eyes to rest. He had played games with Chunya and Secretary Tong Wenwen until 3 in the morning, and thus, despite his vitality, he swiftly slipped into slumber. By the time Gu Chen awoke, the airplane had already landed in Yanjing. After bidding farewell to Lu's mother and Lu Yifei, he discovered a small note tucked into his pocket. The note contained a string of numbers and a message. This is my QQ number. Remember to add me. My friend is still waiting for your autograph. Upon reading the note, Gu Chen chuckled. Despite Lu's mother's vigilant watch, she could not suppress the spirit of a 17-year-old. Eager and slightly rebellious, he was certain that Lu's mother had given her a multitude of warnings to maintain distance and avoid any contact. Yet Lu Yifei still managed to leave him a note. Regardless of her intentions, defying her mother's wishes was indeed an act of rebellion. Chapter 54. Plans. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Qiangdong, who had come to Yanjing to meet Gu Chen, immediately set aside his work to personally greet the individual who had supported him with 50 million at his time of need and firmly believed in his potential for success. Mr. Gu, I wonder if your hurried visit to Yanjing is for any significant matter? If you have time, perhaps you could visit the headquarters of Jinggo. The recent developments have been progressing smoothly, even faster than anticipated. It would be beneficial for you to take a look. Lu Qiangdong simply felt that since Gu Chen had invested 50 million into Jinggo, it was only fitting to present him with substantial data and information. The remarkable transformations within Jinggo over a few short days would surely bolster Gu Chen's confidence in his investment. I have complete faith in Jinggo, and there is no need for me to review your plans. Just continue executing them as you see fit. I came to Yanjing to discuss Ali, more specifically the online shopping platform Taobao. Lu Qiangdong was taken aback, and upon observing Gu Chen's expression and tone, he instantly comprehended, furrowing his brows in confusion. My positioning for Jinggo is distinct from that of Taobao. Therefore, the two will not interfere with each other. Taobao may be somewhat chaotic, but Jinggo's commitment to quality will undoubtedly allow us to establish a successful e-commerce platform. However, if we wish to confront Taobao, we lack the necessary channels and funding. Moreover, should we oppose Taobao, we would draw the attention of Mr. Ma, who would employ all manner of tactics to eliminate us. Thus, if Mr. Gu has any ideas, it would be prudent to wait until Jinggo has matured enough to withstand such challenges. Lu Qiangdong felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Gu Chen might impulsively pursue Tao Bao. If he could not dissuade him, he would not accompany Gu Chen on this reckless journey. The worst-case scenario would be to retract the investment and seek another partner, which would certainly be preferable to seeing Jinggo perish in its infancy due to Gu Chen's folly. I understand. Therefore, my proposal is for you to construct the Jinggo e-commerce platform while I invest in a separate company unrelated to Jinggo. I will appoint a professional manager to oversee operations, while you assist me in the background to plan and advance the establishment of the online shopping platform. Initially, we will not confront Taobao head-on, but will instead develop discreetly, refining our management and operational systems. After 2 years, I am confident we can compete with Taobao. I aim to leverage the logistics and transportation services that Jinggo will develop as a strategic advantage that Taobao lacks. Gu Chen articulated numerous ideas regarding the logistics of delivery, drawing from some rather mundane memories. Yet in the context of 2004 Huahua, these notions were remarkably forward-thinking, igniting Lu Qiangdong's enthusiasm for Gu Chen's vision of a comprehensive commercial empire. Since Gu Chen did not immediately engage in a fierce competition with Li Taobao, but instead focused on establishing the platform and perfecting its management and operations while quietly developing, along with the express delivery philosophy that naturally aligns with Gu Chen's vision. It is evident that Gu Chen's plans hold significant promise for the future development of Jinggo. Rest assured, General Manager Gu, I will ensure the establishment of the e-commerce platform you envisioned, Lu Qiangdong assured. Thank you for your efforts. I have many matters to attend to and will not trouble you further. Of course, I will not ask you to work for free. In the future, I can offer you a 5% stake and dividends. Initially, I will invest 50 million, and should additional funds be required later, I will invest further. Lu Qiangdong expressed no objections. However, in Gu Chen's perspective, a 50 million investment seemed but a drop in the ocean, especially considering the extensive financial demands of nationwide express delivery. Contemplating the balance in his accounts, Gu Chen felt a newfound sense of financial strain. The construction of the factory in Hangcheng, aimed at being both swift and of high quality, had escalated from the originally estimated 6 million to nearly 10 million. The investments in production equipment, advertising for sales channels, all required substantial capital. While there still lay over 70 million in his account, Gu Chen increasingly felt impoverished. No wonder the system promptly upgraded after Lu Yan's pregnancy, denying him the opportunity for cashback rewards. Otherwise, he would have eagerly indulged in extravagant spending, perhaps even treating the few artists under contract and the attractive young female staff at the front desk to lavish expenditures that could alleviate his financial anxiety. Unfortunately, aside from seeking out suitable strategies involving charming women, he found himself with little choice. The system was compelling him to pursue rewards relentlessly. Regrettably, it was July, and with schools across the nation on break, the prospect of attracting university students outside their campuses in a sports car seemed both feasible and expedient. The absence of a live streaming platform precluded the possibility of engaging attractive female streamers as well. The domestic development still lagged, particularly in the realm of mobile technology. Otherwise, establishing a live streaming platform coupled with a celebrity agency would resemble an imperial court selection process in ancient times. After spending 2 days in Yanjing, Gu Chen boarded a flight to Modu, intending to visit Lu Yan, who was carrying their first child. He recognized the importance of dedicating time each month to see her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the road construction ceremony in Shangwu village was jointly inaugurated by County Mayor Lei Yun and Lu Mengjia, with 2 excavators already at work, carving through the mountains. Many villagers, witnessing such impressive machinery operating with ease, gathered to watch in awe. Lu Jianguo and Wu Lanxian had not ceased smiling since their eldest daughter returned home, though several uncles bore discontented expressions due to Lu Mengjia's candid remarks. They felt slighted, believing themselves to be Lu Mengjia's relatives, and yet unwilling to assist with even the smallest tasks. While the 2 million allocated for road construction was indeed generous, some even resorted to harsh words. Fortunately, Lu Mengjia's parents staunchly supported her, and with Lu Mengjia heeding Wang Jing's advice, her relatives had no choice but to endure. Lu Jianguo was poised to become the village secretary, with prospects of advancing within the township. Even the county mayor referred to him as a brother, which rendered the dissenting relatives hesitant to voice their anger. Should relations sour, they risked facing repercussions, maintaining amicable familial ties while realizing that seeking Lu Mengjia's assistance would yield little. Instead, appealing to her brothers and sisters could help alleviate their financial struggles. As for Su Zhong's parents, after hiding at home for a day, they ventured out. After a few days together, Wang Jing and Lu Ming Yao had grown close, sharing everything. Yao Yao, how have you considered the matters I discussed? Wang Jing asked, holding Lu Ming Yao's hand. I am returning tomorrow, and if you agree, we must prepare to deal with your brother-in-law. Sister Jing, I know nothing and fear I won't excel as his secretary, Lu Ming Yao replied. If you struggle, it is of no concern, I will guide you. And your brother-in-law will too. Being a secretary is quite simple, beauty and charm are paramount. Your primary task is to attend to your brother-in-law and remain vigilant of the alluring women surrounding him. You have heard your sister Jiajia's words. Marrying into a wealthy family is no simple feat. You wouldn't want to see your sister suffer in her marriage, would you? Look at your family. Your sister has brought in secretaries since marrying your brother-in-law, thus securing daily opportunities to cultivate closeness. Moreover, there is the constant influence of Lu Mingjia, who will undoubtedly join in persuading her sister. Wang Jing had already devised a plan. Upon returning, she would disclose to Lu Ming Yao the camaraderie shared among Lu Mingjia, herself, and Gu Chun, and with Lu Mingjia's assistance, she would initiate the brainwashing process. Gradually, she would entice Lu Ming Yao through material means. With the three sisters united, Wang Jing was confident that they could withstand the allure of any seductress outside. Chapter 55, Jealous Lu Yan. One's appearance is crucial. To attract a completely unfamiliar beauty, attire is indispensable, complemented by a watch worth several $100,000. It is not that Gu Chun hesitated to invest in luxury. Rather, he opted for a design that was more universally recognized. Nevertheless, standing at 6 feet tall with a chiseled physique and striking looks, Gu Chun felt undeniably that he was the most attractive individual wherever he went. Indeed, while at the Yanjing Airport Lounge, Gu Chun received several bold requests for contact information from daring young women. Yet they either fell short of his aesthetic standards or seemed to be driving dilapidated vehicles that had seen better days. Hoping to win him over with mere appearance and physique as they perceived him to be a young, wealthy, and handsome heir. However, once aboard the plane, Gu Chun unexpectedly received a note from a flight attendant named Huang Xueting, including her contact information. When Gu Chun glanced at the flight attendant, Huang Xueting, eager to befriend him, caught his eye and immediately beamed a sweet smile. Gu Chun contemplated and waved her over. Huang Xueting felt a surge of happiness. She was a woman who prioritized looks and material wealth. Previously, she had encountered several appealing individuals who sought to know her, but they were either too overweight or lacking in height and looks, leading to their rejection. The moment she saw Gu Chun enter the first-class cabin, his height and appearance piqued her interest. Coupled with his stylish attire and eye-catching watch, she was inclined to pursue a friendship with him. Becoming his girlfriend to enhance her material circumstances would be ideal. However, even a deeper interaction would suffice. Women, at times, crave that connection even more than men, particularly when encountering a captivating man. As for marrying Gu Chun, Huang Xueting had no such intentions. Recognizing that he appeared quite young and that a wealthy heir would not likely settle down so early unless he encountered an extraordinary individual. While she had a commendable physique, her looks were rather average among flight attendants. With makeup, she might be considered attractive among the general populace. Huang Xueting had already envisioned the possibility of spending the night together at a hotel after landing, hoping that this charming young man was not the type to shy away from intimacy. Typically, at this age, he should be able to provide a pleasurable experience. But if not, she could discreetly suggest he procure some aids, ensuring both could enjoy themselves fully. Since parting ways with her boyfriend, Huang Xueting had not encountered a man for nearly a year. She yearned to unleash her pent-up desires upon Gu Chun in one fell swoop. Huang Xueting, a 25-year-old beauty with a remarkable appearance score of 87, a physique rated at 91, and a health score of 90, exuded an aura of allure that made her an enticing target. With a current favorability rating of 78, she approached Gu Chun, her voice deliberately laced with a seductive tone. As she emanated the fragrance she had applied upon seeing him enter the first-class cabin. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" she inquired. "My name is Gu Chun. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Let us connect after the flight. Could you please bring me a glass of water?" "Thank you." These words brought joy to Huang Xueting, causing her to sway her hips unconsciously as she turned away, reveling in the envious glances of her colleagues. "He is my target. I have made it clear that you are not to harbor any secret intentions." "Oh, it seems our stunning Huang is on the verge of success," one of her fellow flight attendants remarked. "Sister, try to be a bit more reserved tonight. I can tell that handsome fellow has a well-defined physique. Don't drool when you see him." Given that Xueting had professed not to have been with a man for over a year, encountering a handsome man with abs would likely lead to her shedding her clothes faster than he could. "Be careful. If someone overhears you, you might find yourself in trouble," warned another attendant, as a group of them engaged in candid conversation. Among them, 2 single flight attendants also found Gu Chen appealing, but this time, it was Huang Xueting who had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation. What woman wouldn't desire a young, handsome, and wealthy partner? This is why many flight attendants aspire to serve in first class, as the resources available there are unattainable for those in economy class. If circumstances permitted, Huang Xueting would have loved to sit and chat with Gu Chen to foster their connection, perhaps even engaging in a little playful intimacy. After the plane landed at the airport in Mo, Huang Xueting gestured to Gu Chen about exchanging phone numbers. Gu Chen nodded, planning to call her later since it was inconvenient for him to be picked up by Lu Yan. Dressed in a strapless dress, Lu Yan remained alluring and charming. Despite lacking makeup, her youthful face was still captivating, and upon entering the car, she immediately sought a kiss from Gu Chen. "Darling, how long do you intend to stay in Mo?" Lu Yan naturally hoped Gu Chen would spend more time with her, but she also understood the impracticality of such wishes. Not only was Gu Chen busy with his career, but he also had to share his time and energy with several other alluring women. Notably, Yang Mi, the target of Gu Chen's affections, would likely capture his interest even more, especially with her song, Ai de Gong Yang. Following their kiss, Lu Yan promptly played the song, her gaze fixed on Gu Chen. The familiar melody filled Gu Chen with a sense of foreboding. "To hold you in my hands, I humbly burn incense, trimming the candlelight to illuminate the scriptures. Not seeking grandeur, but merely wishing for love." This song is lovely, and the lyrics are beautifully composed. Listen to this. "For a lifetime, I will cherish you, hoping you will still your wandering gaze. Please grant me the power of infinite love and being loved, allowing me to calmly contemplate beneath the Bodhi tree." Sighing, Lu Yan continued, "I listen to it several times a day, reflecting on when my man, the father of my child, could love me like that." In just a few days, the new song had skyrocketed to 2nd place, just behind Your Fairy Tale, and the new song chart was also climbing to 9th place, with various promotions underway. Understanding her feelings, Gu Chen kissed Lu Yan again, making her weak in the knees as she gasped for breath. "If you want to sing, it's simple. I'll write you a song that will surely be more popular than Ai de Gong Yang." "Really?" Lu Yan's eyes lit up, her smile transforming into one of genuine joy as she leaned against Gu Chen. "Darling, you're wonderful. Both I and our child love you." "Words without action lack sincerity," Gu Chen casually remarked, but Lu Yan blushed, hesitating for a moment before biting her lip. "If you truly write me a song that rivals Ai de Gong Yang, I will unlock a brand new position for you." Lu Yan pointed to her strapless dress, which accentuated her curves that could captivate any man's attention. Gu Chen felt a shiver run through him, swallowing hard at the thought. This was a position he had only seen in his memories or animated films, and now, with Lu Yan's suggestion, he found himself eager to explore it. Deal. Chapter 56. Gu Chen's unique mahjong game. To create the new position Lu Yan mentioned, Gu Chen contemplated a song that would resonate with the current era. A widely popular internet sensation, especially in the realm of ringtones, which promised considerable income. Upon returning to his residence, he presented the selected song to Lu Yan. "Here are the lyrics and melody. Study them carefully and try singing. Let us hold off on releasing it this month. Perhaps next month it can ascend to the top of the newcomer charts, and if all goes well, it may even break into the top 10. Gu Chen was cautious not to overstate his predictions, as the Chinese music scene was nearing a critical juncture, with many established artists dominating the landscape. Unfortunately, in a decade or so, the music industry would gradually decline. "Perfume is poison? That title sounds peculiar," Lu Yan remarked, glancing at the lyrics before attempting to hum a tune. "I once loved a man who claimed I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I preserved my innocence for him, closing the door to loving others. Your singing is decent, although a few lines are slightly off-key. Would you like me to find a professional teacher to assist you? This song is quite simple. I'm confident you'll be able to sing it perfectly before we release it next month." Lu Yan shot him a sidelong glance. "Aren't you quite the singer? That song Fairy Tale nearly brought me to tears. Do you really need to find another teacher? Why do you willingly teach Yang Mi, but not me?" As she caressed her abdomen, she expressed her mock grievance. "Oh, child, your father is so indifferent. I'll teach you. Is that not sufficient?" Gu Chen replied, feeling a twinge of pain in his cheeks. However, he had no choice but to comply, as Lu Yan often wielded her influence like a royal decree. With a determined resolve, he upgraded his lyric writing skills from beginner to advanced in the system store, expending 100 points in the process. This new level of expertise would be more than adequate to assist Lu Yan in mastering Perfume is Poison. After several attempts, he encouraged her to practice independently, stealthily retreating to the restroom to call Huang Xueting and arrange for their evening plans. Heading to Yanjing, where solitude prevailed, Gu Chun found himself motivated by Lu Yin's influence to direct his energy towards Huang Xueting. The phone rang for several seconds before being answered, and Huang Xueting's voice, tinged with a playful lilt, greeted him. Is this handsome Gu? It's me. How about dinner at a hot pot restaurant tonight? The mall below has Chanel, Dior, and Hermes. I could buy you a few outfits and a bag, but I have a small request. I'm not sure if you can fulfill it. Upon hearing the names of these international luxury brands coveted by women, Huang Xueting's breath quickened with excitement. Just acquiring such items, even if she were to sell them later, would net her a considerable sum. In a whimsical display of charm and earnestness, Huang Xueting pondered the prospect that a single evening's endeavor could yield a bounty equivalent to her salary for 6 months or even a year. As a flight attendant, her annual income hovered around 450,000 yuan, placing her firmly within the high-income bracket. Gu, she declared, I am amenable to any minor requests. Please arrange for a few ladies of comparable stature, preferably fellow flight attendants. I have no qualms if they are in relationships or married, provided their private lives remain orderly. For each lady you manage to invite, I shall reward you with a private red envelope of 10,000 yuan, though 4 or 5 would suffice. Regardless of the outcome, I assure you that the payment will be unwavering. Being an adult, Huang Xueting was acutely aware of Gu Chen's intentions. The prospect of 10,000 yuan was undeniably tempting, and she believed that many women would be drawn to the allure of Gu Chen's youth, wealth, and charm. Yet, she mused, Gu, can you handle so many? With a playful scoff, she contemplated the unfortunate reality that many men were like roosters, eager yet lacking endurance, often finishing prematurely. If one encounters a delicate partner, she reflected, it would feel as if the other had yet to arrive. However, she thought, since Gu Chun had made such a proposal, he must possess some level of capability. She could find a way to alleviate her own boredom, enticed by Gu Chen's handsome physique and the prospect of a substantial financial reward. She would be, in essence, the sole victor thrice over. Very well, I shall arrange this at once, she declared, terminating the call. After some contemplation, she decided to send a message within her small group of flight attendant colleagues. Do you all recall that handsome gentleman in first class today? He has invited me to arrange for 4 or 5 beautiful ladies to join him for hot pot. Each willing participant will receive a dress, Chanel, Dior, or a selection from any other prestigious brand of their choice, as the hot pot venue hosts these boutiques. For those who wish to join, the value of each gift will not fall below that of a handbag from the same brand. Rong, weren't you always longing for an Hermes bag? Come out to play. Just for one evening, with sisters to accompany you. It's merely that gentleman surnamed Gu. You would not be at a loss. Ruru, did you not find Gu rather appealing during the flight? Join us for hot pot and have companionship. Chen, will you join us? Gu mentioned that even those married can partake. It's just for one evening. With our cover, your husband will undoubtedly be none the wiser. After all, a change of pace is delightful. There's a handsome man and money involved. If you feel awkward, simply close your eyes at night. The hours will pass swiftly. Yet the reward will amount to a year's salary. Before long, the group erupted in disbelief, chastising Huang Xueting for her apparent madness while privately inquiring about the details of such an extraordinary opportunity. A hot pot dinner could yield a dress worth 2 months' salary? Approximately half an hour later, Huang Xueting shared the location for the hot pot gathering in their group chat, urging everyone to dress beautifully, not wanting Gu to feel his expenditure was in vain. After all, should Gu enjoy himself, there might be future opportunities for merriment. With Gu Chen's youth, good looks, and affluence, it was assured that no one would leave at a loss. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, when Gu Chun proposed to dine without including her, Lu Yin merely rolled her eyes and reminded him to take care of his health. Gu Chun, driving out, first visited the bank. Upon arriving at the hot pot establishment, Huang Xueting and her 6 attractive colleagues had already gathered. The system confirmed that all 7 met the criteria, though 2 were deemed unfit for the feast. Gu Chun had promised each participant a dress valued at around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Politely declining the 2 unfit individuals due to the excessive number, Gu Chun led Huang Xueting and the remaining 5 into a hotel room equipped with a mahjong table. Curiosity piqued, he opened a suitcase filled with stacks of cash. Those who wish to leave now may do so without hindrance. For those who choose to stay and enjoy themselves, tomorrow morning, each will depart with 5 stacks of money. Everyone's gaze fixated on the money, and the youngest and most beautiful among them, Rong, was the first to speak. How do we play? Seeing the willingness to stay, the rules became simple. east, south, west, north, and the red dragon. Those who drew the red dragon would play first, while the remaining 4 would engage in mahjong for approximately half an hour to 40 minutes, with the highest winner replacing the first player who drew the red dragon. Huang Xueting, unable to contain her excitement, interjected, "No need to draw me first. We agreed earlier that the rest will rely solely on your skills." The others chose to remain silent, understanding that it was unnecessary to renege on a promise. They harbored doubts regarding Gu Chen's purported prowess. The intent behind their expenditure was clear, and there was no need for emotional entanglements that would waste time. Gu Chen approached Huang Xueting not with a kiss, but with more intimate gestures. She did not resist. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she wriggled like a worm, murmuring, "Not here, we must move to the room. It's inappropriate with so many people around. Once inside, you may have your way." Gu Chen considered her words, recognizing that such shyness was typical for first encounters. Perhaps once everyone had enjoyed themselves, they would be more relaxed. So he took her into the room while the remaining 4 began their mahjong game. Approximately 40 minutes later, at the mahjong table, Huang Xueting exchanged glances with Zhang Qian. "Your luck seems to be quite favorable. I recall you often losing at mahjong. Heh, how does Gu Gu compare to your husband? Are you trying to kill me?" Zhang Qian retorted angrily. Her husband, whom she had married under familial pressure, was in his 30s and could manage intimacy only thrice a month, lasting a mere 5 minutes each time. This left her with grievances, often seeking remedies to enhance his vitality. Unfortunately, little had changed. Even when she broached the topic, he frequently found excuses to evade her. After over 5 years of marriage, their relationship seemed to be teetering on the brink of the notorious 7-year itch. In truth, her marriage lacked both affection and intimacy, leaving her thoughts, aside from her salary, consumed by their child. Yet, she discovered that what she had once lost interest in could bring such exhilarating joy, akin to a parched fish returning to water. To be candid, she was eager to try again, even if Gu Chen's promised payment never materialized. Huang Xueting unhesitatingly confessed that she had never before experienced such indescribable delight, leaving the remaining 2, one eagerly curious and the other nervously apprehensive. When it was Wang Rong's turn, she promptly asked, "Gu Gu, may I propose something?" This inquiry halted Gu Chen's actions as he turned to her with surprise. "What is it? Please, go on. I seek money, 200,000 a year, if it is feasible." Wang Rong spoke with a mix of nervousness and hope, her hands fidgeting with her clothing. "You desire financial support. However, let us amend the terms. You shall accompany me henceforth, and I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 20,000, in addition to purchasing a home and a vehicle for you. So long as you are willing to follow me and bear my children, I assure you a life of comfort and luxury. The residence will be situated in Linqing, valued at 2 million, alongside a vehicle costing approximately 500,000. These benefits are supplementary, and I can augment the initial offer of 200,000 by an additional 100,000. I consent." Nearly 3 million is beyond what she could ever earn in her lifetime. Coupled with a monthly allowance of 20,000, she could hardly conceive a reason to decline. Furthermore, being with the young and handsome Gu Chen, having his children would not be a disadvantage. Rest assured, adhering to my guidance will ensure you never suffer from financial woes. The dynamics shifted when the final round concluded. Initially, apart from Gu Chen, everyone was somewhat restrained, but as the evening progressed, they became increasingly uninhibited, even enthusiastic. The 5 individuals, under Gu Chen's diligent efforts, each surpassed a favorability threshold of 80, resulting in a staggering increase in account balances by 100 million, providing him with the confidence to transform the remaining 4 into supportive companions. The following day, as the curtains drew open, the midday sun streamed in, and several dining establishments welcomed their first patrons. Noticing the time, which was approaching 10:30, Lu Yin called to inquire if Gu Chen wished to return for lunch. Observing the disarray of his room, Gu Chen declined the invitation, suggesting he would return for dinner instead. After ending the call, he summoned the famished individuals. Inquiring about the remaining 4's intentions, those willing to accompany him would be subject to identical conditions. "Last night, you all witnessed my capabilities, naturally. There will be rewards upon childbirth, with each child yielding 200,000, and for their upbringing and education, you need only focus on being beautiful and bearing my offspring. Of course, if you wish to pursue your own paths, a prior notification suffices, and any gifts I bestow for the children shall remain yours. However, should anyone indulge in fickleness, do not blame me for being unyielding. Express your affections freely. I shall not oppose or hinder you, but betrayal guarantees a lifetime of regret." As for the companions, Gu Chen harbored no ulterior motives. As long as they remained loyal during their time as supportive partners, they were free to leave whenever they chose. In his mind lingered the thought of establishing a community for his companions, ensuring mutual oversight and incentivizing reporting. I am willing. Huang Xueting was the first to raise her hand in agreement, with the remaining three, excluding Zhang Qian, also acquiescing, unable to resist Gu Chen's generous offer. Initially, he would provide 3 million as a demonstration of sincerity, and upon childbirth, an additional 200,000 would be rewarded, with no expenses for the children born by them. As colleagues, when they journeyed to Linqing, would you care to join for a few days, allowing me to extend my hospitality? This internal deliberation persisted for quite some time. Zhang Qian eventually nodded, considering that spending time with Gu Chen could prove enjoyable, especially given her own household's inadequacies, as she approached middle age and was becoming increasingly unfit. All right, rest well. I will arrange lunch for you at the hotel. Please resign from your positions as flight attendants promptly. I shall return to Linqing in a couple of days. You may divide the money on the table among yourselves. Wait, Gu Gu. Wang Rong gritted her teeth, struggling to rise. Last night was her first experience, and despite only playing a couple of games with Gu Chen, she found walking quite painful, needing time to recuperate before regaining her natural gait. Wang Rong gestured for Gu Chen to step outside before speaking. Could you possibly provide me with 20,000 first? My father is awaiting funds for urgent medical treatment. In truth, her father's condition could withstand a delay of 10 days to a fortnight. Yet Wang Rong yearned to expedite the funds for her father's surgery. Having contemplated seeking a benefactor for financial assistance, her encounter with Gu Chen seemed serendipitous. What ailment afflicts him? A brain tumor requiring a craniotomy. After calculating the total expenses, including surgery and hospitalization, Wang Rong estimated around 100,000 would suffice, significantly improving her family's financial circumstances. Gu Chen's assurances revealed a future where financial worries would be alleviated. Among the five, she held the highest regard for Gu Chen. At which hospital will the surgery be performed? Provincial First Hospital. Their surgical facilities and medical equipment are the finest in the province. Gu Chen inquired about her provincial origins, contemplating that given the circumstances, it would be prudent to extend further kindness towards Wang Rong. Such gestures would naturally enhance rapport. I will contact the best hospital in the magical city for your father's craniotomy, finding the foremost specialists for a consultation, devising a surgical plan that minimizes risk. You should receive a response by tonight. Wang Rong, deeply moved, approached Gu Chen and kissed him tenderly for a considerable duration, astonished at the kindness bestowed upon her by someone she had known for less than a day. He could have simply given her the money and walked away, but chose to personally seek assistance. In that moment, she felt that such a man was worth committing to, even without formal recognition. I will strive to bear your children. Should you desire 3 or 5, I am willing. Yes, please return to your room. I will seek the necessary connections for the specialists. Wang Rong nodded and returned to her room, while the other four observed without probing further. They were all colleagues, and casual discussions about seeking affluent partners had already occurred among them. Wang Rong's family matters were private, and since they did not affect the others, there was no need to complicate the situation. They would continue to bond as sisters, sharing experiences that would fortify their relationships. Once they joined Gu Chen and received the funds, they could pursue the endeavors they had previously postponed due to financial constraints. On another front, after leaving the hotel, Gu Chen headed straight to the bank. He currently had over 200 million in his account, supplemented by investments in Hangzhou. In 2004, entering a bank with such wealth would undoubtedly warrant a personal reception from the bank president. While he might lack connections in the magical city, he knew that financial resources would facilitate swift and reliable arrangements with the bank. Without delay, Gu Chen entered the bank, declaring his identity and expressing his desire to meet the president. Within 3 minutes, after the bank confirmed Gu Chen's status as a customer, a tall, slender man in his late 40s, President Kai, appeared before him with a squinting smile. The swift turnover of several hundred million within a mere month raised doubts in Kai's mind. Were it not for the legitimacy of the funds, he might have suspected Gu Chen of money laundering. The mechanism was straightforward, akin to a plot from Shihong Shou where a wealthy uncle from overseas had Gu Chen as his sole heir, with funds dispatched based on Gu Chen's performance domestically. Although the procedures were intricate, everything was rendered reasonable and lawful through the system's capabilities. Mr. Gu, please try this year's new Longjing tea. We have also prepared a few small gifts for you to take home, though I hope you won't mind the hasty arrangements, Kai said. Forget the gifts. I actually need your assistance with a matter. A friend's father requires a craniotomy at the provincial hospital, but I believe that facility lacks the medical standards of MO. Do I wish to transfer him to MO due for surgery with the most authoritative expert team? I wonder if 5 million would suffice for connections and the surgery combined? Kai nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. Here was a true nouveau riche who treated money as if it were inconsequential, proposing 5 million for what could be resolved for a few $100,000. He was tempted to agree immediately, but reconsidered. What if Gu Chen sought trouble later? It was not Gu Chen he feared, but the foreign consortium that transferred funds to him. While he could dismiss Gu Chen as a fool, he dared not offend the wealth fund backing Gu Chen. This could be seen as a form of invisible protection from the system for Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, there is no need for such a sum. 50 to 60,000 would be adequate. We'll finalize the arrangements and inform you as soon as possible. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will have everything in order before we close today. To please a client like Gu Chen, Kai was prepared to expedite the process. Thus, while savoring tea, Kai assisted Gu Chen in acquiring a black card with an overdraft limit of 100 million, along with various privileges reserved for elite clients, such as hotel bookings, flights, and exclusive event coordination. The individual assisting Gu Chen was not a stunning beauty, but rather a man a few years younger than Kai. Gu Chen initially paid little attention. Having arrived late and nearing noon, he intended to invite Kai and the man who assisted him to a meal as a token of gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, but I have promised to have lunch with my daughter. I even took a special leave this afternoon, right, President Kai? Kai confirmed this, but added, since Mr. Gu is treating, we should at least honor the invitation. Why not bring your daughter along? It would be better than having two middle-aged men dining with a young man like you, which might spoil your appetite. Mr. Gu, Old Tang's daughter is a stunning beauty around your age, and she has been selected for a performance at the Olympic closing ceremony. She will begin training soon. Encouraged by Kai's enthusiastic recommendation, Gu Chen readily agreed, displaying no reluctance to engage with a beautiful woman, given his system's capabilities. Upon seeing Gu Chen's agreement, Old Tang exchanged a look with President Kai, nodding in satisfaction. It would certainly benefit his daughter to know someone like Gu Chen, a young man of wealth. For her future prospects, Old Tang's daughter soon appeared, striding in with long legs, a tall beauty with slightly tanned skin, likely due to the summer sun. Gu Chen immediately recognized her. She was Tang Yan, one of the four beauties associated with the legendary swordsman, having met Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, and Lu Yifei. Chapter 59. Enhancing Tang Yan's favorability. Old Tang was astute enough not to call his daughter in Gu Chen's presence. On the phone, he informed her about the young man they would be dining with, emphasizing that he was a VIP client, the first to receive a black card from their branch this year, urging her to make a good impression, as having a wealthy benefactor could significantly aid her career. Initially, Tang Yan approached the meeting with a mindset of cautious politeness, but upon seeing Gu Chen, she regretted her casual attire of jeans and a white top. Oh no, why did I dress so carelessly today? She thought, especially as she noticed how strikingly handsome Gu Chen was, standing at least 1.8 meters tall. She wondered if he had abs. If so, he would be utterly perfect. Gu Chen greeted her. Hello, beautiful. I am Gu Chen, 21 years old, currently venturing into entrepreneurship. Hello, I am Tang Yan, 20 years old, and I have never had a boyfriend, she blurted, feeling flustered and blushing fiercely, unable to meet Gu Chen's gaze. She wished to disappear into the ground. What am I saying in front of my father? Will Gu Chen think poorly of me? He is 21. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A young, handsome, and wealthy man like him must have no shortage of romantic interests. Tang Yan's thoughts were a jumble, and seeing her distress, President Kai quickly interjected, It is almost noon. We should get going before the restaurant closes. All right, Miss Tang. Would you do me the honor of joining me in my car? Gu Chen, a seasoned individual, seized the opportunity to increase their rapport, offering a chance for Tang Yan, a mere ordinary girl at 20, to feel a sense of allure. As long as one is young, wealthy, tall, and handsome, they become the kind of man that women find irresistible, whether married or single. Crafting an illusion can prompt many women to take the initiative. Detected suitable target. Tang Yan. 20 years old, appearance rating 93, physique rating 91, health rating 96, personality rating 92, overall evaluation. Envision her future mature and alluring self. She harbors a favorable impression of you. So what are you waiting for? Tang Yan's current favorability rating, 51, considered a good friend. Old Tang quickly signaled to his daughter, and Tang Yan, blushing, nodded. Thank you for the ride. Moments later, following Gu Chen, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable admiration upon seeing the luxurious supercar. Do you have a driver's license? If so, you could try driving a supercar and see how it feels, Gu Chen offered, handing her the keys. I can't possibly drive that. It's too expensive. If I were to scratch it, I couldn't afford to pay for it. She declined hastily, aware that her family lived comfortably but ordinarily. Don't worry. The car is insured, and at this hour, there aren't many vehicles on the road. If something happens, it will be my responsibility, Chen insisted, pressing the keys into her hands. He initially wanted to add, if the car gets damaged, just compensate me with your presence, but reconsidered, fearing that such directness might frighten her away. It is wise to proceed with caution and take one's time, as sometimes savoring the journey itself can be a profoundly pleasurable experience. For instance, he currently enjoys daily conversations with Yang Mi via QQ, reminiscent of the sweet sensations of romance, often finding himself smiling absent-mindedly. With the addition of 4 new acquaintances, he naturally yearns to relish the gradual transition from flirtation to love. Upon witnessing Chen seated in the passenger seat, Tong Yin, feeling anxious, had no choice but to muster her courage and take the driver's seat. The first time she found herself in the cockpit of a luxurious sports car, her fingers instinctively tightened around the steering wheel. The tactile sensation of the leather seats left her somewhat disoriented, while the flickering lights on the dashboard sent her heart racing. Relax, just think of it as driving an ordinary car. Chen's voice came from the passenger seat, radiating a comforting warmth. His long fingers gently tapped the central console, explaining, this is the ignition button, quite different from your manual transmission. Tong Yin subtly cast a glance at the man beside her. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting intricate shadows on his sharply defined profile. The watch peeking from his shirt cuff reflected a subtle radiance. And when his arm reached across her to adjust the rearview mirror, a faint woody fragrance took her breath away. Pay attention to the road, Chen suddenly chuckled, his warm palm resting on her tense shoulder. This touch nearly caused Tong Yin to mistakenly press the accelerator, her ears instantly flushing with heat. When the sports car finally merged onto the main road, Tong Yin instinctively reached for the gear lever, only to inadvertently place her hand atop Chen's. In that moment, Tong Yin felt a shock akin to an electric jolt, and the car veered dangerously within the lane. Be careful, Chen swiftly grasped the steering wheel, his upper body nearly enveloping her. Tong Yin could distinctly feel the vibrations emanating from his chest, his presence surrounding her with an intoxicating aura. It wasn't until they entered the hotel parking lot that Tong Yin realized Chen's right hand had never left her left. After turning off the engine, the air was thick with their intermingled breaths. Tong Yin stared at their intertwined hands, a rosy hue spreading from her fingertips to her neck. Suddenly, Chen bent his index finger to lightly graze her flushed cheek, saying, next time, you did well. With this experience, I believe you won't be so tense. This gesture rendered Tong Yin utterly flustered, her eyelashes trembling with unease as she watched Chen exit the car, wishing she could bury her head in the sand like an ostrich. For the first time, a thought crossed her mind. Does Chen harbor some affection for me? Perhaps he even likes me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so gentle. Tong Yin touched her cheek, where Chen had grazed her, a smile curving her lips as she felt an undeniable joy. Chen was equally pleased, as Tong Yin's favorability towards him had surged to nearly 70, faster than he had anticipated. However, he was acutely aware that this was all due to the allure of wealth. Otherwise, a handsome man without money would find that 9 out of 10 suitors pursuing someone would be affluent women. After disembarking, Tong Yin's gaze towards Chen had shifted from its initial neutrality, noticing old Tong's unchanging smile as he greeted Chen with jovial banter. She felt a twinge of concern. He simply wished for his daughter to befriend Chen, yet it appeared she was on the brink of falling for him. If Chen uttered a few more sweet words or offered small gifts, it seemed she would be entirely swept away. In Chapter 60, Tong Yin's refusal came forth. As they indulged in food and conversation, Chen revealed his intentions. Earlier this month, I established an entertainment company in Linqing called Qinyang Xinyu. We've released 2 songs, Tong Huan Ai de Gongyang, and we are currently preparing a film and a television series. If all goes according to plan, filming will commence this month. I believe you'd be perfect for the role of the second female lead in the series. Would you be interested in signing with my company and taking on this role? Naturally, Tong Yin had heard of the widespread success of Tong Hua and was aware of Ai de Gongyang, which, while not as popular as the former, had also garnered significant attention. However, she was taken aback that both were from Chen's company, which had only been established earlier this month. Given Chen's standing, the 3 individuals in the private room had no reason to doubt his words. Tong Yin had aspirations of becoming a major star in the entertainment industry, but she was set to participate in the Olympic Games closing ceremony next month. The closing ceremony of the Olympics would greatly enhance her future prospects. Regarding Chen's mention of a second female lead in the television series, Tong Yin hesitated, reasoning that if she were to forsake the Olympic closing ceremony for the series, and should the show receive a lukewarm reception, it would be a regrettable trade-off. Moreover, it was the illustrious director Zhang who had selected her for the Olympic closing ceremony. After much contemplation, Tong Yin articulated her concerns, attributing her refusal to the role of the second female lead to director Zhang. Mr. Gu, I would be willing to sign with your company, but I must prioritize attending the Olympic closing ceremony. Once I return, I will consider any arrangements you propose. The Olympic Games, a globally celebrated event, held significant weight for her, even if she were to take on a minor role. Tong Yin's willingness to sign with Gu Chen's company had already fulfilled his initial objective, and his delight at her favorable impression was a pleasant surprise. The meal concluded on a joyous note, and after exchanging contact information with Tong Yin, he found a reason to depart. Upon returning to her residence, she dedicated the evening to preparing an extravagant dinner for Liu Yan, which proved to be more filling than usual. That night, she refrained from seeking out Huang Xueting and the others, opting instead to spend quality time with Liu Yan. Additionally, the arrangements for Wang Rong's father's cranial surgery in Madu had been meticulously organized by Cai Xingzhang. The following day, Tong Yin accompanied Liu Yan throughout Madu. However, that evening, she slipped away to join Huang Xueting, Zhang Qian, and the others for a game of mahjong. Realizing that her resignation would require formal approval from the company before she could visit Gu Chen and Linqing. Initially, Gu Chen had contemplated allowing the 4 individuals to resign without compensation, promising to cover any losses himself, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that this matter was not urgent. In Linqing, Liu Mingjia and Wang Jing had returned, while Liu Mingyao was currently assisting at a flower shop. The beautiful teacher had nearly recovered and was now working as a secretary at the company, often finding her days rather uneventful. To avoid complications, Gu Chen instructed Qinya to take Xia Shirhan and their parents on a trip, allowing them to enjoy the beautiful landscapes of their homeland while their parents were still in good health. He deposited 500,000 into Qinya's bank account, ensuring ample funds for their travels. Upon arrival in Linqing, Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting, both strikingly beautiful secretaries with distinct charms, stood together, attracting the attention of numerous men. Some approached inquiring for contact details, while others were discreetly scolded by their companions for lingering too long. Witnessing the 2 tall, elegant women warmly welcome Gu Chen into the car stirred envy and heartbreak among many onlookers. Tong Wenwen took the wheel while Li Yunting blushed as Gu Chen wrapped his arms around her. She resisted his playful advances, saying, "Don't be like that. If you desire, we can head directly to a hotel room. You can do whatever you wish." Having not seen Gu Chen for some time, Li Yunting felt a strong longing for him, yearning for the joy and happiness that came from being together. "No rush, my dear teacher. I've missed you terribly." Li Yunting was perplexed by her own thoughts, unable to restrain a disdainful snort at the remark, expressing her inner feelings. "Even if I were to perish, you wouldn't bother to visit me once. You claim to be busy, but I suspect your attentions are elsewhere, perhaps with another woman." The teacher seemed to sense a hint of jealousy. Gu Chen chuckled with delight, lifting Li Yunting's chin and planting a kiss on her lips, rendering her body weak and breathless. Her eyes clouded with a dazed allure that tempted Gu Chen to indulge in further intimacy within the confines of the car. Unfortunately, he had pressing matters to attend to at the company. The office had been renovated ahead of schedule due to financial prowess, and upon entering, Gu Chen was taken aback to find an influx of young, handsome men, several of whom posed a threat to his title as the most attractive man in the company. What was the meaning of this? Why were there so many young men? Tong Wenwen promptly explained. "They are here auditioning for the male roles in the film those years. Most are vying for the lead male role, as it revolves around youthful romance in a school setting. Naturally, the female leads must be beautiful, and the males must be equally handsome." Gu Chen nodded. Were it not for the potential fan chaos, he would have relished the opportunity to play the male lead himself. Pushing open the door to the audition, his unannounced entrance did not disturb the focused young men performing. Wu Shanshan, who was accompanying the director for the auditions, quickly stood up. "Mr. Gu, you've finally returned from your busy schedule. We are conducting auditions for the male roles, and we are nearly ready. Once you give the green light, we can set a date to begin filming." "So soon? Have Yang Mi and the others pass their auditions?" The instructor responsible for acting training affirmed their rapid progress, noting that the roles suited them well and thus did not demand exceptionally high acting skills. Moreover, they would not begin filming for at least 10 days, allowing ample time for preparation. Once production commenced, the acting coach would also be present for guidance. With the power of wealth, matters were being expedited beyond Gu Chen's expectations. "And where is Shi? She is attending classes with a specially invited instructor. The little girl is quite diligent and shows potential. Your judgment is truly impressive, Mr. Gu." Gu Chen nodded, feeling reassured that the 2 key individuals were in good shape. It was then that he noticed a particularly familiar face among the auditioning male actors and instinctively queried, "Hu Ge?" "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am indeed Hu Ge." a student from the drama department. I came to audition for the lead role after hearing about it from my classmates. Do you currently have time to participate in a film? Are you not filming Sword Immortal or similar dramas? Sword Immortal? I have not received any notification for a drama audition recently, nor have I heard anything from my classmates. I am available and confident. Logically speaking, Hugo should have been filming Sword Immortal in 2004. Could it be due to a rebirth or an alternate reality that altered the trajectory of his memories? Chen promptly instructed someone to investigate the status of Sword Immortal. If it had not been greenlit, then he would not hesitate to take action, for this was a lucrative project, especially with the potential for spin-offs once the drama gained popularity. Glancing at Hugo, Chen asked, "Are you comfortable with kiss scenes?" Of course. Hugo replied without hesitation, as he was not a female, and thus held no reservations regarding such scenes or concerns about being taken advantage of. Have you signed with the company yet? If you have, we can cover your breach of contract fees. If you join my company, not only will you secure the lead role in this film, but you will also be the leading man in many films and dramas to come. I will elevate you to become a renowned star in our country. The system upgrade naturally required cultivating a few cash cows, as the valuable scripts obtained from the system's shop could not be wasted on nurturing artists for others. As for the kissing scenes with the bride in a wedding dress, Chen had already devised a plan to use a double. He himself would serve as the stand-in for the male lead, ensuring that no one could take advantage of his female artists. Hence the inquiry to Hugo about his comfort with kiss scenes was to portray the male lead's desperate kisses with the bridegroom in the script. Just the thought of witnessing that scene filled him with anticipation. Chapter 61. Occupying the pit first. In this world, there is no artist who does not yearn for fame and the status of a major star. Chen's words resonated with Hugo like a goblet of wine that, despite being known to be poisoned, one still wishes to taste. I have not signed with any entertainment company yet, Hugo decisively replied, revealing that an agent from another company had reached out to him, but their offered terms were far from enticing, not even a tenth of what Chen was proposing, making it unnecessary to mention. All right, let him be the male lead for the film. At this age, portraying a senior high school student is not too youthful. Manager Wu, please make the necessary arrangements for him and then come to my office. Chen intended to present the script for the television drama as well, planning to assemble the cast based on the script. In 2004, Huagua sought a drama to become popular, and the most straightforward approach was through idol dramas. The critical factor was that idol dramas did not demand high acting skills. The lead female must be beautiful, and the male lead must be sufficiently handsome. The rest depended on the script and the styling. Chen was an unwavering patriotic youth, and even though he was fond of wealth and beauty, the five-starred red flag was ingrained in his blood as two steadfast beliefs. He could not abide those who engaged in gambling or drugs. Thus, he found several neighboring countries less than appealing. Yet some matters, no matter how patriotic one is, must acknowledge the excellence of others, such as the idol dramas from the Korean Peninsula or Taiwan. After reviewing several Taiwanese idol dramas for Lu Shishir, he found the plots too lengthy and unsuitable for mainland broadcasting, eventually selecting a popular drama from the Korean Peninsula, My Love from the Star, which had once captivated nearly all of Asia. This was excellent. He would check if it had been greenlit. Even if it hadn't, he must secure the rights first, and then find suitable actors to bring it to life. This drama was highly profitable, and the male and female leads had nearly become walking money-making machines. Unfortunately, none of those signed with the company seemed capable of handling the lead roles. After much searching, he finally discovered a fitting idol drama, Goblin, for Lu Shishir to star in as the female lead, exchanging 20 strategy points. The system indicated that optimizing the script to suit the current cultural environment of Huagua would require 30 strategy points. He first checked online, but found no related content, worrying that perhaps others had not registered online. Just then, a new notification appeared from the system that had never been seen before. All exchanges in this system shop can be made without any concerns. Without further hesitation, he assessed his remaining strategy points and deemed them sufficient for a generous expenditure. He decided to spend 50 points, believing that without taking risks, one cannot capture opportunities. He reviewed the director's skills, contemplating future discussions with female artists about scripts and guiding their performances in hotel rooms, all of which would prove invaluable. After all, in the entertainment industry, a well-known director is far more attractive to female artists than mere capital. Imagining himself as an invincible figure in the entertainment realm, combining ample resources with directorial prowess, Chen gritted his teeth, spending a total of 200 strategy points to acquire the perfect director skill. With only a few strategy points remaining, he realized he must work hard to cultivate more. Fortunately, the perfect director skill was a one-time permanent acquisition, making it a worthwhile investment in the long run. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wu Shanshan entered Gu Chen's office, placing a document on the desk. This is the budget for those years. Approximately 5 million should suffice. In truth, shooting can be completed with about 2 million. The remainder is primarily for promotion. Here are the project outlines for 2 television dramas. Please establish them for now, and when someone is available, I will confirm before we proceed with filming. This one is set to start production next. Is me in the company? No, I am currently learning acting from the teachers over at the employee dormitory, where several contracted female artists of the company are also present. Would you like to go and take a look? Gu Chun immediately shook his head. Lu Shishir holds a very favorable impression of him, and they chat daily. If he were to go, it could potentially turn into a chaotic situation. Yang Mi possesses a strong sense of competitiveness and possessiveness, yet Gu Chun has his own methods to keep her in check. The enhancements granted by the system, along with the strengthening of his bodily organs, are no trivial matter. They ensure that Yang Mi will seek his assistance in managing her frustrations. But this is contingent upon successfully winning her over. Thus, effective time management is essential at this moment. I have other matters to attend to. There is no need to mention my return to the company unless asked. Continue to work diligently, and I will reward you with bonuses and generous red envelopes during the new year. Gu Chun painted a rosy picture for Wu Shanshan before departing, while Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting maintained their distance, following him only when he initiated contact to avoid gossip within the company. As for his vision of a luxurious office designed according to his ideals, perhaps that can be pursued on another occasion. After leaving the company, he checked into a hotel room. Upon entering, Gu Chun only initiated a brief interaction before the beautiful teacher he had not seen in a long while became quite proactive, engaging with him on the sofa instead of proceeding to the bedroom, as per Gu Chen's request. The other secretary, Tong Wenwen, was not idle either. Having participated in several 3-person games, she was well aware of her role in this scenario. The following day, Gu Chun left the hotel alone after allowing Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting to rest in the room. He went to have dinner with Yang Mi, which could be considered a date. He took the liberty of showering and changing into a fresh outfit to avoid any scent of another woman lingering on him. After dining, they visited an aquarium, where they almost drew recognition. Yang Mi was quite pleased, feeling that she was on the verge of becoming a star. Upon leaving the aquarium, Gu Chun, citing the need to refine his acting skills before filming commenced, placed Yang Mi in a vehicle headed back, but just before she departed, she unexpectedly turned around, tiptoed, and planted a kiss on his cheek, beaming as she stepped into the car. As for Gu Chun, he felt the weight of separation after spending time with multiple women. He had barely parted from Yang Mi when he needed to head out to buy groceries for dinner, as he had promised to dine with Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing. Of course, he also had his charming and attractive sister-in-law, Lu Mingyao, in mind. Fortunately, while in Hangqing, he had arranged for Chunya and Xia Shirhan, along with the elders of the family, to tour the beautiful landscapes of their homeland. Otherwise, if they had gathered in Lincheng, he would have had to devise ways to manage his time effectively. He needed to find a way for Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing to conceive, allowing them to focus on their pregnancies without concern. Before 5:30, Gu Chun knocked on the door carrying groceries and was greeted by a stunning young girl clad in denim shorts, revealing her long, slender legs and a white tank top. She paused for a moment before quickly responding with a smile. You must be Jiejia's sister, Mingyao? I am Gu Chun, your sister's boyfriend. Wow, you're my brother-in-law. So handsome and tall. Lu Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Chun, swearing he was the most handsome young man she had ever encountered. Her sister's choice of such a brother-in-law felt like a stroke of luck. Very well. Tomorrow I shall take you shopping for beautiful clothes, cosmetics, and bags. Can you drive? Once you learn and obtain a license, I will buy you a car. This made Lu Mingyao so excited that she instinctively hugged Gu Chun, exclaiming, brother-in-law, you are so wonderful. I love you. Just then, Lu Mengjia's voice echoed from the staircase. What are you two saying at the door in broad daylight? It's not good to be seen. I was just thrilled to hear my brother-in-law will buy me clothes and cosmetics, Lu Mingyao replied. And what if someone sees us? I'm not afraid of their gossip. She stuck out her tongue playfully at her sister, but quickly blushed and retreated into the house. Lu Mingjia approached the door and lightly kicked Gu Chun with her high heels, delivering a somewhat significant remark. Take good care of my sister, and do not bully her. Chapter 62. Lu Mingyao's insomnia, whether it was the promise of gifts from Gu Chun or the significant changes at home, combined with Gu Chun's youthful charm and good looks. Lu Mingyao, the sister-in-law meeting him for the first time, was exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic, assisting in the kitchen. Their initial encounter saw Lu Mingyao's favorability rating from the system soar to a level of fondness, though not of a romantic nature, but rather the admiration a sister-in-law holds for her dashing, generous, and wealthy brother-in-law. Nonetheless, This was undoubtedly a positive development, as a high starting point for favorable impressions made subsequent interactions much easier. Meanwhile, Lu Mengjia had emerged from a shower, clad in a seductive dress that showcased her figure, with Gu Chun's favorite black stockings completing her look. The table was laden with an array of dishes Gu Chun had meticulously prepared, and the four of them enjoyed a delightful meal. After they were satiated, Lu Mingyao once again took the initiative to gather the dishes, but upon returning from the kitchen, she found the living room empty of both her sister and Gu Chun, with the door to her sister's bedroom firmly closed. Could it be that they had retired for the night this early? Although Lu Mingyao had never been in a relationship, being 18 years old, she understood enough to feel no embarrassment. It was entirely natural for her sister and brother-in-law to miss each other after a few days apart. She plopped down on the sofa beside Wang Jing, who was focused on painting her nails. "Sister Jingjing, I suppose I will be sleeping with you tonight. You won't mind, will you?" There were only 2 beds, and in Lu Mingyao's mind, if Gu Chen shared a room with her sister, she could only sleep with Wang Jing. She couldn't possibly let herself sleep on the couch. "I would not sleep with you. You will have to sleep alone tonight." Wang Jing replied. "Are you going out?" Lu Mingyao instinctively asked, but Wang Jing boldly replied, "I will be sleeping in there tonight." Boom. Those words hit Lu Mingyao like thunder, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed towards her sister's bedroom. "Sister Jingjing, you can't be serious. You're really going to sleep in my sister's room? Is there a problem?" "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, actually. Your sister and I are both Gu Chen's girlfriends, and it was your sister who brought me into this," Wang Jing said with a teasing smile, pulling the bewildered Lu Mingyao close. "Gu Chen is young, wealthy, and handsome. Initially, I was hesitant, but I soon realized your sister had completely deceived me. I am here to inform you of this. Otherwise, I would have left you in the dark." The latter part of her statement made Lu Mingyao blush, struggling to break free from Wang Jing's embrace. Her worldview had been shattered, yet she remained skeptical. Such matters, how could they be? Lu Mingyao found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate her thoughts as a girl who had never experienced love. You've seen it for yourself back home, how those high-ranking officials who barely visit your family seek to curry favor and establish connections. All of this is because Gu Chun donated 20 million to your county, an amount that exceeds your county's entire annual income. Remember this. The world is a cruel mistress, catering only to the wealthy. Money represents many privileges. It can drive people to madness and obsession, leading men to commit crimes. The world is but a harlot, bowing only to the affluent. Lu Mingyao's perception of the world was shattered by Wang Jing's words, only to be gradually pieced back together as she reflected on everything Wang Jing had previously mentioned, realizing that all the signs had been there all along. Then she sat there, staring blankly like a wooden puppet. Wang Jing observed in silence, knowing that soon Lu Mingjia would come out to keep her company. After all, the words of an elder sister held more sway than her own. Thus, the two of them waited on the sofa for over half an hour, until the tightly shut bedroom door finally creaked open. Lu Mingjia, now clad in pajamas, appeared radiant. Her entire demeanor transformed as she swayed her hips and gracefully settled beside her sister Lu Mingyao. "I have said quite enough. It is now your turn," she remarked before retreating into the room. Wang Jing, unable to contain her impatience, dashed into the room, neglecting to close the door behind her, though this was intentional. Lu Mingjia, witnessing this, shouted, "Close the door. My sister is still here." With a decisive kick, Wang Jing slammed the door shut, prompting Lu Mingyao to finally believe the unfolding reality, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Enough of that. Your eyes are about to pop out. Let me explain." Lu Mingjia grasped her sister's hand and, after a moment's contemplation, recounted the situation from the beginning. She spoke for a full 20 minutes, then, holding Lu Mingyao's hands firmly yet with a hint of pleading, implored, "Yao Yao, you must help your sister. For the sake of our family and for your future well-being, you have to stay and assist me, sister." But Lu Mingyao's shattered worldview left her momentarily speechless. Lu Mingjia understood that her sister needed time to ponder, yet she firmly believed her actions were in Lu Mingyao's best interest. With earnestness, she guided and reassured her sister. "I once believed that life could be shared with anyone, as long as there was love and mutual support to build our own little haven. But I devoted my most precious youth to Suzhou, and what did I gain? Either a marriage back home, leading to a year of labor with hardly any time for parents and children, or a crushing debt in this city. How will we survive in the future? What if I succeed? Merely repaying bank interest could be overwhelming. In truth, what is often deemed love may eventually be worn down by the rigors of life, leaving only the mundane existence of daily necessities. Over time, even passion may fade, replaced by a monotonous reality. Yet, a life enriched by wealth is entirely different. Why not choose a path that offers a better life? This reasoning resonated with Lu Mingyao, causing her previously shattered beliefs to waver. Soon, Lu Mingjia encouraged her to enter the room and contemplate alone, and with that, she stepped back into the bedroom. Lu Mingyao, feeling cornered, darted into another room, leaping onto the bed and burying herself under the covers, seeking silence. However, her mind was incessantly filled with her sister's lingering words. She lay awake throughout the night, troubled by the cacophony of thoughts and her sister's and Wang Jing's dialogues. The next morning, as she stared at her faint dark circles in the bathroom mirror, she encountered Gu Chun emerging from the shower clad only in shorts. His robust physique and well-defined abs glistened with droplets of water, creating a striking image reminiscent of an exquisite painting of a handsome man post-bath, leaving Lu Mingyao momentarily entranced. An impulsive thought flashed through her mind. How splendid it would be to be with a man like Gu Chun. Good morning. What is up with your eyes? He greeted her. Regaining her composure, Lu Mingyao flushed crimson and swiftly retreated into the bedroom, burying her head under the covers like an ostrich, leaving Gu Chun bemused as he donned his clothes and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With the factory under construction and personnel being sourced through a headhunting agency, Gu Chun found himself with little to do for the time being, primarily focused on ensuring that Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing conceived children. The 4 flight attendants wishing to resign to become his aides would take at least another fortnight. As for Lu Mingyao, it seemed it would take considerable time to bring her and Lu Mingjia together. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Mingyao crept out like a thief, peeking into the bathroom. And upon seeing Gu Chun in the kitchen, she cautiously opened Lu Mingjia's bedroom door. To her surprise, the room was tidy, suggesting it had been organized recently. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing were peacefully entwined in slumber, both devoid of clothing. Lu Mingyao glanced at them, but refrained from waking the two, quietly closing the door and hesitating before finally summoning the courage to approach the kitchen. Brother-in-law, may I ask you something? She ventured. Go ahead. What are your plans for the future? Are you marrying my sister or Wang Jing? A wedding is merely a formality. Whether your sister or Wang Jing desires me, I can accommodate them both. What does a marriage certificate signify? In a society where premarital births, divorces, and infidelity are increasingly common, a certificate cannot change the essence of a relationship. What truly matters is happiness, as long as I treat them well and provide them with the life they desire. That is far more significant than a piece of paper. Though this reasoning was undoubtedly flawed, Lu Mingyao found herself unable to oppose it, having been influenced by Wang Jing's perspectives over time. Particularly, the allure of wealthy men, akin to butterflies drawn to flowers, seemed undeniable, especially for someone as young and attractive as Gu Chun. Reflecting on her sister's and Wang Jing's words, Lu Mingyao raised her fist in a mock display of defiance, albeit lacking any real threat, and warned Gu Chun, if you ever treat my sister poorly, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, not only will I ensure your sister's happiness, but I will also treat you with the same kindness. After all, your sister has instructed me to take good care of you and never to bully you. Lu Mingyao, her cheeks aflame, could not muster a response. She felt as if she were a boiled shrimp, stomping her feet in embarrassment before retreating to her room, only emerging for breakfast once she confirmed that her sister and Wang Jing were awake. Neither Lu Mingjia nor Wang Jing commented on Lu Mingyao's sleepless night. Today, they decided against opening the flower shop, reasoning that they did not need the money and would rather enjoy a day of games together, such as mahjong, with the inevitable outcome favoring Gu Chun since the games were Wang Jing's idea. Before Wang Jing could voice her thoughts after breakfast, Gu Chun announced a proposition they could not refuse. The house we purchased is still under construction, and I foresee future inconveniences. Therefore, let us go out later and buy a villa, registered under both your names. We can hire a housekeeper to manage your daily needs, allowing you to relish the life of affluent ladies and focus on giving me several children. This declaration left Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing blushing, instinctively touching their bellies. Eager to conceive as soon as possible, Lu Mingyao diverted her attention to her meal. Acquiring a house with wealth was a straightforward endeavor. In Linqing, properties were not overly expensive, with a villa featuring a pool and small garden costing less than 20 million. For many, even 200,000 could be unattainable. A family with a savings of over 100,000 could be considered well off. Even in Linqing, a second-tier city in China, the average annual salary barely reached 30,000. Witnessing Gu Chun purchase a villa for nearly 20 million with the ease of buying groceries left Lu Mingyao astounded, rendering her speechless once again. Wang Jing seized the opportunity to tug at Lu Mingyao, remarking, "Did you see that? Young, handsome, wealthy, and generous. Following such a man, you will undoubtedly have no regrets." I assure you, you will never encounter anyone better or more exceptional than Gu Chen. If it weren't for your sister, you might not even have this enviable opportunity that countless women would covet. Lu Mingyao remained silent, refraining from rebuttal. To be honest, had it not been for her sister Lu Mingjia, she would have already thrown herself into the arms of such a man. After purchasing a villa, Gu Chen arranged for household services, hiring a competent nanny and a moving company. He also decided to replace certain furniture, such as the bed, ensuring that the nanny would sign a confidentiality agreement, of course with excellent benefits. Then, he took the three women shopping, primarily for Lu Mingyao. That evening, in her room, Lu Mingyao embraced a pile of beautiful clothes and expensive cosmetics that others could only dream of, joyfully rolling on the bed. Due to insomnia the previous night, she fell into a deep slumber early that night. The next day, Lu Mingyao discovered that she had quickly grown accustomed to sleeping in the same room as Gu Chen, her sister, and Wang Jing, without a single ripple of emotion within her. The four of them spent the day playing games at home. And under the encouragement of Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing, Lu Mingyao's boundaries began to be gently pushed. Of course, this only involved some physical contact with Gu Chen, such as a minute-long embrace, walking back-to-back, and playful push-ups with Gu Chen on top of her. Seeing that things were progressing smoothly, Wang Jing suggested they watch a movie together in the evening. Without a second thought, Lu Mingyao readily agreed, as she hadn't visited a cinema in ages. The last time was during a school outing, and the thought of watching a movie made her quite excited and eager. Before the film began, Lu Mingyao even purchased popcorn and her favorite beverage. After waiting for about 20 minutes, they entered the screening room according to their tickets. It was only then that Lu Mingyao realized she was seated next to Gu Chen, while her sister and Wang Jing sat together, separated by 2 rows of seats. "Jit, what is going on? Why are our seats so far apart?" she inquired. "The tickets are all sold out. Just relax, your brother-in-law is right next to you. So what are you worried about?" Lu Mingyao felt overwhelmed, realizing that her sister seemed eager to push her into Gu Chen's arms. Clutching a bucket of popcorn, her fingers absent-mindedly traced the edges. Stealing a glance at Gu Chen, she saw him intently focused on the screen. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the film began, casting a different aura on his profile in the bluish light. "Are you feeling a bit nervous?" Gu Chen leaned closer to Lu Mingyao's ear, his warm breath causing her ears to flush. Before she could respond, his arm naturally grasped her hand. Lu Mingyao immediately stiffened, nearly spilling the popcorn. "Don't be nervous. Just watch the movie." Gu Chen chuckled softly, yet he did not release her hand. With Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing conspicuously creating opportunities for him, he felt emboldened, wishing to escalate their intimacy even further if it weren't for the fear of startling Lu Mingyao. "How could I not be nervous when you suddenly hold my hand?" Lu Mingyao protested. "It's nothing, just holding hands. No one can see us in this darkness, and besides, there's no one else around," Gu Chen reassured her. Lu Mingyao encouraged herself, gradually shifting her focus to the film as she began to munch on popcorn with her other hand. Wang Jing had intentionally chosen a romance film and ensured that the seats beside Lu Mingyao and Gu Chen were empty, all to facilitate Gu Chen's advances and deepen their relationship. As the movie progressed and the male and female leads embraced, the atmosphere became increasingly intimate. Lu Mingyao paused her popcorn consumption, completely engrossed in the film, even failing to notice when Gu Chen released her hand. The next moment, however, Gu Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Mingyao immediately stiffened, her cheeks flushing as she stared wide-eyed, attempting to breathe deeply to create some distance, yet she was enveloped by Gu Chen's faint, alluring scent. She felt a wave of weakness wash over her, as if she lacked the strength to even twist off the cap of a water bottle. "Please don't," she murmured. "You have no idea how exciting it is when you call me that," Gu Chen teased, his mischievous grin revealing her waning resistance. As the male lead leaned in to kiss the female lead, Gu Chen moved closer to Lu Mingyao's face, the flickering light from the screen reflected in his eyes, sending her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. "Are you curious about what a kiss feels like? Would you like to give it a try?" Gu Chen's voice was laced with humor, and his embrace tightened around Lu Mingyao. "What do you mean by try?" Lu Mingyao feigned ignorance, her face burning with embarrassment as Gu Chen cupped her chin, the sweet scent of popcorn lingering between them. "What do you think?" Lu Mingyao clenched Gu Chen's shirt, deciding to close her eyes. The kiss was more tender than she had imagined, leaving her feeling weak and vulnerable. She could only follow Gu Chen's lead as their movements found a natural rhythm, the air filled with their mingled breaths. As they parted, Gu Chen gently brushed his thumb across her dampened lips. "How does it feel? Want to try again?" Lu Mingyao buried her face in his shoulder, her heart racing wildly. This sensation, no wonder so many people fantasize about love, hastily seeking each other out. It truly was a delightful and intoxicating experience. In the darkness, Gu Chen enveloped her hand in his, their fingers intertwined, the warmth radiating deep into her heart. At that moment, Lu Mingyao savored the feeling. Your heart is racing so fast, Gu Chen chuckled, lightly caressing the back of her hand. Lu Mingyao, too shy to respond, nestled closer into him. Yet the more she did so, the more he playfully teased her. The feeling was both amusing and captivating, leaving her yearning for more. The flickering images on the screen cast shadows over them, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only their small space. Lu Mingyao, blushing, grasped Gu Chen's hand tightly, warning him, "You're so naughty. We came to watch a movie, remember? Can you please concentrate on the film? If you keep teasing me, I'll tell my sister." "Watch a movie? What is more captivating than you? As for your sister, she would be thrilled to see me tease you. Otherwise, why would she send you, this little lamb, right into my wolf's den?" Gu Chen grinned, his mood buoyant and lighthearted, as he pulled Lu Mingyao into his embrace, fully relishing the moment. After exiting the theater, Lu Mingyao realized she could scarcely recall any of the film's plot. Even the appearance of the lead characters had slipped her mind. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Gu Chen's mischievousness, which she found quite exasperating. Bursting into Lu Mingjia's arms, she began to complain. However, Lu Mingyao's fondness for Gu Chen was nearing 80, clearly reflecting her stubbornness and shyness. In response, Lu Mingjia could only give Gu Chen a gentle pinch, saying, "I told you to take good care of my sister and not to bully her. Just look at her expression. Sis, are you helping me or mocking me?" "I'm not going to talk to you anymore," Lu Mingyao pouted. Lu Mingyao stomped her foot, her cheeks flushed, and hurried away. Lu Mingjia immediately kicked Gu Chen. "Why are you still standing there? Go after her. Or should I go? I can handle her." Wang Jing volunteered, confident that she could manage Lu Mingyao just as she had once successfully dealt with Lu Mingjia. While Wang Jing pursued Lu Mingyao, the latter walked closely beside Gu Chen and spoke up. "I must warn you, my sister is only 18. She is still quite young. If she agrees to anything, you must be cautious and avoid having children, at least not before she turns 22. Moreover, my sister did not perform well in her college entrance examination. I plan for her to shadow you as your secretary. What do you think? Are you suggesting she be my secretary? Is this a way to place a human surveillance beside me?" Gu Chen pondered before responding thoughtfully. "While I could accommodate that, I already have 2 secretaries. If she joins, they might not be agreeable and could become temperamental. Perhaps I should offer her a different position? Or if she has any interests, I could invest in her and help her start her own business as a proprietress." Lu Mingjia understood Gu Chen's implication. After a brief pause, she did not express anger but rather inquired, as if she had anticipated this. "Are those 2 secretaries as beautiful as us? What are your future plans for them?" "Definitely not as lovely as you," Gu Chen replied, though he knew such a statement could not be entirely true. However, he had to admit that all 4 of them had their unique charms. They were merely companions to alleviate solitude, unlike Lu Mingjia. The beautiful teacher, Li Yunting, was unlikely to be available for several years following her surgery, while Gu Chen intended to keep Tong Wenwen around for a while, given her training and expertise that surpassed Li Yunting's in many tasks. Should Lu Mingyao become the 3rd secretary, she would indeed need Tong Wenwen's guidance. As for the future, Gu Chen could easily fabricate an excuse to send Tong Wenwen to Shanghai to accompany Lu Yan. Lu Mingjia felt relieved, nodding. Regardless of how much truth lay in Gu Chen's words, his demeanor greatly satisfied her. His kindness was evident, as illustrated by the villa he had purchased today, something she could scarcely have afforded even for a restroom in her previous life. "Wang Jing and I will handle Mingyao. You focus on cultivating a better relationship with her before she becomes your secretary. By the way, tell me what mischief you 2 engaged in earlier in the cinema?" Gu Chen recounted the details without reservation. Lu Mingjia nodded, pleased that progress was quicker than she had anticipated. They could attempt to have Lu Mingyao consume some alcohol tomorrow evening. In certain circumstances, alcohol could facilitate the deepening of ambiguous relationships, especially when Lu Mingyao was in a state of inner conflict. As the saying goes, how can one seize an opportunity without being intoxicated? The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Gu Chen decided to observe the auditions for the male lead of Gui Shan, as several male actors were scheduled to audition. Lu Mingyao accompanied her sister and Wang Jing to a flower shop to assist, intending to hire 2 additional employees as per Gu Chen's request. As the financial burden was negligible, this would allow Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing to conserve their energy. The specific arrangements were left to them. Upon entering the company, 2 elegantly dressed receptionists immediately bowed and smiled warmly. "Good morning, CO Gu." All hoped to catch Gu Chen's eye. Many young, beautiful women aspired to be discovered in this star-making entertainment company. "CEO, "This is the information manager Wu asked me to prepare for you," Tong Wenwen said, handing over the documents. Li Yunting brewed tea nearby, and after Gu Chen sat down, she began to massage him while peeling grapes, feeding him one by one. Watching Gu Chen's serious and handsome demeanor, Li Yunting grew more fond of him, increasingly enamored with the time they spent together. She had not returned home for several days, and curiously, she felt no desire to do so. The thought of facing Qian Xiongqi and the notion of divorce resurfaced in her mind. She yearned to devote herself entirely to Gu Chen, unabashedly reveling in the material comforts and joy he provided. In contrast to Gu Chen's strength and excellence, she found herself increasingly disenchanted with her husband's lack of ambition. Since Gu Chen's return to Linqing, she had not sought him out, presuming he spent his nights with other women. Lost in thought, Li Yunting gazed at the office's ambience, smiling sweetly. While massaging Gu Chen, she gradually transitioned to kneading his legs, ultimately sliding under the desk. "What are you doing?" "I'm reviewing documents," Gu Chen stammered. "With an office like this, don't you want to explore a little? You see, reviewing documents is work. And I am fulfilling my duties as your secretary," she replied. Tong Wenwen said nothing but locked the office door. Although visitors typically knocked, one could never predict emergencies. Even though the entire company was aware of the unusual relationship between secretary and boss, it was best that no outsiders witnessed it. With both secretaries being so proactive and enthusiastic, Gu Chen naturally did not resist. Initially, he enjoyed the attentive service of the beautiful teacher Li Yunting. Once he had reviewed the documents, he shifted to a more active role. When Li Yunting lay on the desk, breathing heavily and regaining her composure, Tong Wenwen pulled Gu Chen towards the sofa. "Boss, we must not be partial to one secretary over the other. If Sister Ting is comfortable, my cravings are piqued." An hour later, once Tong Wenwen had tidied herself and returned to normalcy, the office door opened, having gone undisturbed the entire time. After all, most company matters were handled by Wu Shanshan. With the boss busy in the office with documents and two secretaries providing thoughtful assistance, there was no need for any interruptions. Each employee was acutely aware of their roles and refrained from encroaching upon the office area. No one cast furtive glances of gossip. Knowing that 3 individuals in a confined space might lead to speculation, but surely 3 people could not engage in a 3-way game, especially in a corporate setting. Gu Chen decided to seek out Wu Shanshan. Though the office had nearly returned to normal, he felt a tinge of anxiety, reminiscent of a child afraid of being caught after a misdeed. At that moment, Wu Shanshan was personally accompanying the director for auditions, treating the company's inaugural television drama with utmost seriousness. No one had summoned the director who had overseen productions for years to serve as a judge. Drawing from past experiences, Gu Chen waited until the auditions concluded before entering, tossing a document to Wu Shanshan. "Has this person auditioned yet? If not, let him come in for a trial," Wu Shanshan replied, glancing at the document and murmuring, "Jiawenjuan?" She recognized the name well. He was quite handsome, and his performances had stood out among the candidates. "He passed the audition quite well, CEO. Do you believe he is suitable for the lead role? Isn't that obvious? Jiawenjuan is the quintessential ancient beauty in my memory. The male lead is designed to be a grand general from antiquity, transformed into a ghostly figure after being betrayed and slain by treacherous ministers." Gu Chen had not anticipated him auditioning. But whether he had come of his own volition or if Wu Shanshan had extended an invitation on his behalf, he was determined to cast Jiao and Juan as the lead. "Let us finalize him for the role, have him sign a contract and prepare for it. Also, do you have any invitations for the director? Ningdok has several acquaintances he could recommend. Although they have not directed any notable works, their foundational skills are solid, and they possess ample experience in the film crew. No need for that. I will direct this drama myself." Gu Chen turned to leave, but paused to consider. "Perhaps I should recruit 2 talented, young individuals who are eager to learn, as it is essential to nurture talent, and some of the tedious tasks in the crew indeed require an experienced assistant director." This remark greatly pleased Ning Haoqi, as he naturally recommended his own classmates. After reviewing the scripts from those years, he felt that this new company, Yangxin Yu, certainly has a promising future, making it an ideal opportunity for his 2 classmates to showcase their talents and fulfill their dreams. Gu Chen's intention to direct the drama personally left Wu Shanshan quite astonished, though she maintained a composed demeanor. After all, Gu Chen is the boss and the sole financier of the entire production, so whatever he decides is paramount. However, she could not help but wonder why he chose to direct a television series instead of a film. Considering the current relationship between Yang Mi and Gu Chen, it was only a matter of time before they publicly declared their romantic involvement. Of course, for Yang's future in the industry, such an announcement would likely be avoided. They would instead indulge in their affection privately. Wu Shanshan, believing that Gu Chun had secured his position with Yangmi. Began to ponder whether he was planning to pursue the young actress Lu Shishir. She inwardly chastised Gu Chun for being predatory, especially since Lu Shishir was still quite young. Should she remind Gu Chun that Lu Shishir was only 16? That could lead to significant complications. As Ning Haoqi, the 26-year-old director, departed, Wu Shanshan cautiously approached Gu Chun to offer a warning. Gu Zong, I almost forgot. Lu Shishir is looking for you in the lounge and brought you something. Supposedly a local delicacy from Yanjing. Curious about the Yanjing specialty, Gu Chun made his way to the lounge, where he found Lu Shishir, dressed in a floral long dress, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Her youthful beauty and playful demeanor were quite charming. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice Gu Chun's entrance until he softly inquired, What are you thinking about? Startled, Lu Shishir jumped from her seat. Turning to see Gu Chun, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish in irritation as she playfully swatted at him. Gu Zong, you're so mean. You scared me. Gu Chun could not help but chuckle at her reaction. How could I be at fault? You were the one so absorbed in your thoughts. He urged her to share what had captivated her attention. Oh, it's nothing much, she replied, just about acting. My teacher says I have talent. But my eyes seem a bit vacant. I've been putting in the effort, yet it feels like I haven't progressed much. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun immediately requested Lu Shishir to perform. Moments later, he mentally commended her acting teacher. Lu Shishir's age and appearance were indeed perfect for the role he envisioned. However, her teacher's observation regarding her lack of expressiveness was accurate. Nevertheless, she could convincingly portray a naive university student with a clear and innocent gaze. He gently patted her head, akin to a cat, assuring her, Don't worry, I will personally direct this drama. Once I have the time to focus on the crew, I will make sure to provide you with special guidance, and I guarantee your acting skills will flourish. He was confident in his ability to mentor a malleable talent like Lu Shishir, as long as she was willing to learn diligently. Hearing this, Lu Shishir beamed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she pointed to the foam box on the table. This is the Yanjing roast duck my mother sent. It's the most authentic kind. Flown in this morning. We can heat it up at a restaurant and enjoy it for lunch. I'll treat you. It was not merely a coincidence. She had timed her arrival perfectly. Unsure of how to express her gratitude to Gu Chun, she decided to invite him to dinner. In the vast entertainment industry, how many could ascend to stardom as a lead actress in a television series? That sounds great. But just don't get emotional when it's time to settle the bill. Gu Chun chuckled, then suddenly inquired, Your mother is in Yanjing. What about your father? He is also in Yanjing. My parents trust me with my sisters, who are both kind and beautiful. And the company even arranged for me to have a dedicated agent sister. They're quite at ease, so they decided to go on a month-long trip abroad, returning once I start school. Was this an indication that Lu Shishir, at just 16, had been somewhat neglected by her parents in favor of their own adventures? It seemed that even someone like Lu Shishir could not entirely escape the notion that parents are true love, and children are merely an unexpected consequence. However, regardless of their circumstances, at least her parents were present, unlike Gu Chun. Half an hour later, Gu Chun took Lu Shishir to a nice restaurant. Initially, he considered bringing along 2 assistants but decided against it, as this was his first meal with Lu Shishir and there was no need for additional company. After asking the restaurant to reheat the roast duck, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. Lu Shishir personally served Gu Chun a piece of what she deemed the best part, carefully placing a golden, crispy slice of roast duck into his bowl. You must try this. My mother insisted you experience the most authentic Beijing roast duck. Her eyes sparkled with pride as she added, My mom insisted you absolutely must taste the best. Just as Gu Chun was about to express his gratitude, Lu Shishir's phone rang, displaying Mom on the screen. With her hands still covered in duck sauce from the disposable gloves, she turned to Gu Chun and said, Could you answer it for me? She winked at him, gesturing with her hands to indicate she was unable to do so. Hello, Shishir, did you receive the roast duck? Her mother's voice came through, sounding noticeably fatigued. You insisted I spend money to reserve the earliest roast duck, and I was up at 5 this morning to secure the freshest batch, rushing to have it airlifted to you. Lu Shishir's face flushed with embarrassment as she scrambled to end the call, accidentally knocking over her glass of sour plum juice. The glass rolled across the table, producing a sharp clinking sound. Mom, I'm busy over here. I have to hang up now. She nearly lunged forward to disconnect the call, her bangs swaying with emotion. When she lifted her gaze again, her ears were flushed crimson, and her eyes wandered. Unwilling to meet Gu Chen's. Unconsciously, she prodded the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, her voice dwindling. I heard from Sister Wenwen that you really wanted to try Yanjing's roasted duck. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Suddenly, she was choked mid-sentence. Coughing violently as she fumbled for a tissue, accidentally knocking over the small dish of sauce. Gu Chen observed her flushed cheeks and the sauce-stained cuff, realizing that this flustered girl was far more endearing than the roasted duck on the table. Well, it's just a roasted duck. It was thoughtfully prepared, and I truly appreciate it. How about I send you a gift in return? No, really, Mr. Gu, I'm already at a loss for how to thank you. A return gift is unnecessary. Lu Shishir regarded Gu Chen as her benefactor, feeling increasingly uncertain about how to repay his kindness. Should she strive to perform her role better? But isn't that the responsibility and duty of an actor? This return gift is related to your improvement in acting. I plan to produce a new song, and I need a female lead for the MV. I hadn't decided on anyone yet, and this can serve as your heartfelt return gift. However, I will have high expectations for your performance. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir found it impossible to refuse. Regardless of whether it was for enhancing her skills or fulfilling her duty as an artist in the company, the naive girl remained unaware of Gu Chen's ulterior motives, intending to employ the same tactics he had used on Yang with Lu Shishir. As an actress, it's quite normal to portray a kissing scene in an MV. And whether or not the MV includes such scenes is entirely up to Gu Chen, the self-directed and self-starring planner. Lu Shishir, this little lamb that had just arrived, would certainly not be overlooked. After all, it was merely a kiss. However, Gu Chen planned for Lu Shishir to star as the MV's female lead after Yang joined the team. This way, when the song and MV are released simultaneously, he would have a valid excuse to leave Yang speechless. After a satisfying meal, he intended to drop Lu Shishir off at the company's dormitory. Since Wu Shanshan had arranged for two people to share a luxury apartment, with Mao Xiaotong and Yuan Shan living together, Lu Shishir would naturally have to share a space with Yang. As for Hu Gu, he would be assigned a hotel room, one that was reasonably priced. For a boy can manage with less luxury. There's a definite difference in treatment regarding the value of strategies and system rewards. Finding female singers is significantly more challenging than locating actresses, primarily due to the abundance of applicants lacking the minimum standards. Gu Chen pondered this for a long time, ultimately concluding that the newly established Chengyang Xinu company was not particularly well known, and two songs did not prove much. What if it was merely luck? Good songs differ from movies and dramas. Alas, if he had the resources and capabilities, Gu Chen would aspire to collaborate with a television station to organize a nationwide talent show, similar to Supergirl, or nurture a girl group of stunningly beautiful young women. Perhaps there is an opportunity to create a girl group in Korea, regardless of whether there are many beauty standards or not. Just imagine how beautiful they do look in black stockings and short skirts. What is wrong with getting plastic surgery? Many thoughtful girls endure the pain of surgery in silence, just to align with my preferences. Moreover, it's merely about forming a girl group, not marrying anyone. As long as they are beautiful and make me comfortable, that suffices. The more Gu Chen contemplated this, the more resolute he became in his idea, quietly beginning to formulate plans in his mind. Guzong, Lu Shishir finally called out after a while, snapping Gu Chen from his reverie. Curious, she asked, what were you so lost in thought about? Only then did Gu Chen realize they had arrived at the dormitory. He quickly concocted an excuse. I was thinking about the new song and the MV shooting. By the way, you must keep this confidential. You're not the only one in the company. If they learn that a newcomer like you, who brought me a roasted duck, was chosen for the MV's female lead, they might think you got special treatment and harbor resentment. Naively, Lu Shishir found Gu Chen's words quite reasonable. She merely wanted to express her gratitude with a roasted duck and now found herself selected for the MV's lead role. What if the other three sisters also brought something? They might snatch her role away, leaving her with nowhere to cry. Especially Yang, who always mentions Mr. Gu with a smile, which seemed suspicious. As Lu Shishir envisioned Yang figure, she felt both envy and jealousy. Her petite frame was no match for Yang. Thankfully, Yang had already secured the lead role in a movie and cast a discreet glance at Gu Chen. A man of Gu Chen's caliber would likely prefer someone like Sister Mi, with a beautiful figure. She had heard that eating papaya can enhance one's figure. Since she was only 16 and still growing, consuming more should help. After seeing Gu Chen's car depart, Lu Shishir skipped upstairs where Yang, Mao Xiaotong, and Yuan Shan gathered to practice acting. They had received the script for their drama, and their instructor was providing targeted guidance. Earning over 10,000 a month, not including other benefits, was far superior to the 3,000 or 4,000 she would make at school. The acting teacher was both patient and meticulous. Although the afternoon was relatively uneventful, she chatted on QQ with Lu Yin from Shanghai, listened to Xia Shirhan share amusing travel stories, and secretly nurtured her feelings with Chunya. Time flew by. The group chat with her tools was rather straightforward, with open topics. For the first time, Gu Chen felt that the phrase female drivers are road killers was overly simplistic. Everyone in the group was skilled behind the wheel, making him feel somewhat ashamed. Before he knew it, dinner time had arrived. After dinner, Wang Jing initiated the long-awaited adventure game, as one must eat something to have the energy for evening activities. Gu Chen, Lu Mingjiao, Wang Jing, and Lu Mingyao sat on the living room carpet, surrounded by warm yellow light. The coffee table was laden with snacks and several bottles of beer, creating a relaxed yet slightly flirtatious atmosphere. Before the game commenced, Wang Jing discreetly exchanged glances with Lu Mingjia. As Lu Mingyao's elder sister, Lu Mingjia instantly understood, and the two began to execute their plan. Indeed, after several rounds of the game, Lu Mingyao lost nearly every time. Blushing, she protested, "Are you two in cahoots?" But her protests fell on deaf ears. Amid everyone's cheers, she had no choice but to brace herself for the punishment. This round of adventure is Wang Jing elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she filled 3 cups with beer. "You, give Guchen a kangaroo hug for 5 minutes, or drink 3 cups. Lu Mingyao's face flushed a deep red, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Although she had been teased by Gu Chen in the dark confines of the cinema the previous night, this was entirely different with her sister and Wang Jing watching. However, glancing at the 3 large cups of beer, she ultimately chose to take a chance on the game. "Last night, my first kiss was deceitfully taken by Gu Chen, and many parts of my body were taken advantage of, so I no longer care about the kangaroo hug. After all, I am not concerned about myself." Gu Chen, however, stood up gracefully, extending his hand towards me with a smile. The moment his warm palm made contact with mine, Lu Mingyao felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Striving to maintain composure, she wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck and clung to his waist with her legs, resembling a little kangaroo nestled in her mother's embrace, successfully completing the kangaroo hug. However, Gu Chen needed to bend down and support himself with his hands on the table for the game to officially commence. Throughout the game, Gu Chen exerted no effort. It was Lu Mingyao who had to squeeze her legs tightly and hold on to him for dear life, persisting until the 5 minutes were over. She had no idea who conceived this game, despite feeling Gu Chen's sturdy arms. Lu Mingyao could not bring herself to meet his gaze. "This won't do, right?" We agreed to maintain eye contact. "Mingyao, you can't do this," Wang Jing teased from the side, while Lu Mingjia expressed her support, insisting that the game must adhere to its rules. Embarrassed, Lu Mingyao buried her face lower. Her ears flushed crimson. Reluctantly, she met Gu Chen's gaze but succumbed to nervousness and lost the game in under 3 minutes, forced to drink 3 large cups of beer. The game continued, and it was impossible for Lu Mingyao to keep losing. After all, games are meant to be enjoyable, and both Wang Jing and Lu Mingjia were indifferent to engaging in any intimate actions with Gu Chen. After playing for less than an hour, Lu Mingyao, overwhelmed by the alcohol, appeared dazed with rosy cheeks. When she attempted to stand, her legs weakened, and she fell into Gu Chen's arms. I think I might be a bit dizzy," she mumbled, her consciousness beginning to blur. Gu Chen quickly supported her, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing exchanged knowing smiles, their plan successful. Chapter 68. Hunter? Prey, Lu Mingyao's affection level 8. You have received an 800 yuan cash reward, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Lu Mingyao's affection level 88. Intimacy, you have received a 20 million yuan strategy reward, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. When Gu Chen carried Lu Mingyao into the bedroom, closed the door, and laid her on the bed, he was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification. Wasn't Lu Mingyao supposed to be drunk? A drunken person should have no awareness. Why did her affection level suddenly increase so much? Could it be that Lu Mingyao was pretending to be intoxicated? This girl is quite amusing. If she is pretending, that's fine. If she were truly drunk, it would make things rather difficult, as a drunken person is akin to a lifeless corpse. Gu Chen leaned in close to Lu Mingyao's ear, whispering warm breaths. "Mingyao, you are truly beautiful, and the more I look, the more I adore you. I couldn't appreciate your beauty properly in the dim light of the cinema last night, but today I can admire your lovely appearance while kissing those enticing little red lips." Gu Chen noticed a slight change in Lu Mingyao's breathing, her flushed cheeks betraying nothing due to the alcohol. Then, with a mischievous grin, he leaned in and kissed her without reservation. Initially, Lu Mingyao remained as stiff as wood, but as Gu Chen's teasing actions continued, she quickly lost her composure. The girl who had previously shown no reaction began to respond to Gu Chen's kisses, her lips parting to accommodate his advances. After 6 or 7 minutes, caught up in the moment, Lu Mingyao opened her eyes and wrapped her arms around Gu Chen, no longer pretending. "Well, it seems my sobering massage works quite well. You've sobered up so quickly, Gu Chen remarked with a sly smile. Though his actions did not cease. My sister and Jingjiao are clearly conspiring against me. As a little white rabbit, I am destined to fall prey to your wolfish charm. Rather than being drunkenly confused, I might as well use this opportunity to push beyond my limits. I've heard the first time is quite painful, so please be gentle. My sister mentioned you are like a wild bull. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, Gu Chen silently added, and besides, with 2 previous experiences. This third time will be quite familiar. Due to his gentleness, the encounter lasted longer than anticipated, with the first time concluding just over an hour later. Lu Mingyao's affection level 3, you have received an 800 yuan cash reward, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Lu Mingyao's affection level 91, love, you have received a 30 million yuan strategy reward, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Indeed, the first time can propel the target of affection directly into the realm of love. The first man in a woman's life is one she will never forget. Lying in Gu Chen's embrace, still savoring the moment, Lu Mingyao sensed a change in him and exclaimed in surprise, Darling, you can't be serious. Just finished, and here you are again? My sister said I'm a wild bull. This is ridiculous. I haven't even exerted 1/10 of my strength yet. And remember, from now on, do not call me darling. You must call me sister-in-law. Otherwise, if you call me incorrectly, I will smack your bottom. With a playful smack. Gu Chen was unreserved, though he controlled his strength well. Otherwise, given his enhanced physique, he could easily break a rib with a single punch. Compared to the physical prowess of a special forces soldier, Gu Chen could easily dominate. Half an hour later, Lu Mingyao felt utterly exhausted, as if her body were about to disassemble. The term sister-in-law ignited a fire within Gu Chen, akin to pouring gasoline onto a flame. She pleaded for him to leave quickly, expressing her fear and stating that sleeping alone felt safer. Gu Chen, still craving more, was eager to comply. It is said that men can go from addiction to fear, but with his robust physique enhanced in every aspect, Gu Chen experienced only addiction, devoid of fear. The following morning, Lu Mingyao, blushing as she awoke, was pulled aside by Wang Jing for a hushed conversation. Afterward, Lu Mingjia engaged her sister in a brief chat, and the two embraced each other joyfully. While Lu Mingjia beamed with happiness, Lu Mingyao, still blushing, cast furtive glances at Gu Chen, who was in the kitchen preparing noodles. Responding with a subtle nod. Due to Lu Mingyao's recent exploits, the flower shop remained closed for another day without any new customers. Gu Chen stayed behind to indulge in a game of mahjong with the 4 of them, focusing on intimate, relationship-building mini-games. The goal was to foster a closer bond with Lu Mingyao, encouraging her to relax and be more natural. Lu Mingjia was already accustomed to this. Understanding that some experiences exist only in rare instances versus countless repetitions, while Wang Jing played with the most enthusiasm and abandon, embodying a shameless rogue. Ironically, Gu Chen found Wang Jing's audacious demeanor most appealing, often referring to her affectionately as little treasure or sweetheart in private. That night, needing rest to recuperate, Lu Mingyao opted to sleep alone. After Gu Chen bestowed a good-night kiss, he retreated to another bedroom for the night. During the day, he visited the company to prepare for the upcoming internal launch ceremony, which was set to take place in 3 days without any public promotion. An unknown director, a new company, and the only source of external attention was Yang Mi, who GE's recognition was still akin to that of a mere unknown entity. Publicity seemed unnecessary. It was better to save resources for promoting the film once it wrapped. Additionally, there was another crucial matter, Yang Mi's audition for the wedding dress. Gu Chen did not merely rent a wedding dress. Rather, he generously commissioned a bespoke gown for Yang Mi. This was not the typical voluminous wedding dress that drags along the ground. Instead, it was a form-fitting lace creation that accentuated Yang Mi's beauty and figure exquisitely. The long white silk shawl could be effortlessly removed when needed. Prepared for this moment, Gu Chen, upon seeing Yang Mi, adorned like a celestial being in her wedding attire, swiftly took out his camera to capture the breathtaking sight. He had also changed into a suit, appearing even more dashing than usual, which delighted Yang Mi immensely. The young, handsome, affluent, and talented man before her was her boyfriend, and on several occasions, she had contemplated what they would name their future children. With the affection Yang Mi held for Gu Chen, it seemed that all that was needed was an opportune moment, perhaps a romantic candlelit dinner followed by a confession, to embrace her and take the final step towards transforming the 18-year-old girl into a woman. Initially, Gu Chen intended to wait until Yang Mi achieved fame as a household name, becoming the goddess that many men could only dream of in their fantasies, believing that would yield a greater sense of accomplishment. Yet, as he gazed at Yang Mi in her wedding dress, The urge to transition her from girlhood to womanhood surged within him, increasingly fervent. He stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around Yangmi, and raised the camera to take a few harmonious shots of her in the gown. With no one else around in the room, Gu Chen naturally embraced and kissed Yangmi without hesitation. After their passionate kiss, he teasingly remarked, "Now that we've taken the wedding photos and shared a kiss symbolizing our love, shall we proceed to the bridal chamber?" Yangmi shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "You rogue. You bully me every time we finally get to see each other. I wonder if I will even give you the chance for us to be alone again." As she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled wedding dress, she noticed Gu Chen still staring at her, which made her heart flutter, although she feigned annoyance. "What are you looking at? Hurry and answer the door." Gu Chen responded, "I see a fairy, and she is mine alone." He embraced Yangmi once more, and the simplicity of that gesture filled her with joy, prompting her to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Yes, you belong only to me in this lifetime. Now, go open the door." The knocking persisted, accompanied by the voice of Mao Xiaotong from outside. "Mimi, are you ready? Everyone is waiting for you to take the promotional photos." Gu Chen had sought an excuse to admire Yangmi in her custom wedding dress upon its arrival, a moment that felt entirely different from merely changing into the dress for the crew. As Gu Chen opened the door, he was met with Mao Xiaotong's wide eyes, a wave of trepidation washing over her as she sensed a foreboding atmosphere. "I shouldn't have volunteered to call me Mr. Gu. I'm here to take me to the set for the photos. Everyone is waiting," she mumbled, wishing for a hole to hide in. Her intuition told her that Gu Chen's gaze was aflame with intensity. "Indeed, I am also here to photograph Mimi," Gu Chen responded, his frustration momentarily softened by the sight of the petite and charming Mao Xiaotong. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Such a delightful girl would surely cry for a long time if he were to strike her. He made a mental note to settle this score, vowing that one day he would bring her to tears. The cast of the production was nearly assembled for the group activity. As the boss, Gu Chen felt compelled to participate, seizing the opportunity to treat the entire crew to a celebratory meal. Yangmi hurriedly posed for a few photos in her wedding dress before changing. During dinner, she returned to her accommodation to eat with Lu Mengjia, Lu Mingyao, and Wang Jing. She initially intended to ply Lu Mingyao with drinks to spark a playful interaction among the four of them, but Lu Mingyao, perceptive as ever, declined. Following the guidance of her sister, and Wang Jing was already pushing her boundaries. She could hardly fathom the idea of a playful game involving all four of them, especially in the presence of her sister and Wang Jing. Gu Chen stroked his chin, realizing he would need to approach the situation differently. Only if Lu Mingyao fully accepted and let go could they engage in a truly exhilarating game. After a brief respite post-dinner, Gu Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing before pulling the unsuspecting Lu Mingyao into the bedroom. Her startled gasp silenced as the door closed behind them. Some 20 minutes later, Wang Jing entered the room with a sly grin. After another half hour, she poked her head out of the bedroom, calling out to Lu Mingjia, who was still on the couch watching television. "All set. Let us turn off the TV and lights and head to bed." With Wang Jing and Lu Mingjia as practiced collaboration, Lu Mingyao soon surrendered, lying back and giving in completely. Her inhibitions had vanished. At breakfast the next day, Lu Mingyao exhibited no shyness. Rather, after a night of joyful education, she had not only grown accustomed to, but also embraced the exhilaration of teasing her sister. With plans to move to the villa in the coming days, and having secured a housekeeper, they felt that with an outsider around, their freedom would be curtailed. Hence, they decided to play a game of kings before relocating. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing were likely to comply with Gu Chen's objectives, while Lu Mingyao, following the previous night's events, seemed ready to embrace the challenge. "Sounds great. Today, let us close the flower shop and enjoy a game at home. What game do you have in mind?" Wang Jing exclaimed eagerly, with Lu Mingyao nodding in agreement, recognizing the practicality of Gu Chen's suggestion. With a housekeeper present, many matters would become inconvenient, and they had to move into the villa eventually. It would be their future home. With 3 votes in favor, Lu Mingyao had no choice but to comply, reasoning that any game would be less outrageous than the previous night's escapades. However, she soon discovered that Gu Chen's game was even more audacious than she had anticipated. The game was called Kings. I am the sole king, and you are all commoners. As commoners in this room, you cannot refuse any command from the king. Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clung to Gu Chen's arm. "Oh, my king, what shall you command me to do? Surely you do not intend to force me into something I would rather avoid. My initial command is that, within this room, at any time and place, you shall not refuse my requests. Is that all?" Wang Jing found it quite ordinary, and Lu Mingjia shared the same sentiment. After all, They were all on Gu Chen's side, and as long as there were no outsiders present, Gu Chen could do as he pleased, without needing any royal decree. Lu Mingyao, blushing, felt that this command was directed at her. She believed she was indeed the first person Gu Chen would seek out. He commanded her to don a long-planned bunny outfit, and despite her bashfulness, Wang Jing promptly assisted her. Moments later, Lu Mingyao, reluctantly clad in the bunny ensemble, ignited a fervor within Gu Chen. He then instructed Wang Jing to don a maid's outfit, while Lu Mingjia shyly slipped into a pink apron. They spent the entire day indulging in playful antics at home. Remarkably, Gu Chen retired early that night, only to awaken the next day in astonishment upon discovering 2 unread system messages from the previous night. The system had detected that both Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing were pregnant. This implied that his whimsical game as a king could not continue on this final day. He still yearned to experience the sensation of being a tyrant within the harem. Chapter 70. A despairing kiss scene for Hu Ge detected that Gung Bao Ji Lu Mingjia is pregnant. You gain 200 gauger, the remaining 300 must be earned through the successful birth of an offspring. Detected that Gung Bao Ji Wang Jing is pregnant. You gain 200 gauger. The remaining 300 must be earned through the successful birth of an offspring. At that moment, Gu Chen recalled a saying, when women spend too much time together, their physiological cycles tend to synchronize. With a total of 400 gauger, Gu Chen's previously dwindling reserves suddenly flourished. Excited, he reached out to caress the smooth bellies of Wang Jing and Lu Mingjia. Startled by his touch, Wang Jing mistakenly assumed that Gu Chen was seeking further intimacy. She quickly interjected, early in the morning, and you already want to stir us up? Your energy is truly remarkable. Let us have breakfast first. I'm famished and lack the strength for anything else. After we eat, we can continue yesterday's kingdom game. That won't be possible, if we want to play again. It will have to wait at least 10 months, Gu Chen replied. Wang Jing jolted into full awareness, staring blankly at Gu Chen. What do you mean by 10 months? Are you implying indeed? I have a sixth sense that tells me there is a child already growing within you, and the same goes for Lu Mingjia. Gu Chen pointed at Lu Mingjia, who was still groggy and rubbing her eyes. As she sat up and yawned, she asked, what are you two chatting about so early? Wang Jing, visibly excited, exclaimed, Gu Chen says I'm pregnant with his little baby, and you are too. He claims it's his sixth sense that detected it. Lu Mingjia paused, placing her hand on her abdomen and shooting Gu Chen a disbelieving glance. What nonsense. Sixth sense? How can I be pregnant without any symptoms? Are you dreaming about having children and mistaking it for reality? Nevertheless, the smile on Lu Mingjia's face revealed her joy. It indicated Gu Chen's desire for her to bear a child, a bond that would deepen their connection. This is a hereditary ability in our family, so rest assured. You must be cautious after confirming your pregnancy. If you don't believe me, you can buy a pregnancy test. If you are pregnant, it should show up. Gu Chen hastily declared as he rushed out to the nearest pharmacy, only to suddenly realize, who would open a pharmacy this early in the morning? Perhaps I should go to the hospital? Never mind, it's not worth the wait. I'll just grab some breakfast first. Upon returning, Gu Chen repeatedly cautioned Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing against any strenuous activities, such as running or heavy lifting, insisting that they must let hired help handle any physical tasks. Seeing Gu Chen's serious demeanor, Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing began to believe him. After successfully purchasing pregnancy tests around 8 o'clock, Gu Chen administered them to Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing, both of whom tested positive. The two women immediately embraced each other in delight. Lu Mingyao, munching on fruit, felt a mix of emotions. While she was happy for her sisters, she couldn't help but wonder about the implications of their pregnancies. Brother-in-law, my sister and Jingjia are both pregnant. What are you planning to do? You can't let them become unwed mothers, can you? She had grown accustomed to calling him brother-in-law due to Gu Chen's insistence. Inwardly, she felt a sense of glee, seeing Gu Chen so carefree before. Now he would have to face the consequences. Don't worry, we've already discussed this. We will arrange a marriage to save face for your parents. However, we must keep the wedding low-key, simply gathering family for a meal to acknowledge the occasion. I am now somewhat of a celebrity. I still have movies and dramas to shoot. If word gets out, it could jeopardize my career and the company I have invested considerable time and resources into. Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing felt somewhat disheartened. They had hoped for a grand wedding celebration in their hometown, at least to appear splendid in the eyes of relatives. However, considering the impact on Gu Chen's career and company, they chose to support him. After all, Gu Chen's career and company were pivotal to their future quality of life. With the film set to begin shooting soon and preparations well underway, it was best for Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing to avoid strenuous activity. September would be the optimal time for arrangements. They needed to inform their families, clarify the situation, and ensure everything was organized within half a month, starting with Lu Mingjia, followed by Wang Jing. As for Lu Mingyao, she would stay home to accompany her sisters for a while. Given the two women's pregnancies, they spent nearly the entire day at home, leading Gu Chun to sleep alone on the sofa for the first time. However, he stealthily slipped into Lu Mingyao's room, which was not locked. The following day, after packing their belongings, he engaged a moving company and smoothly relocated to the villa. The hired housekeeper had already cleaned the villa. She was a woman in her 40s with slightly dark skin, hailing from a rural background, and had undergone professional training, possessing certificates in pastry and cooking. With several years of experience in the field, she had left her previous employer because they had immigrated overseas. Gu Chun informed the housekeeper of Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing's pregnancies, promising her good treatment and perks during festivals, with performance-based bonuses starting from 5,000 and potentially reaching tens of thousands. He then redirected his focus to the two secretaries. While Lu Mingyao occasionally bore the brunt of his attention, though Gu Chun always sought out the secretaries first. Through messaging and phone calls, they maintained their connections, and thus, a few tranquil days passed until the filming commenced. The chosen location was in Sichuan province, renowned as the land of abundance, offering numerous beautiful settings for the crew. Additionally, Sichuan is known for its seismic activity, fitting for a scene where the male and female leads search for signals to check on each other's safety following an earthquake. By situating the filming in Sichuan, the audience's viewing experience would be enhanced. Everything was kept discreet, with not a single reporter in sight. The day after checking into a grand hotel, Gu Chun planned to film the wedding, conveniently utilizing the hotel as a backdrop, after which he could depart, leaving the crew to continue their work. His purpose for joining the crew was to portray the male lead attending the female lead's wedding. When Gu Chun arrived at the hotel lobby the next day, the crew had nearly completed the setup, dressed sharply in a suit. Hugo looked at Gu Chun with a hint of confusion and exclaimed, "General Gu, why are you wearing the same outfit as me? This is the crew's costume." Not a deliberate attempt to match. He was inwardly astonished, realizing that the identical attire on Gu Chun somehow made him appear even more dashing than himself. "It's nothing," Gu Chun replied seriously, but as Hugo turned back to immerse himself in the scene, a mischievous smile crept onto Gu Chun's face. The bride, played by Yang Mi, had a kissing scene that was to be performed by him as a stand-in, while Hugo was relegated to the role of kissing the groom. Although the actor portraying the groom lacked Hu Ji's charm, he was still quite handsome. When the filming commenced, Hugo swiftly turned around and, in a burst of energy, passionately kissed the groom, pushing him onto a dining table several meters away. This scene required 6 or 7 takes to perfect, not because Gu Chun was teasing Hugo, but because despite being a professional actor, Hugo found himself disheartened every time he faced the groom, reminding himself that he must perform well. The reality of his screen debut kiss being with a man weighed heavily on him. "Apologies, General Gu, I need to rinse my mouth first," Hugo said hurriedly as he dashed to the restroom. After several attempts to wash his mouth and a few dry heaves, he barely regained his composure. The psychological pressure of kissing a male actor for the first time was overwhelming. He then pulled out the chewing gum he had prepared. Knowing that respect for the female actress was paramount, regardless of whether the kiss was genuine or staged. Upon returning to the set, Hugo was taken aback. The wedding scene between the male and female leads had already begun, and he finally understood why Gu Chun was dressed similarly. After all this time, it turned out that Gu Chun was the stand-in. However, observing Gu Chun kiss Yang Mi, he felt an unsettling sense that he was the true stand-in. In that moment, a song echoed in his mind. "I should not be in the car. I should be beneath it, watching how sweet you two are." The kiss lingered on for several seconds. Yang Mi, naturally engaged and skilled, had become quite adept at kissing Gu Chun, and within a day, the wedding scene was smoothly completed. Thus, the long-awaited film was officially underway. The subsequent scenes did not require Gu Chun's oversight, as the script was meticulously detailed. Nevertheless, he lingered with the crew for an additional day before boarding a flight back to Lingxing. There was no rush to begin filming the music video for the song, as Gu Chun intended for it to serve as a promotional piece for the drama Gue Shun. The original storyline of Gue Shun regarding the court was almost laughable. The male protagonist, having achieved great merit, found himself under suspicion from the king due to jealousy, compounded by the schemes of treacherous ministers. How did the protagonist respond? He brazenly returned to the capital with troops to confront the king directly. Such an act of carrying soldiers into the capital could only be deemed a rebellion, a death wish. The system had already rectified this aspect for Gu Chun. The treacherous ministers, appointed by the late king as trusted guardians, had stripped the young king of real power. The ambitious king, eager to regain his authority, sought to marry the general's sister to bolster his position against the powerful ministers. Just as the general was on the verge of annihilating the enemy forces, the treacherous minister falsely issued 12 imperial edicts, forcibly recalling the frontline commanders, resulting in a disastrous defeat. This was likely inspired by the renowned national hero Yu Fei from Huaxia's history. The general returned to the capital, filled with righteous indignation. But before he could defend himself, he was imprisoned by the minister's faction under false charges of treason. Despite enduring severe torture, the general remained unyielding. Ultimately, this steadfast leader met an unjust demise in prison, while his loyal guards were mercilessly slaughtered during their discharge of duty. In the court, the treacherous minister brazenly distorted truth and coerced the king into deposing the queen. Faced with a pregnant queen, the young monarch knelt in despair, only to be met with the minister's cold inquiry. Is it true that the king wishes to leave a successor for the ungrateful child? The guards executed the queen before the king's eyes, shattering his spirit. Months later, the mentally shattered king met an accidental drowning. The treacherous minister installed a young puppet ruler, maintaining control over the court. Just as darkness threatened to engulf the dynasty, the general's unwavering will invoked divine compassion, transforming him into an immortal spirit who returned to the mortal realm. Armed with a blade, he stormed the capital, exterminating the treacherous ministers and their followers, thus concluding this bloody power struggle. The female lead is a modern individual, and the entire narrative intertwines ancient and contemporary elements. The ancient general serves as a pivotal character throughout the drama. Chen, utilizing his impeccable directing skills, intends to reshape the female lead scenes. Shih, adorned in traditional attire, embodies an ethereal charm at the age of 16, prompting Chen to film segments featuring her in ancient garb. The general's fiancée, dressed in bridal attire while donning mourning garments, vowed to share the same grave with him even in death. A millennium later, the fiancé reincarnates as the modern female lead, igniting a memory of his lost love in the male lead upon their first encounter. He initially perceives her as a mere substitute for his long-forgotten fiancée, yet gradually finds himself falling for her. However, the female lead, who also harbors feelings for him, learns that she is merely a replacement for the fiancé he has yet to forget after 1,000 years. This plot promises both anticipation and a bittersweet romantic tension. This narrative framework effectively encapsulates the essential elements of an idol drama. The revised conclusion of tragic love deeply resonated with Chen, as he found it superior to the original storyline. Furthermore, he introduced the notion of kneeling before the Buddha for a millennium to earn a chance encounter with the female lead, transforming a millennium of solitude into a single moment of brilliance, thereby embodying the theme of lonely yet radiant. Shen. With the modified script in hand, Chen contemplated how to film a music video that visually captures this poignant narrative. For 5 consecutive days, he pondered the aesthetics of the MV during the day while accompanied by 2 secretaries at night, often spending the night at Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing's place, leading a fulfilling existence. On the 6th day upon returning to Lingqing, the costumes for Shen were nearly ready, prompting Chen to lead the crew to the filming location to shoot the music video first. This time, he did not bring either of the secretaries, nor did he include Lu Mingyao, primarily to avoid leaving a negative impression on Shih. Chen aimed to gradually transform Shih's admiration into affection, leveraging his charm, wealth, and talent. Achieving this with a 16-year-old girl on the cusp of her first romantic feelings was not an insurmountable task. Maintaining his single status was crucial. He would not acknowledge any rumors unless confronted directly. As autumn deepens with the farewell of summer, a fleeting glance causes blossoms to fall. On the windowsill, a solitary figure sits, enveloped in the profound silence of the night. It is not merely your tears that tremble on the brink of despair, but also the remnants of a world that mocks our plight. The winds, filled with derision, sing songs of parting that I cannot hear. The tears that traverse millennia are visible only in dreams. Oh, how I long to see you again, even if just for a moment. The unfulfilled affection from our past lives fractures within my very veins, intertwining in a languid slumber, awakening yet dissipating into nothingness. Chen deliberately invited Shih to record the song Qian Nian Lei, which he had chosen. Having perused the script, Shih listened to Chen's melodious voice, which resonated deeply within her, stirring emotions that brought tears to her eyes. After the recording, she playfully tugged at Chen's hand, swaying slightly as she implored, Guzong, dear brother, could you possibly alter the script's conclusion? The male protagonist waits in solitude for a millennium, yearning for a single radiant encounter with the female lead. Why must their fate end apart? Happiness, akin to resplendent fireworks, while sorrow cloaks the night in darkness, may be dispelled by light, but it inevitably returns. Though happiness brings sweetness, it is the tragedy that lingers in memory. Chen was certain that upon the release of this drama, many would wish to send him local specialties, perhaps blades or pesticides. Enough of the tears for now. Reserve that emotion for the music video shoot. Oh, I forgot to mention that I am the male lead, and there will be a kissing scene, so prepare yourself. Chapter 72. Shooting the MV with Lu Shirshir. A kissing scene? Lu Shirshir's tone was almost a shriek. Overwhelmed by the weight of the tragic narrative, her cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet Gu Chen's gaze. She had never even held the boy's hand, let alone engaged in a kiss. Though every aspiring actor must eventually confront such scenes, this felt like a hastily approached challenge without any preparation. As her thoughts spiraled, Lu Shirshir could not resist stealing a glance at Gu Chen. He was indeed quite handsome, young, and extraordinarily talented. His rendition of Chen Yen Lei was captivating, solidifying his status as her idol. Offering her first kiss to such an idol as Gu Zong felt like no loss at all. Yet, the mere thought of kissing him caused her to squirm involuntarily. And she whispered shyly, "How embarrassing, I am not ready." Upon glancing up, she found Gu Chen's inquisitive gaze mere inches away, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment as she swiftly turned and fled to the restroom. There, she slapped her cheeks, inhaling deeply to regain her composure, muttering to herself, Sure, what are you thinking? Acting is acting. You are an actress. For the MV, it is not a real kiss." It took her over 10 minutes to return to normalcy. The afternoon shoot went well, with most scenes requiring only minor retakes. However, the kissing scene left Gu Chen in distress. He had initially cast Lu Shirshir as the female lead to seize the opportunity to advance their rapport. Yet her attempts at the kiss repeatedly faltered. Even the most lenient standards were unmet. After filming numerous takes, he decided to let it go for the day. Lu Shirshir, blushing, felt embarrassed, believing the fault lay with her. She resolved to calm herself that evening, convinced she would succeed in the next filming. Reluctantly, Gu Chen knocked on Lu Shirshir's door after dinner. "Gu Zong, why are you looking for me so late?" She stammered. "I figured that with so many people around today, you might have felt constrained. So, I thought I'd offer you some one-on-one coaching this evening. Are you afraid I might turn into a wolf and devour you, Little Red Riding Hood?" His playful banter eased her tension, and she welcomed him into her room. Instead of immediately diving into acting techniques, Gu Chen engaged in light conversation to set a relaxed atmosphere. After a while, he noticed that there was nothing in front of him. "Let me get you some water," she offered. "Thank you." He accepted the glass and took a sizable sip before casually suggesting, "You need not call me Gu Zong anymore. You can think of me as an older brother and call me Gu Gu or even Gu Gij." This time, Lu Shirshir did not blush. After their chat, she confidently called out, "Gu Gu," with a sweet tone. After a few minutes, Gu Chen skillfully steered the conversation towards acting, imparting valuable techniques to Lu Shirshir before naturally guiding her through a one-on-one kissing scene practice. Though Lu Shirshir stumbled during the first 2 attempts, the third kiss flowed seamlessly, igniting a different sensation within her. Observing the dazed look in her eyes, Gu Chen sighed softly. He gently tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking? Focus." "Sorry, Gu Laoshir," she mumbled, her gaze lowered, voice barely audible. "The essence of acting lies in concentration," Gu Chen replied gently yet firmly. "Cast aside distractions. You are the female lead in the MV, and I am your lover bidding farewell. Consider the male lead's 1,000-year wait for a fleeting encounter. In the end, those who love each other must part again. Immerse yourself in the narrative." He adjusted their positions and elaborated. A kissing scene is not merely lip contact. It conveys emotion. Remember 3 points. Breathe steadily, move gently, and let your gaze be sincere. Lu Shirshir took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Under Gu Chen's expert guidance, she gradually fell into the right mindset. They practiced dozens of times, transitioning from awkwardness to naturalness, with Gu Chen providing adjustments. "Excellent. That felt right," he affirmed after the final rehearsal. "Maintain this state for tomorrow's shoot." The next day on set, when Gu Chen called out action, Lu Shirshir's performance astounded everyone. She gracefully approached the male lead, her eyes reflecting just the right blend of longing and reluctance. After a tender kiss, she turned away with tears welling in her eyes, executing the action flawlessly. "Perfect," the assistant director exclaimed. "What a remarkable improvement since yesterday." The crew erupted in applause, and Lu Shirshir smiled shyly. Stealing a glance at Gu Chen, who stood by the monitor, she saw him nodding in approval, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. In that moment, Lu Shirshir felt the genuine joy of a burgeoning professional actress. Indeed, the hour-long kissing scene practice from the previous night proved invaluable. Gu Gu was truly remarkable. She resolved to seek his guidance more often in the future. Lu Shishir's affection level. 6. You have received a cash reward of 600 yuan, which has been legally credited to your bank account. Lu Shishir's affection level. 80. Intimate. You have received a strategic reward of 20 million yuan, which has been legally credited to your bank account. It is evident that a handsome and talented man possesses a unique charm, effortlessly winning Lu Shishir's affection to the first stage. Of course, her initial fondness for him also played a significant role, much like how attractive male celebrities often find it easy to form close relationships with their female fans. The filming and editing took half a day, and now all that remains is to await the song promotion in August, which will only take a day or two to arrive. Time spent in busyness always seems to pass swiftly. On August 1st, the Guishan film crew officially commenced shooting. However, on the third day, Gu Chen instructed the assistant director to film some relatively simple scenes, briefly outlining the details before hastily departing for Mo Du on August 1st. He had prepared the song Xiang Shui Yu Du for Lu Yin, which officially began its promotion on that day. Due to the early month and the robust promotional efforts, it effortlessly soared to the top of the newcomer and new song charts, as well as various other major rankings in August. Good news also arrived from the company, as several telecommunications giants in Lincheng reached out to discuss the ringtone for Xiang Shui Yu Du. The fairy tale ringtone had already proven lucrative in July, and the profit from AI de Gongyang was also considerable. Xiang Shui Yu Du had ignited a fire, and with its immense potential, they would naturally not overlook this cash cow. They also sincerely presented an early settlement of over 20 million after tax from the July ringtones, with Tong Hua contributing over 17 million, effectively recuperating the investment made by the company. However, compared to this sum, Gu Chen was more eager for Lu Yin to fulfill her promise to him. His visit to Mo Du was not only to ensure Lu Yan's commitment was realized, but also because Wang Rong needed his assistance. The other supporting actors, including the flight attendants, had successfully resigned in Mo Du. He planned to head to Mo Du, arrange matters in Lincheng, and then return to the set to continue filming. Upon learning that Gu Chen was coming to Mo Du, Lu Yin specifically sent him a photo of herself in a sexy and beautiful dress made of sheer fabric. Due to the filming schedule, Gu Chen only stayed in Mo Du for a day. Lu Yin honored her promise, and the opportunity that had previously eluded her had finally arrived with the success of a song. Unfortunately, she could not accept interviews or step onto the dazzling stage. Nevertheless, Lu Yin believed that with Gu Chen's talent, he would undoubtedly elevate her fame, allowing her to become a coveted star on stage. Zhang Qian took a special leave to accompany Huang Xueting and the others to Lincheng. Watching Gu Chen generously buy houses for the four of them filled her with envy and a hint of bitterness, even causing her to waver slightly. As a guest, Gu Chen was naturally courteous and generous, gifting her a small present. After spending a night in Lincheng, she returned to the crew to continue the filming of Guishan. On the day of her return, they filmed indoor scenes, and the following morning, taking advantage of the cool weather, the entire crew rose early to begin shooting. The storyline was specifically designed by Gu Chen and would not disrupt the overall rhythm of the drama. The female lead was portrayed as a fishing enthusiast, aimed at cleverly advertising within the drama once it aired. Mechanical equipment had already been procured, and the factory in Hangcheng was tirelessly constructed day and night due to favorable weather. The basic structure of the first factory was nearly complete and would be operational by mid-August, with the construction of the remaining factories also expected to be finished on schedule. Each factory could establish a complete production line, including carbon fiber production and fishing rod manufacturing, maximizing the available resources. Although there were still substantial funds in the account, it was prudent to avoid waste. Aside from the target strategy, expenses needed to be judiciously allocated. The dawn of August brought brightness even before 5 o'clock, with a gentle breeze by the river carrying a hint of coolness. Gu Chen handed Lu Shishir a fishing rod, which he had exchanged for with strategy points in the system marketplace, emblazoned with the logo of Chuang Meng Yi Dai, as per Gu Chen's request. Gu, what is this? Lu Shishir inquired sweetly, her curious gaze examining the approximately 1-meter-long item in her hands. This is a fishing rod. In the upcoming scene, your father will be night fishing by the river, and you, worried about him, will come to find him, only to end up accompanying him by the river. Gu Chen explained. Lu Shishir's character was a novice at fishing, making her father's proud display of his fishing rod more plausible. In truth, Lu Shishir was entirely unfamiliar with fishing. However, she had seen fishing rods before. She tilted her head, regarding Gu Chen with an expression that seemed to say, I may be well read, but I am not easily deceived. Is this stick-like object really a fishing rod? Gu Chen understood her gaze, and, without saying a word, unscrewed the tip of the rod and extended it piece by piece, quickly revealing a 5'4" fishing rod that left Lu Shirshir astonished. This fishing rod is quite impressive, but can it really catch fish? She questioned. You are not actually fishing. You are acting, do you understand? Chen replied, disinterested in further explanation, as the information regarding the carbon fiber fishing rod was already included in the dialogue for the father character. The hooks, fishing line, and bobbers were all part of a complete set, and once everything was ready, the filming crew was prepared as well. Chen called out 3, 2, 1, action. Lu Shirshir took a deep breath and immediately immersed herself in her role. In the early morning, a thin mist floated over the river's surface as Lu Shirshir stepped through the dew toward the riverbank, catching sight of her father's figure in the distance. He was intently focused on the water's surface, oblivious to his daughter's approach. Dad, Lu Shirshir called out helplessly, did you fish all night? Only then did her father turn his head, fatigue evident on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just 2 more casts. He resembled a mischievous child, tightly gripping the gleaming fishing rod. Lu Shirshir sighed and sat down beside him. Curiously, she examined the slender rod. Is this a fishing rod? It's so light. Can it really catch fish? This is carbon fiber. Her father immediately perked up, proudly raising his chin. It's domestically developed, the Chuangmengi dye, a high-tech product. He enthusiastically detailed the fishing rod specifications. Although Lu Shirshir struggled to comprehend, she nodded in agreement, further fueling her father's pride. Seeing her father unwilling to return home, Lu Shirshir's character could only stay and accompany him. Bored, the female lead decided to try fishing herself, curious to discover what made her father so enchanted. Under her father's guidance, Lu Shirshir awkwardly cast her first line. Her clumsy movements made her father shake his head, yet he patiently corrected her posture. Just as the hook touched the water, the bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface. You've got a fish. Quickly, lift the rod. Her father shouted excitedly. Lu Shirshir hurriedly raised the fishing rod, instantly feeling a tremendous pull. She stumbled slightly, nearly being dragged into the water. Dad! She cried out in panic, her hands gripping the fishing rod tightly, her knuckles turning white. Chen, observing the filming, was momentarily stunned and quickly inquired of those nearby. Did anyone set up overnight fishing spots in the river? Everyone shook their heads. Who had the time to set up overnight spots while filming? They just needed to attach the fish they had bought later. Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. Could this be the fabled novice protection period? Seeing Lu Shirshir struggling and being pulled toward the water, he hastily called for assistance from the stunned actors. Regaining his composure, the actor portraying the father character dashed over and swiftly grasped the fishing rod from behind Lu Shirshir. Don't panic, steady yourself. Hold the rod with me without using brute force. His voice was calm and powerful, marked by experience, as he often enjoyed fishing in his spare time, albeit returning empty-handed more often than not. Thus, he was utterly astonished and incredulous that Lu Shirshir, a novice at fishing, had hooked a fish on her first attempt. Even for a moment, I found myself questioning whether someone had been secretly arranged to place a fish in the water for the girl playing the lead role. The instant the fishing rod was in hand, the male actor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is a big fish. We must take our time reeling it in." Lu Shirshir, too, was invigorated. The sensation of catching a fish awakened an unprecedented feeling within her, as if some latent gene had been unlocked. The joyful and elated smile on her face was utterly genuine. The scene was beautifully captured by Chen, and this unexpected turn of events left him thoroughly satisfied. It would later become a humorous anecdote for the drama's promotion. Ordinary folks might hesitate to share such tales, but one can be sure that fishing enthusiasts would be irresistibly curious to witness it. Lu Shirshir and the male actor worked in perfect harmony, the fishing line tracing elegant arcs across the water's surface. Pull to the left. Yes, just like that. The male actor guided softly, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. You're incredibly lucky, catching such a large fish on your first try. After a vigorous tug-of-war lasting over 20 minutes, a hefty carp finally broke the surface, and the male actor deftly scooped it up with the net, his face a canvas of astonishment. Wow, this fish must weigh at least 20 pounds. This fishing rod is amazing. Inwardly, he thought, oh no, I've completely forgotten that we're filming because of this fish. Why isn't he the director called for a stop? The male actor was taken aback, his gaze transfixed on the large carp, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he held it up. This fishing rod was recommended by a friend, and he hadn't anticipated it would perform so well. Daughter, you're impressive. I've never caught a fish this big in my entire life. Please, let us pretend I caught this one, and I want to take some laps around the neighborhood before heading home. Being a fishing enthusiast, The male actor was fully aware that the typical response of a fisherman who has snagged a big catch is to boast about it. Lu Shishir, still in character, perfectly matched his expressions and tone. Chapter 74. Has Lu Shishir been hooked? Cut. Perfect. Gu Chun clapped his hands in excitement, bringing a halt to the impromptu performance, which had turned out to be even more thrilling than scripted. Lu Shishir and the male actor remained immersed in the euphoria of fishing, particularly that 20-plus pound carp, glittering like gold under the sun. Director, this fish, the male actor said, cradling the fish, his eyes gleaming. Can I? Gu Chun, fully aware of his intentions, smiled and waved his hand. Take it. Consider it your bonus for today's outstanding performance. The male actor's face lit up with joy as he hurried to fetch a bucket to keep the fish alive. Lu Shishir leaned closer to Gu Chun, curious. Gu, this fishing rod is truly remarkable. Before she could finish, she noticed Gu Chun regarding her with a peculiar expression. It dawned on her that she still bore the excitement from fishing, and her cheeks flushed. I just think fishing is quite interesting, she muttered softly, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Gu Chun couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems our leading lady is on the verge of becoming a fishing enthusiast. Not at all. Lu Shishir pouted in protest, although her eyes involuntarily darted toward the fishing rod. The crew members who witnessed this couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that filming could inadvertently unveil Lu Shishir's hidden talent for fishing? The subsequent filming proceeded exceptionally smoothly. With this spontaneous segment, Lu Shishir's understanding of her character deepened, and her performance became even more natural. Gu Chun observed the footage on the monitor, nodding in satisfaction. Let us call it a day. Everyone has worked hard. After wrapping up, Gu Chun deliberately approached Lu Shishir. So how was fishing? Lu Shishir's eyes sparkled as she replied, it was amazing. Especially the moment the fish bit. It felt exhilarating. Then this fishing rod is a gift for you. Gu Chun handed her the Chuangming Dai. Consider it a reward for your splendid performance today. Really? Lu Shishir exclaimed in delight, cradling the rod as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Gu. She suddenly hesitated, but I don't know how to use it. I can teach you. Gu Chun smiled. Once we finish filming and have some free time. Lu Shishir nodded enthusiastically, clutching the fishing rod like a precious gem. Gu Chun observed her delight, chuckling inwardly. It seemed the ranks of fishing enthusiasts would soon welcome another member. Back at the hotel, just as Gu Chun finished his shower, he received a call from Wu Shanshan. Gu Zong, I have fantastic news. Wu Shanshan's voice brimmed with excitement. Xiangshui Yudu's ringtone download has surpassed 5 million. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. So soon? Indeed. Lu Yan's song is simply a sensation. Several telecom companies are inquiring about when the next song will be released, and they're willing to prepay 20 million for exclusive ringtone rights. Gu Chun pondered for a moment. Tell them to wait. I am currently tied up with filming. The next day, shooting resumed, and by evening, Gu Chun announced a day off for everyone to recharge. Long live the director. The crew cheered in jubilation. Upon returning to the hotel, just as Gu Chun prepared to take a shower, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Shishir standing there, holding the Chuangming Dai fishing rod. Gu, she said, somewhat shyly, aren't we off tomorrow? I have nothing to do and want to go fishing, but I'm a bit apprehensive about going alone. Observing her hopeful gaze, Gu Chun couldn't bear to refuse. All right, but we must leave early. The fish bite best in the morning. That is wonderful, Lu Shishir exclaimed, jumping with joy. Let us meet at the hotel entrance at 5 tomorrow morning. With that, she skipped away, leaving Gu Chun at the door, bemused. This girl truly had an extraordinary enthusiasm for fishing. Before dawn the next day, Gu Chun was roused from sleep by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he heard Lu Shishir's energetic voice. Gu, rise and shine. The sun is about to shine on our backs. Gu Chun glanced at the time. It was only 4:30. Didn't we agree on 5? I'm too excited to sleep. Lu Shishir playfully whined. Hurry up. I'm already downstairs waiting for you. With no choice, Gu Chun climbed out of bed to freshen up. When he descended, he found Lu Shishir fully equipped with a sun hat, UV protective clothing, and sneakers, carrying a small bucket filled with bait and tools. Have you not slept at all? Gu Chun teased. Lu Shishir stuck out her tongue. I just prepared a bit. The two made their way to the riverbank where they had fished the previous day. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and a thin mist hovered over the water. Gu Chun helped Lu Shishir adjust her fishing rod, teaching her how to bait the hook and cast. Remember, when casting, your wrist should move like this, he instructed, standing behind her and guiding her hands through the motions. Lu Shishir focused intently, suddenly aware of Gu Chun's south breath close to her ear, making her heart race. Stay focused. Gu Chun noticed her distraction and gently tapped her head. Oh, she blushed, forcing herself to concentrate. An hour later, Gu, I caught another one. Lu Shishir exclaimed with exhilaration. Her fishing rod bent into a beautiful arc. Gu Chun rushed over to assist. This time, it was a grass carp weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Observing Lu Shishir's excitement, Gu Chun couldn't help but marvel at how long her novice protection period seemed to last. You truly are a natural-born fisherman, he remarked while helping her remove the hook. Lu Shishir smiled with delight. Of course, I am. Suddenly, she let out a startled cry. Gu Chun looked up to see that a grass carp had splashed water onto Lu Shishir's face with a flick of its tail. Pooh! Gu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shishir glared at him, puffing up her cheeks. You're still laughing. She wiped her face with her hand, only to find that the fishy smell had transferred to her skin, causing her expression to sour further. Seeing her in such a disheveled state made Gu Chun laugh even harder. You're so annoying. Lu Shishir stomped her foot and, with a sudden glint in her eye, grabbed the flopping grass carp and threw it at Gu Chun. Caught off guard, Gu Chun was hit by the fish's tail, leaving a wet patch on his clothes. Ha! Now it was Lu Shishir's turn to laugh. The two of them frolicked for a while, ending up in a state of disarray. Looking at each other's messy appearances, they burst into laughter in unison. All right, let's head back, Gu Chun suggested, glancing at the time. We need to rest this afternoon. We have filming tomorrow. Lu Shishir nodded, suddenly remembering something. Gidge, can we take this fish home to eat? Of course, Gu Chun replied with a smile. We can ask the hotel chef to prepare it for dinner. Lu Shishir happily picked up the fish bucket and skipped along behind Gu Chun. The sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows along the riverbank. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Chun instructed the kitchen to prepare the fish and agreed to have dinner together that evening. Lu Shishir went back to shower and change. In the evening, Lu Shishir was already waiting for him in the restaurant. When she saw Gu Chun enter, she excitedly waved. Gidge, come quickly, the fish is ready. Gu Chun sat down across from her, and the table was adorned with several dishes made from the grass carp, steamed fish, fish head tofu soup, and braised fish chunks, all aromatic and inviting. So many dishes? Gu Chun expressed his surprise. Lu Shishir beamed with pride. I asked the chef to prepare different flavors, so we can try them all. She placed a piece of fish in Gu Chun's bowl. Quick, taste it. We caught this ourselves. Gu Chun took a bite, finding the fish tender and delicious, far superior to what one would find in the market. Lu Shishir eagerly dug in, praising it's so delicious. I want to go fishing often in the future. Seeing her excitement, Gu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Really planning to become a fishing enthusiast? Not at all. Lu Shishir pouted. I just think fishing is quite fun. Chapter 75, An Unexpected Turn? In the following days, they filmed during the day and Gu Chun almost always guided Lu Shishir's acting in the evenings. Although life was somewhat austere, the rewards were significant. Lu Shishir clung to him whenever she had free time, her affection nearing a level of intimacy that could easily surpass 90. Gu Chun considered that if he had no scruples and employed some cunning tactics, it would be a matter of moments to seduce the currently innocent Lu Shishir into his bed. However, he refrained from doing so, not out of a sense of moral integrity, but because Lu Shishir was still quite young. He thought it best to wait a couple of years until she was of legal age, ensuring he would have no lingering concerns. Furthermore, Lu Shishir had developed a peculiar interest in fishing, fearing sun exposure during the day. She would often drag Gu Chun to cast a line in the evenings whenever she had a break on set. Strangely, she always managed to catch fish, which delighted her immensely, despite using the same fishing rod and bait in the same spot. Gu Chun could never fathom why the fish only seemed to nibble at Lu Shishir's bait, completely ignoring his. It infuriated him to the point where he contemplated jumping into the river to catch one and give it a good lesson. Hopefully, this was merely a passing whim for Lu Shishir, not a sign that this future star had taken up fishing as a hobby. The filming for the supernatural drama progressed smoothly, and there were no unforeseen incidents in the provincial scenes. If all went well, they should complete the filming within 20 days, aiming for a release in theaters by the end of the month. However, Gu Chun planned to release it in late September to coincide with the National Day holiday. He believed that competing directly during that time would be unwise due to the fierce competition impacting screening schedules. Time flew by amidst a busy yet fulfilling routine. These days marked the most frugal period since Gu Chun acquired the system. On the 15th day of filming the supernatural drama, he finally managed to persuade Lu Shishir, who had become almost like a little shadow, to take some independent time for herself, citing the need for solitude to compose songs for those years. It was not that he was overwhelmed by desire. Rather, being young and vigorous, it was only natural to have such thoughts after a prolonged period. He made a mental note to settle the scores with Lu Shishir once she turned 18. Huang Xueting, Wang Rong, and others, including Zhang Qian, also arrived. The four assistants came not only to keep him company, but also because this was a period when they were likely to conceive. Zhang Qian's arrival came as a surprise to Gu Chen. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had volunteered to come after the four assistants discussed it in their chat group, stating that she missed the joyful time spent with him. Gu Chen fully understood this sentiment, as the two female secretaries had recently begun to express disappointment at being left out. He promised to compensate them once he finished with the assistants. After all, once filming wrapped, Lu Shishir would be heading to school, and Yang Mi would also be reporting to her academic institution. If the assistants were to conceive, with the two secretaries and Lu Mingyao, along with Chunya, they would form a formidable core team. With the arrival of the four assistants and Zhang Qian, Gu Chen spent his days filming and his nights playing games with them, while simultaneously nurturing the deputy director's skills to ease his own directorial responsibilities. The week with all five of them was immensely enjoyable for Gu Chen, and the system informed him that all four assistants were expecting his children. He was not surprised at all, and, with no time to return them to Linsheng, he distributed pregnancy test kits to each of them. They had spent a week together, and it was prudent to check if any of them were indeed pregnant. The assistants did not refuse Gu Chen's suggestion. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. In their minds, if they were truly carrying Gu Chen's child, it would be a veritable treasure trove. After all, the prospect of having a child was not merely a straightforward reward of several million. Gu Chen had not indicated any intent to take the child away for separate upbringing. And since he had not said so, they, being the biological mothers, were certain the children would remain with them, providing for a nurturing and supportive environment. As long as they did not cause trouble, the benefits they would derive from Gu Chen would far exceed the mere millions, plus a monthly allowance. Each pregnancy test revealed positive results, and their faces lit up with excited and radiant smiles. However, at that moment, the system unexpectedly provided Gu Chen with an unforeseen notification. At that moment, Gu Chen's pupils trembled and contracted, his gaze directed at Zhang Qian filled with disbelief. In the past few days, he had indeed not paid much attention. But it was evident that Zhang Qian had been harboring more than just a casual connection. He had assumed that the medication she took was merely to prevent pregnancy. Yet he was taken aback by the revelation. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Chen inquired of Zhang Qian, who was busily packing to leave with him. By the way, what medication have you been taking these days? Just some vitamins, Zhang Qian replied nonchalantly, causing Gu Chen to furrow his brow. You haven't been taking any contraceptives? He pressed. Why would I do that? Zhang Qian questioned, her expression one of confusion. Aren't you afraid of getting me pregnant? Gu Chen's words did not startle her. Instead, she paused her actions to embrace Gu Chen's neck and planted a kiss on his lips, retorting, Are you afraid of me carrying your child? You always insist I shouldn't let you stay inside, yet the more I say it, the more excited you seem to get. Is it my mention of having a husband that excites you? Back then, you seemed thrilled when I said it, and now you're scared? Scared? What do I have to fear? If you are pregnant, I can provide for you to have the child, or you could simply divorce your husband and come with me. I could buy you a pregnancy test right now if you wish. Gu Chen intended to let Zhang Qian realize her pregnancy before negotiating terms. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, after Gu Chen left, gently touched her belly. Her menstrual cycle had always been regular, and she was acutely aware that after so many times, the likelihood of her being pregnant was high. The reason she hadn't taken any medication to prevent it was that she had been envious of the discussions her friends, Huang Shueting and the others, had in their group chat. She longed to change her current life, which seemed devoid of hope, especially since her time as a high-paying flight attendant was limited due to her age. After previously rejecting Gu Chen, she found herself at a loss for words. This time, her approach to Gu Chen was driven not only by nostalgia for the joy they shared, but also by a desire for an unexpected turn of events that would prompt Gu Chen to speak first, providing her with an easy way out. Thus, she always adopted a deliberately pleading demeanor, using her husband as a means to provoke Gu Chen. After all, this was her unique allure among her peers. In Chapter 76, wrapping up and bedding with Yang Mi, the pregnancy test result was unsurprisingly positive for Zhang Qian. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the moment she saw the result, she was filled with excitement and astonishment, utilizing her innate feminine qualities to their fullest. With fear and helplessness, she lightly pounded her fists against Gu Chen's chest. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You were more excited than anyone when I pleaded with you, practically claiming it as your territory, wishing to linger longer. Now what? What should I do? Terminate it? What if my husband finds out? Gu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I already said, if you want, divorce him and come with me. The conditions would be the same as for the others, or you can go back today and find a way to make your husband a fool. If the child is born, I will compensate you, but if you divorce, your husband will likely take half of the money. Are you willing to accept that? Gu Chun did not believe that Zhang Qian's pregnancy was an accident. After all, a married woman and mother was not a naive girl. However, he was indifferent to having multiple partners. As long as there was a contract, they could all raise the child together. Utilizing the rewards gained from pursuing Zhang Qian, he could support her, which was akin to enjoying the company of such a charming woman without any cost, while the system rewards were guaranteed to be profitable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian hesitated at the thought of divorce, primarily because she was reluctant to part with the child. Her feelings for her husband had not completely deteriorated. Yet both materially and physically, her current husband was far from Gu Chun. If she chose not to divorce, she feared that Gu Chun might harbor uncomfortable thoughts. Men are peculiar creatures. They relish the thrill of pursuing another's wife, while simultaneously worrying about their own partners being involved with other men. Since she chose to be with Gu Chun, she decided to commit wholeheartedly to reassure him, ensuring her material needs would be met. As for her current husband and the child, she would provide some financial compensation. Some women, once they come to a realization and make a decision, do so without hesitation, decisively and resolutely. Zhang Qian was such a person, willing to forsake her previous life for her aspirations. Life is fleeting, and the years one can truly enjoy are limited. After accounting for necessities such as eating and sleeping, the time left is scarcely a third. At her age, when all obligations that consume one's life are stripped away, the remaining days amount to just a few years. She must savor her final years in this brief life. Upon Zhang Qian's decision to divorce, Gu Chen agreed that once she obtained the divorce certificate, they could move to Lincheng. He would provide her with a house and a car, allowing her to live with Huang Xueting and the others. After bidding farewell to 5 partners, Gu Chen called for 2 secretaries he had long held grievances against. Though regrettably, Lu Mingyao had yet to be fully ready. Otherwise, they would have had 3 secretaries for added enjoyment. However, joyful moments are always fleeting. Just as significant plot points were nearing completion, the filming of those years in Chuan province wrapped successfully. As the producer and the director of Yang Mi's first leading role film, he was urged multiple times to attend the wrap party. Fortunately, the remaining scenes could be entrusted to the assistant director. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Shishir, he planned to head to the airport for his flight to Chuan province, only for the spirited Yang Mi to insist on personally seeing him off. Before Gu Chen passed through security to board, Lu Shishir suddenly embraced him. Standing on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips like a dragonfly touching water, then blushing, she turned and ran away without saying a word. Though she glanced back to remind him, "That was my first kiss. The previous one during the music video doesn't count." Favorability with Lu Shishir. 1. You received a cash reward of 100 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Favorability with Lu Shishir. 90. Infatuation, you received a strategy reward of 50 million yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Was this a confession? Gu Chun raised his hand to touch his lips where Lu Shishir had gently brushed against him, chuckling to himself, finding it rather amusing. Another innocent and easily enchanted young girl. Several hours later, the plane landed at Chuan Province Airport, where the masked and fully armed Yang Mi awaited him. Linking her arm with Gu Chen's as they boarded the business vehicle. With no outsiders present, Yang Mi, caught up in the moment, impulsively planted a kiss on Gu Chen's cheek and playfully asked, "Have you missed me after all this time?" "Of course. I dream about how lovely you look in a wedding dress," Gu Chen replied, instantly reminding Yang Mi of her first experience trying on the movie's wedding dress. Causing her cheeks to flush as she playfully chided, "You're so annoying, always teasing me the moment we meet." If they were alone now, Gu Chen would undoubtedly pull Yang Mi close and tease, "If I don't tease you, who else should I tease? Do you enjoy it when I do?" Naturally, he would not miss out on the chance to take advantage of the situation. At 18, Yang Mi was of age and had no reservations like Lu Shishir. "By the way, how does it feel to be the lead actress after finishing the film?" Gu Chen hastily diverted the conversation. Yang Mi huffed softly, expressing her lingering dissatisfaction. Yet she took Gu Chen's question seriously, contemplating before responding, "It's okay, just like that. I worry if this film will perform well when released." "What do you think its outcome will be?" Gu Chen contemplated the current consumer spending levels across the nation. If the film were to be released nationwide and the scheduling went smoothly, he was confident that it would certainly surpass 40 million. He dared not guarantee anything beyond that, opting for a more cautious estimate. However, for Yang Mi, 40 million was an exceedingly significant figure. With her understanding of domestic box office dynamics, she was acutely aware of what it meant for a film to reach such a milestone. She couldn't help but wonder why Gu Chun was so confident about this film. Noticing the skepticism etched on Yang Mi's face, Gu Chun felt a sudden surge of boldness and could no longer restrain himself from suggesting, "You seem doubtful. Shall we make a wager? This proposition piqued Yang Mi's curiosity immediately. What shall we wager? Quite simply, we shall bet on the box office performance of the film. If it falls below 40 million, I shall concede and agree to fulfill one of your requests. However, if it exceeds 40 million, you must don that wedding dress and complete the consummation that was interrupted last time. Chen whispered this enticing challenge into Yang Mi's ear, ensuring that no one else could hear. The closeness made her cheeks flush again, their warmth radiating noticeably. She playfully chastised him, "You rogue, a true scoundrel." To which Chen replied, "Indeed, I am a scoundrel, and I will only play this game with you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? A wager it is." "Who is afraid?" Yang Mi retorted, "Losing simply means wearing the wedding dress. What is so daunting about that?" Chapter 77. Promoting the film through song after the rap party. Chen busied himself with promoting the film those years. In addition to utilizing conventional promotional techniques, he creatively edited behind-the-scenes footage into a music video, using the song to generate interest in the film. The song those years was itself a splendid piece, melodious and easily memorable, and the accompanying music video could evoke a myriad of emotions among viewers. The themes of youthful innocence, blossoming love, and the poignant realization of missed opportunities resonated deeply. Seizing the moment, Yang Mi planned to return home for a couple of days to spend time with her long-absent parents before the new school term commenced. Though her schedule appeared relatively free before the film's release, it did not imply a time for complacency. Chen had repeatedly urged her to diligently practice and hone her acting skills. Otherwise, her future roles would be considerably limited. As Yang Mi wheeled her suitcase into her home, she found her parents in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing their daughter unexpectedly return, her mother, filled with joy, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Why didn't you give us a heads up? Have you eaten?" "I wanted to surprise you," Yang Mi replied, setting down her luggage and enveloping her mother in a warm embrace. The dining table soon became laden with her favorite home-cooked dishes, while her father served her food, asking, "Was filming difficult? You seem to have lost weight." "It's manageable," she reassured him as she savored her meal. After dining, Yang Mi took the initiative to clear the table. Through the kitchen window, she observed her father trimming the garden plants while her mother relaxed in a wicker chair, knitting. This warm scene reminded her of Chen's words, "An actor must observe life to portray genuine emotions." Upon returning to her room, she diligently reviewed her notes from her acting class. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from Chen, "Don't forget your morning runs. And remember to submit your performance assignments weekly once school begins." Yang Mi smiled as she replied, "Got it, Teacher Gu." She opened her calendar and circled the start date of the new term, contemplating that it was time to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. Meanwhile, Chen completed the recording of the song those years and the editing of the music video. With Fairy Tale still dominating the charts, Chen, under the artistic name Chen Yang, had gained considerable recognition. Naturally, Yang Mi's hit song The Offering of Love, along with the popular ringtone Perfume is Toxic, both credited to Chen Yang, contributed to the viral success of those years. Following its upload, the song garnered immense attention, and fans of Chen Yang eagerly listened and embraced the melody. As the music video for those years premiered across major music platforms, the comments section quickly became inundated with waves of nostalgia. The following morning, after the workday commenced, the reception line at Chen Yang's new entertainment company began ringing incessantly. Monitoring the data trends, Wu Shanshan noted a steep, 90-degree increase in viewership. This surge in popularity even impacted the physical retail sector. At a large bookstore in Beijing, employees were busy restocking the youth literature section when they observed several middle school students, clad in uniforms, wiping tears as they gazed at their phone screens. The shortest girl sobbed, "Will we also miss out like this?" Suddenly, her friend grabbed a yearbook from the shelf and fervently inscribed on the inside cover, "No one is permitted to lose contact 10 years from now." By the end of August, coinciding with the conclusion of graduation season and the onset of a new school term, the overwhelming success of those years had eclipsed even Fairy Tale. After all, while Fairy Tale told a poignant love story, those years evoked the bittersweet memories of youth and campus life. On this day, Yang Mi was at home practicing yoga to enhance her flexibility and maintain her figure when she heard her mother, who had gone out for a stroll, return excitedly. Without even stepping inside, her mother's jubilant voice rang out, "Mimi, come quick and see the television." Without even changing her slippers, her mother rushed into the living room with her shopping basket in hand, exclaiming, "The song you sang is on the music charts." Yang Mi hurriedly rose from her yoga mat, running barefoot into the living room. The television was playing the music video for those years, depicting her character releasing sky lanterns with the male lead, Hu Go. As the lyrics resonated, back to the initial starting point, your youthful face in my memories. The scene shifted to her dressed in a school uniform, laughing and chatting with her friends, capturing the attention of the male lead and a group of boys. As the heartwarming melody continued, the moment arrived when her character whispered to her classmate, played by Mao Xiaotong. And the singing transitioned from Gu Chen's voice to Yang Mi's. If Ku Jingtong confessed to me, I would be overjoyed. In the next moment, the lyrics unfolded, reflecting the missed rain and lost love of those years, expressing a yearning to embrace the courage of missed opportunities. The song resonated with the sentiments of wanting to conquer the world, only to look back and realize that the world was filled with echoes of a cherished individual. Those years of missed rain, those years of missed love. I wish I could tell you, to let you know that I have not forgotten. On that starry night, under the promise of parallel universes, if we meet again, I will hold you tightly. This song is truly delightful, and the lyrics are beautifully crafted, Yang Mi murmured, unaware that her eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Meanwhile, her mother beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Many places are playing this song. It's gaining immense popularity. And people are praising it as even more beautiful than fairy tale. The lyrics are truly moving." Yang Mi's mother, well aware of her daughter's role as the lead in the film those years we pursued together, felt a swell of excitement. The success of the song promised an equally prosperous reception for the film upon its release, and her daughter, as the lead actress, was poised to achieve stardom. Yang Mi, although she achieved commendable success with her song Ai De Gong Yang last month and gained a degree of fame, still felt a significant distance from becoming a household name. Naturally, having entered this realm, she hoped her daughter could ascend to the pinnacle of stardom. Yet, Yang Mi found herself contemplating a different matter. The success of a film's theme song could undoubtedly bolster its box office performance. Given the heartfelt and captivating nature of the song, penned by Gu Chen, it was likely to yield excellent results upon release. Would the film's box office not then surpass 40 million? Would she not then lose the wager? The thought caused a flush to rise on Yang Mi's cheeks. The wedding dress held a special significance, and the mere idea of donning it for a travel wager was beyond her imagination. However, considering Gu Chen's youth, talent, and charm, she felt a hint of anxiety. Such an exceptional man would surely attract many young and beautiful women in the future. Could she truly hold on to the increasingly radiant Gu Chen? Yet, watching the music video on television, where the female lead donned a wedding dress to marry another, left a sense of regret in the hearts of two lovers. She resolved then and there. Having encountered love, she would embrace it wholeheartedly, for even a painful departure would not leave her with lingering regrets. Gazing at the falling leaves of the phoenix tree in the golden hues of the sunset, Yang Mi recalled Gu Chen's words during their graduation film shoot. A good story is like autumn leaves. With a gentle touch, one can hear the echoes of youth. On the first day back in Lincheng, Lu Mengjia and her sister Lu Mengyao, along with Wang Jing, greeted each other warmly. However, the mood shifted dramatically that very night when Lu Mengyao expelled Gu Chen without a second thought, disregarding the longing of the past few days. Gu Chen was left in a melancholic state. Just moments ago, they had shared affectionate titles, even referring to him as brother in front of her father. Yet he was cast aside the moment he donned his trousers. Indeed, women could turn their affections as swiftly as one could turn a page in a book. With nowhere else to go, Gu Chen had no choice but to drive to his secretary's place late at night. Living together, the two secretaries, Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting, provided convenience. With Tong Wenwen's youthful appearance and Li Yunting's mature allure, one could easily mistake them for a mother-daughter pair if they chose to dress up. Speaking of mother-daughter relationships, Gu Chen thought of Chenya and Xia Shihan, who were returning from their travels. The duo was enjoying themselves extravagantly, spending his money freely while sharing daily photos and messages with him. Xia Shihan was recovering rapidly from her surgery. Her hair had grown quickly and now sported a fringe. To enhance her appearance, Xia Shihan had opted for seamless hair extensions, which would last for 2 to 3 months with proper care, allowing her natural hair to grow long by then. As for his first target, Chenya, followed by the serendipitous Xia Shihan, he found himself in a uniquely enviable position with two beautiful women, a scenario many men could only dream of. Moreover, Chenya would likely assist him in maintaining a facade with Xia Shihan. With some cunning and his own capabilities, he might elevate Xia Shihan's affections sufficiently to normalize their somewhat unconventional relationship. Perhaps, by that time, Chenya might even consider bearing his child. The following day, while Gu Chen slumbered on Tong Wenwen's bed, Lu Mengjia and Wang Jing had already risen for breakfast, rousing the somewhat awkwardly walking Lu Mengyao to join them. Observing Lu Mengyao's gait, Wang Jing teased, "With how you're walking, it seems you faced quite the ordeal last night. It's unfortunate that your sisters are eager to help, but are powerless to do so." You'll have to bear this alone for quite some time. Lu Mingjia interjected. The doctor merely advised against intimacy during the first 3 months of pregnancy. After that, what are you thinking? She poked Lu Mingyao's forehead, cautioning, with Gu Chen's prowess. Do you think we would dare? He likely wouldn't either. By the way, is Gu Chen still asleep? I don't know. I sent him away last night. Lu Mingyao replied, sipping her sweet soy milk and sighing contentedly before taking a bite of her bun. If he hadn't left, I probably would have been exhausted in bed. Contemplating this, Lu Mingyao's expression fell. Sister, what should I do? I've tried everything else. And now I just lack that one thing. I can't handle it anymore. Don't worry. You still have your 2 secretary sisters to help you. After sending him away last night, he likely went to them, Wang Jing said, bluntly revealing the situation, leaving Lu Mingyao speechless. Seeing Lu Mengjia's reaction only widened her eyes in surprise. Sister, why are you so unfazed? What reaction do you expect from me? So Gu Chen is involved with the 2 secretaries? How is that different from him cheating with other women? How many wealthy men are truly faithful? Especially someone like Gu Chen, exceptionally handsome, affluent, and talented. If he had no one on the side, we'd probably be worn out by now. While they had breakfast, the caretaker in the kitchen refrained from interrupting their meal, allowing them to speak freely. Such candid conversation left Lu Mingyao at a loss for words. Wang Jing jested. If you can meet Gu Chen's needs, I might have a way to help him cut ties with those outside. Lu Mingyao quickly silenced herself, shaking her head. Caught between addiction and fear. You know Gu Chen's capabilities and circumstances make such a request impossible. That's why I suggested you work as his secretary. At the very least, you need to understand which women surround him and prevent unsavory ones from getting too close. Wang Jing added, once you're his secretary, try to get along with his other 2 secretaries. I suspect they are already allies. If they are decent and easy to work with, we could form a larger supportive alliance. As they spoke, Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were not merely facilitating Gu Chen's harem, but pursuing her own ambitions. This gentle and demure Wang Jing, whose name contrasted with her spirited personality, maintained a quiet demeanor in public, resembling an artistic girl. Yet, when with Gu Chen and Lu Mengjia, she displayed a remarkable assertiveness, even surpassing Gu Chen's enthusiasm when Lu Mingyao first joined their ranks. It was as if a certain restraint within her had been lifted, awakening another facet of her character. Under their persuasion, coupled with the solitary experiences of the previous night and the prior indoctrination, Lu Mingyao ultimately chose to relent. She realized that her current predicament necessitated allies to share the burden. Meanwhile, online and in the streets, Gu Chen's song Na Xian Yan continued to gain traction. With Wu Shanshan investing in promotional efforts, bolstered by entertainment news coverage, the hit song began to intertwine with the film, leading to an uptick in discussions about Na Xian Yan across various forums. The song's unexpected popularity surpassed all expectations, significantly impacting the film's reception, much to Gu Chen's astonishment. In light of this, Wu Shanshan approached Gu Chen with a proposal to advance the film's release, seizing the unprecedented wave of enthusiasm to convert it into box office success. The telecommunications company has conveyed some delightful news regarding the ringtone from those years. Within a mere few days, downloads have surpassed 50 million. In order to capitalize on this surge in popularity, the release of the film, Na Xian Yan, must be expedited. Contact was made with the cinemas responsible for distribution. And due to the current high demand, coupled with a queue of major blockbusters awaiting the National Day release, the review and distribution process proceeded smoothly, with an initial screening allocation of nearly 20%. Consequently, the film is scheduled for nationwide release on the second Friday of September. Should the box office performance be commendable, reaping the rewards from the National Day box office surge will pose no challenge. That evening, I chose not to return home, intending for Lu Mingyao to recuperate adequately, ensuring her performance remains consistent. In front of the 2 secretaries, I could only strive to maintain composure. Lu Mingyao, however, directly confronted me over the phone, revealing her awareness of my entanglement with the 2 secretaries, and announced her intention to join the company as the 3rd secretary the following day. Understanding her implication, I had no objections. Having 3 secretaries together would undoubtedly enhance our experience. Chapter 79. Tang Yan arrives before Lu Mingyao officially assumed her position as secretary. I welcomed a lovely guest, Tang Yan, with whom I had only previously exchanged pleasantries. Recently returned from abroad, she immediately fell in love with the song from Na Xian Yan upon landing at the airport. After researching the song online and discovering it was produced by my company, Shenyang Xinu, she became quite flustered. With the film's release looming in approximately 2 weeks, the allure of the music video coupled with the song ignited her desire to purchase a ticket and witness the film firsthand. Tang Yin sensed that if the film's content was up to par, it would likely achieve remarkable success. A twinge of regret washed over her. Had she not insisted on participating in the Olympic baby event, she might have secured the lead role in the film. With her youthful appearance and charisma, portraying a soon-to-be high school graduate would have posed little challenge. Given the rapid development of young people in our country, playing a high school student hardly equates to appearing juvenile. In fact, she still possesses a youthful vibrance. Having released 4 songs, each a resounding success, Tang Yin wasted no time and hurriedly boarded a flight to Lincheng to seek me out after just one day of rest at home. As for safety concerns about a young woman traveling alone, I had personally arranged to meet her at the airport, with everything organized. As long as she refrained from wandering aimlessly at night, safety was assured. Regarding whether I might harbor any dubious intentions, it seemed absurd. I was merely a few years her senior, tall, handsome, talented, and wealthy. A girl of her caliber might not even consider herself worthy of my attention. In Tang Yan's eyes, I represented an unattainable Prince Charming, and she secretly wished for my interest in her. While thoughts of marrying into a wealthy family seemed distant, the prospect of leveraging my connections began to surface. Many women in the entertainment industry are willing to endure the unsavory dynamics for a chance, even with less than desirable men. Encountering someone like me, a young, affluent, single, and talented heir, would be an opportunity that any ambitious girl would seize. Though her current feelings could hardly be classified as seductive, Tang Yin desired to initiate some flirtatious interactions, reminiscent of our first meeting, seeking more opportunities for private moments together. Upon meeting her at the airport, I embraced her warmly, not in a possessive manner, but rather as a gesture between long-separated friends. With our bodies not pressed together, I gently patted her back before stepping back. "Welcome to Lincheng, Tang Tang. Let me take you to the company first. Once you confirm that the contract meets your approval, you may sign it." Unfortunately, our company currently has a completed film and a television series awaiting release, so there won't be new projects for the time being. However, this presents a good opportunity for you to focus on honing your acting skills with a coach. In my recollection, the future star, Tang Yin, was an actress known for her naive roles. While she possessed talent, it was limited, making it essential for her to study under a teacher to enhance her craft. I refrained from making excessive promises to Tang Yin. She was ambitious and experienced enough that overly grand assurances could complicate matters. Instead, I aimed to provide her with tempting prospects, enticing her to take the initiative. Certain matters must be established from the outset to prevent complications later. After all, she was not merely a tool, unlike ordinary women such as Lu Mingjia or Wang Jing. Tang Yin was destined to stand in the spotlight, garnering the attention of the masses. Naturally, the more illustrious the woman, the greater the sense of achievement in winning her over. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Mingyao had already completed her onboarding as a secretary, with Wu Shanshan personally welcoming her. Noticing my arrival with the stunning Tang Yin, Lu Mingyao exhibited a hint of jealousy. I, however, paid little mind to her gaze and introduced Tang Yin to Wu Shanshan. "This is Tang Yin, who recently returned from the Olympic baby event. She is talented and possesses a commendable appearance. Please fetch a contract for her to review. She will likely be our 6th artist under the company." "Mr. Gua, you are mistaken. She will be our 6th, not 5th. I have worked tirelessly to secure her, and it is certainly related to the 4 hit songs our company has produced. This morning, we signed a promising new artist. Here are her details." As Wu Shanshan handed me the information, I chuckled upon seeing the first page. "Oh, from Chuanyu? I wonder if she is a sweet girl or a fierce beauty." Zhang Liangyin. Gazing at her youthful photograph, I was reminded of a remarkable singer known for her impressive vocal range and stunning looks, one whose songs I had enjoyed immensely. I had not anticipated that she would become an artist under my company in this parallel world. "Wu manager, please take Tang Yin to discuss the contract and signing details. Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting, please assist Lu Mingyao, our new secretary, in familiarizing her with daily operations. If she has any questions, guide her along. I shall meet with our company's soul singer." Regarding Lu Mingyao's presence, I shared openly with Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting. From the beginning, the roles of the 2 secretaries had been distinct, with Lu Mingyao now regarded as my trusted confidant. Furthermore, it was likely that all 3 secretaries would engage in games together later that evening, making it essential to clarify matters for smoother collaboration in the future. In the realm of work discussions, both Tang Yin and Lu Mingyao understood that it was a typical occurrence, and the 2 women would remain separate for the time being, alleviating concerns about an unexpected confrontation. Zhang Liangyin and her luggage were still at the company, although she had signed a contract. She felt a wave of nervousness upon learning that the company owner wished to speak with her directly. After signing the contract, She realized that the enchanting works such as Tonghua, Nashinan, Naxinyan, Idagongyang, and Changxiyudu, Xiangshui were all creations of the company's founder, Gu Chen. As a mere 19-year-old girl, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of apprehension. In Chapter 80, what price would you pay for your dreams? Upon entering the lounge specifically prepared for Zhang Liangyin, Gu Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the girl dressed in simple attire. She sat quietly at the edge of the sofa, her hands neatly resting on her knees. Clad in plain jeans and a white top that starkly contrasted with the opulence of the lounge. Yet, even in such unpretentious garb, her inherent grace was undeniable. As Wu Shanshan had accurately observed. "Hello, Zhang Liangyin," Gu Chen greeted with a warm smile, his voice gentle yet commanding. The girl looked up abruptly, a flicker of panic in her eyes, and quickly rose to her feet. "Jiguan, President Gu," she stammered, her voice trembling as her fingers nervously twisted together. Gu Chen noticed her light makeup, which perfectly accentuated her exquisite features. The fitted white top highlighted her elegant neck and shoulder line, while the jeans embraced her long legs. Even for someone accustomed to handsome faces and beautiful figures, Gu Chen could not deny that this girl possessed an unrefined yet radiant charm, brimming with the potential to become a star. "Do not be anxious," Gu Chen said, sinking into the sofa opposite her and casually crossing his legs. "I am not a ferocious beast, merely an ordinary person with a touch of charm, wealth, and talent." His words acted as a key, instantly unlocking Zhang Liangyin's tense demeanor. She let out a small laugh, only to realize her lapse in decorum, hastily covering her mouth as a blush crept across her cheeks. Her bright eyes sparkled with the unique vivacity of a 19-year-old, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. "I apologize, President Gu, I was quite rude." Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, amusement dancing in his eyes. "No matter, I am only 2 years your senior. In private, you may call me Gu or Chen Gu. Being referred to as boss makes me feel aged." Zhang Liangyin blinked, seemingly surprised by the affable nature of this young president, who was a formidable presence in the entertainment industry. She cautiously ventured, "Then, Chen Gu?" "Precisely," Gu Chen affirmed with a satisfied nod, before adopting a more serious tone. "Now, back to the matter at hand. I wish to understand why you want to sing. Upon signing with our company, what is your dream? Do you aspire to be a superstar, basking in the spotlight and showered with adoration?" This inquiry evidently caught Zhang Liangyin off guard. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, and the lounge fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the subtle hum of the air conditioning. "I love singing," she eventually replied, her gaze steady and resolute. "I am passionate about music. My dream is to become a singer like Wang Fei or Lin Ilian, standing on the grandest stages, feeling the magic of music and hearing the cheers of the audience." Her voice grew stronger, her hands instinctively forming fists. "I want the world to hear my voice." Gu Chen listened intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once she finished, he posed a gentle yet probing question, a beautiful dream indeed. However, many pursue their aspirations. Yet few find success. Do you understand why? Zhang Liangyin hesitated, her gaze drifting past Gu Chen as she recalled her music teacher, a talented individual who had never risen to prominence. The teacher had once remarked that in this era, mere passion and talent were insufficient. Opportunities and benefactors, she finally responded, her voice low but resolute. Just as a steed requires a discerning rider, otherwise, even the finest talent may remain obscured. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued by her answer. Leaning forward slightly, he fixed his sharp gaze upon her. "So, if realizing your dream requires sacrifices, would you be willing?" The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. A chill ran down Zhang Liangyin's spine as she grasped the implication in Gu Chen's words. Rumors of the unwritten rules in the entertainment industry suddenly felt alarmingly tangible. Her lips trembled slightly, and she unconsciously bit down on her lower lip. Images flashed through her mind. The dilapidated house in her hometown, her mother's hopeful gaze, the lonely figure of her music teacher, and the countless nights spent practicing in a cramped piano room. Was her dream so close yet to be attained at the expense of her dignity? The lights in the lounge suddenly felt blinding. Zhang Liangyin felt a constriction in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she met Gu Chen's gaze with unwavering determination. "If my dream is worthy of my sacrifice, then I shall pursue it with the fervor of a moth drawn to the flame." This declaration elicited a radiant smile from Gu Chen, imbued with a profound significance. He continued, "Are you not afraid that after your sacrifices, your dreams may not only elude you, but be utterly shattered?" Zhang Liangyin bit her lip, resolute. "Then I shall regard it as a valuable experience in my journey of growth. One must encounter challenges and rise after every fall to truly mature." In that moment, Gu Chen extended his right hand towards Zhang Liangyin, visibly pleased with her response. Congratulations, your answer has greatly satisfied me. I will ensure you achieve your dreams. As long as you are willing to put in the effort. The position of the leading artist in our company will always belong to you, and until you debut, we will not sign another female singer. I will instruct Manager Wu to prepare a new 10-year contract for you. You must also understand that even with sacrifices, the company will not easily allocate all resources to cultivate one individual, as we are a profit-driven entity. If we invest resources in you, you must generate revenue for the company. However, I can assure you that your interests will not be encroached upon, for I am always generous to my own. Detected suitable candidate, Zhang Liangyin, 19 years old, appearance rating 90, physique rating 93, health rating 95, character rating 91, comprehensive evaluation, envisioning her radiant presence on stage. Conquering her entirely is a notable achievement. Zhang Liangyin's current affection level, 61, affectionate. It seems that the promises made have effectively garnered the initial affection of this 19-year-old. And if things proceed well tonight, her affection may surpass 80. Gu Chen felt confident about this. I will have Manager Wu arrange a separate residence for you to ensure your comfort and safety, as well as provide you with your own vehicle and agent. By the way, you should discard those inexpensive clothes. From now on, everything, be it clothing or cosmetics, must be of the finest quality. If you do not spend the 500,000 tonight, you shall not sleep. This sum was a personal gift from him. Aside from purchasing clothes and cosmetics, the remainder was at her discretion. As I mentioned, I am quite generous to my own. This amount serves as your welcome gift. Zhang Liangyin's affection level, 20. You have received a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Legally transferred to your bank account. Zhang Liangyin's affection level, 81. Intimate, you have received a reward of 20 million for successful persuasion, legally transferred to your bank account. This illustrates the allure of wealth. Sometimes, a goddess who remains unattainable may relinquish her dignity for monetary gain. Places that one could never access in a lifetime can be freely traversed by the affluent. Naturally, Zhang Liangyin's swift rise in affection is also attributed to Gu Chen's youthful charm and talent, coupled with the enticing prospects he painted for her. 50,000 is such a casual sum to part with, so Gu Chen's promise to help realize one's dreams for a price must surely hold truth. Chapter 81. Accompanying Xia Shihan to school upon signing the new contract, Zhang Liangyin was immediately assigned her own exclusive manager and assistant, who took her on a shopping spree at the mall, focusing solely on exquisite luxury garments. The innate desire within every woman compelled Zhang Liangyin to covet beautiful clothing. Yet reason cautioned her that outfits priced in the thousands were extravagantly unaffordable, while those in the hundreds were equally appealing and of commendable quality, with no fear of damage or stains. Were it not for the watchful eyes of her manager and assistant, she might have easily succumbed to temptation. Nevertheless, the 50,000 bestowed by Gu Chen was rather generous, allowing her to purchase a considerable array of clothing, cosmetics, and 2 bags, leaving her with over 300,000. A sum she was reluctant to spend further. She planned to send 10,000 back to her parents, fearing that a larger amount might overwhelm them. Once she debuted as a star, she could rationally send more money home. The newly signed contract was straightforward, and the benefits and salary outlined within made Zhang Liangyin feel confident that even if she remained obscure, her basic wage and benefits would enable her to save over 1 million within a decade, emerging as a successful child in her family. Akin to the affluent woman her peers spoke of. Having reviewed Zhang Liangyin's profile, Gu Chen opted for a direct approach. Wielding the allure of dreams and money as a bargaining chip, combined with his own talent and youthful charm, believing that over time, winning her over would pose no difficulty. As for Tang Yan, their acquaintance warranted a different approach. During lunch, he had Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting excuse Lu Mingyao under the pretext of allowing women to connect emotionally, granting Gu Chen the opportunity to invite Tang Yan to lunch alone. However, he refrained from saying anything particularly special or taking advantage of her. The contract was signed, and there was no escape. He intended to sweeten her experience with a bit of bait, knowing she would surely desire the fame that his 2 rising stars, Yang Mi and Lu Shishir, would soon enjoy. In time, Tang Yan would undoubtedly come to him willingly. Prior to that, Gu Chen planned to elevate Zhang Liangyin's status, subtly letting Tang Yan discover that the newly signed talent could ascend to stardom due to her willingness to invest in her dreams. This dual strategy would ensure Tang Yan became a willing participant in his grand scheme. That evening, clad in expensive attire and makeup, Zhang Liangyin transformed from a Cinderella into a captivating princess, dressed in clothing that exuded allure. She sent Gu Chen a photograph via QQ, accompanied by the message, "Brother Chen, I am all cleaned up and prepared to pay the price. When will you come over? For Zhang Liangyin, having made her decision and accepted the funds, it was only natural to take the initiative to please him. She even researched ways to charm a wealthy, handsome, and talented man, approaching it with greater diligence than her first attempt at learning sheet music. However, Gu Chun was currently preoccupied, entertaining 3 secretaries as it was Lu Mingyao's first day in her new role, and he deemed it essential to welcome her properly. He promptly replied, "There's no rush. It would be far better to receive your gratitude when you are in the spotlight." Presently, Zhang Liangyin was merely an unknown girl, lacking significance. The sense of accomplishment would come when she had blossomed into a star under the limelight. This message brought relief and a hint of joy to Zhang Liangyin, confirming that Gu Chen's intentions were genuine and his promises held weight. In that moment, she felt her dignity preserved by Gu Chen. Zhang Liangyin's favorability. 5. You have received a cash reward of 500 yuan, which has been legally deposited into your bank account. To her surprise, such actions could indeed increase her favorability by 5 points. Gu Chen, taken aback, recognized that as favorability increased, it became increasingly difficult to achieve. Zhang Liangyin's favorability was rapidly approaching a romantic threshold of 90. Initially intending to cease communication with her, he found himself compelled to respond earnestly. After bidding her goodnight, he switched off his phone, unwilling to let anything disrupt the celebratory game prepared for Lu Mingyao. The following day, Gu Chen awoke feeling refreshed. While someone else was enduring a tumultuous time, oscillating between love and resentment towards him, prompting Lu Mingyao to seek solace from her family, specifically Lu Mingjia and Wang Jing. Yet, Gu Chen remained indifferent, confident that Lu Mingyao was well supported by her friends. Besides, she had been shy at first during the welcome game, but had ultimately engaged enthusiastically. Today, he needed to attend to Chunya and Xia Shihan, who had returned from their trip the previous day, but he had been unable to pick them up, so he had postponed it until now. Tomorrow marked the first day of September, the start of the school year. Xia Shihan was to report to Hangqing University, and as an apology for not picking her up, Gu Chun had promised to accompany her to the registration. The primary intention was to attend the opening ceremony of the new factory. Under the rapid pace of construction and his generous financial incentives, the first building had passed inspection and was ready for use, with production equipment installed. Everything was in place thanks to the expertise of the professional talent he had sourced through a recruiting agency, and they were poised to commence production of carbon fiber materials ranging from T300 to T600 following the ribbon-cutting ceremony. More advanced production equipment would be necessary for higher-grade materials, but Gu Chen currently lacked the means to acquire such expensive machinery, which could cost upwards of hundreds of millions. Moreover, producing exceptionally high-quality carbon fiber was not economically viable given the domestic consumption levels. That could be addressed later. Upon arriving at Chunya's home, as the door opened, Xia Shihan, enveloped in a fragrant aura, leapt into Gu Chen's embrace, lingering there as she clung to his arm, reluctant to let go. Chunya observed with a tender gaze, her longing masked beneath a facade of composure. While conversing with Gu Chen, Xia Shihan responded to messages in her class group chat, which drew Gu Chen's attention to her phone for the first time. It was the latest model from Samsung, capable of running simple online games, prompting a thought to spring to Gu Chen's mind amidst his busy foray into the entertainment industry, the smartphone market. Even though Nokia remained popular and had not yet gone under, Samsung had nearly monopolized the high-end market in the country. It was said that consumers were akin to deities. Yet the treatment of domestic smartphone users was entirely different from that of their foreign counterparts. Meanwhile, domestic brands were struggling to survive in a tight market, claiming a mere fraction of the market share. The smartphone sector represented a significant opportunity, not just domestically but globally. If he aimed to outmaneuver Taobao, he would inevitably contend with the powerful presence of SoftBank. Now was the opportune moment to enter the smartphone arena, especially while Apple was still preoccupied across the ocean. Furthermore, with his current resources, he could certainly exchange for technologies to rapidly enhance domestic smartphones. While the initial investment in smartphones would be substantial, collaboration was a viable option. Oh, if memory serves, Lei Jun, the future head of Xiaomi, was still struggling to launch his venture at this point, wasn't he? Chapter 82. Program collaboration as was customary. After lulling Xia Shihan to sleep, Gu Chen ventured into Chunya's room, refraining from taking advantage of the long-awaited return of Xia Shihan. The situation was not merely due to the complicated feelings that Chunya had regarding her relationship with Xia Shihan. This time, it was purely a matter of Xia Shihan's physiological cycle preventing her from indulging in her cravings. Having not accompanied Chunya for quite some time, Gu Chen felt somewhat reluctant to leave in the middle of the night. He could only allow himself to drift into slumber, hoping that sleep would quell his thoughts. The following day, he accompanied Chen and Xia Shihan on a flight to Hangzhou, while arranging for Zhang Liangyin to join the three secretaries on their journey to the same city. Gu Chen intended to manage affairs in Hangzhou before heading directly to Lu Mengjia's hometown, where he would navigate interactions with her parents and relatives. As Lu Mengjia assured him she would handle her family matters. This was a prearranged agreement, and he had no intention of seeking excuses to backtrack. In truth, the so-called trip to Lu Mengjia's hometown for a wedding was merely a family gathering at a hotel for a meal, without any elaborate wedding ceremony planned. As for bringing along the two secretaries, Tong Wenwen and Li Yunting, it was Lu Mengjia's own request, and the three shared a close bond. After all, they had dined together, worked together, shopped together, and even faced challenges together. Bringing Zhang Liangyin along carried a deeper significance. To put it plainly, it was to observe whether the naive 19-year-old could elevate her stature in a more advantageous manner. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, Gu Chen first escorted them to the school before heading to the industrial park. Director Wang Yongfeng, who had previously hosted Gu Chen, was also present for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The first factory had just completed construction and passed inspection, with equipment valued in the millions being brought in for production. There were numerous other factories and industrial land yet to be developed, which would contribute significantly to Wang Yongfeng's political achievements, facilitating his aspirations for advancement. Following the ceremony, Wang Yongfeng personally introduced Gu Chen to Wu Pan, the deputy director of Hangzhou Television, with whom they had arranged to dine. Gu Chen brought only Zhang Liangyin along, having informed her beforehand to cultivate a sense of intimacy at the dinner table to garner greater attention from their host. Wang Yongfeng enthusiastically introduced the two, and after a few drinks, Wu Pan could no longer contain his curiosity. He was aware that Gu Chen was not just any wealthy individual, but someone of considerable means, indicating his intent to invest a substantial sum in a collaborative program with Hangzhou Television, aiming to rival the immensely popular talent shows such as Supergirl and Superboy. He directly inquired about Gu Chen's plans for this partnership. Gu Chen described a singing competition program, Huaxia Good Voice, which would differ from previous iterations by selecting 4 renowned and popular celebrities as mentors who would choose contestants based solely on their auditory talents, without seeing them. Gu Chen recounted the initial success of the Chinese version of The Voice, noting that the company had already registered the project, thus alleviating concerns about Wu Pan potentially plagiarizing the concept for independent production. Individuals who had reached such a position would not resort to such folly. Wu Pan, recognizing Gu Chen's vision and insight, felt increasingly intrigued by the program as he pondered its potential. Gu Chen's Huaxiao Good Voice was indeed promising, and Wu Pan expressed enthusiasm for collaborating on the venture, inquiring about the specifics of their partnership. Gu Chen clarified that the program was already registered, and the television station would only hold broadcasting rights. He would exclusively sponsor the first season with a sum of 100 million, assuring Wu Pan that they need not worry about securing sponsorship for the stage. Regarding other advertising revenue, he proposed a 30% share. The three individuals at the table were momentarily taken aback. 100 million in 2004 was indeed a staggering amount. Wang Yongfeng felt compelled to be even more cordial and accommodating towards Gu Chen, while Wu Pan's breath quickened. With his superior nearing retirement and a rival equally matched, securing the position depended on their forthcoming performances. A sponsorship of 100 million could easily tip the scales in his favor, regardless of the program's quality. The notion of a 30% share of advertising revenue was instinctively overlooked by Wu Pan, as the primary income from a show typically stemmed from sponsorships. With Gu Chen already committing 100 million, the advertising revenue became an insignificant concern. Furthermore, should he refuse, the opportunity would vanish, and the sponsorship would likely be diverted to another television station. Wu Pan, beaming with enthusiasm, felt an overwhelming urge to finalize the agreement with Gu Chen immediately. With the 100 million secured, Gu Chen would have no reason to reconsider. Sensing Wu Pan's eagerness, Gu Chen promptly presented the prepared contract. The document was straightforward and transparent, allowing for a quick assessment of any potential pitfalls. After reviewing the contract without issue, Wu Pan swiftly signed it on the table. They exchanged handshakes and toasts, transforming their relationship from formal titles to a more familiar camaraderie. After a substantial meal, Gu Chen introduced Zhang Liangyin. He mentioned that she was an artist from his company and that Huaxiao Good Voice was the program intended to launch her career. He assured Wu Pan that her talent, coupled with his support, would guarantee her victory in the competition. While Wu Pan's reaction was subdued, Zhang Liangyin was moved to tears, realizing that her boss had gone to such lengths, securing a program and investing 100 million in sponsorship, all to ensure her success. Such a boss, young, handsome, wealthy, talented, and so considerate, made her heart swell with thoughts of wanting to marry Gu Chun and start a family with him. The system notified Gu Chun of Zhang Liangyin's increasing favorability, translating into substantial monetary rewards deposited into his bank account. The sponsorship for the program had already returned half of the investment, and its effectiveness was yielding remarkable results, nearly winning over the young and impressionable Zhang Liangyin entirely. Gu Chun believed that winning her affection would be a simple matter, and he suspected that a romantic encounter would seal the deal. Ultimately, it felt as though he had spent nothing, having gained a promising program with immense potential for profitability, along with a future star singer, all while promoting his own burgeoning brand. In such a scenario, he emerged victorious on all fronts. He also discussed with Wu Pan the airing of the nearly completed drama, Gui Shun, on Hangzhou television, with the station determining the pricing, promising not to haggle. Given the minimal cost involved, particularly with the rewards gained from the system through the conquest of Lu Shishir, Gu Chun was poised to profit significantly. The connection established through the 100 million sponsorship made the airing of a television drama seem trivial. Wu Pan confidently assured him that once the current series concluded in 2 weeks, the primetime slot would be reserved for Gu Chun's Gui Shun. The 2-week interval was advantageous for Gu Chun, as he could promote the already prepared song, Qian Yan Lei, without any detrimental impact on its reception. After exiting the hotel, Zhang Liangyin, linking her arm with Gu Chen's, suggested, "Brother Chun, you've had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps you should rest in the hotel room." Gu Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while no explicit regulations existed, drinking and driving was inherently unsafe. Upon entering the hotel room and closing the door, Zhang Liangyin eagerly approached, her passionate kiss nearly overwhelming Gu Chun, who had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. He hurriedly declined, expressing that his initial intentions remained unchanged. He believed that it would be far more fulfilling to pursue her once Zhang Liangyin had become a dazzling star, adored by many men as a radiant goddess. Of course, he did not convey this sentiment too bluntly. Instead, he gently remarked, "Do not be like this. I have said that I will willingly embrace you when you become a great star." He added, "I am quite willing even now, but I still yearn for you to shine brightly as a star and become my woman." This declaration caused Zhang Liangyin's eyes to glisten with unshed tears, and her cheeks flushed as she responded, "I have researched how to please someone like Chen Gu. Many have said that a man cannot resist a woman who humbles herself for love before him." Saying this, Zhang Liangyin pulled Gu Chun onto the sofa, marking the first time she bowed to love. This time, Gu Chun did not refuse. Instead, he closed his eyes to savor the moment. Chapter 83. Busyness and Ambition. Gu Chun personally escorted Zhang Liangyin to the airport before spending several hours alone with Chunya. He then returned to the hotel where his 3 secretaries were staying. The following day, in order to save time, he set off for the hometown of the Lu sisters, Lu Mingjia and Lu Mengyao. Once he had settled matters there, Gu Chun intended to resolve Wang Jing's situation as well, for they were all part of the same circle of friends, and it would be unfair to treat them differently. With the film's release approaching, he could not afford to linger in Hangzhou any longer. Upon reaching Qingshan County, Gu Chun checked into the hotel designated for the wedding ceremony. On the 3rd day, during the wedding, Lu Mingjia did not don an ostentatious white gown, but rather a traditional Chinese attire. The county head, Lei Yun, attended the banquet alongside several local leaders. Aware that Gu Chun understood the significance of Lei's personal support, Gu Chun struck up a conversation with Lei Yun at the wedding banquet. County head Lei, attracting investment is indeed a swift means to foster the county's economic growth. However, the specific limitations of Qingshan County render such endeavors nearly impossible. Even if we manage to attract businesses, they are often those that others have rejected, typically with severe environmental repercussions. In truth, Qingshan County is an ancient city with commendable environmental conditions. Gu Chun proposed a different direction for development, echoing the adage that clear waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets. He suggested promoting tourism and establishing agritourism and fruit orchards to entice urban dwellers. The burgeoning domestic tourism sector would undoubtedly yield significant economic benefits, making it a fitting strategy for Qingshan County. Lei Yun smiled wryly, recognizing Gu Chen's insight. He knew that if development were to take off, the prospects would be bright. But the issue lay in funding. Qingshan County lacked the economic clout to invest heavily in the tourism sector initially. Naturally, he could not expect Gu Chun to shoulder the financial burden, as the required capital was immense. Without several hundred million, even the thought of commencing such projects seemed far-fetched. County head Lei, I assure you that I will invest in the future tourism projects of Qingshan County, with my initial contribution not falling below 1 billion. However, I need you to address some preliminary matters, and you must find ways to encourage local farmers to cultivate fruit trees. Do not worry about sales. I will handle that. Once Lu Xiangdong's e-commerce platform is established and logistics are in place, when the first batch of fruits matures, we will synchronize its launch with my proprietary online shopping platform, Chuangming Shopping. This will undoubtedly facilitate the absorption of the local fruit output. To transform Qingshan County into a tourist destination, mere scenic spots are insufficient. The area must also boast unique offerings. For instance, once fruit cultivation expands, a free fruit picking festival could be organized. Once visitors arrive, they will naturally stimulate local consumption. Upon hearing Gu Chen's promise of a 10 billion investment in Qingshan County's tourism future, Lei Yun swallowed hard, vowing to secure this investment at all costs. As for fruit tree cultivation, he could only smile helplessly. I have considered it, but the farmers simply cannot afford large-scale tree planting, and expert guidance is necessary. Which is challenging. I can provide a fund of 50 million to assist fruit farmers, but those who receive this support must sign a future purchase contract with me. I would appreciate your personal oversight in this matter, County Head Lei. For Gu Chen, this was a forward-looking investment. He was confident that the funds would not be wasted, as future returns would multiply significantly. As for the promised 10 billion investment in Qingshan County tourism, he did not specify an immediate time frame. It could be next year or the year after. However, he anticipated that investment would commence next year. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Lei Yun beamed with joy, exclaiming, not a bother at all. If this initiative were to materialize, the future prosperity of Qingshan County's fruit farmers would be attributed to him, a lasting achievement that could be celebrated for years to come. Gu Chen had already prepared detailed documents for Lei Yun, showcasing the power of money. With a mere command, many would handle the logistics on his behalf. Gu Chen's words delighted not only Lei Yun but also the other leaders attending the wedding banquet, who eagerly showered him with flattery. This was precisely the outcome Gu Chen desired, elevating the reputation of Lu's parents while also addressing the relatives of the Lu family. He had strategically planned for Lu's parents to take the lead in establishing a construction company. If funds were insufficient, they could seek a bank loan. It was impossible for him to provide direct financial support. However, with his connections, securing a bank loan would be feasible. The future development of Qingshan County would undoubtedly require various construction projects, providing Lu's relatives with a pathway to wealth. Future investments could directly benefit the company established by the Lu family, provided that the quality of construction met stringent standards. Any instances of cutting corners would not be tolerated. As such behavior would lead to repeat offenses, a zero-tolerance policy was imperative, and advance warnings needed to be communicated clearly. This could also serve as a form of compensation for Lu Mingyao. By intertwining their interests with both fame and fortune, any potential rifts between the two sisters could be mitigated. After addressing matters in Qingshan County, Gu Chen promptly made his way to Wang Jing's home. Wang Jing's parents owned a modest clothing store, and she had a younger brother. Living in the county town, their shop was family-owned, and the business was relatively prosperous, allowing Wang Jing's family to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle. For Wang Jing, Gu Chen encouraged her to voice her desires. However, she asked for nothing. To alleviate any feelings of indebtedness, Gu Chen directly invested 30 million in constructing a shopping mall in the county, placing it under Wang Jing's name. The future profits of the mall would be solely at her discretion. Having settled matters with Wang Jing, Gu Chen returned to Lincheng on September 11th. Just days before the premiere of the film those years, the company had already launched promotional efforts through various channels. On September 12th, the much-anticipated Chen Yan Lei, a promotional song for the ghostly drama, was officially uploaded, with the foundation laid by previous songs. Chen Yan Lei quickly soared into the new song charts on its first day, inciting ire among various singers who privately cursed the artist Chen Yang. Gu Chen remained blissfully unaware of this, and even if he had known, he would not have been concerned. On September 13th, the Hangzhou television station informed him that the prime-time slot for the ghostly drama had been secured, with broadcasts set to commence on the 16th at a rate of 400,000 per episode. Meanwhile, preparations for Huaxia Haosheng Yin were also nearing completion, with recording scheduled for the 20th and the first airing coinciding with the National Day holiday, offering a perfect opportunity to showcase 2 episodes and garner a loyal fanbase. Thus far, 2 of the 4 mentors had been confirmed, Han Hong and Lu Huan. Gu Chen felt a sense of foreboding, for this signified that he would be exceedingly busy this September. With the system at his disposal, he ought to be merely indulging in frivolities and revelries. Yet there lingered a fear of its potential disappearance one day. Moreover, his ambitions were burgeoning. The simplicity of casual romances and amusement had lost its allure. He aspired to amass wealth and become a financial magnate. a figure of such stature that various enchanting women would willingly seek his favor without him needing to extend a hand. He envisioned himself as the wealthiest and most powerful individual in the world, establishing a family dynasty that would endure for millennia. Chapter 84. Opening day box office. The day of the film's release arrived swiftly. While the cast predominantly consisted of newcomers, the only well-known individual was Yang Mi, who had briefly gained fame through a song. Nevertheless, the fervent promotion of the song and its accompanying music video had generated considerable buzz around the film. The official release on the 15th coincided with a Friday. Yang Mi had taken a leave of absence from school to accompany Gu Chen to the cinema, while Lu Shishir had intended to join them but was dissuaded by Gu Chen, who feared the potential awkwardness. However, Lu Shishir still managed to send Gu Chen a photograph of the three of them waiting in line with their tickets. As for Tang Yan, she had arranged for herself, Mao Xiaodong, and Yuan Shan to attend together, with the company reserving an entire screening room sufficient for all employees of Chunyang Xinu to enjoy the film, naturally ensuring that none had to pay out of pocket. Gu Chen led Yang Mi to a lesser-known cinema to observe the reactions of ordinary viewers after watching the film, thus allowing him to hold her intimately without fear of being seen by company staff. Gu Chen couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. As the time arrived, the lights dimmed in the theater, and the title "Those Years We Chased Together" illuminated the screen. Gu Chen felt Yang Mi subconsciously grip his arm tighter, her fingers trembling slightly. "Nervous?" he whispered in her ear. Yang Mi nodded, her eyes sparkling in the darkness. "This is my first time as the leading lady." The film commenced with Gu clad in a suit and tie, and as the storyline unfolded, the audience was reminded of their own youthful experiences in school. As the plot progressed, the reactions in the theater grew more fervent. During the latter half, when the adult Ku Jingtung attended Shun Jiai's wedding, a melancholic atmosphere enveloped the room. As the closing song played and the lights illuminated the space, Gu Chen was astonished to see several audience members still seated, some quietly wiping away tears that had fallen unbidden. The poignant lyrics of the song echoed the bittersweet essence of youth, missed opportunities in love, and the longing to convey that one had not forgotten. Upon exiting the cinema, Gu Chen and Yang Mi strolled leisurely down the street, cherishing this rare moment of solitude together. After half an hour, Gu Chen's phone vibrated incessantly. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Wu Shanshan and answered promptly. "Mr. Gu, I have received feedback from various cinemas. The film Those Years has been exceptionally well received, especially by those who came due to the song and music video. Many viewers expressed that they saw their own youth reflected in the film. The online response is overwhelmingly positive, and I have arranged for some promotional support." Gu Chen switched to speaker mode to let Yang Mi listen. "Shall we celebrate with a lavish meal?" Yang Mi teased, playfully shaking Gu Chen's arm. He playfully tapped her on the head, reminding her, "You must maintain your figure. After all, you're destined to be a star." Yang Mi pouted. "Being a star can be quite burdensome. There are so many delectable foods I long to indulge in, yet I must refrain. Each time I step on the scale, I dread the prospect of gaining weight." As they passed a bustling shopping mall, they noticed the LED screens repeatedly showcasing trailers for Those Years. A girl tugged at her companion's arm, urging, "Let us go see the movie." After hearing the song and watching the music video, "I can't wait to see how it differs from our experiences in school." Another boy, seemingly intoxicated, insisted on going to watch the film, reminiscing about a confession letter he had written years ago. This scene played out in numerous major cities across the country, with many college students contributing to the film's box office. After lunch, Gu Chen escorted Yang Mi to the airport, reminding her to remain humble and dedicated to her studies, avoiding arrogance, and informing her of an upcoming promotional tour. In the early hours of the 16th, Gu Chen, accompanied by 3 secretaries, was engaged in a game while awaiting updates. As soon as the statistics were compiled, Wu Shanshan called him with exciting news. "Mr. Gu, we have nearly 5 million in box office earnings on the first day for Those Years. Our company's inaugural film has become a sensation." The domestic film market of 2004 was not as lucrative as it would become over the next decade, with box office earnings being considerably lower and the number of theaters scarce. Thus, achieving 500,000 in box office revenue was quite commendable. Gu Chen was elated, not merely for the profits, which he deemed negligible, but because he had won his bet with Yang Mi, eager to share the news with Yang Mi. He sent her a message. "Hee, Xiao Mimi, the first day box office is almost 5 million. You've lost. Prepare to wear that wedding dress for our next meeting." 5 million. Yang Mi nearly exclaimed in her dormitory, realizing the implications of such a high opening day revenue. It meant that she, as the lead actress, would soon attain greater recognition. Her heart raced with excitement, and despite her bravado regarding the wager, she declared, "The 40 million mark hasn't been reached yet. Once it is, I will uphold my end of the bargain. I have to go now. My roommate is waking up. Blushing, she quickly turned off her phone, relieved that no one could see her. Chen chuckled at her response, eagerly anticipating the day they would surpass 40 million in box office receipts. Envisioning Yang Mi in her wedding dress, stepping into their new life together. Fueled by excitement, he grabbed Li Yunting, the first to retire for the night, and dove into another round of gaming. Chapter 85, The Divine. The shock of the carbon fiber fishing rod merely confirmed to Chen that the bet with Yang Mi could be won effortlessly. While the profits from the film those years were insignificant compared to Chen's potential pursuit of a stunning beauty. However, this film serves as the foundational first brick for establishing a colossal entertainment empire in the future. More than the film itself, Chen was far more concerned about the performance of the television drama Gui Shun after its broadcast on Hangzhou television, particularly since it featured seamless advertisements for his fishing rods. Furthermore, Chuangming Shopping Network had already positioned itself as the exclusive official sales channel for Chuangming fishing rods, rendering it a unique product on the shopping platform. Lu Qiangdong had arranged a professional team to prepare, and although he was unaware of Chen's intentions, he felt it imperative to execute the directives of his financial backer with utmost precision. The song Qian Yan Lei was already of exceptional quality, arguably a classic, and with Chen's extraordinary lyrical skills acquired from the system, its popularity was entirely anticipated. The promotional music video significantly boosted the attention towards the drama. Discussions on the internet specifically targeting the persona Chen Yang and Chen had already emerged, with dedicated forums gathering millions of netizens engaged in various discussions. In just over 2 months, 5 songs had been released, each achieving remarkable success, especially the 3 sung by Chen Yang, which were played everywhere in the streets. The cumulative impact of these songs was such that 5 out of the top 10 songs on major music streaming platforms were related to Chen Yang, with Tonghua having been released the longest, occupying the first position, followed by those years. Qian Yan Lei ascended at an astonishing rate, breaking into the 10th position on the current music charts within just a few days. On that day, Chen hurriedly flew to Hangzhou with 3 secretaries, anticipating the arrival of distinguished guests, marking the beginning of his network in this territory, a future pillar of support in this vast world. As evening fell, during the prime-time slot on Hangzhou television, the first episode of Gui Shun premiered, featuring Lu Shishir in exquisite ancient attire, akin to a celestial being, guaranteed to capture the audience's attention immediately. However, Chen's primary concern lay with the second episode, particularly whether the segment promoting his fishing rods could entice the esteemed guests. He Chang, a seasoned fishing enthusiast from the Sichuan Chongqing region, was a man who tolerated many things for the sake of his wife except when it came to fishing. He staunchly upheld the dignity of a fisherman, unafraid even if his wife transformed into a fierce creature. That evening, he personally prepared his wife's favorite dishes, willingly washed the dishes, cleaned the floors, and even brought a plate of fruit to her, feeding her while watching television together. One might assume this was an expression of love towards his wife, but after years of marriage and with their child now in elementary school, they had developed a brotherly bond, a pure friendship devoid of romantic notions. Their relationship was transactional. He was determined to go night fishing that evening, with his wife's approval merely a formality, as his return depended solely on his mood and the conditions of the fish. His wife, eager for the premiere of Gui Shun, had been drawn to the drama by the song Qian Yan Lei and its music video, and she had also watched the recently released film those years. She could be considered a fan of Chen's music. Captivated by the first episode of Gui Shun, she found herself increasingly enchanted by the plot, actors, and the costumes, especially when the male lead, portrayed by the ancient costume heartthrob Jiao Enjuan, made his entrance, nearly exclaiming "my husband" in reference to another ancient beauty on screen in front of her own husband. Initially indifferent towards television dramas, He Chang gradually found himself enjoying this one, feeling it far surpassed many others. As the drama progressed into the second episode, Lu Shishir, now reincarnated as a modern female lead, appeared. The scene depicted the mist hovering over the river as Lu Shishir approached, spotting her father, who was intently focused on the water, oblivious to her approach. "Dad, have you been fishing all night again?" Lu Shishir called out in exasperation. Her father turned, fatigue evident on his face, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Just a couple more casts, just 2 more. He Chang immediately thought, wait, the female lead's father is a fisherman too? The portrayal seemed incredibly authentic. Soon, the drama continued, with Lu Shishir sighing and sitting beside her father, curiously observing the slender fishing rod. "Is this a fishing rod? It's so light, can it catch fish?" "This is carbon fiber," her father replied, suddenly invigorated, proudly raising his chin. the domestically developed Chuangming series, a high-tech product. He Chong, a seasoned fishing enthusiast well aware of carbon fiber rods, was astonished. Most carbon fiber fishing rods on the market were imported and prohibitively expensive. Many fishermen like him had longed for a domestically produced carbon fiber rod to reduce prices and benefit millions of fishing enthusiasts in the country. Instantly, He Chong lost interest in the subsequent plot, rushing to his study to search for information on domestic carbon fiber fishing rods, particularly the Chuangming series. He quickly discovered Chuangming Shopping Network, where the prices for the Chuangming series were only half that of foreign imports, coupled with a quality guarantee. If the rod broke while fishing within the weight limit promised by the official guarantee, they would replace it for free. He promptly ordered 2 rods of different lengths to try, receiving a confirmation message, "Order successful. Delivery is expected within 1 week to the address provided. If not received within a week, a full refund will be issued, and the items will be free of charge." Currently, Lu Qiangdong's logistics warehouse was still under construction. But large warehouses had been established in the capitals of over 20 provinces in the country, equipped with logistics vehicles. Deliveries could generally reach city levels within a day, although they might require postal services for specific recipients. County-level deliveries would take a bit longer, but not exceeding 3 to 4 days, with items sent to local postal stations for collection by the buyers. He was astounded that not only could these fishing rods be ordered online, but if they did not arrive within a week, a full refund was guaranteed, essentially allowing one to obtain a fishing rod for free. This was the 3rd time He Chong had exclaimed in disbelief, quickly sharing the information in his fishing groups and forums, only to find that many others were already discussing this news. It could be said that the innovative purchasing method and the promise of free shipping had propelled the Chuangming series carbon fiber fishing rods into the spotlight online. Moreover, the premiere of Guishun on Hangzhou television achieved astounding ratings, surpassing 2, with the 2nd episode nearing 3. With dual promotion from both television and online platforms, it was nearly impossible for nations, currently restricted by Western powers regarding carbon fiber, to remain oblivious. Chapter 86. The first initiative of the celestial being, while Gu Chun awaited a call from the nation. He could not have anticipated that the call would come from a most unexpected individual, Lu Tianxian. Since the last serendipitous encounter with Lu Tianxian at the airport, Gu Chun, having secretly added Lu Tianxian on Xie without informing Lu Mu, has only taken the initiative to send a message stating, "I am Gu Chun." Beyond that, he has not reached out to her again. Although the youthful Tianxian is indeed a breathtaking beauty, Gu Chun considers himself to be equally admirable, feeling no need to curry favor and appear as a sycophant. However, whenever he releases a new song, Lu Tianxian often engages him in conversation, complimenting the beauty of his music and even inquiring if he has any songs that would suit her. Gu Chun, who possesses a system mall, certainly has suitable songs, yet he feigns a lack of inspiration for the time being. Lu Tianxian, not overly concerned, is intrigued by the music videos related to the film Na Xian Yin and the drama Guishun. On the first day of their release, she was too busy, so she decided to watch Na Xian Yin at the cinema today and finish the first 2 episodes of Guishun at home. This led her to ponder that Gu Chun, unexpectedly young and handsome, not only sings beautifully, but also produces splendid dramas and films, making him truly unmatched among his peers. In the credits of Na Xian Yin, Gu Chen's name is listed among the directors, albeit in a nominal capacity. Yet his name precedes that of the young director responsible for the entire filming process. To the public, it is perfectly reasonable to attribute the film to Gu Chun. He has also contributed to some parts of the production. Although he was occupied with the drama, he remained accessible for any issues during the filming and oversaw the editing process to ensure quality. Most importantly, he is both the screenwriter and the financier. Reflecting on the attitude she had during their chats since adding Gu Chun as a friend, Lu Tianxian resolved to reach out to him more frequently, hoping to foster a good relationship that might lead to future collaborations in television and film. A simple message or phone call wouldn't require much effort and time, and a modest investment of her energy could yield unexpected rewards. Initially, Lu Tianxian intended to send Gu Chun a message, but suddenly realized that it had been quite a while since they last spoke on the phone. Seizing the moment, she decided that a call would demonstrate her sincerity more effectively. As the phone rang, Gu Chun, having just returned to his hotel room after a shower, hesitated to engage his secretary in a game, fearing he might receive an important call. Upon seeing the incoming call from a familiar number, he took a deep breath to prepare himself and answered, "Hello, this is Gu Chun. May I ask who is calling?" "Good evening, Director Gu. I wonder if you can recognize my voice," came Lu Tianxian's playful tone from the other end. Gu Chun immediately recognized her voice. Though he raised his eyebrows in surprise, Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, "You are listed as Tianxian in my contacts, so how could I fail to recognize your voice?" Liu Yi Fui Haogandu 8. Yu Huoda 800 Bishangjin Jiangli. Yi Fufar Weiru, Nida Mingsha, Yinhang Zhangdu. The system's notification was an unexpected delight for Gu Chen. Previously, during their discussions about music, Liu Tianxian had only managed to increase his favorability by a couple of points. He had not anticipated that a casual compliment would elevate her favorability by 8 points. If any woman enjoys hearing praise regarding her beauty, Liu Tianxian responded, "Who could be as beautiful as you claim?" With a more pronounced, playful tone. She continued, "I initially admired your songs as a little fan, but I was unprepared for how captivating your films and dramas would be. Especially the lead actress in that drama. You portrayed her so beautifully that I felt rather inferior by comparison. There is no need for such exaggeration. The lead actress is merely a 16-year-old girl named Liu Shishir, whose looks are not as striking as yours. I simply utilized some clever lens filters. If you were to take on the role of the lead, the outcome would undoubtedly surpass that of Liu Shishir." Gu Chen felt no pressure in praising Liu Tianxian by comparing her favorably to Liu Shishir, who was unaware of his comments. Liu Yifui Haogandu 2. Yuhuodu 200 Shanjin Jiangli. Yifufar Weiru, Nida Mingsha, Yinhang Zhangdu. See how effective that was? Gu Chen mused. If he were on the phone with Liu Shishir, he would undoubtedly have no qualms about complimenting Liu Tianxian's beauty to her. Only a truly oblivious man would dare to praise another woman in front of one. Really? Perhaps next time, you could let me try a few shots? Liu Tianxian's heart raced slightly. She was unsure how to navigate this conversation, as her mother typically handled such matters. Thus, devoid of any ulterior motives or subtlety. She merely expressed her excitement at Gu Chen's compliments, allowing her enthusiasm to slip out in her eagerness. Before she could clarify, Gu Chen interjected, "Sure, let's chat sometime at the end of the month or next month. I have a role in a drama that would suit you quite well, and I plan to begin filming in October or November for a summer release next year." Liu Tianxian felt a twinge of disappointment. Her mother had long desired for her to make her debut on the big screen, yet there had never been a suitable opportunity. She had hoped to secure a supporting role in Gu Chen's film, only to discover it was a drama. However, since she had already broached the subject, Gu Chen's agreement could not be retracted. She looked forward to collaborating with such a talented and dashing young director. "That sounds perfect. I will make sure to clear my schedule at the end of the month. I will call my mother right away and tell her not to accept any roles, so I can reserve this opportunity for you." Liu Tianxian hurriedly ended the call, fully aware that her studies would take precedence. But she felt it necessary to convey her seriousness toward Gu Chen. After concluding her conversation with Liu Tianxian, Gu Chen checked the message from Wu Shanshan, realizing that Liu Tianxian had obtained his phone number from her. Meanwhile, as Liu Tianxian hung up, Lu Mu emerged from the bathroom, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter. "Chanqian, did I just hear you mention Director Gu? Which director do you know privately?" Lu Mu warned. "Many male directors approach you with ulterior motives, thinking that your youth and beauty make you easy to deceive. You are not yet at the right stage for romance." Lu Mu had never heard her daughter speak in such a coy manner to any man, immediately raising her guard, fearing that her daughter might be naive enough to fall for a smooth talker. "It's not as serious as you think. I merely met that singer, Gu Chen, at the airport last time. He also sang the songs Na Xian Nian Xian Nian Lei, and the movie and drama we watched today were both produced by him. I decided to give him a call, and he actually offered me the chance to audition for the lead role in his upcoming drama. Ah, so it's him. His films and dramas are quite impressive. Chanqian, your instincts are indeed correct. It is wise to engage with such a talented young director." In that moment, the double standard was vividly apparent on Lu Mu's face. Chapter 87. Establishing a persona, returning home from the laboratory shortly after 10 at night. Han Chengwei contemplated whether he should take advantage of his rare day off tomorrow to go out and practice his shooting. He had been so engrossed in experiments with carbon fiber that he had not had a proper break in ages. Had it not been for equipment issues in the lab, he might not have had the luxury of a day off at all. The predicament lies in the fact that carbon fiber is being tightly controlled by the West, with high-end carbon fiber products being withheld from the market while the lower-end versions are sold domestically at prices 50 higher than those on the international market. This is considered a relatively fair approach, as it reflects an underlying exploitation of the fact that domestic manufacturers are unable to produce such advanced materials. Everyone is holding their breath and mustering all their energy. After a day of rest, unable to venture far, the only option left is to go fishing. Upon returning home, Han Chengwei opens his computer, eager to inquire among his fellow fishing enthusiasts about the recent fishing conditions in the vicinity. To his surprise, he finds a lively discussion regarding carbon fiber fishing rods, particularly those developed and produced independently within the country, which captures Han Qing's undivided attention. Changmeng Gowang. His fingers tremble over the keyboard as he repeatedly refreshes the page of Changmeng Gowang. Fixated on the model priced at a mere 298 yuan for the Changmeng Yidai 34 carbon fiber fishing rod. As a researcher at the Materials Institute and a fishing aficionado, he understands all too well what this price signifies. A comparable 1 meter carbon fiber fishing rod on the international market would cost no less than 1,000 yuan. Of course, this is merely the price aimed at domestic fishing enthusiasts. He hurriedly picks up the phone to call Chief Engineer Chen, thinking that upon hearing this news, the latter would undoubtedly be so excited that he might lose sleep over it. Perhaps even flying overnight to Chongqing for an on-site examination of the production base for Changmeng fishing rods. The call is quickly answered, and the fatigued voice of Chief Engineer Chen comes through. Hello, Xiao Han, why are you calling me so late? Han Qingwei can no longer contain his excitement and exclaims, Chief Engineer, it's here. We have carbon fiber. A domestic private enterprise has independently developed and produced carbon fiber. Wait, what did you say? A domestic private enterprise has developed carbon fiber? The tone of Chief Engineer Chen suddenly elevates by several decibels, interrupting Han Qingwei with fervent disbelief. I'm not joking, it's true. The factory is located in the industrial park of Angcheng. Just check the Changmeng Gowang, you'll see. Before Han Qingwei can finish his sentence, the call is abruptly terminated. A minute later, Chief Engineer Chen calls back. Prepare yourself, we are going to Fangcheng together. We will fly overnight. No, at this hour, we won't find any commercial flights. I will notify the military. We will take a military aircraft to Fangcheng. Wait at home for someone to come and pick you up. If we can procure carbon fiber from Hangcheng, I will remember your contribution. The military, which has been eagerly anticipating a breakthrough in domestic carbon fiber technology, is initially shocked and incredulous upon receiving Chief Engineer Chen's call. After verifying the information on Changmeng Gowang and confirming the details from Hangcheng, they hastily arrange for personnel to accompany and provide full protection for Chief Engineer Chen as they travel to Fangcheng. The journey from the military airport to Fangcheng's general airport takes merely about 2 hours, and by the time they arrive, it is already past midnight. The group quickly boards a vehicle prepared in advance and heads to Gu Chen's factory. Meanwhile, there is little commotion in Hangcheng. Upon obtaining Gu Chen's phone number, they make contact and inform him of their identity, requesting him to wait at the factory. At 12:21 a.m., Gu Chen stands at the factory entrance, feeling the cool night breeze that fails to dissipate his inner fervor. 2 military vehicles slowly enter the factory area, their headlights slicing through the darkness, casting elongated shadows on the concrete floor. As the doors open, the first to step out is an elderly gentleman with graying hair, yet brimming with vitality. Gu Chen instantly recognizes him as the esteemed materials science expert, Chief Engineer Chen. Apologies for disturbing you at this late hour, he says. Chief Engineer Chen strides forward, grasping Gu Chen's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. We can no longer wait for dawn. We must confirm this carbon fiber technology immediately. Gu Chen smiles gently. Your words are too kind, Chief Engineer. It is my honor to contribute to the advancement of our national technology. Please follow me to the production workshop. The group follows Gu Chen into the factory. Among the military representatives, a colonel with 2 stars on his epaulets remains vigilant, his gaze sweeping continuously around the vicinity. Gu Chen notices the outline of a firearm bulging at the colonel's waist, causing his heart to race. This is our core production area. Gu Chen pushes open a heavy dust-proof door, revealing a well-lit expanse. Dozens of precision machines are neatly arranged, and several technicians are still working late into the night, adjusting the equipment. Chief Engineer Chen nearly lunges toward the nearest machine, his fingers trembling as they glide over its surface. Is this the self-designed carbon fiber pre-oxidation furnace? The temperature control system can achieve an accuracy of 1 degree? Indeed, Gu Chen nods. We have employed a novel temperature control algorithm in conjunction with our self-developed sensor network, allowing us to precisely regulate the oxidation level of each fiber segment. Han Qinghui can barely contain himself as he picks up a finished fishing rod and retrieves a portable testing device from his briefcase. Chief Engineer, let me first measure the basic parameters. The display screen of the testing device flickers rapidly with data. Han Qinghui's eyes widen in astonishment. The tensile strength has already reached T500 level. The laboratory falls into a hushed silence. Everyone holding their breath as Chief Engineer Chen seizes the testing device to verify the data himself, his fingers trembling with excitement. T500? Chief Engineer Chen murmurs, taken aback. The carbon fiber technology here exceeds his expectations. Suddenly, he turns to Gu Chen, his eyes gleaming with fervor. How did you achieve this? The West has blocked all key technologies from us. Gu Chen offers a mysterious smile. T500 is merely the beginning. Come with me to the laboratory. There are even more advanced carbon fiber technologies to behold. Chief Engineer Chen's eyelids flutter with anticipation. Could there truly be more advanced carbon fiber technology? He eagerly follows Gu Chen to the laboratory. Inside, Gu Chen reveals the carbon fiber technology he had prepared in advance, presenting it without reservation. Research data on carbon fiber T900? Research data on carbon fiber T1000? Chief Engineer Chen's voice transitions from initial shock and disbelief to trembling astonishment as he scrutinizes the data, fixing his gaze on Gu Chen. This is impossible. The highest level that the international community has blocked from us is only T900. Gu Chen, confident, smiles back. The data is in your hands. It cannot lie. Can it? He refrains from presenting T1200 and T1400 for fear of suspicion. The T900 data is internationally recognized, while T1000 remains confidential and has yet to be announced, making its existence plausible. But where did you obtain this data? Chief Engineer Chen feels as though he is dreaming, unable to fathom the reality. The source of the data is inconsequential. What matters is that it now belongs to you, to this nation, does it not? As Chief Engineer Chen locks eyes with Gu Chen, they share a moment of understanding before he finally smiles sheepishly. You are correct. If you hand these over to the state, what compensation do you seek? Or how much do you intend to sell them for? Gu Chen raises a single finger, indicating this price. 100 billion? Chief Engineer Chen instinctively suggests. At the mention, Gu Chen's heart skips a beat, nearly agreeing. However, he maintains his original intention and shakes his head. I plan to sell these 2 sets of data to the state for just 1 yuan. 1 yuan. The testing device in Chief Engineer Chen's hand clatters to the ground. This seasoned scientist, accustomed to great storms, now trembles at the lips. While the colonel standing behind suddenly steps forward, the sound of his military boots echoing on the floor. Gu Chen retrieved a meticulously prepared document from the inner pocket of his suit. This is the technology transfer agreement, and I have already affixed my signature, he stated, pausing deliberately as his gaze swept across all present. I have a small request. The atmosphere in the laboratory became instantly tense. The colonel discreetly placed his hand on his sidearm, while Chief Engineer Chen nervously adjusted his glasses. Gu Chen observed their reactions and suddenly chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to request a franchise right from the state. What franchise right? Chief Engineer Chen inquired, visibly relieved. Civilian carbon fiber products, Gu Chen replied, producing a hefty stack of documents from the drawer of the experimental table. This outlines my business plan for the next 5 years. I hope to retain exclusive rights for my Chuangming group in civilian domains such as fishing rods, golf clubs, and bicycle frames. The colonel interjected, his voice as steely as tempered steel. Mr. Gu, do you understand what these technologies mean for national defense? Of course, Gu Chen met the soldier's gaze resolutely. That is precisely why I have distinctly categorized military and civilian applications. You see this list? He flipped to a page in the document. I have marked all derivative technologies potentially related to military applications for free transfer. Suddenly, Chief Engineer Chen grasped Gu Chen's hand fervently. Young man, do you realize the value of these technologies? Just the T1000 process alone could be worth several aircraft carrier fleets on the international market. Gu Chen replied with a smile. At a certain point, money is merely a string of cold digits. He gestured towards the brightly lit factory outside. What I truly desire is a thriving nation where families can enjoy a prosperous life, allowing me to grow up carefree and savor life as pleasures. This is reliant upon the valiant soldiers safeguarding our borders and the academics tirelessly researching aircraft and artillery. I, Gu Chen, am but an ordinary person. Perhaps I cannot escape the allure of wealth and desire, but the blood coursing through my veins is of the same hue as the 5-star red flag. As his words resonated, the 3 soldiers accompanying him saluted Gu Chen without hesitation. At 3 in the morning, as the pen used to finalize the agreement was laid down, Chief Engineer Chen's hands trembled as he held the technical documentation. Gu Chen, the nation will not forget your contributions today. Chen Gong. Gu Chen suddenly lowered his voice. In fact, I also possess a preliminary concept for the T-1200. Additionally, I have heard that the Eagle country's stealth aircraft relies on a radar-evading paint. Give me a little time, and I can procure this stealth paint for you. What? Stealth paint? The elderly scientist nearly leaped up in astonishment. Indeed, as for the T-1200, let our engineers fully comprehend the T-1000 first. For now, acquiring the stealth paint is paramount. Gu Chen winked slyly. Moreover, I would like to discuss a matter with you. My business plan requires capital for future development. The current funds may necessitate financing. However, I do not wish for my enterprise to be entangled with any capital interests. I aspire to be a creator of better living conditions for all citizens of this nation, rather than a mere tool for capital to profit. Would it be possible for the bank to grant me an interest-free loan, or at least a loan with reduced interest? This request left not only Chief Engineer Chen, but everyone present momentarily stunned before laughter ensued. To receive carbon fiber materials worth hundreds of billions on the international market and then request a loan? Young man, very well, tomorrow. A representative from the bank will come to see you. Chief Engineer Chen laughed heartily. He considered mentioning that repayment would not be an issue, but decided against it. Patriotism and the pursuit of wealth have never been mutually exclusive. After seeing off Chief Engineer Chen and his entourage, Gu Chen arranged everything at the factory before returning to the hotel for rest. The following morning, shortly after 9, Gu Chen was visited by a bank representative. None other than the bank president, Mr. Fong, who personally facilitated a 30 billion interest-free loan for him. He also mentioned that if additional funds were required, Gu Chen could call to increase the loan limit. The 30 billion interest-free loan was somewhat beyond Gu Chen's expectations. Initially, he had planned to borrow several billion to hasten his expansion. However, for him at this juncture, more funds were undoubtedly better. It would alleviate hesitations regarding various matters, such as the impending competition between Chuangming Shopping Network and Taobao. He dialed Lu Qiangdong, who was in Yanjing. Lu, too, wished to call Gu Chen with good news. The sales of the Chuangming generation fishing rods had skyrocketed, with not only the produced rods sold out, but also pre-orders surpassing 100,000. The booming sales of the fishing rods positively influenced the sales of other products on Chuangming Shopping Network, with fishing bait, hooks, and lines being the most popular. Upon hearing Lu's report, Gu Chen was not surprised. The Chuangming generation rods were significantly cheaper than imported counterparts while still guaranteeing quality. It would indeed be strange if avid anglers did not eagerly whip out their wallets to purchase. You may question an angler's skill, but you cannot doubt his equipment. I will have the factory expedite production of the rods. Once the second factory is established, we can enhance output accordingly. I called to inform you to accelerate our expansion. We must finalize warehouse setups in every province this year. Also, we need to hire delivery staff as official employees of Chuangming, with comprehensive benefits, as they endure the elements and extreme temperatures. Lu Qiangdong patiently listened to Gu Chen's directives before quietly inquiring, "What about the funds, Mr. Gu? As you mentioned, this initial investment will require substantial capital unless we seek external financing. Bundling financing with Chuangming Shopping Network and Chuangming fishing rods should not pose significant issues." Gu Chen, however, outright refused. "No need. I will increase my investment in Chuangming Shopping Network. I will transfer 5 billion initially, with specifics to be coordinated by Chuangming's financial team and managers." Currently, Chuangming Shopping Network was under Lu Qiangdong's management, but its future development would align with Gu Chen's vision, ensuring that Lu Qiangdong would not dominate. Jingdog is Jingdog, while Chuangming is solely Gu Chen's own creation. To this end, Gu Chen planned to seek out several capable and refined women, those who meet specific standards, to cultivate both strategy and relationships simultaneously. After ending the call with Lu Qiangdong, Gu Chen learned that Hangzhou Television was preparing for the music program Huaxia Good Voice. Consequently, he left his secretary to act as a liaison with the production team to discuss details, while he himself boarded a flight to Shenzhen. His intention was to explore business collaborations with Chia, aiming to expedite the development of Chuangming Shopping Network. Moreover, Shenzhen was experiencing rapid growth domestically, offering a wealth of talent. Gu Chen also hoped to scout for suitable candidates to cultivate as strategic partners, should he find none or insufficient prospects. His next destination would be the international metropolis of Shanghai, in search of capable, intelligent, and aesthetically appealing women. Chapter 89. The early release of Chia Games. Upon landing in Shenzhen, Gu Chen was personally received by senior executives from Chia, including the remarkably youthful founder, Mr. Ma, who welcomed Gu Chen at the company. In a private dining room for lunch, in accordance with Gu Chen's request, Mr. Ma and Gu Chen engaged in a candid discussion while dining. "Mr. Gu, shall we now discuss how your Chuangming group envisions collaborating with us at Chia?" Seated here, it is evident that Ma Zong has naturally conducted a thorough investigation into Gu Chen, Chuangming Shopping Network, Chuangming Materials R&D and Production Company, Limited, as well as the emerging star in the entertainment industry, Xinyang Entertainment, all of which fall under the auspices of the illustrious Gu Zong. Notably, Chuangming Materials R&D and Production Company, Limited holds immense value. The mere mention of carbon fiber could potentially purchase the entirety of his Penguin enterprise. The synergy between Chuangming Shopping Network and the Penguin account serves as a substantial advertisement for our platform. I am aware that the current avenues for profit within your Penguin operations may not be fully comprehended. Hence, I have prepared 4 strategic gaming proposals that could rapidly enhance profitability, ensuring that doubling your Penguin's value becomes a feasible endeavor. Here lies a cooperation agreement along with a betting contract. Should my proposals succeed in doubling the value of Penguin, the advertising fees must be waived, along with a 10 share of the gaming profits. If the value doubles, the profit share will rise to 20. Chen presented the first proposal to Ma Zong, boldly inscribed with the title Penguin Dance. Is this a music and dance online game? Ma Zong inquired, his eyes suddenly alight with interest. Indeed, Chen replied, taking a sip of tea, exuding confidence. Today's youth are drawn to music and social interaction, and this game seamlessly merges both elements. Players can customize their character's appearance, purchase virtual clothing, and even form families and host weddings within the game. Ma Zong grew increasingly animated, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. This truly is a gold mine. The sales of virtual items alone could yield a continuous stream of income. Chen then unveiled the second proposal, Penguin Racing, a competitive racing game where players can modify their cars and partake in races, featuring both a social system and an in-game marketplace. Wait, Ma Zong interjected, Zong. These ideas seem tailor-made for Penguin. Chen smiled silently and presented the third proposal, Crossfire, a first-person shooter game that would require the introduction of a game engine from the Korean company Smilegate, although the operational model could be entirely localized. The fourth proposal was Penguin Farm, a leisurely game focused on cultivating crops and managing a farm. However, the most intriguing design element was the concept of stealing vegetables. Stealing vegetables? Ma Zong expressed his confusion. He was optimistic about the first 3 games, but found the fourth perplexing. What could possibly be appealing about such a concept? Chen, however, nodded with conviction. While marketed as a casual game, during peak times, how many players awaken in the dead of night to pilfer their friends' crops? Some even set alarms to ensure they wake up and log in to steal vegetables. I assure you, they are more dedicated than at their jobs. Ma Zong could no longer contain his excitement. He flipped through the 3 proposals repeatedly, observing Chen's confidence as he scrutinized the fourth proposal. Contemplating that if Chen held such assurance, Penguin Farm must possess unique features that had eluded his consideration. Extending his hand to shake Chen's, he declared, Zong, here's to a fruitful collaboration. After signing the agreement, Ma Zong, still holding Chen's hand, remarked, Zong, I am genuinely curious where you derive such brilliant business ideas. Chen smiled enigmatically. Ma Zong, some individuals are destined to change the world. You and I are among them. The agreement is set for 3 years, with an evaluation based on the value generated by the 4 games after this period. Chen could potentially receive half of the gaming profit share. At this moment, Ma Zong, exuberantly signing the agreement, did not dwell on future complications. While Chen envisioned the day 3 years hence when Ma Zong might be left in despair. As for regrets or envy among others vying for a piece of the pie, well, let them witness the formidable backing that supports him. After their parting, having dined and refreshed, Chen decided to take a stroll to digest and explore the vibrant city, where the elegantly dressed women caught his eye, possibly leading him to someone intriguing. As for the capable, talented, and beautiful women, they are rare to find on the streets. Professional matters are best handled by hiring experts. He merely needed to await news and select the most suitable candidates. While meandering past a bustling shopping mall, he suddenly heard an impressive singing voice. Following the sound, he spotted a modest outdoor stage where a man and a woman were passionately performing. The female singer's voice soared powerfully, while the male counterpart handled the rap segment. Despite the rudimentary equipment, the performance was profoundly captivating. Phoenix legend? Chen's eyes brightened. Are they performing here? A local employee arranged by Ma Zong, serving as a sort of guide, curiously inquired, Zong, do you know them? Please call Ma Zong and have him investigate their backgrounds immediately. Chen fixed his gaze on the stage. These 2 could become the creators of future chart-topping hits, with fans spanning all age demographics, rendering their commercial potential immeasurable. The lack of prior consideration was due to a lack of focus on this aspect, yet serendipitously encountering them here sparked new possibilities. Moreover, they appeared yet to debut, making them prime candidates for signing with his company. Given their combined potential, they wouldn't require extensive grooming. Simply providing the necessary resources could lead them to rise like a phoenix. 10 minutes later, Ma Zong's staff reported, I found them. They are resident performers at Shenzhen Ben's Bar and occasionally take on commercial performances. The female singer is indeed named Ling Hua, and her male partner is Zhang Yi. Chen smiled, approached them for discussions, indicating that Shenyang Entertainment wishes to sign them. Wait, I will go myself. On stage, As Linghua reached the crescendo of her song, she noticed a sharply dressed young man step forward and deposited a thick stack of cash into the piano case. After the performance concluded, Linghua and Zhang Yi approached Gu Chen nervously. "Hello. Thank you for your generous tip," Linghua said, slightly bashful. Gu Chen smiled as he handed them his business card. "I am the owner of Chunyang Entertainment and would like to invite both of you to join my company." Zhang Yi, taking the card, suddenly widened his eyes. "Chunyang? The one behind Fairy Tale, Those Years, Thousand-Year Tears, and Love's Offering." "Precisely," Gu Chen confirmed. "I see great potential in you too. Upon signing, I can provide ample resources to cultivate your talents, even crafting bespoke songs for you, ensuring you achieve nationwide fame within a year." Linghua's voice trembled with excitement. "Is that really true? But You need not respond immediately," Gu Chen interjected, glancing at his watch. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Meet me at the Shangri-La Hotel in Shenzhen, bringing your manager if you have one." Upon returning to the Shangri-La Hotel, Gu Chen had just finished his shower when his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Ma Zong. "Gu Zong, I hear you are quite interested in those street performers?" Ma Zong's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Gu Chen, drying his hair, replied with a smile. "Indeed, Ma Zong, I believe they have significant potential. Would you like me to assist in arranging something? I still have some connections here in Shenzhen. Thank you for your kind offer. But I wish to first gauge their sincerity," Gu Chen stated, glancing at his watch. "If they arrive punctually tomorrow, it will indicate their worthiness for cultivation." After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen opened his laptop and began to organize the classic songs of Feng Wang Chuanqi that lingered in his memory. The melodies of iconic tracks such as Yu Liang Ji Shang, Ziyu Fei Xiang, and Zue, Xian, Min Zhu Feng echoed in his mind. Gu Chen silently recited. "Exchange for the complete lyrics and music of Yu Liang Ji Shang." A notification chimed. "Exchange for the complete lyrics and music of Yu Liang Ji Shang." Consuming 2 strategy points. For now, one song would suffice for their debut. The rest could wait, as some matters could not be rushed. The following day at 9:50 a.m., the hotel lobby manager called. "Mr. Gu, 2 guests identifying themselves as Linghua and Zhang Yi are waiting for you in the lobby." Gu Chen smiled slightly. "Bring them to the executive lounge to wait for me." 10 minutes later, as Gu Chen entered the executive lounge, he noticed Linghua and Zhang Yi sitting stiffly on the sofa, their water cups untouched. "Thank you for waiting," Gu Chen said with a smile as he approached. "It seems you have made your considerations?" Linghua quickly stood up. "Hello, Mr. Gu. We researched your background last night. It would be an honor to join Chunyang Entertainment." Zhang Yi hastened to add, "We just wonder if we, as grassroots singers, can meet your expectations." Gu Chen gestured for them to sit and retrieved a document from his briefcase. "This is the contract. You may peruse it. The basic terms include a 5-year agreement, with the company covering all training and packaging costs, and a revenue split of 30 for you and 70 for the company." Linghua and Zhang Yi exchanged glances. This revenue split was already quite generous within the industry. Additionally, Gu Chen produced another sheet of paper. "This is the first song I have tailored for you." Linghua took the paper and softly read, "Yu Liang Ji Shang." Upon seeing the chorus, her eyes suddenly lit up. "This is perfect for us." Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, how did you conceive the blend of ethnic style with pop?" Gu Chen smiled without answering. "As long as you like it." After signing the contract, he instructed them to take a flight to Lincheng, where the company headquarters was located. "I will arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. The company will handle everything for you. By the way, you will need to change your group name. Kuhua does not sound appealing. Let us call you Feng Wang Chuanqi instead. I believe that with enough effort, you too can become a legend like the Phoenix." This statement filled them with immense excitement. Understanding their financial situation, Gu Chen had prepared 2,000 yuan in cash for each of them as an advance on their first month's salary, along with a reminder to have their airfare reimbursed by the company. After signing the contract, Gu Chen treated the somewhat reserved duo to a meal, and the thoughtful details greatly enhanced their fondness for him, igniting a fervent loyalty akin to a steed encountering its worthy master. Although the system indicated that Linghua had also reached the strategy mark with a notably high favorability rating, Gu Chen chose to disregard it, opting instead to let things unfold naturally. After bidding farewell to the unexpectedly delightful duo of Feng Wang Chuanqi, Gu Chen called Wu Shanshan, who was responsible for fully developing Feng Wang Chuanqi. He instructed her to recruit more personnel if needed and to request additional funds whenever necessary. Upon hearing her boss's words, Wu Shanshan, who had initially intended to say something, swallowed her words. What could she say when he would provide whatever was required? In the afternoon, Gu Chen planned to meet a woman named Zhuang Yashuan, a 28-year-old graduate from a prestigious university. She was relatively attractive, tall with an appealing figure, and her profile indicated she was a capable and talented individual, albeit unfortunate in her circumstances. Having endured a family that favored sons over daughters, she had tirelessly revitalized a nearly defunct family business over 5 years, increasing its value from over $1 million to an estimated $50 million, with plans for an IPO. Regrettably, she had fallen victim to her family's machinations. Previously the strong and capable president of the company, she found herself reduced to an employee after her family orchestrated a scheme to marry her off to a wealthy and influential man named Xiao Yang, hoping to curry favor with him for a lucrative project. Realizing the trap, Zhuang Yashuan fled to Shenzhen to seek refuge with a college roommate. The two friends currently operated a modest wholesale shop, which was doing reasonably well. Following the address provided by a professional, Gu Chen located a small stall in a somewhat obscure area of the trading market. Two simply dressed, yet still attractive young women were enthusiastically attending to the passers-by. In terms of appearance, Zhuang Yashuan's friend was slightly more beautiful, but Zhuang Yashuan's height gave her an edge. Upon seeing Gu Chen approach their stall, Zhuang Yashuan warmly greeted him. "Hello, handsome. Are you here to shop or wholesale? I assure you, we have the best quality goods at the most reasonable prices in the entire market. No need for introductions. I am not here to buy. I am here to find you, Miss Zhuang Yashuan," Gu Chen replied. Zhuang Yashuan's expression changed instantly. She took a cautious step back, instinctively grasping her friend's wrist. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Did Xiao Yang send you?" Noticing her right hand subtly reaching for a pair of scissors beneath the stall, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not be alarmed. I am Gu Chen from Chuangming Group." He produced a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to her. "I have heard that Miss Zhuang is quite talented in business management, and I have come to invite you to join my team." Zhuang Yashuan accepted the card with skepticism. When she saw the title chairman of Chuangming Group, she furrowed her brow, having never heard of the company. Yet, given the vastness of the country, it was understandable not to know every company. Furthermore, although Gu Chen appeared youthful and handsome, his attire and the watch on his wrist suggested he was no ordinary person. Most importantly, Gu Chen's striking good looks momentarily swayed Zhuang Yashuan's perception. You may search for Chuangming Shopping online or the fishing rod brand Chuangming Yidai. Both are under my company's portfolio. Additionally, I own an entertainment company called Qinyang Xinu, which is currently showcasing the film Those Years in theaters and the wildly popular TV series Gui Shun on Hangqing Television. Detected suitable target, Zhuang Yashuan, 28 years old. Appearance rating, 88, physique rating, 93, health rating, 95, character rating, 91, comprehensive evaluation, a talented woman, highly suitable for overseeing and managing certain business operations, allowing you to enjoy life with greater peace of mind. Current favorability rating of Zhuang Yashuan, 51, friendly. Chapter 91, handsomeness as a strategy weapon. Having naturally watched the film Those Years, which burst onto the scene in September, Zhuang Yashuan was also following the hit series Gui Shun, having cried several times over the plot. She intended to return home that evening, equipped with tissues, to continue watching the drama. Learning that such an influential boss sought her out caused her previously empty favorability towards Gu Chen to soar. However, she still decided to search for information regarding Chuangming Shopping Network and Chuangming Yidai fishing rod on the computer used for processing orders. Upon seeing the words carbon fiber, she was taken aback. She fully understood the significance of independently developed and mass-produced carbon fiber in relation to the vast untapped market within the country. She envisioned a fortune, an inexhaustible wealth in her lifetime. Zhuang Yashuan's favorability level is 10, and you have received a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. This is not the ideal place for a discussion. Perhaps we should find a quieter location to converse? There were no particularly private areas nearby, so Gu Chen booked a hotel room without hesitation. Zhuang Yashuan felt neither nervous nor fearful, nor did she harbor any concerns. This was not merely because she had an assistant with her, but rather due to Gu Chen's youthful charm and striking looks, which epitomized her ideal man. Had there not been prior incidents, she might have even initiated flirtation. If she were single, she would certainly have pursued him. Entering the hotel room, Gu Chen looked at Zhuang Yashuan with a half-smile. While Lin Xiaoyu chose to ignore the situation, I am well aware of your experiences, Miss Zhuang, including how your family schemed against you and how you managed to escape to Shenzhen. Zhuang Yashuan tightly gripped her cup. What do you want from me? Quite simply. Gu Chen met her gaze. I require an executive capable of managing Chuangming Shopping Network. The annual salary starts at 500,000 yuan, accompanied by annual bonus rewards. Lin Xiaoyu gasped. Such an amount was unattainable for their small shop even over a decade. Why me? Zhuang Yashuan bit her lip. There are many talents in Shenzhen who surpass me. Gu Chen chuckled. Not everyone possesses the ability to transform a company on the brink of bankruptcy into one poised for listing within 5 years. More importantly, I admire your resilience. Rising from the depths after a fall from grace is a quality far more precious than mere academic credentials. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhuang Yashuan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I need time to consider. Gu Chen paused briefly before continuing with a smile. There's no rush. In fact, I have a more enticing proposal. I can help you realize your dreams and even offer you shares in Chuangming. In the future, when it becomes a multi-billion or even trillion yuan enterprise, you could receive half. What do you think? This time, Zhuang Yashuan did not respond with surprise or disbelief. Instead, she regarded Gu Chen with newfound vigilance. If even her closest kin could betray her, how could she trust a man with whom she had only a fleeting acquaintance? What do you truly want? I do not believe you possess the value you claim. In the face of such immense potential benefits, few could maintain their composure as she did, which only increased Gu Chen's admiration for her. Caution is warranted, for in this world, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. My conditions are as follows. First, you must demonstrate your capabilities and prove that you can handle the power and wealth I offer. Second, you must become my woman and bear my children. The billions I mention are not for you, but for our offspring. Naturally, should you bear children, even if we ultimately fail, you could still become a billionaire. Third, what I provide you is yours, but what I do not offer cannot be claimed. I will not have only you as my woman, as I am quite formidable. Even 2 or 3 women may not suffice to satisfy my needs. If you have the opportunity, you may wish to test that. Will you consider it? Gu Chen was indifferent to Zhuang Yashuan's potential rejection, believing that it would be easy to find other talented women if she declined. Furthermore, given Zhuang Yashuan's circumstances, the likelihood of her refusing such an alluring offer was less than 10%. Gu Chen was confident, but he did not anticipate that Zhuang Yashuan would respond so decisively. I agree. Zhuang Yashuan's acceptance was even more resolute than Gu Chen had imagined, and she stood up, beginning to undress, causing Lin Xiaoyu to quickly grab her. Xian, what are you doing? Did he not say to try? Now is the perfect opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback and then angrily pinched Zhuang Yashuan. Are you insane? I am still here. If you wish to try, it must wait until I leave. But he said that even 2 or 3 might not be enough to satisfy him. If I am alone, I might just end up being overwhelmed. Zhuang Yashuan protested. Besides, I promised you that we would share both fortune and adversity. And you are fond of handsome men, are you not? A man this young and attractive. If something were to happen, you would be the one indulging in forbidden fruit. With such a young and handsome man claiming such prowess, do you not wish to explore the possibility? Lin Xiaoyu felt her face flush at Zhuang Yashuan's words. Although they were open with each other privately, they maintained a demure facade in public. It was rather shocking to see Zhuang Yashuan so unguarded before a man they had just met. However, Zhuang Yashuan was acutely aware that men often enjoyed leading virtuous women astray while encouraging those of ill repute to reform. In public, they may present an air of nobility and aloofness, but in private, they could be quite libertine. At that moment, Gu Chen interjected, there is no need to rush. We have all evening to explore. For now, I will introduce you to someone. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, contemplating. If you wish to bring her along, that is acceptable. He then picked up the phone and called CEO Ma. CEO Ma, are you free for dinner? I have a flight tomorrow. And who knows when I will be available to meet again. Certainly. However, this is my territory, so it is only fitting that I treat you to a farewell dinner. Despite his busy schedule, CEO Ma was eager to reschedule his previous commitments to dine with Gu Chen, a young man of remarkable talent and wealth, with whom he sought to cultivate a stronger relationship. After hanging up, Gu Chen turned to Zhuang Yashuan. I will take you shopping for an outfit before dinner with CEO Ma, the founder of Penguin. I have 4 gaming projects in collaboration with him, and I will need you to oversee the arrangements. If you are unavailable, find someone suitable to handle future dealings with Penguin. Zhuang Yashuan's favorability level is 10, and you have received a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, which has been legally transferred to your bank account. Zhuang Yashuan's favorability was nearing 80, and at that moment, Lin Xiaoyu also triggered a response from the system. Detected a suitable target. Lin Xiaoyu, age 27, appearance rating 90, physique rating 87, health rating 96, personality rating 89. Comprehensive evaluation, a talent with significant potential. With proper cultivation, she could stand on her own. Lin Xiaoyu's current favorability level is 65, admiration. Upon seeing the system's assessment of Lin Xiaoyu, Gu Chen was struck by a thought. Does this count as a 2-for-1 deal? Chapter 92. Recording begins for Huaxiao's voice thus. The mutual affection between the two individuals for Gu Chen swiftly surpassed the threshold of 80, and after an evening of intimate experiences, it soared beyond 90. However, Gu Chen was not entirely satisfied with this. He envisioned a scenario where a woman of talent and capability like Zhuang Yaxuan would present herself as a formidable figure in public, yet transform into a delicate and obedient companion in his presence. Consequently, he contemplated leveraging the advantageous connections he had recently acquired. For a woman like Zhuang Yaxuan, having Lin Xiaoyu as an assistant would suffice, as excess support might detract from his future relationships. Therefore, early the next morning, he advised Zhuang Yaxuan to prepare for a trip to Chongqing to resolve her matters decisively, in order to avert greater troubles in the future. The troubles Gu Chen referred to involved the potential disturbance from Zhuang Yaxuan's family once she had been nurtured under his guidance. Although there were ways to address such issues, who could guarantee that they would not adversely affect his company's reputation? Moreover, resolving this matter during Zhuang Yaxuan's lowest point in life would be advantageous for his pursuit of her affections. It would also provide Lin Xiaoyu a glimpse of his alternative strengths, effectively achieving two objectives at once. Never mind, Zhuang Yaxuan interjected hastily, her concern for Gu Chen evident. She feared that his wealth, connections, and capabilities might lead him to recklessly venture into Chongqing, which was dominated by Xiaoyang. Money would be of little use there, and even if Gu Chen were somewhat prepared, he would likely suffer significant losses at the hands of Xiaoyang, the local power broker. To this, Gu Chen merely scoffed with disdain. The adage about a strong dragon not suppressing a local snake might hold some truth. However, the key figure in Chongqing would need to be a local snake for that to apply. Moreover, while Zhuang Yaxuan remembered that saying, she had forgotten another. Ants see the vast sky. To Gu Chen, the so-called mighty figure was nothing more than an insignificant ant he could easily crush. He reassured Zhuang Yaxuan, stating, as for Xiaoyang, I merely need a phone call to resolve him. Seeing Gu Chen's unwavering confidence, Zhuang Yaxuan felt a mix of admiration and anticipation, her affection for him growing. Still, she could not help but reiterate her advice to take more bodyguards to Chongqing. Gu Chen, however, did not require her reminders. His plan involved placing himself in peril to instill urgency and concern in certain individuals. At that point, he anticipated that aid would arrive without him needing to plead for it, as forces would likely mobilize for a counter-terror operation in Chongqing. On September 22nd, while Gu Chen was arranging bodyguards for his journey to Chongqing, the film those years had already surpassed 26 million in box office earnings after a week of release. Many industry experts predicted a substantial increase in ticket sales with the upcoming National Day holiday. Meanwhile, the television series Ghosts and Gods, airing 2 episodes daily on Hangzhou TV, was approaching its finale, and its stars, Zhao Enjuan and Lu Shishir, were experiencing newfound fame. Particularly, Lu Shishir, having just debuted, saw her role as the lead in this drama elevate her to the status of a second-tier actress. Even Tang Yan, who was busy learning acting from her mentor, along with the rising stars Mao Xiaotong and Yuan Shan, were envious of Lu Shishir's success, not to mention Yang Mi, who had become a hot topic due to her film work. Yang Mi expressed her desire to star in a drama of equal caliber to Ghosts and Gods. Witnessing the rapid rise of Yang Mi and Lu Shishir, Tang Yan, filled with admiration and jealousy, sought Gu Chen's attention daily, dropping increasingly overt hints. Conversely, Mao Xiaotong and Yuan Shan were content with their current achievements, and Gu Chen felt no rush either. Success is best savored gradually, as haste can lead to missteps. At present, Gu Chen contemplated whether to keep Yang Mi in suspense a while longer or to shift his focus to Tang Yan. An upcoming meeting with the celestial beauty was surely to discuss Xianjian, which required extensive preparations for costumes, props, and the entire production team. Filming was slated to begin no sooner than November or December, and Gu Chen estimated that to properly complete Xianjian, it would take until March or April of 2005. After finalizing special effects and editing, he hoped to air the series during the summer break, when students would be available to watch. The initial release of Xianjian in his previous life had not met expectations, prompting Gu Chen to expand his reputation further. Aiming to engrave the phrase, Chunyang Productions guarantees excellence in the hearts of every viewer, he could appoint a director to oversee the project while he managed the behind-the-scenes operations, taking time to familiarize himself with his contracted artist, Hu Gu, during the filming. In the meantime, he could pursue other television projects, while for films, he had no immediate plans unless a prominent actress sought him out. Before departing for Chongqing, he also engaged a headhunting firm to connect with Lei Jun, a talented entrepreneur akin to Lu Qiangdong, hoping to present him with a grand vision and turn him into a valuable asset. Simultaneously, at Hangzhou TV, A studio was preparing for the recording of the upcoming hit talent show, Hua Xia Hao Xingyin. Each contestant who graced the stage had passed preliminary rounds. Otherwise, those lacking in vocal talent and brimming with misplaced confidence would merely waste everyone's precious time. The first season featured esteemed mentors, Han Hong, Lu Huan, Ting Feng, and Lin Jixuan. Naturally, Zhang Liangyin was slated to be the first performer, as the show aimed to captivate its initial audience with a highly skilled contestant. Additionally, Zhang Liangyin was the anticipated champion and performed an original song. As the host introduced her, the stage lights shifted and enchanting music filled the air. Zhang Liangyin grasped the microphone and sang the song she had diligently practiced. Divination. The wind blows the sand. The butterfly loves the flower, a timeless tale. The moon in water is entranced by the flower in the mirror. The bamboo fence, wooden pipa, and arched bridge beneath the moon, who serenades in longing for distant affection. Upon completing the first 4 lines, all 4 mentors pressed their buttons and turned their chairs, giving Zhang Liangyin a thumbs up. Her melodious voice continued to resonate as she sang. That summer, you left home with your belongings. By the ancient road, I wished to speak, yet tears fell first. In the temple, I prayed, shedding tears for the promise of our childhood bond. I prayed for the Buddha to bless us. The guessing and divination continued. In his mind, he pondered, who is this formidable figure that has orchestrated such a grand spectacle? It is even more ostentatious than the entrance of his own boss. The astonished doorman had yet to react and opened the door when a bodyguard had already taken the initiative to assist Gu Chen. This time, Gu Chen had only hired a handful of bodyguards, around 16, comprising recently discharged soldiers, all of whom had endured rigorous frontline training, with military service spanning over 6 or 7 years. As for the danger he found himself in, Gu Chen deemed that the individual described by Zhuang Yashuan, Xiao Liang, was indeed quite powerful, wielding significant influence in Chongqing. Thus, his presence here already placed him in a precarious position. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Gu Chen was flanked by Zhuang Yashuan and Lin Xiaoyu, one on each side, with the cadre of bodyguards trailing behind. The imposing scene prompted the lobby manager to rush over with a broad smile, eager to welcome them. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what delights you seek? Culinary, recreational, or perhaps a private room? As the most opulent establishment in Chongqing, it naturally offered a comprehensive array of services. A quiet private room would suffice, and please summon your boss, Xiao Liang. I have heard he is the most formidable figure in Chongqing. Adept in both legitimate and illicit dealings, his word carries weight, and I intend to negotiate a business agreement with him. The lobby manager, unperturbed by the prospect of Gu Chen seeking out his superior, proceeded to flatter and lead the way. Upon opening the door to the private room, he suddenly recognized Zhuang Yashuan, causing a jolt of surprise within him. Wasn't she the bride-to-be who had eloped after receiving her betrothal gifts? Had she now found herself a wealthy and influential second-generation heir? After closing the door and instructing a few staff members to attend to them, he promptly dialed Xiao Liang. At that moment, Xiao Liang was on the golf course, swinging his club. Upon hearing that Zhuang Yashuan had arrived with company, his expression darkened. How many people did they bring? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. 5 vehicles, with over a dozen bodyguards. It seems they are not to be trifled with. The lobby manager replied quietly. That young man spoke rather arrogantly, insisting on meeting you to discuss business. Xiao Liang frowned. His interest in Zhuang Yashuan was not due to her beauty, which he found appealing, but rather her capabilities and talents. In his circle, he was never lacking in the company of young and attractive women. However, he had not anticipated that this seemingly obedient woman would abscond. The young man who dared to bring her back must possess considerable clout, boldly approaching despite knowing her background. After ending the call, Xiao Liang contemplated for a prolonged moment before taking a few trusted aides to meet Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was leisurely savoring tea in the private room, while Zhuang Yashuan nervously clutched her skirt. Shouldn't we leave? Xiao Liang is rather treacherous. Do not fear, Gu Chen reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. I have been awaiting his arrival. Lin Xiaoyu, curious, scrutinized the lavish decor of the room, murmuring, this place must be quite expensive. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the private room was flung open. A middle-aged man clad in a flamboyant shirt and adorned with a large gold chain strode in, flanked by 6 or 7 intimidating thugs. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Xiao Liang immediately assumed him to be the son of a powerful figure, someone with substantial wealth and connections. This reinforced his belief that it was unnecessary to concern himself with a mere woman's affairs. Therefore, he forced a smile devoid of any visible displeasure or malice and addressed Gu Chen with utmost politeness. Young sir, may I inquire what brings you to our establishment? You must be acquainted with this lady beside me. Gu Chen gestured towards Zhuang Yashuan, deliberately wrapping an arm around her. He expected Xiao Liang, a man of his stature, to react with fury at this affront, but instead, Xiao Liang simply smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, but there were misunderstandings previously. I was misled by Miss Zhuang's parents. I would like to offer my private apologies to her, and I no longer require the betrothal gifts. Consider it compensation for Miss Zhuang. Zhuang Yashuan was taken aback, overwhelmed by disbelief, while Gu Chen's reaction was a mere exclamation of surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had come specifically to confront this man, and it could not end like this. He must provoke him. Not enough. Gu Chen's 2 words caused Xiao Liang's brow to furrow. Nonetheless, he maintained a smile. What would you consider an appropriate gesture of apology that would convey sincerity? Meanwhile, Xiao Liang felt a surge of anger, not directed at Gu Chen, but rather at Zhuang Yashuan's parents, believing that if they had properly supervised her, this predicament would never have arisen. He calculated that the humiliation he faced today must be avenged later from her parents. To kneel and offer tea, to bow and admit fault. This is an ancestral custom for making amends. If you, Boss Xia, can fulfill this, I shall consider the matter settled and move on. Otherwise, it merely indicates that you are unwilling to accept the consequences. Xiao Liang's expression darkened. With a resounding clap of his hands, Xiao Liang could no longer restrain himself. Startling everyone in the room, he fixed a cold glare on Gu Chen. Do not overstep your bounds. This is Chowqing, my territory. Here, even a dragon must abide by the rules, and a tiger must lie low. Our ancestors taught us that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, and a cornered rabbit will bite. I am a ravenous wolf in Chowqing, one that kills without hesitation. Xiao Liang had intended to extend a courtesy, believing that regardless of the young man's status, it would be unwise to provoke a confrontation over a woman. However, he was taken aback by Gu Chen's audacity, which made him feel belittled. While he temporarily refrained from turning hostile, he knew that until he uncovered Gu Chen's true identity, he could not afford to act recklessly. Xiao Liang had reached his current standing not just through cunning and bravado, but also through adaptability. He could easily swallow his pride in the face of someone he could not afford to offend. The fierce words he had just uttered were meant to encourage both parties to retreat amicably. However, Gu Chen picked up his phone and dialed a number. Within mere seconds, the call connected. Uncle Chen, I managed to procure the paint we discussed last time, but I am currently facing some troubles. I am in Chowqing, where a man named Xiao Liang, a figure reputed to wield immense power, has threatened my life, claiming he is a wolf that kills without blinking. I am not. I did not. Do not slander me. Xiao Liang, now agitated, vehemently denied the accusations, realizing that whoever this Uncle Chen was, he must be someone significant to be regarded as a support by Gu Chen. Filled with rage and urgency, he contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses upon Gu Chen's ancestors, reflecting on how he had merely tested the waters. Yet this young man had resorted to such drastic measures against him.